Oh, is it what have you done to me? As the dark energy flows from inside of me, inside of me.
I remember the fade in your eyes. I'm lost in space, floating away. I'm running away from you. I'm running away. I'm running away with you. I'm running away. I'm running away from you. I'm running away. I'm running away with you. I'm running away. Look at the stars, they find me. You shine so bright, it haunts me. I'm lost in this thick black sea of hopes for you and me. In the night I see you walking my way, sailing on my soul for your light.
attention, girl, I know you. But you're everything I want in life. We're fighting danger like kung fu. The love I feel is deep inside. The others don't matter. It's honestly us against the world. We're the perfect team. You're my dream, and I just want it.
Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? See myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? See myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? See myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself?
Oh baby, if you ever need a helper, you should know that I'll be there day and night. Nobody else can love you better. I'm here just to treat you right. You're the reason I'm alive. You're the only pain I can endure. And when you're not here, you're my dream, but I just want it. Yeah, I just wanna. You're my dream, but I just want it.
Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? See myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? See myself? See myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? See myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself?
But I just want it.
Deep inside I knew from the start, you my bunny, I'm your Clark. From now to eternity I give you all my heart. We are meant to be, it's clear to see. My love is bigger than I thought. I got everything I want when I hold you with my arms. The others don't matter, my love and my pleasure, the key to my treasure. Whatever's the weather, day up and out with you till I die. How many times for you I'ma try? Want you to notice the one and I know this. Perfect soulmate, I wanna show it. My best friend, she saved my life, my happy end in hard times.
Oh baby, hug it to myself, hug it to myself, hug it to myself. I just want it.
Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? See myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself?
I just want
Okay.
Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? See myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself?
oh baby. When I close my eyes, I can almost see it. When I take a breath, you fill up my lungs. And if my mind worked backwards just for a minute, I'd follow you before the memory's gone. I remember you, you left my spirit. With you high is all I'm feeling. Remember how we felt alive. I remember you. I remember you. I remember you. When I close my eyes, I can almost see it. When I take a breath, you fill up my lungs. And if my mind worked backwards just for a minute, I'd follow you before the memory's gone. I remember you, you left my spirit. With you high is all I'm feeling. Remember how we felt alive. I remember you. I remember you. I remember you.
seat you by the fire. Listen, listen. There's something I must confide. I know I said that it'd be fine. I know I made it look like it'd be alright, but I think I learned my lesson, and I'm not gonna let you out of my sight. You can call me killer, 'cause I'll bring you to the light. And it might taste bitter when you're answering to God. You can call me killer as you look into my eyes. Nothing but a sinner. You won't get away this time. You won't get away this time. You won't get away this time. You won't get away. seat you by the fire. Listen, listen. There's something I must confide. I know I said that it'd be fine. I know I made it look like it'd be alright, but I think I learned my lesson, and I'm not gonna let you out of my sight. You can call me killer, 'cause I'll bring you to the light. And it might taste bitter when your answer ain't to God. You can call me killer as you look into my eyes. Nothing but a sinner. You won't get away this time. You won't get away this time. You won't get away this time. You won't get away.
저희가 첫 경기에 되게 뒤통수한데 맞았는데
We want more than just one win, one upset against a big team. We want to get out of groups. We want to be on the quarterfinals.
Brazil scored the biggest goal of the tournament so far.
For us, success will be going out of groups and then taking it whatever comes.
Good time away from Odoan. He flashes it. God tier plays as Yankos picks up the second kill. Good cue from Revolta, and there's the kick. We're at an AHQ with a significant lead. Good tide away, but Odoamne flushes it. God tier plays.
San Francisco is going crazy. Brazil scored the biggest goal of the tournament.
Hello, League fans, and welcome to the World's 2016 Group Stage live from the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium in San Francisco, California. Yesterday, we punched 2 tickets to the quarterfinals, and by the time we're done today, 2 more teams will be on their way to Chicago. We've got fans streaming into the arena. The lights are a-shining. The teams are ready to play 6 action-packed games, possibly more if we have some tiebreakers. Who knows? Earlier, we got a look at INTZ making their way into the arena. They'll face an Edward Gaming that is sure to be looking for some payback after falling to the Brazilians in week 1. Now H2K, they're going to be seen here getting some last-minute practice in before they go on stage later today. Now welcome everybody, I'm James Dash Patterson, joined today by another crack team of analysts, Clement Chu, Martin DeFisciolunga, and Joshua Jatleesman. Guys, we had 7 crazy games yesterday that made for a very interesting result in Group A. Are you ready for day 2?
Yeah, I mean, we're 5/8 done the group stage right now, but it's so interesting the difference you see in play from when they played 1 game a day to when they have to play 3, maybe 4 games in a day.
And also we get to see when you have to play more games, you know, during one day. Some people, they get exhausted. We saw Albus Nox Luna play really well in one very long game against, of course, Rocks Tigers yesterday, and then kind of look sloppy after.
It's just so interesting to see the teams come in prepared and have these super cheese strategies up. We don't know what happened between the weekend, but it's going to be exciting.
Very different type of group stage this week. Now, along with our international teams, our broadcasting partners from every corner of the globe are here bringing the action to the world in over 15 languages. You're seeing our friends from Brazil's CB LoL, the CIS's League of Legends Continental League, and of course, the Chinese LPL is joining us as well. Now, yesterday, Albus Nox Luna wowed the world audience with tons of big plays. On Twitter, call me maybe, I just might, said PvP Stayhost with the best dancing skills I have ever seen. What were those? Well, let's take a look.
Actually going to go in, but that's a flash force. Perks goes in, wants the big play. Gonna wait for Elise to repel back down. Misses that first Q, but the snare's in there, and Rise does more than enough damage. He's trying to cut around those Spiderlings, doing a nice job.
Oh my God!
What a save! Oh, that was gorgeous.
Oh. You bought so much time with the Spiderlings blocking, or trying to make the Spiderlings block, and Liquid shows up, and nothing is in favor of G2 right now.
It was actually just goofy watching it, seeing this Elise run around in circles, and you're thinking he was doing it as a joke, right? Like, oh, how is he going to get away? Then he actually escaped. You're like, what the happened right there?
It's one of those moments where I'm accepting my death. I'm just going to waste some time here. And then Lecrit coming in, may I have this dance, cuts in, saves his duo there. But the LCL squad was not done building their highlight reel just yet. At Agent Nick42 exclaimed, Albus Nox Luna beat Rocks Tigers. What is this Worlds? Here's that final push from ANX.
But the Nexus, just a little too much for Liquid, going for it, the hero of ANX, and it's not enough just yet. Rock still alive again.
All these minions are hitting the Voidling still. The Nexus is
go.
He's the greatest time.
He's getting it.
They did it.
Oh my God, they did it.
Nexus, Murph, Nexus, Murph, Murph, Nexus, Nexus. Nexus. Блять, я не добил.
Гриппы добьют, гриппы добьют! Я держу, гриппы добьют!
Super fun to hear the team communication. They're really calm at first. They're saying Nexus, Nexus, and then actually realize, oh, we can actually finish this one. They start screaming in the end. And what an upset, and what an absolutely insane performance overall from this team.
Yeah, and that game had everything. It had the favorites of the tournament versus a wildcard region. It had chokes, it had Baron steals, and it also had
3 Baron steals, I think.
The combination of things that all happen in one game makes it one of the best games I've ever watched.
But that's also that fatigue factor that you're talking about there. A game that length on a day like this where you have to play so many as is can really get to people. Now, of course, we love reading your comments, so a reminder that you're invited to connect with us on Twitter to share your own personal favorite tournament moments using the hashtag #WorldsBigPlays. But gentlemen, yesterday saw some action-packed performances from the teams in Group A, and ultimately Rocks Tigers and Albus Nox Luna prevailed and will be moving on to Chicago.
And Rocks Tigers have to be so relieved after that, because we saw the craziest groups, we saw some of the craziest games, and the Rocks Tigers are the #1 seed, like everyone expected, right? If they didn't have all those crazy games and losses, you would just expect them to be the #1 seed. So they essentially get away with it as far as that group is, and now they have a week to try and get better.
And you have to remember that, of course, if ANX had beaten G2, that Rox would not even have had the opportunity to contest for that 1 seed. So a little bit of luck there in getting helped out by the G2 roster.
Definitely so.
And if you look at like the meta that changed yesterday, like people are really favoring a lot of playmaking champions. Alistar in the support role is much higher picked than Karma right now, 85% win rate on 11 wins. And also if you look at the jungler position, Rek'Sai has completely gone off the radar. 75% ban pick last week, didn't show up at all yesterday.
And I like to see this change in meta, you know, over the group stages, because you see teams who adapt faster actually pick up wins because of it. I think Rox Tigers, one of the main reasons they got the first seed was because they picked up Alistar. And Gorilla started playing it. CLG, even in that game against the Rox Tigers towards the end of the day, gave away that Alistar to Gorilla. He was a beast in that game as well. So I really like to see these changes and adaptations. I like to see teams being a little bit ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, a champion that a lot of people were saying falling away moving into the Worlds Tournament ends up being one of the top picks here so far. Now, if we learned anything from yesterday, it's that you cannot count anyone out. But so far, the teams in Group C have performed the closest to expectations that were there coming into the tournament. So let's talk about some of the emergent trends for this group, starting with EDG.
Yeah, well, obviously the loss to INTZ was incredibly surprising. I called it the biggest Worlds upset ever when it happened. Maybe we've been supplanted by ANX getting out of Worlds now, but after that, they kind of regained some of their confidence. They were able to solidly beat AHQ and H2K, and they're still essentially poised to take first place in this group and should be fairly confident.
And I think it's super important to highlight, yes, okay, the first game was bad from EDG, but then the next 2 games, they were playing perfectly fine. Maybe not 100% just yet, but enough to win this group. So I think people saying, you know, oh, EDG, they might not make it out. They can maybe get upset again. I think what happened last week was a fluke with that one loss to INTZ. I think they're going to be the strongest team, and I actually expect them to win every single game today.
I will concur that they are the favorites of this group, but I think they did show weaknesses and aren't playing up to the LPL level. If you look at their lanes, they're getting camped so much by the enemy junglers. 54% enemy jungle proximity pre-15 minutes, but Clearlove isn't returning that pressure, and he isn't getting his own leads himself. So this is a team that I feel like has been gifted 2 really good early level 1s, but hasn't capitalized on it, and they need to play more effective to really make us believe that they're champion contenders.
Now moving on to their first opponent of the day, and the only team, as we mentioned, to hand them a loss yet, CB LoL's INTZ eSports.
And we hear this team often talk about how they're still confident they can make it out of groups, and that's obviously step 1. You know, you got to believe it yourself, and I think that's fine. I understand also why they think they can beat H2K and AHQ, which really are the 2 teams they're looking at probably this week here, because INTZ, they have shown some good things. I do think we got down to earth again when we got to see them, you know, play H2K and lose in the early game so quickly. AHQ didn't have any problems either really against them. And that puts everything kind of in perspective where that EDG upset really isn't what we should expect every time from INTZ.
Yeah, you can see why they're confident because of the win, but you can also see why you should temper your expectations. Their losses weren't very impressive, and if they're trying to prepare for today, it's more about building on the strengths of the EDG victory. I really feel like they need to try and give Revolta as much freedom as possible, and I feel like he's kind of hamstrung himself a bit in these games, trying to make up for the losing mid and bottom lanes, which are going to be losing anyway, and it takes away his playmaking potential. So for them, I would try and pick them onto kind of neutralizing laners in the mid and the bot lane and try and let Revolta play a free game.
Next up in Group C, we have the only European team to come out of Week 1 with a victory in H2K.
The European hope, the last hope we have now, really.
Tell me about them, Deficient.
We don't
How are they going to save Europe?
Yeah, how are they going to save Europe? They're going to basically save Europe by winning the laning phase and fixing some of the problems they had closing out games from last week. I need to see a more active team when it comes to setting up vision around something like Baron and actually baiting that objective properly. And we need to see better late game fights because we know they're good in the laning phase. We know they have, like, across the board, all 3 lanes. I'm just going to give you quick numbers here. CSD difference at 15 minutes. Oda Amna, he's up 16.7 on average. Forgiven, 21 CS on average. And Ryu is up 6 CS. So all 3 lanes are winning, but they can't use it to win the game.
Yeah, and that's to your point. I actually think they can get out of this group because those CS differentials aren't just good, they're spectacular. And if they just have a little bit of macro play and cut a few of the decisions down that were making them wrong, they're going to beat AHQ and maybe even have a chance to take down EDG. So it's a big if. The macro play, you can't just say, oh yeah, they'll get it. All you have to do is lane. The game is much bigger than the laning phase, but they have been spectacular in that phase of the game.
But the way they are failing is in the team fights. If you look at these team fights, Ryu's doing a lot of the initiation. composition. Their backline is coming in late or backing out early. They're really not up to par. And I just don't see how you get out of this group without getting past the HQ in team fights.
All right, but perhaps the antithesis of H2K, we've got to talk about our final team here last, certainly not least, AHQ.
Yeah, I've been really impressed about AHQ's late game so far. If you look at the team fighting against H2K, they have really good positioning. They're caught in the pit, but a clutch flash from Ann right there saves the entire team fight, and they're able to mop up. And if you switch over to the game versus INTZ, I was also very impressed because of their macro game. They actually got all 3 inhibitors without giving INTZ a single fight because of their lane management and because of their poke compositions. And also, in contrast to last year, they're playing around their top lane a lot more. 80% of the ganks pre-15 minutes going up to Ziv, and Ziv is returning that favor with 37% damage share. That's actually the highest in the entire tournament and 50% more than any other top laner.
Yeah, really, the only thing we're looking at as a negative for this team is like some of the early laning phases, especially mid and bot lane. We obviously have Westor and Chaui constantly switching. Westor is starting today, but that's where I get even more questions about that mid lane matchup, because Westor against strong laning teams, he tends to fall really far behind, he gets pressured a lot, and then the other mid laner can start roaming, which is something he wants to do, but he has to do well in the laning phase. And that's why I kind of like Chaui above him, but obviously AHQ has so much experience and time playing with these two mid laners, they know which one will give them the best result.
All right, well, we'll have to see which of these teams will pull away today. They'll be following Rocks Tigers and Albus Nox, who emerged from Group A yesterday. In today's battle for Group C, EDG and AHQ currently hold an edge over the other teams. Now let's take a look at today's scheduled matches. First up is EDG versus INTZ. Each team will play their final 3 matches today, and any ties will be decided immediately at the end of our last scheduled match. And all throughout the group stage, Riot Games 2 is online and bringing you the player experience stream. Today, join our team of analysts and guests, Mark, Z, and Zig, as they rotate through a list of unique, individually focused streams designed to bring you a more gameplay-focused experience of Worlds 2016. Now, a reminder that the newest addition to the championship skin, Zed, is available in client. 25% of sales from the championship Zed and Ward skins will contribute to the World's prize pool, directly raising the stakes in the fight for the Summoners Cup. Now, INTZ took down Edward Gaming in Week 1, but one upset victory won't satisfy the CB LoL champs.
Yeah, we want more than just one win, one upset against a big team. We really want to do something like solid. We want to get out of groups. We want to be on the quarterfinals. We want you to be there. So we are still not slightly satisfied now.
Well, we'll see if they can do it. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Devin Pyrotechnics Young. Joining me on this cast for the first half of Group C's games today are Mitch Krepo, Vorspals, and Jake Spawn Tiberi. Gentlemen, how you doing today?
Good. Ready for some League of Legends? I don't know about you, Spawn.
Yeah, I'm also really excited getting into this group. I mean, obviously, I'm looking at and seeing EDG as a favorite, but there are so many upsets that can happen because of the other 3 teams.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a lot of that already so far this Worlds. Now let's take a look at what we've got on deck. LPL's #1 seed facing off against INTZ eSports. Let's review the starting lineups, though. Let's not waste any time. Edward Gaming first up in the top lane. It is going to be Mouse prowling the jungle. Clear Love in the mid lane. Scout starts today. ADC and support, Deft and Mako, and their coach, Rapid Star.
Yeah, I'm loving the crowd here, the love they have for EDG, but there's also plenty of people cheering for the team on the other side, INTZ eSports, and they still have the same roster going into today. It's Yang in the top lane, Revolta in the jungle, Talkers is mid lane, Mikau is AD carry, Jockstone support, and Abaxil will be leading them in the coaching position.
Absolutely. Now, I think we all recall what happened the last time these teams faced off. INTZ, they took a really massive upset over the Chinese favorites, but, I mean, we've seen a whole lot of crazy stuff since then, too.
Yeah, ever since EDG has been on the upswing, however, and been kind of shoring up some weaknesses in their place, and INTZ, apart from that one game where Yang and Revolta really worked together, they've been struggling, I feel, to find another strategy that works.
Yeah, I think I absolutely agree with that. I think the only worrying sign out of that game 1 was actually what happened in the bottom lane. The fact that Revolta was able to pick up a double kill. It looked like Mouse was just continually overreaching. He was very nervous coming into his first Worlds performance, and you expect him to bounce back as he has done in the last couple of games.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely. We also saw kind of Mouse digging his own grave on that Abilia pick, constantly going for the challenge to duel, not really just yielding and giving up the pressure for his team to win in bot and mid. We'll need to see if we have a similar draft, and definitely need to track what Revolta gets his hands on in this draft.
100%, because already that's the top lane and jungle duo that took them out. The Na and the Lee Sin both erased. And that just leaves a big hole in that top side of the map.
That's what you do if you get beaten by a team. The best way to adapt is actually just to get rid of the comfort picks. What worked last time, force them to adapt at least. Keep, obviously, the tournament meta in mind. We have high priority on Nidalee and Elise. With Nidalee out, Elysian out, there's a good chance EDG may go for an early Elise pickup.
The Aurelion Soul ban, we've been seeing a lot more of that just generally lately, and won't be making an appearance this time around. INTZ back to them for the first, or the final ban, I should say.
You also never know, because Clearlove is a guy that just loves his Skarner, so he may just buck the trend and pick the Skarner.
Yeah, Skarner's still running around. Evelyn's running around, checking out his solo queue. He's also got some Kha'Zix games in there, still undefeated on Kha'Zix and solo queue, as well as competitively this year, so he really does play anything. The Hecarim is also the big pick, because if they want to go team fight, they will lock that in.
Yeah, we've already seen some of that, of course. And EDG, you know, they haven't lost a game since they did to INTZ here, and with that Aurelia banned away, Syndra's left open, but we've seen a bit less of it prioritized this week.
Yeah, Syndra's still a very strong mid laner, though, especially in that matchup here. We could see Scout just go to town on Talkers, and he'll have a hard time dealing with this very oppressive pick. We'll likely see if Vladimir come out, but he has an item spike point with the Spirit Visage where the matchup goes even, but if Syndra gets paired with a really aggressive jungler, it's very hard to take control of that lane, and that could snowball into different lanes.
Yeah, and that's what we're expecting. Whenever Scout picks up something with the priority in mid lane, can get that shove, you expect him to go top lane and help out Mouse. We saw it in the one Scout victory already, and that is something historically EDG has done well.
But INTC is definitely looking at Mouse in the top lane too. One, they got rid of the Aurelia, which he played last game. Didn't want him to play that again. And then they got rid of like the comfort top lane pick of the tournament, which is Poppy. Can be played in a lot of losing matchups, can fall behind, but because of the margin of error that the champion gives you, you can have a high impactful teleport ganks in team fights. And that is kind of a style that EDG historically have liked playing.
Yeah, it certainly is. They want to get 5 members in the bottom lane. They want to be able to clean up those team fights. And I like the fact that, you know, when the Gnar ban came out, it's like, all right, if we're going to play carry, this guy's playing carry as well, not letting him go back to a comfort of a tank.
Absolutely not. And on the side of INTZ, they lock in the Alistar. We've seen some big plays made with that. Question marks, though, to see if Joxer's going to be up to that challenge.
Yeah, the goal for INTZ is to have serviceable mid and bot lane here that can survive, while Revolta gets a good jungle matchup that he can then translate the pressure into the top lane. With the Alistar pickup, it can get beaten by a lot of ranged supports. Deft and Mako have shown an affinity for lane bullying overall, but if they match melee versus melee, then maybe Mikau and Joxer will be just fine enough to go even.
Yeah, and you know, the funny thing is we have seen a lot of that Nami come out of Mako at the moment. That would be the lane bully. However, they do like playing Tahm Kench into it in the Chinese LPL. You're looking for the aggressive level 2, you're looking for the Q and the W and stunning them up.
Yeah, still a favorable lane for the Tahm Kench because he has an element of ranged poke, and he can also completely negate the combo. When the AD carry gets knocked up, Devour is a very big punishing tool, and we've seen Alistars lose the trades on the back end. Well, Tahm Kench can guarantee that the front end won't one-shot the AD carry.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing I feel. You know, you don't have a good choice in that lane anymore. All of a sudden, if it is a hyper carry, you want to delete them first. Tahm Kench is way too tanky. However, you know, there's just no good choice for that headbutt Pulverize.
Absolutely. On the other side, too, or the other part of it, EDG lock in the Rek'Sai. This is something that we didn't really see yesterday, but was very popular earlier on.
Yeah, not at all in week 2. Didn't see a pick or ban. Clement was touching it on the analyst desk. He had a very high pick ban rate. I believe something along the lines of 75% in week 1, and then suddenly disappeared. But Clearlove is bringing it back.
Yeah, he's got an 83% win rate. He played that in Gragas in pretty much 92% of their games as well in the LPL. So that is definitely a pick that he will go back towards.
But so peculiar that Revolta, instead of opting for potential Elise, early aggression, gang potential, adding CC here, goes for the more sturdy Skarner with the level 6 kind of spike for the ganks. But it's quite a peculiar draft that neither side really prioritizes Elise.
Yeah, I really do find that strange because when you have a look at this draft, it's all based around mid-game pick now. But there's still things like the Ezreal left available that is so hard to pick off in these team fights.
And now Deft is looking for an answer to the Caitlyn Alistar. Does the signature Twitch hover, but I don't think it's going to come out. It's likely going to be something with at least a range element.
Yeah.
Jhin looks super likely on paper, but I'm liking the Caitlyn Alistar because Caitlyn blocks some of the weakness of an Alistar in lane, and when you combine them, you obviously have that combo and trap potential.
Yeah, we've seen INTZ picking pretty much for strong lanes and trying to cover up some of their weaknesses, but you know, is this the right decision? We'll have to find out. As the final lock-ins for EDG, it's going to be that Jhin, and it's followed up with a Rumble for Mouse.
But the Jhin pick is now at least protected by the Tahm Kench, and that makes it so EDG are not all in the laning phase, not picking a massive lane bully with a strong AD carry. They're picking some safety here for the mid game, making sure Def can stay alive, making sure he can shine in those team fights.
Yeah, and the one thing I love about Tahm Kench into QSS users is now all of a sudden only the TK needs a QSS, because as long as he has flash available and he's near one of his teammates when they do get dragged away by the Skarner, he's just able to grab and drag him back out. They're going to be completely fine. Interesting though that Mouse would go towards an AP top laner. I expected a hard tank to come out here, something like a Maokai to really shore up the team comp. However, he has gone to fight that lane.
That has been his tendency very often in the later stages in the LPL. However, if you look at the team comp with a tanky Rek'Sai, with a non-trading support like a Tahm Kench, EDG is likely looking for a little bit more damage and just engage in the team fights. Why they want to supplement that with a Rumble. A very good pick into the Jace too, very conventional answer to the Jace when Kennen is banned.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I like the fact that Rumble now gets a push in a lot of these matchups and also sets up ganks, especially when you're looking towards something like a Rek'Sai, incredibly well. If Clearlove does get ahead in his pathing in this game, there's a big target on Yang. Scout roaming up there, he's going to have to survive.
INTZ will have to be careful rather in the top side of the map here. We have the shove from the Rumble, but dangerous trades into the Jace. We have Syndra, which always has pressure on the Vladimir early, and the Skarner can't really influence. He has kind of one shot on the level 3 or 4 gank. He can still surprise, you know, if he gets a CC off. People can get surprised by the boost and the speed from a Skarner, but it's quite easy to dodge.
And this is where I want to see the respect coming out of EDG, because the only way that gank works is if he is behind you. So they need a ward up behind them, make sure they're not over pushing.
I think they've certainly learned their lessons from the last time they faced off, and now that's when you can call that a little bit of hubris. EDG definitely not going to take anything for granted this time around. And it's a dangerous composition to be playing into. We've seen some Skarners really be able to go off to start things off here. But we want to know who you guys think is going to come away with the victory here today. Be sure to let us know on Twitter. Hashtag EDGWin if you think the Chinese champs are going to take this one home, or hashtag ITZWin if you believe in Brazil. Hit us up at LoL eSports. We'll check those out later on in the game.
And you know, if history has shown us anything, it's that these two teams are much closer than the LPL team would be comfortable with, and INTZ had a beautiful performance last time. I want to see what they have prepared.
Yeah, gotta keep our eyes on the top lane and the jungle, but we shouldn't be surprised if suddenly Deft and Mako whip something out and a solo Def happens in the bot lane. So many things to track here. Excited for this matchup.
Oh, it's going to be great, and definitely want to keep an eye on that bottom lane early on, but we will have to be watching the jungle matchup every lane. Who are we kidding? It's Worlds 2016. Group C, we're going to find out who makes it out today. It all starts right here with EDG versus INTZ.
And as they get onto the Rift, what you really have to look for is the creative level 1s that come out of the bottom lane of EDG, because Deft Mako fight for vision control very well. And if they're able just to disrupt the Caitlyn Alistar push, it puts the INTZ bottom lane on a big back foot.
Yeah, definitely pressure right there. Any team that has a tendency of aggressive level 1s should definitely scrim CLG, because they also have a penchant for that. Some really creative strategies. We see the early lane ward here. Teams just like knowing whether the enemies are starting camps or whether they're showing in the lane early here. So that's why you see these almost random wards in lane that really don't serve a purpose. It's to just spot somebody walking back to lane a fraction of a second sooner.
See if they can get something a little bit quicker, and INTZ going to give the respect deserved, but EDG are already waiting in that brush if they step too far forward. We've seen face jacks turn deadly before, but it might be a 3v3. Nope, they just walk away. A few pokes and no damage taken.
Spire obtained. That's 15 gold.
Yeah, that's worth.
It's as close as you can get to playing Dominion.
Ooh, too soon. All right, so as things settle into it, we talked about the early pressure that Scout should have on Talkers here with the Syndra pick. We'll see how it starts working out as we hit the mid lane.
Yeah, Talker's trying to get access to the wave early, which means if he has to turn around and trade with Scout, he's just going to eat a lot of minion damage here. Vladimir's trading pattern is basically charge up his Qs on the creeps, and then once it becomes empowered, get a good trade-off. But Scout's trading pattern basically means he wants to hit the range creeps with the spheres and Talkers at the same time. That is a kind of ideal scenario here for Syndra.
So what you should see over and over again is kind of Scout walking up when the Qs aren't charged, doing exactly that, putting down as much harass as he possibly can, whilst not missing out on CS. One thing I will say about Scout, he's a very good pushing mid lane. He actually has very good control over when the wave is going to crash and when he wants to leave the solo lane.
All right, keeping our eyes on the jungle stars here, we see Revolta going for what seems to be red into Raptors, into enemy blue, but look at this. Wolfsprite spots him here. a really creative jungle start from Clearlove here. He went Wolves into his other side, and that's a path if you ever fear being invaded here. And if you ever want to play against a Skarner, if you need somebody to play into a Skarner matchup, you want Clearlove because he is super experienced on that champion.
And it's also great if you think that your top lane is going to get dove off just a level 3 on top side for Skarner. It's a very risky
I mean, he'd have to flash over the wall.
Yeah, but you can see that Yang didn't get the push. We already mentioned how hard that is. And it looks like EDG now want access to that blue buff.
Yep, going in on it here. They do grab themselves a small golem, and they pick up the vision from the Scuttle Crab, still contesting for it, making life a little bit hard for INTZ. They've definitely learned their lessons.
Yeah, really working well together here, EDG. They're using the push from both bot and mid to really aggressively contest that blue buff so early.
That's 4 members already in Revolta's jungle, and that's going to be taken away. See whether they just try and give it over to Scout. They're going to fight.
Oh, Joxter's going to get the knock up here, and they're going to have to throw it away. Exhaust onto Clearlove. Joxter has to flash on this one. EDG have the stronger skirmish in the early levels, and they're chasing down for Joxter. That is first blood to Clearlove.
And one more time, EDG with a very clever setup off their bottom lane push, pick up first blood.
Revolta did not have smite. It was so close for that blue buff as well. Scout threw it out, QE into auto attack to secure it, but there was disarray on INTZ. They were not used to having this much action happen this weirdly, this early in the game. And EDG was clearly prepared. They said, you know what, we have double push mid and bot. We have a Wolf Sprite to defend our left side of the map. We're going to aggressively invade and contest top right.
And you can see Scout here actually throws the buff at the Vladimir charging in, gets the stun. That means they've isolated the duo lane, and unfortunately there's just nowhere for Joxter to go. The juke means he's back in auto attack range. He falls down.
Burn a couple of summoners, but they end up trading for the kill. Definitely worth it in the end, and they already start to amass themselves
spotted
a good gold lead. As Revolta goes in to try and take out the blue buff. It is spotted by Clearlove, who doesn't quite have smite up. Still a dangerous place, and he decides to back off. This time, he cannot get as aggressive as he would like.
Yeah, that must have been a ward from the top laner here. So EDG, not only do they coordinate and engage on the right side of the map, they told Mouse to go ward to blue buff himself, and again they spot out Revolta. They're really reading INTZ here, and this Rek'Sai Skarner matchup is clearly being won by Clearlove and his teammates.
Yeah, it certainly is. And you can see that even though Mouse has fallen behind now in CS, that did secure another blue buff over for Scout, so he's going to be able to continue to push this advantage. And what we think should be a good lane for Vladimir, once it hits that item spike, it's just going to be delayed a little bit more because now all the pressure is in the Syndra's hands.
Matchup's incredibly blue buff and Lost Chapter dependent. So when a Syndra gets access to both Chapter and blue buff, he can continuously push and bully Talkers at the same time here. Talkers wants to survive, get at least Negatron Cloaks there, and build up towards, you know, that Spirit Visage.
Yeah, he's got to not start eating those stuns as well. He will get the wave pushed towards him, but Scout's already amassed a decent gold lead on him, just individually. And you can see pinging down bottom right now, Scout and Clearlove, they want to go on a roam here.
This is another turret dive. Already they've pinged the turret, they've forced the wave in, they're going to use that push, and all of a sudden, Scout's level 6. This is looking bad.
Oh, they lay in wait. Just for Joxter and Macau, there is no way they're getting out of this one. Only flash for Macau, and he's gonna go down! Unleash the power, level 6. Joxter's running away as Mako tanks up the turret. He won't get very far though. He still has no summoners, and Def picks up a kill.
The cascading pressure from the mid push into a rope, jungler and mid lane working together. What a beautiful double sphere stun there as well.
Yeah, that was absolutely fantastic executed, but what I want to talk about is the communication. EDG is a team that has been learning Mandarin on their Korean members. You know, they have 2 hours of lessons a day, and you can see that is the payoff because that is a play set up 2 minutes in advance.
Yeah, what a scripted play here from the point of view of EDG. Everybody knew his role here. We were doubting Mouse in the top lane. We were talking about how he wanted to play too far forward, leave his mark on the World Championship. But right now, he just has to be a role player. He has to be passive in the top side while his team is leveraging the champion select advantage. Look at this. Double roam. There is nothing Mikau and Joxter can do here. What a beautiful combo stun from Scout. And then Mako's tanking max range turret with the great help. It almost looks too easy.
Yeah, it certainly does. And Scout actually got both orbs to stun. The first one sets up perfectly for the Alistar. He throws the second one out for the Caitlyn on a mechanical micro level. That is so tough to do.
Yeah, and Revolta's trying to get something back by grabbing the Ocean Drake, but Clearlove is right behind him.
He's
every
pinged out.
time.
They know about this. EDG is such on top of the information game here in this game. INTZ, they're feeling kind of choked out.
Yeah, the problem is with the information on the map, I mean, top pushed in, mid pushed in, bottom not anywhere near a turret. If they're going to get an objective back, the only one available is that dragon, and there's only the smallest window to do it because your bottom lane is so far behind.
Super clean game here, game 1. Almost a complete opposite from what we saw from INTZ versus EDG in their first game in week 1.
Yep, and it has been every other lane but top, but that might change with Deft and Mako moving up towards their Yang. He was the one who was the beneficiary of a lot of help last time around, but he is about to be in a whole world of trouble. There goes the equalizer. Yang knows the game is up. He's stunned. He doesn't flash this one. He's going to burn it now, but Mako and Scout and Deft are right on top of him. Throws down the hammer. Deft gets eaten up, saves his life. Mako is able to keep Deft in this.
And another playoff Scout's roam. He just keeps shoving up mid lane and keeps leaving into Fog of War, and INTZ is not respecting it.
And this is why so many players out there think Syndra first pick is so incredibly strong. We've seen it fail in a couple of games when people are not leveraging the roam well enough, but it will always have to push on Vladimir. Right now, Scout has to be careful though.
That's going to be the Hemo Plague flash by Scout. He's not going to go down from that, and Talkers and Revolta will not chase.
Actually, really nice max range flash there. He burns the summoner spell as early as he possibly can. Knew the Skarner was coming in as well. But one more time, that's a kill picked up, and there's already a 3,000 gold lead.
But just look at the arena map. Yeah, Pink Ward securing one bush. Yang should technically flash here as he sees the W come out, but he thinks he can buy more time. But then he gets 4-man Dove here. INTZ is not ready. There's no cross-map play. And because with this very roam-centric playstyle, we actually ignore the fact that Rek'Sai has a built-in global, so he becomes a pseudo split pusher in the bot lane, and he can move around the map so quickly here. Very mobile composition from EDG.
And that's exactly why there was no cross map. Already, Clearlove had gone down into the bottom lane to secure that farm. So the fact that there's a global coming out, there's a 4-man squad roaming into what is a 1v4 lane, just meant that there was no play here.
Dogcloud Revolta needing that level 6 power spike to really get his first gank off. He just hit level 6, but EDG is already looking at a 3,000 gold lead, 4 kills in the lead. And the first brick has been taken here. They're challenging another blue buff here. What's INTZ gonna do to get back into this game?
There is so little, it seems. They're down so much gold right now. As you said, they're going to be losing out on another dragon. And a big part of it has actually been Clearlove as well. Like, he's sitting so much more gold over Revolta, and this is just the polar opposite of the first game we saw. You can see that EDG clearly took these lessons to heart. If there was any doubt left after what they did in the latter half of week 1.
Yeah, it certainly was. You know, when you talk about, you know, Clearlove, he's got Rek'Sai this time. This was his most comfortable jungler behind Gragas. And losing out on Gragas, you were like, what does this actually do for the mid game of EDG? You saw the bad side, I guess, in the first game against INTZ. Now you're seeing him back on comfort, being able to control that early game and the pace and tempo at which this game is going to be played.
Yeah, I think you guys said it great, that it's just like looking like a movie script at this point. EDG are having absolutely no trouble. 10 minutes into this game, they have a very, very comfortable lead. Dragons, first brick, gold, kills, everything. Every checkbox, they've got it. And they have, as you guys said in Champion Select, a really solid hard engage.
But you should also look at the things they do on Brushers that they don't have vision, but because they're extrapolating information. They have 2 deep wards at the enemy wolves, basically on the right side of the map. They don't spot anybody there or in the bot lane. Observers panning out, really. These wards give you information that there's nobody there, which means there's only one part where the enemies can be, which is in the left side of the map. That's why EDG was so hesitant to step into that jungle, because they didn't want to walk into the Alistar and the Skarner.
And this is actually setting Mouse up for success. As a split pusher, you need that information to actually be able to push forward up to that tier 2. All of a sudden, he saw Jace backs away, goes back, picks up Krogs, not in any danger for a counterplay to happen on the map.
Yeah, INTZ just haven't been able to find an opening. EDG are keeping the distance as safe as they possibly can, and later swapping up to the top was matched completely by Deft and Mako. And now EDG are looking to collapse again. There's a tower here, but that didn't stop them last time.
Yeah, and EDG, they're making moves in full vision, sometimes telling INTZ, we're going to walk top lane, there's nothing you can do. They obviously base it on a lot of river control that they have here. They had a few pink wards out in this river. They really just want to push up the mid lane with Scout, then move him over. Yes, they can't kill Vladimir one-on-one, but they don't need to. They're really playing well around their advantages, and they're letting them cascade into different lanes.
That's just why they wanted to secure the 2v2 again. I mean, when you have won that 2v2 so incredibly hard, when they swap to the top side of the map, there's no objective bottom regardless. I actually think this is an opportunity where INTZ probably should have sent the 2 members bottom lane, look for a teleport play and just trade objectives, because right now, in a raw fight, they just don't have the items to go with EDG.
That was such a big card, losing out on that 2v2. I mean, you can talk about players specifically, because Deft and Mako, known as one of the best bot lanes, if not the best bot lane at this tournament. Still, you match the Tahm Kench up against the Alistar, you start to see why they value this as a different pick. Clearlove moves up towards topside, they force them off, and this is going to be another tower.
Because Scout is a river again, and they don't know where he is exactly because he's hiding in Fog of War. And every time Scout disappears from the mid lane, you gotta bet your money on it that Talkers will be communicating to his team, guys, this Syndra's roaming. He has a QE from out of Fog of War, be careful. And they're just using pressure to disincentivize people from even considering defending their objective.
And I think further to that, you have to look at what Mako's doing at the same time, because he's ducking into brushes that he knows aren't warded. And if a Tahm Kench and a Syndra meet up, especially if Clearlove's on his way, that is just instant global pressure that you must respect. And EDG is playing this to a T.
And Jockster is still level 5 on that Alistar. He's been thinking of pulling the trigger, going for a flash combo, but he's playing against the Tahm Kench. We talked about it in Champions League. A simple Devour can negate that entire flash combo, and suddenly it looks like INTZ is running out of options.
Yeah, they really have very few. Their composition was going to be very pick-centered in the mid-game, but unfortunately the mid-games arrived for EDG, and INTZ are still stuck in the early. They are so far behind in this, the only way they have back into it is to try to get a quick pick. But you have the Tahm Kench, it's denying so much, as well as these stellar map rotations from EDG.
And another buff here contested by EDG. Blue buff, red buff, blue buff, take their own on the back end here. Look at the experience as well here. Revolta is barely even with Clearlove, but some other members are pulling ahead, I feel. And it still is pretty even, actually. So it feels like EDG should be further ahead experience-wise, but at least INTZ is doing a good job catching up.
Yeah, at this point, INTZ kind of have to hope that EDG just gets sick and food poisoning from eating all of those blue buffs and red buffs. There's really not much more left. Yang does secure a turret that gives some much-needed gold to them.
Yeah, Yang's actually up 30 CS, so whilst we have been complementing the map play, Yang has slowly built himself up a 1v1 lead, which you know you have to give respect to the top lane of INTZ. We said if there is an area they're going to take advantage of, it would be that. But at the same time, you have to say Mouse this time around is just letting him have it. Yeah. He understands that all he needs is the equalizer. Let the Jace get a little bit ahead. It is not needed.
And the curtain call opens up, and they throw the equalizer. All of a sudden, a massive collapse for Voltus here. Macau's going to heal, but that's not going to keep him alive for much longer. They throw everything on him as he's slowly struggling away. Jockster getting swallowed by Mako, and Mouse will pick up the kill. 1 for EDG.
But actually a lot burnt. When you have a look at that, you thought Macau would fall down, Jockster would fall down. However, Revolta able to get in there with some clutch slows and save them.
But it feels like EDG is always fighting with a purpose. That wasn't just a random pickup. On the back end there, they force them to base. They will get this Herald right here. And at the same time, they moved over Syndra to the bottom lane, but they have to back off. So maybe they miscalculated a little bit on the engage there. The idea was right, get it to 1 or 2 kills in the top lane, brute force that, you know, curtain call and the carpet comes out. But at least INTZ held off on that play.
Yeah, you know things are looking pretty good for you when your worst case scenario is EDG is only getting 1 kill and then nothing else.
Yeah, there was cross-map play though, a little bit chip damage bot lane turret. Yang is kind of been isolated here, and if you look stylistically, if there's something you want to do against an INTZ lineup, it is find a strategy that somehow does not involve Yang in the game. Yes, he has a CS lead, but he hasn't even played League of Legends at this point. He's been playing Farm Simulator in the top lane and now in the bot lane, while EDG is just winning the 4v4.
And you know, the longer this game goes, the more irrelevant that's going to become, because there's so much damage from such long range that Yang's not really going to be able to participate in these team fights if the gold lead continues to extend. You've got the stuns that are going to come out from Scout, you've got the equalizer, you've got the curtain call. Realistically, I mean, Jace wants to play the poke battle, then be able to dive in and assassinate, but EDG's comp just plays the game from such long distance that that's not going to be a reality.
Yeah, when you're getting outranged, that's also pretty rough. Mouse has taken a few cheeky shots towards Jockster, but he knows enough to respect the distance. That pink ward that was cleared away, spotting Revolta. Meanwhile, EDG secure a less than contested tower in the mid. Parting shot from Yang, though.
Yeah, he can poke, but there's just a lack of follow-up here. Right now, he's
here we go.
Combo into trap. This may get ugly.
Oh, headbutt pulverized. Equalizer's on. Macau standing right into it, but Mouse is going to go down. Jockster burning. They have to trade aggro here, so they will secure that. That's the first kill for INTZ, but they trade it for another dragon.
But finally, INTZ actually make a cross-map play. I mean, you see EDG, they want to play towards the dragon, they want to play towards mid lane turret, so INTZ send Revolta top and pull the trigger on a dive. That's well played.
Yeah, very, very smart player here. Looking at how they concede the bot side of the map. They traded for a kill on a tower in the top lane. Right now, they need brute gold. They don't care about the stats that this dragon gives because they just need money in the bank right now. But Yang stuck in the bot lane playing 2v2, getting engaged right now.
Oh boy, has to burn that flash, followed by Clearlove. The knockup is there. The stun does not connect, but Tahm Kench is coming in hot, and they don't even need the curtain call. Mako with the finisher.
Yeah, really nicely played. I mean, we can compliment cross-map plays as much as we want, but Yang didn't respect the 4-man squad that had just taken Dragon, and they're going to give up a tier 2.
That's also the strength of that Tahm Kench support right here. The Abyssal Forge can deliver and make a seeming 2v1 into an instant 4v1, and it wasn't enough for Yang to hold, and another tower is getting put so low. EDG with massive objective pressure.
Yeah, and Jockster nearly bought it there as well. He had his flash, but he held on to it for all of that. INTZ do manage to force them off, but not before a lot of damage was done. And here's how it all began.
Yeah, Yang knows people are around. He's aggressively defending this wave, tries to get out, respects the flash. Honestly, the knockup, it's too little, but then suddenly out of nowhere, there's an Abyssal Voyage, and random lick plus Curtain Call would mean guaranteed death there for Yang. So hard to spot, but at the highest level, you need to respect these rotations.
Yeah, and I don't even think it's about spotting it. It's just that if you've seen a member, one member die to 3 members, there is always a cross-map play available, and you should respect it and just defend a turret and back away when multiple members show up. That was not the case here.
Certainly not. EDG, they know they have the power. They're going to use it. Talker's forced to pool back towards his own base. They've invested in a lot of pink wards here. INTZ trying to spot the movements of EDG, but it is just seeming like too little and too late.
Gotta keep tracking Yang though. He has the damage. He almost finished building that Hex Drinker. The good shock blast from the flank that can't be soaked up by the tanks could be enough to put Scout or Deft low enough on HP that they don't really want to fight. There's no QSS finish, so Revolta could turn the tides.
Yeah, Clear Love trying to take out this blue buff here, should be able to secure it. Smite it, and Deft just instantly goes on. Macau going down slow by the equalizer, and Jockster's getting barbecued here. Has to run away. That is another pickup for EDG, and it looked like it was no sweat.
When your support just turns around and lets you die, that's when you know you're behind and you're done for. Jockster wanted none of that. He just was, he turned into a KDA player right there, died 3 times, was like, I'm not dying for my AD carry again.
And one more time they do it with top lane set up, so that means another objective will fall right now for EDG. Credit one more time to INTZ. Yang was still bottom lane, he's still pushing in, trying to get gold for his squad. But at a certain point, you just have to group as 5 and try and fight because they're like a wrecking ball right now through your base.
And this is not what their composition wanted to do, but it doesn't matter when you're already being pushed in sub 20 minutes. INTZ trying for a desperate charge to push them off. Deft in front, but he's still a very safe distance away. Meanwhile, Yang continuing to push on the bottom, but he is met by Mouse.
And you know, Mouse, this is all he's going to do. He's just going to keep catching waves. He's going to use the equalizer in the team fight, then he's going to go back to base and catch the wave until he's actually in a position to be dove. It's not going to be all that much difficult, but this is another look at the red buff.
Yeah, they try and test some objectives here, but it's actually quite interesting. Once the zone comes out from a curtain call, what 2 champions want to do is they want to hide behind each other, and then actually equalizer is a really good stylistic counter because it just punishes you for bunting up next to each other. At one point, Mikau knows he's done for, sends Jockster away, but it's just a really strong opener. So EDG, if they're not contested in the fights and they can actually punish you for running away, they can do so much damage.
And Clearlove just comes in and says, that's mine. Revolta wants to fight him over this one, 11-11, and in comes Yang, but Clearlove is speedy enough to get away, and he would be met by Deft and Mako the sooner this one goes, and that's just the story of it. You cannot even farm your own jungle at this point if you're INTZ.
And that's the thing about these global comps. I mean, Rek'Sai and Tahm Kench, 2 of the more, I guess, underutilized globals in their role. You use them for completely different reasons. I mean, heavy ganking out of the Rek'Sai as well as good vision control. This is a brave contest. They're very far behind, and Yang's still top lane.
Yeah, INTZ is getting tired of getting everything stolen in their jungle here, so they're getting more decisive. Tom is obviously... Oh, there's that combo.
And Clearlove smiting. So he gets it away in the end.
Doesn't really value a blue buff too much on the Rek'Sai. Scout being denied it in itself is decent for INTZ. They're definitely looking for the silver lining on whole cloud of problems.
Yeah, they certainly are, and I mean, you could just see that the frustration was starting to show because the members had grouped up around that objective, but Vladimir was like, guys, I'm level 13, I'm also up 20 CS, maybe we can stall this one out, but the bottom lane in the jungle did not want to let that happen. Tokka's wanted nothing to the fight, and Macau, Jockster, Revolta, they're all in there.
Well, it's unfortunate for INTZ just falling so far behind. They need to find anything they can to come back into it. And you almost got to wonder if maybe some of their ban priority was a little bit wonky. They did ban away the Aurelia that they didn't actually have any trouble dealing with when they last met. The Poppy was something that's made big plays, but the globals they left open here. Obviously hadn't seen as much Tahm Kench, but that and Rek'Sai are really turning the tide.
Honestly, it feels like there's a lack of proactivity on the side of INTZ, and it is based in their draft. They have the losing matchup despite being purple side. They have a level 6 power spike jungler that got outpaced because of the roaming factor in the mid lane, and they're looking to make plays. Revolta still has yet to use his ulti in the entire game here. Jockster denied his level 6 very early on, and now has the ulti out.
Yeah, they haven't had an opening to use Revolta's ultimate. and the poke that they'd have just isn't been enough, and Scout is going to be able to walk away from that of Yang as well.
In their credit, the gold advantage has stayed relatively stable. It went from a 3,000 gold to maybe 2,500 for the longest time here. Now it's getting increased again here, but one good fight for INTZ could swing the control. Let's not forget that Vladimir scales incredibly well into the lane game.
Yeah, and that's what you have to look at. You have to look at the fact that the solo laners are actually standing up relatively well. In fact, Vladimir has a CS and experience advantage right now because of how active Scout has been around Subnitro.
But they need that fight eventually, because every time they wait, EDG racks up another dragon, and if they had a slightly better RNG, they could be sitting on a couple of fire dragons here. They have the tools to combat the poke. You know, every 8 seconds that you're not hit, that Ocean Drake's gonna kick in, despite if you're dealing damage or not. So Yang really needs to land repetitive poke, otherwise the double Ocean is gonna heal them up again.
Not to mention they're a little faster now with the Cloud Drake that they've been able to secure. Trap line down, and EDG just don't even care about it. They'll be able to polish off that tower. 5-3 in that objective mark. They are still running this one, and they get themselves 5K ahead in the gold game. Meanwhile, though, INTZ are trying to push on top.
Yeah, they're looking for a crossplay, but very good wards do spot them out. So now all of a sudden, EDG can continue to push.
Yeah, this Rumble is looking to cancel their backs. If anything, hopefully EDG can push on 4v3 them, but the minions evaporate too quickly, and the wall of traps is too much to get through here. So EDG likely gonna base and look for more deep vision. Yep. Need to see and follow Mako and how he's going to distribute those wards alongside the map so EDG can keep pressuring it.
Macau working double time with those traps, trying to make sure that EDG cannot push in, but it is looking like a slow march to victory for them now. Clear Love will run into Talkers in the mid lane, and nothing will come of it, just some cleared away minions.
And now they have shoved bottom lane in so far. You would expect the vision to be picked up, put into the red side of the map, try and steal that one away, and ultimately try and deny vision to set up for your Baron. When you have long-range engage like the Equalizer, like Syndra, as well as the Jhin, you can control vision and just go to town on that objective.
Yeah, EDG are looking to do more of the same. Lane assignments will switch. Mouse will go to the bottom lane. They'll put the 3-man squad in the top lane. Syndra is not a side lane mage. You're playing essentially a 1-1-3, where you then guide Mako and Clearlove into the jungle. Clearlove this time not playing Sidestone Rek'Sai. He has in the past, but he's gone for the full tank pit build router, so he's going to be the bodyguard for Mako to help him get those deep wards in.
Yeah, and I think that the one advantage, even though they can't play 1-3-1, is the fact that Mako can take 2 members to that mid lane and, you know, swing it if they do want to get very aggressive on Scout, as well as a mid lane turret still being up. So really, aggression is negated.
Yeah, and that reason exactly is why Tom Kinch was lauded as probably the tier 1 support pick coming into Worlds. Obviously, within a couple of weeks, the metagame can shift here, but that was one of his major strengths back in the game. He can be everywhere at once with good positioning in the river. Fog of War control is paramount here for INTZ. They have a Scuttle Crab left in front of Baron, but once that fades, they have no vision whatsoever in the river.
And definitely informs their really, really insanely good control on the map here.
That's exactly why they're posturing around the mid lane here. INTZ want to pressure mid lane push to force EDG out, but EDG is kind of aggressively staying in that river area.
Jockster is going to have to throw down the Unbreakable Will and tanking up the Curtain Call. He's got 2 of them now. The third, final, 4th one hits. In goes Clear Love. They want to finish the job here. Should be able to do it. Clear Love picking up the kill, shredding through the tank. Talker's on the retreat path, trying to 2-step his way to freedom. And he might just get out for now. 1 kill, though, picked up, and that's part of the big part of the front line gone for INTZ.
And look how non-committal EDG's comp is. They just keep him at arm's length the whole way. They chip them down. Finally, the ultimate runs out. Now they have access to that mid lane.
Uh-oh, Revolta has to burn his flash, and Scout finishes him off anyways! EDG are just stiff-arming INTZ on this. Talkers with a desperate charge. In the pool he goes, and he nearly goes down. Hemoplague does not do a thing to EDG, and they get some chip damage on top of it.
Yeah, Talkers heals up at the end of that play. Dropped very low here. We saw Moz trying to thwart Yang in the bot lane, because that's a saving grace. If Yang can somehow win that 1v1, they have a pressure point on that, but right now, as long as Mouse can hold, it's looking very, very grim for INTZ.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I mean, EDG just want to keep taking the maximum here. Ballsy play on the blue buff.
Uh-oh, Jockster, we've seen this before. He's going down. Scout finishes the job, this time in Talkers on the retreat path. It's the same old tune.
And that is the power of that gold lead that we were talking about. Mikau right now is under pressure. 1.
He knows he's a dead man.
2.
Oh, and the flash.
And
last one won't hit. All right, well, he's able to get out of harm's way that time around, but this gold gap just keeps on growing.
Yeah, and it's so centered in the tanks as well. Clearlove is so far ahead of the other tanks that when INTZ kind of trade tank aggro on EDG, Clearup's not even getting chipped while they're burning through an ulted Alistar here. Just the sheer amount of damage coming out outside of the Chinese team here is just overwhelming for the Brazilians.
And this is the thing for Tockers right now. He needs to be able to get onto the backline because you can see when he hits Clearlove, it does nothing. But at the same time, you don't want to have to be able to rush because Clearlove as a soul tank is going to do much more than the Vladimir right now. So INTZ backs against the wall, have really no good options left. They can play the scaling card, but how do you keep EDG out?
You can't. As long as EDG played perfect right here, and that's what we need to judge. How well can they close? Correct lane assignments again. See Def picking up a little bit of farm here. It's going to group. Looks like they're centering around the next Dragon here. EDG very Dragon focused this game. They could move over to the left side and build on the foundation of pink wards that they have in the top left river, but they know they're so far ahead, and they know that barring any major mistakes, they will not kind of throw the game, so they're moving over their vision on the right side of the map, playing for that next Mountain Dragon.
Yeah, I think that the reason that they want to play around that so much is that the only way INTZ gets back into this game is a freak Baron accident. So why even play over the objective? Continue to accumulate your lead, get the Mountain Drake, and then look for your final play.
And they open up the curtain call once again. Clearlove, he's just there. You don't even need to do anything to put the fear into INTZ at this point, so shredding through a few more of their health bars, and Jockster a little bit lower now. And as you said, non-committal. They can just keep firing away. Yang's the only one who can really return at this range. Macau, maybe a little bit, but we've seen him get caught oh so many times. They just keep marching and pushing and taking down this tower slowly. The damage, the equalizer. Scout is on a rampage now. And they finish off Jockster, or look to do it in just a few more moments. Clearlove, and that's a double kill for Scout. They just keep on going. Talkers, he's trying for more, but Scout is just wrecking through the team. Clearlove will fall. Scout will pick up the Quadra. Can he get the final? No, he can't. Talkers with a big shutdown.
Yeah, and one more time, Scout goes over the wall, aggressive. Talkers keeps them out, but EDG come up huge in the team fight underneath their turret with a pretty suboptimal equalizer out of house, to be honest, because it left him in big harm's way. They're still able to pick up a clean team fight.
Yeah, Mao's prioritizing the early Zanias as well, both for the lane matchup and both as well for his role within the team. EDG still went out 4-4-2 in that exchange. All 4 kills going to Scout here, but the way he positions those spears, especially right here, the double stun here on Revolta, this is not the first time he's achieved this. He's just playing masterfully in these team fights.
All right, so the equalizer is good, but his positioning is very bad because he's stuck underneath the turret. Means Tom Tench can't dive with the rest of the team.
He gets dropped off into the wall by Mako here, so he walks back in. How does he die? Does he die? Oh, he makes it out.
He makes it out. He's one of the survivors. He's one of the lucky few.
Kind of crazy to think that that is, by the numbers, the worst fight EDG has had this game.
Yeah, INTZ has only picked up 3 kills, 3 towers in this entire game.
Big gold gap right now, 8,000 as we approach the 30-minute mark here, and everyone is eyeing the Baron. INTZ are the ones that are getting pretty nervous about it, though. EDG still playing out very cleanly despite that last fight.
But throughout the tournament, we've definitely seen mixed performances on this Syndra pick, and we've been shown here by Scout how to truly utilize it. 1-6, you don't have kill pressure, but you have push pressure. So what do? You influence other lanes. Then later on, as you set up for the sieges, it is all about the sphere placements. You drop 3 in front of you, and then you shove them forward, radiating outwards, getting the entire lane in stun range, and then you catch whatever you hit.
Absolutely, and more to Scout as well. They played Pawn the last time these two guys met up, and it has just looked oh so clean. Pawn's no slouch, but I mean, Scout has just been magnificent in this game.
Yeah, it certainly has. I mean, Pawn is still a great team fighter, but the reason they like to use Scout is his ability to leave lane early. He's willing to play that team-focused game. There's now Yang being caught off.
Okay, Mouse is a little bit low, and Yang thinks he might be able to trade 1 for 1, but that's not happening. The gang squad's arrived, and he's dead.
The zoning equalizer, the best of all skill shots.
Tried to give him a red carpet to run down, and he just refused to be invited to the ball. Yang's that kind of guy.
And as a result, he'll have 35 more seconds to warm back up at Fountain. EDG can start to pull the trigger here if they want. There is Revolta in the back. This could still be dangerous, but they want to try and fight it out.
Baron's jumping rather quickly here, 7,000 right now, down to 6K here, but on the back end, the re-engage comes out.
And the teleport for Mouse, the curtain call is open, keeps on going. Jockster still trying to push him out. Mouse looking for a flank on in. They want to find Talkers for the damage. Macau keeping a respectful distance. They've got the stun. They can eat him right on up. Mako's there. Jockster's going down, and Talkers comes into the back line, but Deft says no way, and they are right onto the Baron.
And EDG just looks so controlled in these team fights. They're not overreaching. Mouse this time zones away 2 people, and they just clean up everyone else.
Yeah, Yang's coming in with a teleport. He needs a good combo here on Scout, baby.
Oh, Scout just finishes the job. Right back on Baron. They go in for seconds, and this would be a miracle steal for Revolta. He is in full vision, and EDG are just controlling, not finishing off the Baron. They are waiting for the moment.
This is such great calm play here from EDG.
It out.
Completely unexpected, honestly, from a team outside of the LPL Legion to keep that Baron on 1.5k HP. The communication required to do that is so impressive.
And you can see the clean burst comes out more importantly, and this is why we're so hyped about the EDG lineup. One more time, disciplined play. They layer the CC, open up with the ulti, and because of this location of teleport, there is no way for Macau or Revolta to rejoin.
Hey, look at the zone. Revolta and Macau are so stuck on outside of the fight. Do we go in or out? And then calmly, whatever's in front gets finished off by EDG. No panic. Calm and collect. They'll move into the Baron here. And again, we can't stress this enough. The fact that you realize Skarner has flash, we can't get to him. We're missing our abilities. And they keep the Baron outside of burst range for the INTZ team. And eventually they realize they can't kill the Skarner. So they say, you know what, guys? We need to make something happen. So they call the burst there at the right frame.
Yeah, this is textbook how you prevent a Baron steal. Just waiting, buying the time, and Revolta in full vision. There's no way he can.
Yeah, the second the Jace EQ misses and gets soaked up by members, the call comes out. Skarner doesn't have enough challenges. Everybody hit the Baron, and a perfect smite from Philo.
Not to mention level difference,
yeah,
too.
The 3-level difference means that that's what they were waiting for. They were waiting for the EQ insta-flash to try and pick that one up, but unfortunately not going to come out. Good disciplined play. Now the siege really begins in earnest.
Yeah, it's looking like the end game. Clear Love does get knocked up, but Jockster, oh, they open the turn call on him. Macau's already low, has to net behind the entire team. He's got bodyguards, but they are starting to drop. This tower is going to be open, and they can finish off Revolta. No, he wiggles his way to freedom. That's going to be one tower, but they've got to go back and heal up on the fountain, and meanwhile, their inhibitor's gone. All right, Talkers. Going a little bit too deep into this one. Has to pool his way to freedom, or is it? Proto Belt, in goes Jockster once again. Desperation fight. Talkers tries to go one more time, but he gets exhausted. Deft takes down Jockster, and there just is not enough damage left in his composition. Yang on the side trying to find the kills. Scout just picks up yet another onto Macau. The damage is gone. Talkers is gonna go down just out of his pool, and Deft with a dominating kill.
EDG, they make it look easy, but there's a couple really sweet plays in that fight. That flash from Deft, another good double spear connect from the Syndra. So well oiled, so great teamwork as well. What a magnificent performance from EDG.
Absolutely, it only took them 35 minutes, and they have silenced any more critics we would have had about them. EDG take down INTZ.
And you have to look at the fashion that they do it in. I mean, being able to pick up a controlled, decisive victory where at every stage of the game, they were the proactive team.
And probably the favorite play still for me is the level 1. The fact that Pilaf has the presence of mind saying, you know what, I'll be leaning on the right side of the map with my plays and pressure. So what do I want to do? I want to secure the left side just to gain information. And he starts with the Wolf Smite, moves over. The Revolta invade gets thwarted because he suddenly is trying to jungle while somebody's watching you. It's really annoying when that Wolf Sprite is kind of watching you, so he has to get out of the jungle. Then Mouse dropped the ward there. Really just working as a unit from EDG. Impressive how they combine all these wards. So basically they have a toolkit of 5 trinkets, a couple of pushing laners, and they use it to completely choke out INTZ.
Yeah, and I don't want to take anything away from INTZ. You know, they did...
EDG did enough of that already.
EDG just, yeah, completely throttled these guys, gave them almost no openings.
And I think the one strength they did have was that big CS advantage on Yang, but they could just never utilize it in team fights. And when you're playing against a team that has already won the rest of the map, the pressure that then goes on you, especially when you know you want to be split pushing against that Rumble, that's why they picked the matchup, just gets so increasingly difficult.
And Mouse held. That's all he had to do. He got the early Seeker's Arm Guard, didn't go for the super fast Leanderies. He just held in his lane. When necessary, took a step back, put out the equalizer on the minions. He knew his role. His role was just to not die and then teleport in with team fights, and he was always ready. Revolta, we have to question the Skarner pick. It was power spiking too late. barely got any ultimates off past level 11.
The whole
I think
team
was
power
his
spiked
first.
a little late.
Yeah, everybody's getting
Fortunately.
just pushed in here. And on purple side, that's not something should happen in a draft.
But he's the catalyst. He's the person that's supposed to speed up this entire process. And when you've got these losing lanes and then you pick a losing jungler as well, it's always going to make the game a little bit more difficult. And you know, it just put them in a hole they couldn't recover from this time.
Yeah, absolutely. That was going to be it for them. So now we're going to hand it off to the analyst desk to take a look at that EDG victory.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. What a way to start the day for the Chinese squad here. Just a very, very clean game out of them, an accelerated early game, obviously. I mean, talking about the first 6 minutes there.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely nuts. But before we get into the game itself, let's go ahead and take a little bit of a look at Champion Select.
Yeah, I like everything EDG did in this Champ Select, but I have a lot of issues with INTZ's way of drafting here. I think Jace Alistar makes sense if you actually want to flex the Jace and potentially put him mid against Syndra, rush a Hexdrinker, and then pick an early game jungler. You can actually bully the Syndra quite a bit, and you can have a strong lane then. So what I think actually they should have done, if we run down the list, is Skarner. I don't even know why you picked
Elise was on the board is the thing,
Yes,
because
yeah.
they could have gotten rid of some of their early game weaknesses if they picked that. But then even with the Skarner, the biggest problem I have with the draft here is the way they played the game around it. Contesting an early blue buff invade when you're weaker with every champion on that side of the map, to me is inexcusable.
Well, I mean, just picking the Skarner in the first place is not okay here because Tahm Kench is already picked. So you can only use ulti on Skarner if Tahm Kench is not there or on the Tahm Kench itself. And that is definitely not what you want from this jungle pick. And when you then pick the Vladimir as the counter into Syndra, you give up mid lane pressure. When you then also give jungle pressure by taking the Skarner, you now have a losing part of the map in the middle. Your bot lane is going to get pushed in as well. That gives you 2 losing lanes instantly in terms of getting pushed to tower. And that means you can't play early game at all in this meta. And I think they could have gone like Jace mid, Elise jungle, Ken in top lane. You had 2 winning solo laners, or stronger solo laners, and a good early game jungler instead.
And Jat, you're talking about early game uh-ohs for INTZ in terms of contestation, but that also means early game dominance for EDG, and I want to take a look at that, brought to you by Acer here. This is a string of replays that accumulated what was a 3K gold lead within the first 6 minutes of the game.
And specifically, this speaks to Revolta's mind not being in the right place because they should not have tried to contest this blue buff. Once EDG made the move to roam 4 people there, you have to give it up. You're picking losing lanes for the late game scaling. The only thing that's going to screw you over is if the other team can crush you in the early game, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, this play here is so beautiful. They get the mid lane push around the Syndra pick. They go bot instantly. Skarner is nowhere around. They actually just saw him recall, and it's just so smooth, so clean. They didn't have to work for it at all. 6 minutes, already 3 kills up, and here we see the dive again.
Yeah, exactly. And again, it all starts from the draft with these mid lane getting pushed in, bot lane getting pushed in for the dives. Now, after you've gotten such a big advantage, you can start roaming. They can go top lane to the one winning lane INTZ did have, which was top. Yank got killed here. Big advantage all across the map for EDG.
Yeah, and the tragic thing for me here about INTZ is they were down 7,000 gold or 3,000 gold at 7 minutes. They were down 4,000 gold at 20 minutes. So they could have actually stalled out to get Vladimir into teamfight phase if they were just willing to concede some of their objectives, but they weren't.
Right,
Yeah.
It wasn't until that 23-minute mark where we saw that tier 2 in the bot lane finally go down. That seemed to be the catalyst for EDG to start blowing the game wide open. And if there would be a criticism that you would throw at EDG, it was maybe perhaps the fact that they couldn't balloon that 3K as quick or any quicker. But still, that's me struggling to find a way to criticize them in a very clean game.
Exactly, and the way the game works, obviously, between like 10 and 25 minutes, it is very difficult to snowball even further because diving tier 2 towers is very hard with the support also like Tahm Kench, who's a more defensive support and not necessarily an Alistar who would dive in and just tank the tower for you. Also, you can't really rush a Baron because it's not alive for most of that time, and when it finally is alive, you want to give it a few minutes, you want to be a little bit stronger, and you don't want to risk losing a Baron fight. Funny things, though, when we talk about Baron fights, that was kind of the one moment for INTZ to get back. They butchered that fight as well. But it's also the moment where Revolta used his first Skarner ulti. 32 minutes into the game.
We did it.
Not what you want to hear.
Definitely
that should
not.
not be the highlight of your analyst desk segment as a team. But I do want to push this to player of the game here, going to Scout this time around. And Clement, let's talk a little bit about the differences between Scout and Pawn, because this team has looked fabulous with Scout, especially with those roams to the side lane and on Syndra.
Yeah, exactly. They drafted it on really well. They know they were going to get the pushing mid lane. They were willing to give the counter pick over there, and he just moves other lanes so much faster. I think a big point about him being the key player of the game is that he got so many picks underneath the turret. Those stuns were really amazing. You saw 3 balls going out out and he's stunning 2-3 people at the same time and slowing them down. He got a quadra kill that game. So I think it has to go to him.
And just real quickly, Jat, looking forward, I think for INTZ, this might be tough mentally to suffer a loss at the very beginning of the day, but we have to remember that, yeah, sure, you beat them in week 1. EDG is the team that's expected to come out #1 seed here. It has to be about heads held high and looking towards those H2K and AHQ games later in the day.
Yeah, they're 1-3, so the scenarios in which they get out of the group are getting slimmer and slimmer every game they play. But yes, they absolutely need to get in the mindset that they can play a normal game and win, because when I saw that game, especially in the early game, they were trying to hit home runs from the 3-minute mark, and they are actually better than that. They don't have to play that way, and that's how they'll beat AHQ and H2K if it happens.
All right, well, we're just getting started here today. When we come back, AHQ takes on H2K. You're watching Worlds 2016.
Take that look from off your face, 'cause you ain't never gonna burn my heart out.
Oh, there is no way they're getting out of this one. Only flash from Macau, and he's going to go down! Unleash the power, level 6. He's going to burn it now, but Mako and Scout and Deft are right on top of him. Throws down the hammer. Deft gets eaten up, saves his life! And that's a double kill for Scout. They just keep on going. Talkers, he's trying for more. EDG take down INTZ.
There's something I must confide. I know I said that it'd be fine. I know I made it look like it'd be alright, but I think I learned my lesson, and I'm not gonna let you out of my sight. You can call me killer, 'cause I'll bring you to the light, and it might taste bitter when you're answering to God. You can call me killer as you look into my eyes. Nothing but a sinner. You won't get away this time. You won't get away this time. You won't get away this time. You won't get away.
I just take every game one by one, so I don't mind the crowd, I don't mind the stage, but the feeling that I'm on world stage and I'm playing in front of a big audience, I guess, and the fact that I'm playing with the best players in the world is overwhelming, and it's just great to be here and to test my skills against like the smartest and the best players.
One of the more solid junglers we have from EU. Welcome back, everybody, to the 2016 Worlds Group Stage. Next on the docket, AHQ eSports from the LMS are battling against Europe's H2K. That was quite a close one the last time the teams faced off, gentlemen. H2K held a lead in pretty much a good chunk of the game, all the early game, all the way into the mid, and then HQ claimed victory after 50 minutes.
Yeah, they certainly did, and they did it with some great posturing around objectives and being able to thwart any aggression that was coming out of this H2K lineup, in saying that H2K led through every single lane. I mean, this game should not have been close because they had such a big early advantage.
Yeah, we basically saw everything we were saying about H2K come to light. They have incredibly strong laning phase, but they struggle in the mid to late game, especially when things get a little difficult, because they seem to have very kind of committed communication. Once they opt in for a play, they will never be flexible enough to kind of change the path they're going on, especially apparent in Baron dances. It's very hard for them to pivot on the fly, or once they commit for a fight, very rarely, due to the nature of their communication, will they actually back out, start kiting to different directions, switch targets, so they kind of all in it to win it, or they're done for.
Yeah, another area you see that, I think, is the bottom lane turret pushes. You can see that Forgiven is very committed to being able to take that down, and it does bite them a little bit.
Forgiven plays beyond the edge of safety sometimes. That's why he gets those large CS leads, but that's why he also gets so frustrated very often, because people are going to gank you. That far up in the lane, jungler's going to swing by, whether it's through lane behind you, and people will give it the attention that it's needed, because it's so easy sometimes to stop it.
Yeah, and this is something that wasn't really punished all that much in EU, especially you look at Forgiven's career, and he's just always known as that like sidestepping guy that just dodges all the skill shots. You can't do that against the ADCs here at Worlds. These are some of the best in the world. We talked about it coming into it, that some of the top ADCs all over the world, especially, this is a stacked Worlds this year. And H2K, I mean, they've got a tough task for them. If they want a chance to get out of groups, they're going to need some dominant lane picks. They're going to need to get ahead really, really early.
It's definitely a style HK need to develop as they go further into the tournament, but when they play against the likes of INTZ and AHQ, we have to be honest, this style can still be played by H2K because they have the far superior bot lane on paper.
100%, that's where I want to look at. Even though Ziv has been great, Arn has been underwhelming for me. 24% damage last time these guys played, and it was a 50-minute Jinx game. I mean, that's just not acceptable. There's a reason his top lane is sitting at 37%, and that's because him and Westor, they're just not doing enough.
Yeah, 37 damage percent for a top laner is absolutely incredulous.
It should not happen.
It doesn't mean at one point your top laner isn't playing so well that he has that high damage percent. It only comes from people failing to play their roles adequately, and that is what happens very often for HQ in the mid and bot lane. However, they work like a team. They have really good late game macro. They showed it in their regionals as well, and that's how they pull back into the game.
Yep, let's take a look at those starting lineups. For AHQ eSports, Ziv in the top lane. He's the one with those high damage numbers. Mountain in the jungle. Westor starts on mid today. On and Albus make up the bot lane, and their coach, Green Tea.
And they're going up against the hope of Europe on the other side. It is H2K. Top lane is still Oduwamne. Jungle is Jankos. Ryu's in the mid lane. Forgiven is the AD carry. Vander is his support. And Prawley is bringing some North American flavor to this H2K lineup.
And when I look at this H2K lineup, I think that, you know, 3 of these members should be picking for lane. It is going to be Ryu, it's going to be Vander, and it's going to be Forgiven. I think that Jankos as well as Oduwamne are the 2 more flexible players. They can actually look like they have great communication with each other and can set up a lot of these late game fights. So I really do think that's a recipe for success coming into this game.
It's up to Oduwamne to keep Ziv contained in the top lane and then have H2K play that style where they win the lanes. If they could mimic some of the early game that EDG showed us here in game 1, where they actually push in mid, rotate, or they translate advantages in specific lanes onto the map, I think then H2K could become a great team because they have the laning prowess. However, they never translate these advantages in one lane into another. They seem very isolated in their lanes.
And they should be able to do it against AHQ because this is a team that if you get ahead will seed until the team fighting phase of the game. And we saw it against EDG. You can build a big enough lead that just doesn't matter. So craft the comp that you want and then look to exploit the lanes, and AHQ will play on the back foot.
All right, so into the picks and bans. AHQ ban away the Syndra, the Olaf, and a Nidalee, a couple of jungle bans as well as that very standard one in the mid. And HK are focusing a lot more on the globals. Tom Kench banned away, and of course, respecting the Westor TF.
Albus is a great Tom Kench player, and you always have to ban TF against Westor. It's like the unwritten law of League of Legends, because he is very lackluster on the current alternatives.
Yeah, it's just a get out of jail free card for him, really. If he's able to play what is a pseudo control mage, good CC as well as global presence, he's going to pick that one up, and he plays it in quite a defensive manner in the early game, then just uses it to help his side lanes out.
Wow, so surprising. They're actually thinking of Karma over the likes of an early jungler like an Elise here. There's two still laning dominant supports here in the Karma and Nami available, so they could neutralize each other later. Obviously, a blue side flex pick is very useful to have, but I think the Karma first pick would be a bit of a waste.
Yeah, we have seen a few teams fall into the trap, trying to flex that one and just not having near enough damage. But the Karma is locked in for HQ. This gives H2K the option to pick up some of those strong jungling picks for themselves.
And let me tell you why I think it's a big waste. Because Forgiven is a very good Caitlyn player, and we know that it's a Crux that he will fall back on in pressure situations like this. And Nami, as well as Caitlyn, is oppressive in the laning phase because the passive speeds Caitlyn up into range of that first auto attack, then there's no real way to get away from the harass.
But that's if H2K opted very deep for the laning phase, and maybe after reflecting on week 1, they say, you know what, we can get by with maybe an Alistar in lane on Vander and Forgiven. Go somewhat even in CS, maybe up slightly, and then have a larger teamfight presence and more margin for error in the later stages of the game with Vander on a playmaker. That could also be a good pivot for them coming to week 2.
Absolutely. We'll have to see if they end up taking it. I mean, we've seen Jankos take 3 different jungling picks in their games, but of course they've only picked up 1 win so far. We won't see that locked in just yet because it looks like we've got the Alistar Caitlyn lane. This is exactly what Forgiven and Vander want.
Score 1 for Crepo right there. They picked the lane dominant AD carry, but they picked the utility team fighting support.
Yeah, and it's obviously a meta evolution. This is not the first time we've seen Alistar and Caitlyn paired together, so we don't have to go over the strengths. We can instead start looking at AHQ. How are they going to react? What is Anna and Albus going to play? They don't have the Tom Kench, which is a really easy melee support to play into there. Are they going to go for the Braum later on and say, you know what, we'll match you teamfight presence support for teamfight presence support? Or are they trying to gonna break to 2v2 just like Deft and Mako did?
Yeah, we'll see whether they do that. The only other option I can really see is, maybe you go ANX styling and just like the Taric holds up okay in the laning phase, can keep you topped off against what is a very long range AD carry, and we will beat you at the late game because we have the superior ultimate in terms of invulnerability.
But it does look like AHQ is already looking towards the future of the mid to late game with a hyper mobile composition here. Karma, Sivir flexing to the bot lane could just guarantee you free push into this melee support, have enough control that at least you have a pressure point in the bot lane, then they can look for maybe even an Aurelion Sol in the mid lane if Westor has picked it up. Because remember, that's a champ that's still available. Some of the strongest mid lane mages are off the table.
And it's a champion that Chowie was playing a lot in solo queue as well. We saw that that was something in his rotation that he was practicing along with the likes of the Rise. So if this isn't something Westor has picked up, then there's bigger question marks about why he's starting over Chowie.
Yeah, Westor obviously has won both the games that he's participated in, but he hasn't had to have his champ pool challenged. He's been playing Malzahar. That's banned away now. We will see it different.
And AHQ right now is hoping that H2K reveal their top laner on this rotation, praying for the counter pick in mid lane, so that at least they can get Ziv a favorable matchup there. And H2K may decide against that and realize that Odoamne into Ziv is the most important matchup of this game.
I think you have to respect that. I think right now Ryu is a better player than Westor, especially in the laning phase, and that he can take something like a Cassiopeia, maybe something like a Ryze that can duel, and just throw the gauntlet at Westor straight away.
And I was ironically talking to Perks yesterday, and they were discussing how Ryze is a super strong meta pick right now. There was another mid laner joining the table, but can't say which because he's still in the tournament. But they were talking about how strong Ryze was as a pick. Quite ironic that it was Perks, of course, out of all people talking about that. But it seems that a lot of teams have a hard time finding a good pick into that Ryze.
Well, AHQ might be taking a chance on this one if the Aurelion Sol does get locked in, but we'll have to find out. Also, Jankos, very, very comfortable jungler for him in this Elise, was not challenged early on.
Yeah, Mountain going back to that Rek'Sai over Elise. I have a hard time judging it because when it works out, it looks so easy for a Rek'Sai, but it is up to the Elise to break up in the early game and look at the potential in the lanes. Gank early is possible with combo into Cocoon. Gank mid is possible with a point-and-click snare into a follow-up Cocoon. Odoamne generally plays some CC elements in the top lane, which means Jankos could likely visit all 3 lanes in the early game.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, as well as I think they have right now the superior 1-3-1 because they're going to most likely go towards something like a Kennen for Odoamne, so he's going to be able to sit top. Ryze is uncontested when you look at AHQ's team comp. There is no one that can sit in a side lane against that, so unless there are big global plays coming out early, Westor's looking to take the teleport. It's a risky game plan.
And I would almost like to see a Poppy picked up somehow, some tank presence on Oduwalne, because if he plays a ranged champion, it's going to be a very delicate composition in the mid game for H2K, and they've shown that they aren't really that stable in the mid game when it comes to executing delicate or complex compositions. Instead, a simpler tank to buy some time in teamfights could be better.
Yep, and as the timer ticks down, we do got to shift back towards AHQ's mid lane, because Lissandra's something that we talked a lot about pre-Worlds as possibly a big pick, but this is the first time it's actually made an appearance. So, curious to see how Westor pilots that one up against Ryu's Rise, and the last lock-in is going to be the Jace for Oduwalne.
It's a tough one for the Lissandra, because she can fall prey while pushing. She'll expose herself to ganks, and if the Rise combos perfectly with a flash snare, Lissandra is generally not bringing cleanse to the table. She runs teleport, so she can actually very easily die, because mid-E animation, there's enough crowd control between the snare and the cocoon to prevent the Lissandra from ever getting out.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And, you know, she kind of does half of each job. She does have some shove in the lane, as well as global presence through the use of teleport and all the CC. But you have champions that are doing, like Aurelion Sol, that do the roaming part better, and you have champions like Syndra that do the mid lane portion better. So it is kind of in between two areas.
I would love to see a gank workout from Jankos, because it's impossible to spell shield the new Alistar combo, which means with follow-up, Sivir could fall. And if Sivir gets behind in this comp, it will be very easy for H2K to itemize purely magic resistance and beat the remaining pressure points from AHQ.
Absolutely. Telegraphed from H2K. They know exactly what they want to do in this game, and AHQ are just going to hope to hold on to the roller coaster ride until it gets into that late game where they can move all across the map. Now, let us know who you think is going to be taking down the Nexus here today, everybody. If you think AHQ is going to be able to pull out another win, well, hashtag AHQ win. Or, of course, H2K win is your answer if you still believe in Europe. Hashtag H2K win LoL eSports. This is still going to be very bloody very early on. If we know H2K, they are going to try and snowball.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, that's what you're looking at right here, but you also have more late game insurance because you do have the Alistar picked up. Sure, you still have some lane bullies. Actually surprised that Oduwalne went towards one as well. But right now, H2K, they've done the best they can to set themselves up for that successful early game.
Yeah, Oduwalne looking to be a bit of a carry here. Jace Elise can snowball top lane really hard, because Ziv will be pushing a little bit early. Take a quick gander over to Summoner spells as well. We have Cleanse on Ryu to really get out of the lockdown from Westor. And we need to follow rather Jankos in the early game and see where he goes.
Yeah, we always have to do that when Jankos is involved in the game. This is a slower starting team. H2K played off against him. You know, a lot of people argue, well, if it wasn't for those positional mistakes and the errors they made in team fighting, they could have walked away very much with that win. But this is a brand new game. It's a brand new week.
Yeah, H2K got a big lead in the previous game, but they kept hiding around corners here. We see an evolution of the level 1 metagame. Albus face checking Westor behind him. Hopefully punish somebody if they challenge, but Vander has to give over some gold and walk away.
Yeah, Westor was there too. They were looking for something cheesy level 1. Not going to get any more than a bit of damage.
And the last time a team tried something like this against H2K, it was actually Vander face checking.
Nope, we don't talk about it anymore.
And not coming away with an advantage. So good to see him just cede the advantage, cede the lane ward, and get away from it. It's the small things in tournaments where you have to take the victories where they are.
I think Ann and Albus are going for the freeze strat here, or they're looking to punish Forgiven and Vander when they walk back to lane. Forgiven and Vander right now are in a bind. They have a hard lane matchup if the level 1 plays out the way it does right here. So I really want to track what happens, especially if they have to leash for Jankos. They will have to walk back into a long lane here against double poke.
Yeah, very aggressive positioning. Jankos should at the very least have a little bit of help. Oh, he doesn't want it, so they're just going to move to lane a little bit
Yeah,
later
they're
on.
moving with the wave. It's very important that you do that. If you move behind the wave, then Karma can just poke you off. But here, Ann and Albus immediately taking just poke on the minions, making sure that they solidify the push. That's why Vander is starting heal. He will not have access to combo until level 3, so it's up to Albus to abuse that. There's no Q flash pressure on level 2.
Yeah, there certainly isn't. And right now, all you do is you give up the rest of the minion wave because only one is going to most likely die. Not even one's going to die. So everything just hits the turret right now, and H2K play it safe and just farm up.
But there's only one minion missed, so in terms of efficiency, if they can farm on the turret, H2K can actually still get that CS advantage. Nope.
Might just do it. Oh, poor Forgiven. So 5-5. Oh well, not too far behind considering things.
But that's a perfect scenario. I mean, the second wave's going to shove in as well. This is going to be free level 2 for both bottom lanes, and the punish really didn't come through, apart from the fact that Forgiven missed a CS there. So you have to take your hats off to the European bottom lane. This is something that has surprised me time and time again. They do know how to play these tough matchups incredibly well.
Oh, they certainly do. We've seen it time and time again from them, and they're bringing it here on the world stage. Meanwhile, checking in on the mid lane, Ryu had started by pushing in really, really hard early on, but he's actually backed off, let this one even out as they both hit the level 2.
Jankos left a little Wolf's Mine on the right side of his jungle to spot a potential Mountain invade. Very unlikely in this matchup that Mountain will go for the early dive. He is clearing his bot side jungle, 2 camps into Wolves, smoted as well. And then he got security of the Scuttle Crab just to make sure that he sees Jankos in river. But both of these junglers are trending towards the top lane.
Yeah, and the reason that you take the Scuttle Crab is because you think that they've started top side of the map on the Elise and that they're coming through river. Instead, probably going to be coming through the Tri-Brush. So another lane ward, river ward goes down out of Ziv, scouting that possibility as well.
Seen a lot of pressure towards the top side teams trying to take down Ziv, and he has managed to outplay quite a few of them. Just need to look back at a couple of AHG's previous games to see that for yourself. But H2K, onus is still on them to make these big plays early, and that is always what they want to go for. So we keep on tracking Jankos through this jungle.
But good timing on the clear out of Jankos so far. He's putting on the hard farm, and we'll see whether he gets back down bottom in time to impact.
Yeah, and that actually prompted me to look for something, what you said there, Spawn, because level 1, Jankos received no leash on the right side of the map. Oduamne actually did the fake leash onto Krugs. So they actually confused AHQ with their location here. Jankos, for the first time, is actually going to confirm his jungle start to AHQ, and this is the first time they actually have an idea of what he was doing.
And he has access to the whole bottom side of the jungle, and right now the Rek'Sai is in an empty top side on the other side of the map.
Ooh, Westor!
Ballsy.
Yeah,
he stole it.
Bold.
Yeah, he got it. So no punish coming out there. I actually expected, with the CC they had, both of them to just flash on top of him. I mean, that's an aggressive move to actually take the claw over the wall.
I think the shift in forms may have still been on cooldown there for Jankos. Now Mountain, obviously Campus looking for a play in the top lane. Oduamne is usually good at sniffing these plays out. He's going for a ward.
Okay, now he knows. It goes through the acceleration gate. No problems for him.
But a good start from H2K. I really like the fake leash because it hides so much information. So much things are obscure there in Fog of War. H2K right now, they've used the wave bounce and the pressure from the jungler to actually start getting access to push here. And in a matchup where they should be winning, they're up 13 CS here, and there's quite a few creeps hidden in this wave, but let me see if Anna and Albus can get it without too much punishment.
And this is where Caitlyn really comes in, because she can challenge under turret with the traps, with the long range, like no other AD carry. Very rarely draws turret aggro, because look at the range on that. Great job out of Forgiven here, making sure that he's making them hurt for every CS.
Yeah, we talked about ADCs being pretty stacked at this tournament. Well, unfortunately, An is not necessarily one of them. He's had so much trouble in CS overall, but he is catching back up.
Does reward H2K for going a more late game oriented pick ban by making a playmaking support a high priority in the Alistar, as opposed to just picking up another Nami, another Karma, and getting a major CS advantage. Because even with a lane matchup that loses on paper, Forgiven still finds him at 6 CS. And that, while it may seem small on paper, at 6 minutes, is actually quite a large deficit.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, when you take a range support in, you're supposed to be able to punish these lanes. So you're even maybe looking at equal to a CS advantage for Arn right now, the fact that it's the other way. And I just want to hit on Arn a little bit more, because this was supposed to be a guy that is a great hyper carry player and should have been coming back into his own at Worlds. Last Worlds performance was terrific out of AHQ's bottom lane. So, you know, you say that he isn't expected to be one of the high performances, but last year on the world stage, he certainly was.
That's definitely true. Although we heard a little bit more from Clement, too, about how this team has definitely changed its playstyle. It's all about the man on your screen, Ziv, and he's the one who really does get a lot of damage out and does huge things for the fights. Ziv does spend his TP to go back up at the top side, getting a careful ward there to stop any more aggression from Jankos. And, you know, has been 0-0 on the map here at 6.5 minutes. Nothing yet.
Yeah, look at the pressure. The zone pressure from Vander's combo is actually enough to thwart Anna and Albus back for the combo. There's no trap range here, so no point for Forgiven putting that down.
He gets it, though. Not enough damage to finish the job, but there's another teleport coming in, canceled by Westor. So now they have no TPs left on the map. Ryu, it looks like he stopped it.
Yeah, it actually was Ryu charging in there to stop that teleport coming through. Now all of a sudden, Westor looking to be ganked as well. Whoa.
Right on. Okay, and now they're going to go back to Westor and just jump right onto him. Frozen Tomb, he's got the flash. He's going to heal up. Rek'Sai coming in. Jankos, does he have the damage to finish the job? He's going to repel right to the minions and bail out of harm's way.
Honestly, really nicely played in multiple lanes right there from H2K. They scout out the gank mid lane, they don't overcommit, get out the flash as well as the ultimate, and bottom lane is now getting crushed.
Yeah, you see just the strength of that matchup, and the threat of the combo is enough to kind of beat the repetitive poke that comes out. Jankos now wins the Smite duel over Raptors here. H2K, they went even or slightly ahead on a play where they're additionally also burned a teleport. That really means a lot for them, because now they can actually play without any breaks on. They don't have to worry about anybody teleporting into that bot lane. Forgiving can play his favorite lane bully style.
And that's exactly how they want to play this game overall on the map. Just snowball the game ahead. The gold lead may not be huge right now. They didn't get any kills out of it, but they have a massive summoner spell advantage, and they're going to take it wherever they can go.
Yeah, they certainly are. And now they have control of the push in multiple waves. All of a sudden, the jungle opens up. We'll see whether Jankos wants to continue to invade Mountain, who once again is on more of that team fight, farming jungler. The Elise certainly has the room that you want in the early game to get busy.
But we see very static lanes though. There's not much movement going on. No push being translated into roams here. Everybody's very stuck so in their lanes.
Yep, staying where they are. And HQ, you know, we know they're a late game team. They have a pretty hyper-mobile comp, as you talked to about in the champion selection. If they can get grouped as 5, they can start getting a lot done, but it'll be a while before that happens.
Yeah, top laner still on an island here. A minor CS lead for Odoamne. Jankos still looking for that presence, looking for that first gank to really reclaim that mark of first blood king that he earned so many times over in the European region. Working together now with Ryu, this is good. River control is the first step to really get the map control out. And it makes people scared. Every time somebody hides in River, you got to take a step backwards here.
Especially this time we're playing with the Ryze. I mean, last game it was the Tahm Kench. Now it's Ryze that can take the team with him if he wants to be aggressive. That 2-second snare is so punishing.
Yeah, finds Mountain half health him, but now he's got to back off as Westor clawed over the wall. Jankos was not around, but Ryu is perfectly fine and safe on this.
And that's the power of Ryze as well. When he combos right, he gets that little surge in movement speed and really makes him very tricky to deal with. Because when you think he is finally committed into a fight and you can turn around, he'll just get that surge and he'll move away and he'll make you reveal yourself, which means your team can be expecting a cross-map play from the enemy team somewhere else on the map.
Yeah, he can just hit you so hard, so fast. So Ryu, we've definitely seen him make some solid plays on champions. I'm excited to see what he's able to do with this Ryze pick, and Westor being pushed back, even on the CS, but it's not going to be that way for long.
But maybe this is our criticism of H2K one more time, rearing its head a little bit early. I mean, they're winning the lanes, but they haven't really translated it to much else.
They are trying right now, a little bit of a roam here, push mid, group up into the aim jungle, leave a few wards if they can. But Vander has opted for that very roam-centric build with Moby Boots, yet he has still to leave the lane here. So no sidestone to actually drop wards, and he's actually playing in lane with Moby Boots. A little counterintuitive.
Throw down the level 6 ultimate, tickles Albus as he has his shield up and available. Ryu continues to try and pressure this wave. They're just taking chip damage on and doing a little bit more if they can. That rune present, that root just takes a long time to get out of Westor. Still no summoners available for him. Remember the way those were burned just a few moments ago as Odoamne, or a few minutes ago I should say, as Odoamne goes back up to top lane.
And once again, this is punishing. They are building CS advantages in the bottom lane, in the top lane. However, they still haven't really translated that into a meaningful objective. They're not even really getting all that much chip damage done to turret.
But we need to look at what this match means as well for HK lineup. They come in here as the second seed out of Europe. They had a big lead in many of their games, really solid laning phase, but somehow it always falls apart in the late game. And they found themselves already 1-0 down against AHQ, who's a win ahead in the standings. They desperately need to equalize here, because if AHQ gets the win, barring some miracle losses, HK will be out, and even then if they tie, there will be a head-to-head advantage, which means HQ will advance. So this matchup is the most important match for HK in the entire day.
Yeah, completely agree. And this is also huge for confidence players. And when you look at people like Forgive and people like Vander, they are very much spurred on by their own success. So if they have a great laning phase, all of a sudden all those problems slip away, and they're able to use that to continue the success throughout the day.
It's very inherent to pro teams. Whenever you're winning, everybody's talking. Everybody wants to contribute and build on that success and snowball it forward. But when you hit some of these setbacks, people get silent. They don't feed every little bit of information that could prove useful here. And things get a lot tougher to deal with, especially if you don't have that single guy, like an Afro move, for example, that can step up and really lead the charge, even in the tough moments.
You need to keep yourself on the positive mindset. You need to keep the train rolling and definitely don't slam on the brakes. That's the way H2K wins games. We've seen it time and time again in Europe and how it's fallen apart from them when they have not been able to keep on the up and up. HQ, though, they're just the polar opposite style of team. They just get it all together in the late game.
Yeah, they certainly do tend to execute better in the late game, but this is a team that has also, even themselves, said they're a little bit prone to tilt, especially their jungle and Mountain can get a little bit emotional during the game. And I think it's worse for AHQ if they lose this game, because they've already stated pretty publicly that they're terrified of EDG. So they're looking at this day this needs to be the win for them if they're going to make it out of the group cleanly without having to go through tiebreakers, which is just a whole new element.
Yeah, big matchup here. Everybody wants to kind of have something happen, but every time they walk bot lane, they're quickly reminded that there's 2 teleports on the side of AHQ. So HQK pivot, they move to the left side, pick up a dragon alongside the way. They have much more vision control in the top lane too. 3 pink wards over there, so maybe Jankos should start playing towards the top side.
Of course, the fight, the smite does.
Oh, he's low.
Jankos is a little bit low here. He's going to have to flash, and Vander headbutts away. Westor is going all in on this one. Forgiven, safe distance Ryu. They just want to run away. They don't want any part of that fight.
Perfect disengage because Ziv had roamed down, and all of a sudden now Odoamne in the top lane, 20 CS lead, as well as the access to the turret. That's going to be one of those teleports burnt. So it looked horrible for H2K, but they actually get the maximum out of that play.
Yeah, Westor with a flash dodge to pulverize, but no idea what would happen next there. They do get Vander's flash on the back end, but H2K is definitely happy with this.
Teleport pop. Vander wants to go in here. Mountain Forgiven just on. The leash was on Albus, but it doesn't matter. The teleport for Odoamne instantly exhausted. Ace in the hole is going to nail on in the back of the head, and this is going to be it. First blood over to Ryu.
Coordination out of H2K. Ziv teleports top, Odoamne teleports bottom, and they come up with first blood. That is beautiful to see.
Yeah, the good old switcheroo here by H2K. They get the advantage. Ziv walks down, TP's up, and just like we said, Odoamne completely catches AHQ off guard. But now it's a race for the first turret here. Actually, it's not really a race because Ziv is the only one hitting a tower. So this is how the cross map could actually prove beneficial for AHQ. And they kind of get surprised here because they don't expect Vander to go in.
Yeah, they certainly don't. I mean, Vander, hard commit, gets 2 members, and then Odoamne is on the back end of it. Unfortunately, doesn't have that much mana, but they isolate Mount. They're able to take him down.
But very important, the entire AHQ bot lane lost all their summoners. Both flashes, exhausted, heal or burn, which means next time Vander goes in for a combo into trap combination, that could prove lethal.
Yeah, and I think even beyond that, the fact that they've now got rid of one of the globals and Westor doesn't have a flash because of that whole train of events means that Arn and Albus aren't playing great in the 2v2, and they're isolated, they're alone, and Forgiven and Vander are going to keep punishing this lane. As long as it stays standard, H2K should be in the advantage.
Yeah, but I like what Vander's doing here. When he goes to the base, he actually runs mid, and he's actually building out the layers of vision that are required. Putting them wards around the mid lane so Ryu can play aggressively and use that pressure point to then translate into movement into the enemy jungle here. So H2K playing a bit more like a team.
Now they're enabling themselves. Odoamne, though, he is going to be in some trouble. The red carpet's thrown down. He flashes right away from it. Jankos tags in. They look for Ziv. They take him down. The teleport's still going. Odo's still alive. Jankos is going to get the pick on the mountain. Westor's here. The shock blast doesn't go. Jankos decides to opt out. He gets taken out by Westor, but the claw does not finish in time. He gets the double onto Odo, though. A 2 for 2. All said and done.
2 for 2 in the end. It looked like Odoamne was positioning for a big, bold flash over the wall, and all of a sudden they turn it around. Ryu also joins the party because he had the push. It cost Westor his teleport, so in that equal kill trade, they get another teleport down in advantage.
Yeah, and this is actually great play out of Ziv. He goes aggressive because he knows Mountain's there, and this was a surprise because Odo actually comes back towards his jungle, and there is so much burst damage coming out right now. Good teleport out of Westor, but honestly, this could have been much worse.
Yeah, but it was so close to Odoamne just instantly dropping there, though. The flash knockup saved him from the equalizer that was his impending doom. Stayed around, very close at the end, 2 for 2, but Ryu also getting some extra gold right there, and that Rise is scaling into a monster.
And 2 kills for the Lissandra, however, so even though he's been bullied constantly, Westor has been able to keep up in farm, and now he's going to be able to keep up overall in gold. Now 20 CS is starting to fall down a little bit, but H2K still controlling this with a 3K gold advantage.
Yeah, and it depends how H2K wants to play, because right now you can see they've taken down top turret. They've now got Ryu in that side lane, and honestly, there's just no way anyone can go anywhere near him in a 1v1. The machine gun, it's just too much damage, and whilst Westor is scaling up to good teamfight relevance, if they ever get isolated in a 1-3-1 right now, H2K should have the advantage.
Yeah, both teams can commit for the 1-3-1, but HQ much more likely to go for the double TP flank into a straight-up team fight. But H2K, it is their preferred style. When they actually don't have the greatest team fights, but they're ahead individually in these lanes, why not play 1-3-1 with the Rise on the side lane? This is Ryu's favorite style. Long time ago, he loved playing LeBlanc on side lanes too, and have H2K dominate the map that way.
And I think that the biggest thing is we don't see much 1-3-1 internationally, because if it goes wrong at any stage, there's very low margin for error. So in a best-of-1 situation, if you want to commit to it, it is punishing if the teams do get the deep wards and are able to set up those flanks.
It's a very delicate strategy that is thwarted by basically people making decision-makings in split seconds. The likes of a Malta can suddenly thwart you. When you think you're fine, he suddenly flash combos out, and your entire 1-3-1 strategy falls apart because you need all 5 members on the map doing their thing. But if it works, it's a very suffocating, correct strategy that can really make your enemies just feel horrible. It sucks playing against a well-played 1-3-1.
Yeah, and that's something that H2K have shown they are capable of doing, at the very least in Europe. If they can pull it off here against AHQ, we'll have to see as Ryu respects the claw this time around, walking back, but they still keeping up the pressure in the mid lane, the top. They had that first brick tower gold on the top side as Mountain and Albus rove into the jungle. Jankos is going to be on the other side of them.
Yeah, it certainly is, but you can see right now AHQ want to fight over vision, because if there's one thing they have got, it is a lot of magic damage right now with penetration, and they're grouping up around the dragon. So one more time you can see H2K going in there trying to get rid of vision, but the damage is done. You can see the deep ward, one in the lane, one just on the opposite side of blue buff. If a fight breaks out, they will have Zid's teleport available, and they will be able to go for the flank.
You have to be ultra careful of that equalizer. Good poke damage here early. Westor already half HP, making him afraid of committing to the fight here. Forgiven ideally has to be in the river right now, shutting off some of these entrances with traps. Let's see if he goes for his conventional build. A lot of Caitlyn players like maxing traps. Forgiven usually goes heavy into Q, but he actually has level 5 traps right now, so he can spam them out.
All right, Dragon's being started. Ryu just keeps on shoving magic right down its
Forgiven's
throat.
out there, though. He is dealing
here.
with a pink ward, so Forgiven prioritizing a pink ward in his own lane while his team is desperately trying to get Dragon, which means HQ can shove them off. HQ again going for the lane push, and this is something we were talking about here. Isolated, not on the same page as a team.
Yep. Managed to shove him back, and Odawamne had to be coming down through the mid, and he's no safe way to do it, so vision control seeded over to Mountain here.
And
He's
as
going to
soon
bail
as
out.
you have access to that mid lane, you can force them off the objective because they have to go the long way around. But I think, you know, maybe a mistake here out of Mountain, because he actually goes to clear out a minion wave and allows them to just walk back straight into River, get that mid lane priority, and look to shove up one more time.
Yeah, this Dragon Dance, very delicate, subtle, but we have to repeat really what Forgiven was doing there. Going that far into lane for an extra little ward here. Ryu, super aggressive, showing why he is a good side laner with the Ryze pick. And more importantly, the Sivir ulti is burned, which gives HK much more room for opportunity in this Dragon contestation.
And they've given it away. I mean, you can see right now, Ziv, he's just walked back top lane. They don't want anything to do with this anymore because the wave is just way too big, and H2K should be able to start this one up now they have that new information.
It's pretty solid for H2K. They play around the fact that they know there's cooldowns that AHQ just can't match. A Mountain could try to go for a desperate steal. He goes in. It's going to get low. It's going to get smited away by Jankos. He says absolutely no way today. Mountain tried for the effort, and Ziv gets caught. The burst damage is huge, but he instantly flashes out of the way. Vander, the tether's on, but he has an unbreakable will. Westor looked for something, but he couldn't find it in mid. And for H2K, that 8% is going to be big the longer the game goes on.
And it's the little things as a color caster that make you happy, Crepo. Ziv flashes a headbutt pulp. He respects the damage that was going to come out. He does manage to live. Sure, the dragon goes down, but nothing else really falls. And H2K, they see an objective. They're actually going to see the second turret. That lead is growing rather quickly.
They're snowballing here. They made up for the small mistake in letting the dragon reset. They took it very calm, pushed all the lanes. Ryu is becoming a monster on the rise. He can solo force flashes out and always has the cleanse flash himself to get out of the harm's way. So that was great. And now they're picking up these residual turrets that they chipped down earlier on the side lanes.
Haven't had any trouble, but Odawamne might just be in it. Knocks Ziv back, but Mountain is right at his flank. And he's got no mana. He's got nothing to work with. Just a flash trying to make his escape. And Jankos comes to the rescue, but just too late. Mountain picks up the return kill.
Using your gap closer into a minion wave usually spells out death, and Odawamne has to learn it the hard way.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a little bit of a brain fade there out of Odawamne, honestly, and that gives them control of the top side.
But it does mean cross map for H2K, and they get access to mid lane turret here, which is actually important. You can trade kill for tower plus for tower if you get the mid lane turret, because it's so important to hold, especially when a team is playing 1-3-1. Now Forgive is actually chipping down mid lane turret with half HP already.
They're not even done. Ryu's going to have to cleanse away as he was locked down by the ultimate from Westor, but they still are able to make their escape. Mountain was trying to come in for a flank, but that is going to be nothing, doing one tower and half the health of the second.
And this is actually a sign of a team that is on the same page, because all of a sudden they give away a kill. It's a silly kill, but at least cross-map they're able to make the best out of a bad situation. Sure, they trade 1-for-1, but that should really have been a big punish out of AHQ.
I believe the phrase is calculated smart.
Yeah, very calculated here. from H2K. They realized Odoanu was overextended in the top lane, and they take down the most important structure in the game. If you get rid of mid lane turret, it means that your 3-man squad in the 1v1, which is usually the strongest, can always get the priority. And that way, you can protect your side lanes by going for deep vision in the jungles on either side, and then you can squeeze and suffocate the opponent here by using the stronger 1v1 matchups that you generated by either picking well or winning lane, of which both H2K have done this game.
And this is why I actually love Caitlyn. I mean, I just like Hurricane users in general, but Caitlyn does it the safest along with Jinx. You can just park a mid. They can walk up, meet the wave. They have the traps to keep you off the turrets. This actually makes turret diving like obnoxiously hard at this stage of the game, as well as the fact that you've got an Elise and you've got an Alistar to keep that anti-dive pressure there.
Yeah, look at the lane assignments. Right now, H2K, it looks like they're playing around Baron, and my heart always stops just a little bit once I see H2K moving towards the purple worm. They've shown, honestly, horrendous Baron control in the entire year. Let's see if they finally learn how to quickly close it out, or if this is a window for HQ to get back into the game.
Well, they do have a lot of pressure. Trap line set up on the mid lane. 3-3 maybe in kills, but that gold lead is still pretty good for them. 4,000, and decent bit of it's in those towers as everyone backs away, and it looks like it's time for a Baron dance.
Yeah, everybody backs away. More vision is needed, more items have to be brought, more pink wards have to be brought to the table. But you saw how easy it was for Jankos to move in, albeit shallow, into the enemy jungle. How easy it was for Vander to contest some wards beyond the equal line point, which is the river here on the map. Scuttle Crab goes to Jankos. That's very important. So H2K are definitely taking the steps right. Bit of a waste of a sweeper to do it immediately, but they're choking out the Baron vision. H2K are forcing the vision line forward, and HQ are looking at a lot of fog of war right now.
Yeah, and now you have to see whether they're patient enough to go through all of the steps to make sure that they keep control of that river, they sweep out the shallow wards, and when AHQ try and pull the trigger, that the Rise ulti is ready, that the teleport is there to be able to kick them back out. You can't do this. You can't cede control back over straight away to AHQ, because it just means you have to start the whole process again.
But it's fine. As long as you have sweepers off cooldown, you can sweep the entire river in one sweep, as long as you have control of mid and top. Basically start at the brush that you see on your screen right there, and then path to the left. You need a helper though. Supports can't just hit all those wards themselves. But these wards are not an issue for H2K. They just need to be able to push top and mid at the same time. So hopefully they don't get caught sweeping.
Well, Forgiven's definitely been able to make do, parking mid here and just pushing away. No danger to him, and the vision coverage does get reestablished as Jankos goes through, not sweeping out, though that one ward that AHQ do have placed. Very clutch spot.
And no pink ward here on Jankos.
Here they go.
Looking for the sweep. Vander, not liking the pathing there. Very nitpicky when it comes to that, but I feel like if you work together with your support and your jungle, you can sweep that entire area in one smooth motion, and then you can save the second sweep for when it's necessary. But at least they catch every single ward over the wall, and HQ right now are looking into the darkness.
And I think that the important thing here is a vision denial, because Ryu also picked up a sweeper and can kind of sweep his 1-3-1 because he wants to disappear into fog of war and set up a trap like this. Not going to be able to grab it this time.
Now they need to retreat though. This is too deep for H2K, and this is very often where they made the mistake of over-chasing. They need to leverage the advantage that they have, which is this super dark river, and they need to force HQ to face check. More importantly, they go back to mid, so it does look like they're following each and every of the steps. It is, however, incredibly hard to bait into a Rek'Sai, so you gotta stay frozen in place.
That may be true, but it's already evident that H2K's decision-making looks so much better than we saw in week number 1. They're not over-chasing right now. They are doing all the steps, as you guys were saying. It may be a little while, but H2K, they're setting themselves up for victory here.
And you have to say, you know, with the likes of the Caitlyn just parked mid lane, still waiting on the second Zeal item, there is a big window where H2K will still get stronger the longer this game goes. Jace is no slouch in the late game. And you can see that Ryu is just going to keep scaling up. I mean, he gets fragile the later the game goes until he can get some resistances, but still pumps out massive amounts of damage.
Yeah, massive damage on that Rise. River's dark. Ruam is kind of soloing the dragon. It reminds me of the Vladimir solo Elder Drake here, because so much of the attention of both teams is going towards that Baron. And he's kind of left alone. And this is good for H2K.
Yeah.
They stay in control of the Baron area. They don't have to yield the vision here, and they still get an objective on the other side of the map. That's exactly what they want to do.
AHQ not really able to see much, and they're not getting any chances to kind of react to it. H2K picked themselves up a second Cloud Drake, I should say. They already have the Infernal, and they go right back to clearing out the vision.
And we're hitting
being pushed back.
The breaking point. The last single ward on Albus' side zone has just been used. There is only one blue trinket remaining right now that will be used promptly. If H2K can sweep this ward out, it's getting very tricky here for AHQ. Blue buff contestation comes out. Albus desperately wants to base here, but they send on back first. So one by one, HQ has to return to base, and at any point, HK technically could rush this Baron.
Looks like they're going to push a little bit further in and clear out some more Rek'Sai tunnels as well as one more ward. Odoamne keeping his place down on bottom and keeping Ziv occupied. Teleports available for everyone on this map. All the summoners are up. This game's going to be a powder keg.
Yeah, Forgiven found the ward in the back here. And look at it, back to mid lane control. Don't let your traps just get contested here. Keep that wall up, the zone. Force them on their side of the map here and then start the Baron with 2 man. It's quiet, but peekaboo, says Wextor. He finds out, and suddenly everything starts falling down again.
Albus is there. Jankos, he's just going to get bursted out of this one. Albus does take him down. Teleports flying to get the headbutt pulled, and they just nail Westar in the back of the head. Vander finishes off the kill. Forgiven inside the pit, trying to take down On, but the summoner heal comes through. Mountain over the wall, ejects. Ziv is going down. So H2K, despite losing their jungler, managed to pick up this fight, and they party portal in, looking for On, and they cut off HQ. That's one more kill. What else can they get? Goodbye, Mountain, unless he can keep the tunnels going. Ace in the hole will not be enough, and he makes his great escape.
But now you need to turn around, go back to the Baron.
Beautiful Rise ultimate on the back end of that play though by Ryu. Completely surprises AHQ. Just the way H2K was surprised themselves by the Lissandra peeked around the corner. Their jungler is still in the base here, so this is a little bit risky.
Certainly is. Tunnel comes back out there. No, there is none around the Baron pit. They have the damage to get it done.
Oh! He got it! Are you kidding me?
Somebody blocks that barbecue! How can you let him do that? That's impossible!
The most ridiculous Baron steal! Albus is a hero!
How can she cute?
H2K is heartbroken right now. That is...
It doesn't make sense. The guy literally has a light projectile. You stand in the bloody way and body block that.
That is the kind of move that tilts a team off the face of the earth. And you got to see how they rate. Let's see this one more time.
I mean, this is a team fight, so this is Jankos getting caught.
Yeah, they start by doing the Baron 2-man while their mid lane is pushing and their top laner is not there. That's a mistake. Like, you don't have to be that cheesy if you're H2K. But they fight it out beautifully. Look at Forgiven in this fight. He isolates on, sidestep the Q, he'll get a trap onto Ziv, and look at the power of Hurricane Caitlyn on these trap shots. He's really doing a lot of zoning as well. The Rise ultimate comes out, and it looks so great. H2K minorly over chase, but then how the bloody hell is Karma still that Baron?
Yeah, I know, and the beautiful thing is he actually missed Baron with the Q just then at the start of the team fight, so aggro didn't go over onto Forgiven, but we're about to see them start it off. And they have the perfect way to block it. They have an Alistar.
Yeah, but the reason they get so afraid is because people are dying to Nashor. Vander is not tanking it. This team is like, Vander, come tank it. Vander wants to peel. Like, look what Vander's doing. Why? Where is he walking? Vander! Block the Q! No!
Oh, this is heartbreaking.
Why?
151 damage.
Vander was looking at Rek'Sai on the map, but still.
All right, back to main game. 31 minutes in. Let's take a look at the damage report. That gold gap has really started to seal up. You can see the towers being picked up by HQ. It's Baron buff still on 3 members.
I mean, we're not done ranting yet, because the whole premise of Baron is that whoever is tanking him deals half the damage to Baron. If the support tanks him, your entire team rather deals more damage here. Right now, looking for a pick though.
Almost there. Ooh boy, I don't think they want to take that one.
Massive failure for H2K. Let's look to the future. Can they get ahead again? Because they still have a minor gold lead.
Yeah, they certainly do. I mean, they still have the ingredients for success. They've still got an incredibly fed Rise. They've got all the dragons available. And Forgiven's hit 3 items as well as a QSS. This is going to be incredibly difficult to deal with the Caitlyn, but pushing into Baron now and just the mental, I guess, battle you have to fight right now with yourself to pull yourself back into this game.
Boy, I'll tell you what, Crappa, you said H2K. I've had some troubles with Baron. That's not even kidding. All right, finish off the second tier tower. Still have this gold lead. It's 32 minutes on the clock. We have another Infernal in a minute. Baron buff should be gone by then. And 45 seconds still ticking, and they definitely got some work done with it. But H2K seem to have stemmed the push.
And that's a 5-item Rise. Infernal Drake coming up in a minute. The dream right now is that you bait AHQ one more time into playing that loose and risky play. Get back control over the area.
I mean, H2K is fine. If you just watch this match and you tune in right now and you look at what we have in front of us. We have a super fed Ryze. We have a Caitlyn that's at least ahead of the Sivir here on a player like Forgiven. H2K is in a prime position to win this game. The problem is these guys are prone to tilt. They have to fight themselves and AHQ at the same time at this point, because that was such a defeating blow. The way they calmly played out every single step of that Baron dance, almost to perfection, only to fumble at the end and have it stolen by a support.
Mistakes can be made. All time will tell to see if they manage to push back into this one. Down goes the red carpet. Jankos Vander tanking it up. Vander has a lot of health bars still left to go, and they've rooted Mountain up. He tries to go back, but Jankos is isolated, and the rest of the team collapses on him. He goes golden. Can they save him in time? Repels up and away. He's going to come back down, and so is Westor. Golden, and now Mountain's getting fired down. This is such a tense fight. In goes Odo. It's hammer time. H2K have triumphed. They got 1 kill on the board, and they keep on chasing. Looking for on flash, Rude, he's gonna go out of it, and he's got no more spell shield. Forgiven with the pickup.
You could see H2K was constantly thinking about turning that fight. The second all the engagement tools get used on an Alistar support and he doesn't drop, H2K was in prime position. Minor overreaching from Jankos, but at that point onwards, the re-engage from Westor actually opened the door for H2K.
But you can see time and time again, if they're not on Ryu or they're not on Odoamne, this team does not want to commit because there is so much damage left in the H2K lineup right now. And AHQ just handing the cookie jar. They kept trying to reach back in, and it got slapped away.
Yeah, this mid-game macro that we talked about, you know, the cohesion of this team, it wasn't there. It was a brute force engage on the enemy support. And it also shows why H2K was wise to pick up the Alistar, because if this was a Nami right here, or a Karma, he would be dead. But they engage here on the jungle support. Look at Vander, he's soaking up so much damage. Everybody right here is looking to turn the second this Equalizer kind of phases out, because Ryu is untouched. Odoamne comes in with the zoning flank. Jankos has to buy time, but right here, it actually looks really good because Forgiven's putting some really good traps down, and Westor doesn't get the kill off.
Yeah, and that's an overreach out of Westor. I mean, you can't afford to fly in like that. It leaves them wide open to the counter engage, and this is the power of Ryze. Gets back into the backline and deletes off.
Yeah, but Odoamne played that really well from the side. He continuously had flank pressure without exposing himself to re-engagement. Definitely, honestly, for me, MVP of that fight.
Individual performances have definitely been great for H2K, but what's really impressing me here is the teamwork that they showed in that fight. They've made mistakes. We talked about mental issues and what they have trouble with when they lose things like Barons like that, but now they get everything they want. They have 4 dragons on the board. The next will be Elder. Baron's going to respawn. They have a dead inhibitor in the middle. This is all the ingredients for a really successful win.
And some team comps don't get that much value from an Infernal Dragon, but when you have triple damage composition with the Jace, Ryze, and Caitlyn, and you have a magic-based jungler that can actually isolate and 1v1 targets, this double Infernal Drake gives you so much benefit.
Yeah, it certainly does, especially if they start going towards things like Death Cap on the likes of Ryu, because that's just going to be insane. He's got the max mana, he's got the max AP build coming out there. And honestly, it was already a worrying sign that no one could go to a side lane. He's twice their items right now, although Jankos might be caught again.
He does get caught. He does dodge most of the damage, though, fortunately, and they start to turn around on them. On Albus, Westor, all here with Mountain, but not going to get anything done.
And Ziv has a hard time just staying in base for that Home Guards teleport because he constantly has to deal with Odoamne threatening the bot lane.
Vander, speaking of threatening, they start to push forward here onto this tower. A big wave of minions, keeping them healthy. Thanks to the Alistar. And they just keep on shoving through. Baron is going to hit the rift again.
Yeah, and there's no flank. Vander is on flank protection, so it's very easy for them to take these towers down, push AHQ in their base, and then eventually all the wards have kind of faded, except maybe a Boot Trinket that seems to be in the Baron pit. That's the only ward on the map, and that likely isn't a yellow trinket or a normal ward. So H2K right now, you can get like Vision Toggle. AHQ are looking at Darkness both in River and in their jungle. It's still a single ward alive. He finally gets swept out. Look at how dangerous it is for HQ to face check here. But why is Forgiven in the mid lane? I'm confused.
Now they peel off the Baron. That's all right. Looks like they were going for the...
It was a free Baron.
They're going to start chasing down Albus. Oh, they've got the catch on him now, and he has got nothing in the tank. Can't use that flash. Exhaust was burned. Westor goes in for a desperation move. As everyone moves around, Mountain takes out Forgiven off the screen, but they still get a 2-for-1. Odo is going to be caught between 3 members here. This is getting a bit messy, and Odo is going to have to bail out. They're going to go for Baron.
But still, HK is no longer playing as a unit. They're going for mid push when they have complete vision advantage. They could have rushed down the Baron and letting Vander play goalkeeper, just keeping the smite out. And at that point, it was so easy for H2K to secure the final objective for them to win the game. But again, we have to criticize the final steps.
Yeah, you certainly do. And I mean, when you have a look at it, when the super creeps are doing the job for you, sure, they get the catch, but we're going to see on the back end what happens here. Forgiven just honestly walks into multiple members.
And that is not a top 5 AD carry at Worlds play. And that's exactly what what Forgiven wants to be here.
Ryu is going to pop into the pit. Baron's helping him out here. Best friend to Ryu. And he gets another one on. Jankos goes for it. Teleport in the back. Not going to be needed. That should start off the Baron. Westdoor is still 3 seconds away.
Ryu is a man possessed right now. I mean, honestly, he should take the biggest bow after this game if they manage to pull it out, because 505 has just been everywhere and makes clutch play after clutch play when his team needs it.
Definitely stepping up here in Week 2 of Worlds. His team needs to rely on at least one constant in H2K, and is Ryu picking a late game powerhouse on the rise. And right now, there is no jungle on H2K, or AHQ rather, which means H2K finally get a clean Asher, and they can finally start pushing for the win.
And Albus was nowhere near that one, so no fear this time around. H2K, they have themselves 6,000. I know you're still tilted by that.
You have to laugh. You just have to laugh.
Quick, somebody is the support close by the Baron.
I mean, they've started to pick it up. There were still a few mistakes, but now we see the end game approaching. And its name is Rabadon's Death Cap, if you're Ryu. Look at that build right now.
And 918 ability power on that rise.
This is the game where you hate playing Sivir, because you only have one spell shield, and that guy's coming for you every single team fight.
He's been fantastic on his ultimates as well. The Realm Warp, like 1 or 2 people flashing forward and just instantly deleting people by machine gunning them down. It's been fantastic to see. H2K now pushing towards this bottom side. There's not a whole lot of towers outside the base remaining. In fact, there are none. Just one.
Still strength in numbers for AHQ. Ideally, they want a 5-man team fight, and H2K's way to deal with that is still splitting. They have a really good split push composition. They have not used the top lane. They're going for a 4-1 here with Vander postured in between, because they want to isolate Ryu, because he can 1v1 anything. He can likely even 2v1 people. And they need to be careful though. Don't get anybody picked off going too deep. If H2K play it slow, they can take the entire base without even having to commit to a single fight.
And you know, if they have Oda1 playing, they will play opposite ends of the map. But with Ryu, because of the ultimate range, he does have to be a little bit closer. And now Westdoor, that was aggressive.
Those ace balls are starting to hurt.
Buffered combo from Vander too, just in case some flash shenanigans comes out. Oda1 pass to the bot lane. I would like to see somebody pick up that top wave, but it's path too far away. So H2K is actually going to commit to a 5-man push in the bottom lane. The traps are a good zoning tool here, but this could be the window for HQ.
Yeah, I think what you do here is you try on a couple of waves. You've got your big wave coming in right now. If it doesn't work, you go to Dragon, but they're going to force the fight.
Flank TP is going to get canceled, so that summoner is burned from Westdoor. Ziv's still holding on to his, but they have got sight on everyone else of AHQ. Playing this out safely and cautiously.
This is exactly why H2K is so hesitant to go for the 5-man push, because a good equalizer and a self-cast ulti on Westdoor could completely turn around that gold advantage that H2K have procured so far.
Yeah, they certainly have, and that top wave is just growing bigger and bigger. Now maybe a Rek'Sai flank is all they have left.
Pushing on this tower, there's not much left in the tank here for HQ. Albus's health bar is melting. He's going to have to speed himself up. The party portal is not going to get taken, and they just used to secure themselves an inhibitor. Westdoor, desperate charge. They delete him off the map. The red carpet's rolled out, but it's H2K who are marching down the base mountain. Albus on, the last defenders left, and H2K just don't care.
And Ryu deletes Ziv on the back end of that team fight. There's not enough members left to defend. They want to end the game.
Trapzone comes out. Desperate hold here, but only jungle and support combined with the AD carry. There's almost no damage on ASQ. This could be the final push.
H2K, they are looking to finish this game, and they get a triple knockup. That is going to be it. It's all Nexus, and H2K are gonna do it right on top of the fountain. Let the minions take the game. H2K earned redemption.
This is such an important win for this group for H2K, because they proved that they can carry on the momentum from winning those lanes individually and snowball it to enough of an advantage that they can actually afford mistakes in the mid game.
Yeah, and I think that's what it is, because that Baron play would have been enough to, you know, break the mentality of, you know, most teams coming into this backs against the wall, already playing against someone that is one win up over you. You know you're chasing them, and they bring it back from the brink.
And for AHQ, they still have their fate in their own hands, because I think at the end of the day, they can still tie H2K for a tiebreaker. But we've seen when they get big losses that the internal synergy of the team kind of collapses, and all eyes now have to be on Mountain if he can both carry them in and out of the game, because he was the main guy speaking out about it. You know what? I need to fix my attitude. I can't be the not-so-great teammate anymore. I need to become a leader. Let's see if he has trained himself in those areas in the last few weeks and can make it shine today.
Absolutely. But for H2K, I mean, this is just such a massive win from them, especially after the heartbreaking loss they suffered last week, going 1-2. Yeah, I know. And they recover so well after this Baron misplay, after the mistakes. This is evolution of this team that we've always given them critique for.
It's not evolution.
You don't believe yet, I know.
It's not evolution if you let a support steal your Baron.
Recovering, though.
Yeah.
I mean, you can test it, but
I'm just going to let you, the European cast, go on over there for a second. But Ryu's a guy I want to touch on. Because, you know, we can talk about the Baron steal all you want. You can talk about the things that did go wrong. But at the end of the day, he was the guy that regained control of that game. He always had priority in his lane. He won the one-on-one. He went top lane, translated that, and then he caught Mountain out in the jungle when Mountain was going for deep vision. So, you know, hats off to Ryu. This is a guy that we knew could step up in big game situations. This is why he's on H2K, and he does it.
It almost makes you wonder why H2K didn't put him sooner on the side lane, because he could duel anybody 1v1, and he always had that Realm Warp to potentially get out as well here. He was a monster. And honestly, H2K should be very grateful they had him in the mid lane today.
Absolutely. Big plays overall. I mean, Rio was going 1vx at some points and like really set up some massive plays for them. Few mistakes, team-wise, individual-wise, forgiving getting caught once or twice, but overall, it just looked a lot more stellar for this team, and they seemed to like really course correct the moment they had a few issues. So that's it for us here. We're going to send it over to the analyst desk to go over that decisive H2K victory.
Thank you very much, Pyra. And I know I've got one very happy analyst here in Deficio.
Never doubted him. I loved the H2K, always been all about him.
There it is.
Said they were going to get out of the group at the start of the day. This guy didn't.
Yeah, I used more energy during the game just watching than actually being on the desk, so I'm pretty exhausted.
But here's the thing, that win there makes this group very interesting. Being a 1-2 team starting the day, you know, to the 2-1 of AHQ and EDG, this really can create some interesting scenarios as we move into the latter half of the day. But let's dive straight into it. We had talked about strong laning phases for H2K. Let's identify the compositions from these two teams and how we expected them to match up through those early portions of the game.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised we saw Alistar so early for H2K, just because Vander has been playing a lot of range support. So obviously Karma got taken away as a first pick by HQ, which I think was smart enough as a takeaway, but didn't really benefit them because Ana and Albus are not a very strong lane. And if you pick Karma and you lose lane because you're not the best like laners, Karma becomes very, very useless later on compared to like Alistar, who has so much power in a team fight.
Until you steal Baron, but that's
sure,
neither here nor there.
Yeah, and also the fact that they picked Lissandra into the Ryze Elise, and Lissandra can't bring cleanse because the biggest benefit of Lissandra is teleporting in for flank engages. And that just made them really vulnerable to the Elise Ryze ganks. And even if it didn't completely kill Westor a bunch of times, it eliminated any pressure he'd be able to have in lane, and in turn actually made it so we couldn't have effective teleports.
Yeah, exactly. I think AHQ put all their baskets into the early game. They wanted to have the push bot lane and then have Lissandra go in for cleanup kills and stuff like that. But mid lane was such a mismatch from Ryu. Ryu had that lane pushed in 24/7. There was nowhere for Westor to go.
And that's important for people to understand. You don't have to kill the guy in mid lane to win the lane. If you just keep putting some damage on his tower, you can roam first. That's way more important. And that's where we got to go back to a point we made earlier in the day, starting Westor against a team like H2K who win games in the laning phase. Westor's champion pool is unacceptable, honestly. They first banned Syndra on blue side because he doesn't play it. Guess who plays it? The substitute mid laner Chawi. Why on earth don't you bring him against a team who wins the game in the laning phase?
And you talk about winning laning phase, just some statistics for you. CSD at 20 across the board for H2K. Odoamne plus 36 in the top lane. Ryu plus 11 in the mid lane. And Forgiven plus 22 in the bot lane. That's an incredible discrepancy just from the laning phase for this team. But then we had questions about whether or not they could translate those leads into an actual late game victory. And this is where I want to jump to our replay. It's going to come 28.5 minutes into the game. 3-for-1 for H2K, definitely dominating when it came to those team fights.
This fight was a little bit of a mess. It all starts with Jankos getting caught out by Westor, and you're thinking, is this where H2K give it back? But they flanked in very well and were able to take down Westor afterwards. And this actually was supposed to be the highlight of the moment when Ryu teleports 4 members of H2K right into AHQ.
Yeah, so many small things didn't go the way of HQ in this fight, though. You saw that little Q from Karma flying before. Could actually hit the Baron, would start hitting Forgiven in the pit. That would have been a different fight already right there. But in the end, Mountain does have his crazy escape. And the fact that he actually stays alive, even though he's not part of this Baron steal, because he's alive, Vander ignores the Karma. He's like, I only need to zone Rek'Sai no matter what, and that's why he actually disappears.
And Clement, I know you had a pretty happy reaction right after this moment. Why, to me, is Forgiven not blocking the Karma Q?
I don't know. It's AoE, and it gets the Baron. That's the point where I felt like, wow, well, HQ doesn't have a good late game team, but maybe H2K will throw hard enough. Didn't happen.
Good point, though, with the late game team, because AHQ last time when they beat H2K, they lost the laning phase, but had a much better late game, and they used that to kind of win the game. Here, they actually didn't draft a better late game, so I think there was a lot of issues, like Lissandra gets outscaled, bot lane gets outscaled. I think there's a lot of issue for HQ's draft, and they tried to say, let's try and get a stronger early to mid game and see if we can match H2K. But why would you go down to H2K's level and play the style they wanted to play instead of just going for late game?
Now, before we continue on discussion around that game, with that Baron steal, the World's Mystery Gift bonus is fully stacked for the week with a 4 times higher chance to get an eSports or Legendary skin. This bonus will last through Sunday night, resetting once we head to Worlds. But now I want to dive back into this, Deficio. Let's continue on this conversation around, H2K and looking as we go ahead through the day. I mean, still some things to clean up in terms of closing out the game. Cool, we can still build leads. Yeah. What else are you looking for them to be crisper with?
I mean, so much comes down to how to play mid to late game, as we've just seen. There were moments where they tried to set up like 3 lanes at once. They didn't have proper vision, because in this meta, it's very hard to have enough wards placed down, so it's hard to play this full split push game. And they tried to start Baron like 1 or 2 members a few times, and it looked a little bit lackluster, but it is very difficult to take that step further, and you just want a big team fight, which they got. So I think they showed definitely improvements outside of some of these individual mistakes where the Baron gets lost. I just want to see them, take this win and get some confidence and actually not tilt if they start falling behind in all the games.
They should have confidence because they are demolishing teams in the laning phase. And I liked the adjustment they made in this game to make sure they had tools in which to engage with their lead. The Ryze, the Alistar, the Elise, all strong picks, and I want similar archetypes from them in the future. If they're able to pick Alistar and still win lane, you definitely pick Alistar.
And Ryu, who's going to receive Player of the Game, looked fabulous on that Ryze. We have seen other players in this tournament struggle with it. Some people not entirely sure, some teams not entirely sure how to utilize that ultimate. We saw a couple glimpses of how it could be used, even zoning at the very end to pick up an inhib, knowing that no one actually has to take that portal. Yep. There is opportunity to use it in other ways. But finally, now I want to turn to you, Clement, and AHQ. For them moving forward, having had a somewhat disastrous early game and not putting together maybe the best composition for them, what kind of changes do you expect to see them make moving forward in the day if they're going to make a run at a second or even a first seed?
I think the biggest question is what they play mid laner. I think Westor so far has only shown 2 champions, Lissandra and Malzahar. These are not new picks. I wonder if he has something saved up. He at least needs to have a pick that can push the lane and doesn't make his jungler go down with him, because that's what happened that game, and all the lanes just couldn't win after that.
All right, focus is on the mid lane for AHQ. We're headed to a break, but don't go anywhere, because when we come back, H2K returns to the Rift to take on Edward Gaming.
What is it that we are not doing on stage, Mr. Wanderowicz?
Face check.
I will give you $10 if you face check.
Really?
Yes.
Ace in the hole is going to nail onto the back of the head, and this is going to be it. First blood over to Ryu. Mountain over the wall, ejects.
We can chase, we can chase.
Chase. I will.
I'll take it.
Fight, and they party portal in, looking for on, and they cut off HQ.
They have the damage to get it done.
Oh! They got it! Are you kidding me? Somebody blocks that Karma Q. How can you let him do that? That's impossible. They got 1 kill on the board, and they keep on chasing, looking for on. Flash, Rude, he's gonna go out of it, and he's got no more spell shield. Forgiven with the pickup. H2K earned redemption.
'cause all along I knew I was doing the wrong thing by giving you my time. Where was I? Where was I when I needed it most? When I needed myself? Where was I? Where was I?
Welcome back to the Group C showdown here at Worlds 2016. We just saw H2K take down AHQ, and they're back on stage to face Edward Gaming, who opened the day up with a win as well. So both of them coming in with confidence in that regard, but H2K definitely bouncing back from a more disappointing week one. So let's go ahead and focus in on them as they try and take down the top seed in the group.
Well, kind of the same story, I feel, after we watched the last game. Super strong laning phase, as we mentioned. That is going to be a problem, though, I feel, against EDG, because EDG, especially the bot lane, in my opinion, is the strongest in the world, Mako and Deft. So Forgiven and Vander won't be able to pick like an Alistar and still win the laning phase, and that might force H2K to change the pick and ban phase and have a ranged support instead, which will be weaker late game.
And that's the thing. The last time these guys played, H2K picked Ezreal and Karma, face checked to Brush early on, and then ended up giving first blood to Deft at level 1, and EDG was the team with Alistar. So I think EDG's team play is stronger than H2K's, and as far as the laning phase goes, that's going to be where H2K has to win. It's even more difficult against EDG than any other team.
And Clement, where we had talked about between AHQ and H2K, the mid lane kind of being the big disadvantage for AHQ, well, now Ryu has to deal with Scout, who does play the likes of Syndra, has that kind of champion pool that might do better in that lane. So, I mean, it feels like even more so odds are stacked against H2K as a result of that.
Yeah, I feel like EDG is coming in as the favorite of this group. They're probably going to win this. They're not going to be falling behind in the laning phase so hard. Plus, if you look at the CSC numbers, Forgiven is actually very close to Deft. They're very good laners, and I want to see how that bot lane plays out.
All right, well, with all of this in mind, let's go ahead and get your guys' predictions down the line. Who's running away with this one, EDG or H2K? Clement, you're starting us off.
I have to go with EDG, just like my reasons before. They're not going to have these weak laning phase issues. That's going to impact their draft a lot as well, and I feel like they have the better team play and team fight.
All right, Deficio?
Have to agree with Clement. I think EDG is going to win this game. They can match the laning phase, and also later on they play very safe. They play together as a group. They don't really throw away games. They don't give you many chances to come back, so I don't see H2K winning late game either.
Jack, close us out.
Yeah, if this were week 1 EDG against the H2K we just saw against AHQ, I would actually pick H2K, but it's not. EDG looked really clean in the INTZ game, and they had a lot of team play early on in the game, which I think even if H2K has individual edges, they will lose team play before 10 minutes, and that's why I have EDG.
All right, well, strong votes for EDG here. It's time now to head upstairs and hand it off to our casters for the call.
Thank you very much, Dash. And yes, indeed, this one is going to be a tough challenge for H2K. They may have beat the mini-boss, but here's the raid boss up and running.
Yeah, and I'm really glad that this matchup happens in standard lanes. So, in essence, regardless of what happens, we get a true laning test, and EDG is so likely to advance. We need to check how they do against good laning opposition.
Yeah, completely agree, especially when a lane isn't swung level 1. I mean, we keep going back to it, but the Vonderwing Vander level 1, just going into that brush, it really was heartbreaking. And I'm looking towards this, not only for the bottom lane, but for a real heat check on how good Odoamne is. He's someone that I've always rated incredibly high in the European LCS, and I want to see if he can really take advantage of Mouse and set his team up for good success.
It's very tricky, because once you get like absolute faith in Odoamne, he kind of lets you down, and that's like kind of the story of H2K historically for me. But especially going back to last week as well, you know, that face check from Vander, because yes, they equalized out the lane later on, but they should have smashed that lane 2v2, and sometimes it's the lack of something we don't get to see, you know, in that lane play out that way. It makes it really hard to judge, you know, what could have been. So I'm really interested to see what style of lane H2K pick up, because they got by last game by just picking Caitlyn Alistar and going slightly even and ahead because of misplay on the other side. But against the likes of Deft and Mako, you may need more aggression to go even.
It certainly looks to be the case, and they want to get rid of any passivity in the lane already, taking away Tom Kench. Also, maybe indicating one more time into a 1-3-1 and how well that can stack up against it. Maybe try and get the rise.
Definitely, the support counter to 1-3-1 is that Tom Kench there. Early pick that we're thinking of was Syndra initially, but immediately banned out by EDG. They realized the priority on that pick alongside with the Nidalee.
Absolutely, and as EDG played their previous game today on blue side, it's going to be a very different composition. They had the Syndra, they had the Jhin, they had the Tom Kench. they're going to have to pull something out different.
Is HK thinking about a very early Caitlyn pick here? That could actually buck many of the trends we've seen, because they don't want to hand over the Alistar in first rotation purple side. They banned out the Jhin themselves. Forgiven isn't a big Sivir player. It would give them the lead in the lane. I can almost see it happening.
Or maybe they're trying to pinch melee champs to be able to take away Nami, which a lot of supports right now consider the top range support.
But Karma can at least match that lane, and then it becomes more about the AD carries and a swing in power of a Caitlyn versus X, regardless of who gets the Nami and who gets the Karma, may be more influential. I'm really excited for this first pick.
Yep, the Olaf is banned away, and now we have to see what H2K have been planning. Is it going to be that first pickup Caitlyn? They've got a lot of time to decide.
The more I think about it, the less I'm straying against it, because Forgiven just isn't a Jhin player himself, and he doesn't want, I think, Deft to get his hands on that Jhin, because Deft actually plays a fantastic Jhin overall.
The other thing that Defs play, if we just want to open up the AD carry champion pool, Ezreal has to be looked at some point. He plays a good Lucian as well, but we haven't seen a hyper carry out of him yet. He was historically Jinx, Twitch, not a laning AD carry at all. Get him into the team fights and light up. I think that is where they might look toward.
And there is precedent to not pick Elise here, because Clearlove clearly had the option to pick it last game. He just didn't go for it. So H2K find themselves in a bind with nobody really needing a first pick specifically. I'm getting scared that hover of Maokai is lasting a bit too long. Oh, they're going for the Karma
again. All right, so that one's locked in. The flex pick, of course, but last time we saw the matchup, it was Vander who took it. And we all know the story from that.
They could actually go for Karma and Nami at the same time, really pinching that range support pool and throwing Mako a spanner in the works, because now Elise is taken away from Jankos. The safety laner top lane has been elected for Mouse, so his duty is clear. Just don't die too much on that Poppy and become a teamfight flanker. This could be a creative rotation for H2K if they go all in to the laning phase game. They put the Karma mid, just AFK push. They put the Nami in the bot lane, but that is very taxing and falls apart very heavily in the mid game.
I like it in the early game, however, and you have to be able to throw a wrench at EDG if you expect to beat them. So if you go all in on one point of the game, be it early game, and try and tear them apart, we've already seen that EDG didn't fight back well against INTZ when a similar tactic was used.
Got to play to those strengths. H2K know how they can win those games, and we saw it looking a lot cleaner last game against AHQ. Well, we'll see what they decide to answer with here, too. The Lee Sin still up for Jankos, as the pickup of Elise was taken by Clearlove. Still don't have to pick the jungler just yet, but I want to keep my eye on Ryu, too, because he was so massive last game. I have a feeling he's got to be a big part of the game this time around, but there is the Caitlyn lock-in along with the Rek'Sai.
Super standard here. Rek'Sai jungle tank presence. Of course, EDG is now going to match that Karma potential flex with a Nami in the bot lane. There is no hard counter here.
They have, against Caitlyn in the past, played Varus, so that is a hover that they will legitimately look towards. Mako has played 8 brand support games for a 76% win rate in solo queue.
It's actually not a great matchup. While the crowd may love it, it is really hard to play brand support into Karma, because Karma is a stronger poker and has shield, so sorry to burst your bubble, but Nami Ezreal seems like a fine matchup.
I'm just throwing out the stats. Yeah. I'm just here to facilitate the conversation.
Well, in the end, we get the standard pickup. Deft going back in a very comfortable Ezreal choice, and the Nami, so that bottom lane will be poke support versus poke support. Unless, of course, the Karma gets flex mid.
One thing I can tell you from, being around the EDG, they think this is the best bottom lane in the world right now. They think that the poke, the ability to walk away from the minion wave, as Caitlyn's trying to shove, get down all that harass with non-sustain, they really do like how this...
From a laning point of view, or just as the complete package?
Even like as a complete package. They think it does fine in lane, that they can get what they need. And then as it transitions to late game, Deft is just such a good blue Ezreal player.
Yeah, definitely love Deft on the Ezreal champion. The problem is if they find themselves slightly behind, it snowballs pretty far downhill, because Ezreal always has to commit for that tier and commit to range farming. You could lose the pressure, but probably Karma Caitlyn is probably the most oppressive bot lane you could get. I like the pickup here for Odoamne here, with some more engage on the cannon, because they have the tank jungler. At least now they have the tank jungler, so it's not like an Elise cannon lane that's really hard to make teamfights work. H2K can definitely scale well again.
It's also a speed up engage as opposed to a dash, so it isn't ruined by Poppy. So that's why I really like it. Jankos can go in and get blocked, whereas the cannon's just going to fly in with a Karma shield, hopefully from a flank, and really light up the backline.
And Ryu takes the rise once again. This time it will be blind, and EDG looking to answer. Maybe the Malzahar is the one they're looking for, and it's locked.
Damn. That means Ryu will have to be very careful. He can't play the signature post-6 aggression style that Ryze likes to do, because the threat of that ultimate from Malzahar combined with the Cocoon is going to be massive here. But if Jankos can shadow mid lane, then suddenly they have a really, really strong 2v2. Because Flash and Power can always cancel out Scout immediately.
Yeah, certainly do, but something historically against Catalyst users, LPL teams do like to force you to put a QSS in between, so it delays that power spike. It's not by an awful lot at the moment. QSS is quite gold efficient just for the MR, and it's so useful for the active, but it is something that you have to look for. In the same way, if Ezreal falls behind, if Ryze falls behind, he is going to be delayed.
But we have to mention that it is incredibly likely that H2K have 3 pushing lanes very early on. Malzahar is always associated with push, but this is post 6 and 7 because level 1 and 2, the Malefic Visions don't bounce quickly enough, which means no mana on every bounce, no cascading kill creeps, which means the Ryze can actually get the push in the early lane and has the better trading potential, which means Malzahar has to play under his turret.
Absolutely, and Ryu has definitely shown no qualms about pushing that up fast and early, and he's going to have Jankos on that Rek'Sai at the back of him. I think a lot will actually be on Clearlove, see what he does early on in that Elise.
And a 2-second stun heading into the jungle is going to be very useful in this composition, so Ryu, one more time, has to be able to put on the carry pens.
Absolutely. Now, guys, at home, don't forget to reach out to us on Twitter. Highlight the best moments from today's games using the hashtag #WorldsBigPlays. We have definitely had a few so far.
Yeah, a couple of really nice plays there. Let's see if there's more Ryze versus Elise dance-offs like we saw yesterday. I'm very excited to see what Jankos can do in this Rek'Sai, because again, he has a jungler with creative pathing. Walls are merely obstacles to a Rek'Sai. He can path over, above, and beyond.
We've hit the rift, and the crowd lights up. EDG always travel well, and H2K, well, there's some people that have been stunned by their performance last game. We'll see if they can do it again.
And this matters so much. A simple cheer to these players can change the entire mindset, knowing that the crowd's behind you, that you're finally playing on the world stage. For Jankos, for Vander, they've been trying years and years to make it here. They had such a wonky start, but right now the momentum shifted. The tides could be turning literally in the bot lane. And for H2K, they definitely want to get that momentum, the crowd behind them, because they're facing a giant in EDG.
Yeah, they certainly are, but first step accomplished. I mean, they play it passively. They just give up the vision control.
Guys, it's the wrong team. They're not playing today.
Not today, unfortunately. This time around, H2K, have a much smarter start to their early game. No Vander wandering, and they do have a much more safe invade towards that red buff.
It's actually quite funny how many fans you interact with. I asked them, like, who are you rooting for? They're like, today I'll root for CLG, but I'm actually a TSM fan. Or today I'm rooting for H2K, but I'm actually a TSM fan. So I can't wait for TSM to actually play here with this crowd.
Crazy. All right, well, speaking of dance-offs, Ryu's going to have one on his own as Scout takes to the mid lane. And the
Is it really a dance-off if you're only dancing by yourself? I don't know about that.
Well, we were talking about the Elise ones, but 8 legs usually won out over 2. I don't know. Ryu's had some fancy footwork of his own this game, or the last game, I should say.
All right, we had good ward there. H2K snuck a ward into enemy red, so they're completely aware of what's happening here. Early red buff for Clearlove. You see Scout heavy committing with these creeps here, challenging for the push, but look at how low the range creeps are. It's so hard to push in a range. A Ryze rather, once he gets access to those range minions. Going back bot here. Early trading, that's good. Always trade onto death. Vander soaking the farm. It's not bad here, because the damage was mostly done on the enemy AD carry. Obviously, there is a sustain component here. The Vander has 3 pops, so essentially you need to kind of double his health bar. Good trading.
And I like to always watch the mana pool that's being expended right now. You can see that Vander's keeping himself topped off nicely. He's going to be able to heal back up with the pot. So Maker's already starting to chunk into that. And mana, ever since they removed mana potions, has been so much harder to get back in these laning phases. And that really does put the Nami at an inherent disadvantage if they're trading onto the AD carry especially.
And Nami definitely wants to make maximum value off those Ws, make him bounce here. Odoan trying to keep Mouse away. Mouse was kind of almost faking an early gank there by how aggressive he was moving. But look at Jankos. Scout has no passive.
Waiting in the brush, and he's going to get the knock-up. Quick flash burn. It's going to be followed by Jankos. Ryu can't chase. No, he goes deep. Yes, he got a first blood. Oh, is he going to go down? He is. That's a trade.
A slight moment of hesitation on the side of Ryu, but he does get the first blood, which means an early tier. There's a assist goal on Jankos, but 2 flashes have been burned. And right now, it's up to Clearlove.
Oh, no, with the one-on-one. Woo! He's asserting his dominance early this game.
Ooh, and that lane is borderline frozen. If that cannon creep stays alive, this is a fantastic spot for H2K.
Now they want to hit back. Clear Love, he's down on the bottom side. He's not going to nail the Cocoon. Forgiven with the flash, but the damage is there, and the red buff is real. Repel up for Clear Love. He's going to have to back away. Mako getting sunk by the Q.
And finally, a failed gank comes out, so you know 2 successful plays on the side of H2K. EDG try and get something back, but not there.
But that was a tilter. That Cocoon was what we call like a Mad Life. It was a flash predict by Krylov. It was just off by a hair. If that hits Forgiven, he is definitely gonna not only die, but also get the mental kind of hit right there. Here we see this all in again from Odoamne. Stacks his W off, doesn't even get it off. This is just sloppy for Mouse.
That's just, honestly, that's abysmal for Mouse. I mean, he just got alled in, point blank.
That's the point where the mistake's already made, which meant Mouse had his lane pushing away from him. He knows he either gets frozen, or he has to kind of push it in, and Odoamne sees the opportunity. He knows Clearlove is on the bottom side of the map because that ward early. Remember, Odoamne saw where Clearlove started. Clearlove did not show up for an early gank top, which meant he was almost 90% sure that Clearlove had to be on the other side of the map.
So advantage for H2K, 500 gold in the lead. They have been losing out on CS on this bottom side, but there's still a decent-sized wave of minions approaching as Scout gets some deep vision over at the Raptor camp.
It's actually impressive that apart from the top lane, EDG have managed to stay fairly even in CS because when Scout died, he loses all that experience and also the wave pushes back against him into the Ryze, so you know he's able to catch up there. Ryze, of course, died at the same time. And then bottom lane, that's actually a sizable CS advantage. I'm sure there's not 12 creeps sitting in that lane, not even close, so Deft and Mako still bullying out here.
The gank really hit Forgiven and Vander hard because it's so hard to play aggressive in the lane when you don't have your flashes available. Mako also used his though. So Forgiven has to be careful for a return gank from Clearlove, but that was so close. Beautiful flash predict Cocoon there from Clearlove, but it was just an inch short.
So struggles in that bottom side, but where Vander has gone, or rather where Jankos has gone, has certainly paid out some dividends. Ryu with that trade in the mid lane, picking up a gold advantage for him, and he keeps on the pressure. So 2 winning lanes out of 3, definitely ain't too bad for H2K.
And Def wants to get to base to get his tier, because he's out of mana right now, and he can't actually poke down Forgiven, and the sustain is actually being won. Because in sustain battles, there's always something that breaks first, and right now it's Def's mana pool that is broken. He can regen it up if he farms safely on a turret, but it means the pressure is on the side of H2K, and there's more pressure mid lane from Ryu.
Speaking of, yeah, Ryu, he's got that blue buff, not running out of mana anytime soon, and Scout is going to get forced back here now. Back in the bottom lane, Deft gets stopped up, and the trap, oh, he's gonna get it! The heal, no, didn't get the trap, the bubble goes down. Forgiven steps too far forward. Meanwhile, back in the mid, Jankos.
And I think this is a mistake from Jankos, because he could right now be diving bottom lane onto Deft and forcing that summoner. Instead, he's going for the greedy dive mid that will get matched by Clearlove. He is, however, shadowing Ryu, so he can extend that pressure. But imagine a world where Jankos was bot right now.
Yeah, they just can't stay, and that means the lead would have continued to, I guess, increase. They're already 1,300 gold up at 6 minutes on EDG, and they want to pressure this jungle because that gives them access to the bottom side.
And this is what we were talking about, 3 winning lanes, and this Rek'Sai is just moving in between the lanes. This was the last bit of mana from Deft, and Forgiven is showing you what you can do with the new Caitlyn in terms of headshots. It will strap into headshot, into E, into headshot, always layering in between, getting those auto attack resets.
And he's starting to catch back up in farm right now, so the one place that they were having problems in the early game, H2K are starting to find their footing here. And if they can start to knock down some towers, push people back, well, guess what? The first Drake's Infernal, and they were doing quite a lot of work with just Oceans.
Yeah, and imagine what happens next when Forgiven and Vander base get more items in their inventories, and suddenly Jankos can path bot with Ryu, maybe use that ultimate, and Odoamne has teleport. That could be a clean 5-man dive in the bottom lane, and it's incredibly hard to stop that on the side of EDG.
Yeah, beyond that, I mean, right now, EDG is just ceded control of the entire map because they're being shoved in 3 lanes. Clearlove had to show when he didn't want to catch a minion wave. Everyone's caught back up on CS or is exceeding their opponents. And this is when Clearlove goes back to reactive jungling. And that's when he's at his worst. You want Clearlove proactive, setting up the ganks. But right now, he is being dragged all over this map.
Proactivity here. Have to sidestep. Mouse misses here. That could be a follow-up. Ryu.
Flash. There's a portal. They're going to go right on towards him for the dive. And Mouse is not getting out of this one alive. Ryu claims another, and the tower is open.
EDG is being done up to them. What they did the same thing in the first game. They were leveraging the push from mid lane into the side lanes, but right now it's H2K with the advantageous lanes coming out of pick and ban, and they're leveraging their push into top. Look how Ryu pushed mid, went top with Jankos, and at this point, Mouse, he has to hit this hammer, but the sidestep from Jankos, really smart, and the presence of mind from Ryu, skilling that ulti early. So often Vice players will skill it level 9, 10, 11, for the first time, but he gets it very early because he knows he'll be roaming.
And also the commitment. I mean, they think, you know, we can probably get that turret if we just stick around at 3, but let's go for the dive. Let's continue to pressure Mouse, who is now 30 CS down. And when you only have 30 CS yourself, that's a pretty big deal.
But this is how EDG lost their only game, and it was a lot more pressure up top. It was Revolta camping with Yang. But even though Odoamne was able to get the 1v1, then Jankos comes in, they do this big play. Mouse just needs to live. We talked about it. He's not doing it, and this is going to cause problems all across the map. Scout is forced out and forced to use both his summoners.
Yeah, look how they played. As he tunnels in, he gets the Praise Seeker out, which pops the Malzahar passive, gives enough time for Ryu to snare, and that finishes the tunnel animation for Jankos to get inside the knockup range, and then Scout has to flash. Not only does he flash, he's also super chunked, which puts him in kill range for Ryu. He always has the turnaround kill though, because Ryu has Mercs but no QSS.
There's Clear Love. Back in the reactive jungling, Jankos takes away his Wolf camp. Still in relative safety here as Deft and Mako look for a roam.
Yeah, you can see that, you know, right now with the push into mid lane, with the push into bottom lane, they're looking for the vision around the Dragon buff. With the Rise one more time, Infernal is so valuable.
That's a little bit of RNG here coming to beat EDG. Pushed in lanes, both mid and bot lane. That Fire Drake could be very influential later in the game if HK can get access, and that's why EDG is trying to like aggressively defend, but as they move into their own jungle, they leave mid lane exposed. There's chip damage everywhere. Look at Jankos and Ryu. They moved to Dragon for a second, but they said, you know what, guys? Take mid lane, because look where Scout is basing back. No summoners. What a fantastic start by HK.
It's working well for them. Now Deft, he's going to try the all-in with Mako flashing his Vander away from the wave. Forgiven is low on mana. They put the exhaust. They're going all in. He's going to flash the bubble. There's a teleport. Clearlove was taking tower. It is canceled by Odoamne, but they do hold. And look who's coming. It's Jankos.
Odoamne flew all the way backwards there. Clearlove went for the cocoon onto Forgiven. Luckily, Vander didn't eat that one. Vander was getting ready to block it for his AD carry though, so good communication finally coming out. The synergy seemingly fixed from week 1 to week 2.
And honestly, this is what you see out of EDG when they fall behind. Deft and Mako look desperate to make a play on the bottom side of the map. They know top lane is pretty much done. Mid lane is just a disaster right now for Scout. He hasn't got the shove. He can't roam around, and that puts so much pressure on the duo.
Well, you say desperate, it still was very well executed here. Odoamne looking for a face, like he can get knocked into the wall.
Oh, he does. He could go down here. Mouse might have an equalizer, but look at that damage! He just lightning rushes, and Mouse knows he can't follow.
But still, Mouse to get that trade off from being 30 CS down still at this point in the game. He's coming back because he not only did that, but he also canceled Odoamne's teleport. So, flashed, heal, exhaust, and support flash down in the bot lane. Teleport canceled. H2K just took a big hit in terms of resources.
Yeah, and that means you have to slow your gameplay down. As soon as you wanted to accelerate, set up around that dragon, all of a sudden without crucial summoner spells, you're not going to be able to go for those plays. So you've got to give credit to EDG. They are masters at stalling out games.
Yeah, and even a little bit of alteration in terms of item builds here. The rush on the Iceborne Gauntlet here for Deft as well. For going the traditional build, they're just trying to catch up.
Yep, definitely desperation. However, they do manage to find themselves some breathing room here. We're just close to the 12-minute mark on the game, and the gold lead in favor of H2K. Still in the hunt for their Infernal Drake, but they don't have the pressure on that side of the map right now. And after backing, we'll see if the items make the difference.
And right now, we got to keep our eyes on the junglers. They are the main influencers currently in the game. Jankos has that roaming aspect, that global with his tunnels. Can be anywhere on the map, and Clearlove just has the raw power of that cocoon follow-up.
Yeah, and so much damage that Elise brings to the gang. Generally, you just have to be able to lay down the initial CC and she will do the rest. However, with the waves being always pushed up, with the good vision control, we've not seen one of these gangs come out.
But I'm loving the synergy between Jankos and Ryu here. Ryu sidesteps the silence.
Ooh, he just stepped right up in front, and there is still a ghost on Scout, but look at what he's getting done to this turret.
Ryu was so close to flashing there, but if he flashes at the wrong moment and Scout goes for the ulti, Ryu takes a smart approach, put him back into the base here. But because Jankos is always so close in the mid lane, Ryu does not have to be afraid of getting ulted into an Elise gank, which means he doesn't build QSS. He goes for the straight, raw damage.
Yeah, and I really respect the decision-making out of Ryu here, because you can see he understands that they need this snowball to continue. They can't take that backward step we said they would have to, and he's pressuring everyone on the map.
This is exactly what he was able to do against Westdoor just the previous game. This is so massive, Ryu performing so well, and Jankos is just giving him the leeway to do it.
And
no answer from EDG.
Look at how short that silence was there as well because of the merge threats. One of the few silences that was left in the game do get reduced by that Boots choice. He also blocks a lot of the cocoon follow-up by reducing that cooldown effect there, or CC effect rather. So Ryu liking the adaptation in the build, not just going for the blind habitual QSS.
So far, so good. Well adapted from H2K's squad. And Deft trying to push the bottom side. Mako clearing the wards out and just making sure that they can't secure this dragon blindly. But Deft is going to have to back here.
Yeah, teleport is available. We'll see if they make a play now that they do have that in their favor. Deft also has to go back now and pick up a very late tier. Although here's the play.
Oh, well, he gets nailed by the cocoon. The Merc Treads maybe not quite enough. Malefic Vision's on. He's going to try and turn for this one. Avoids the sides. Ezreal comes in. The ulti is going to go just away.
And we were just talking about that. The second the aggro comes in, because Ryu is just tanky enough to survive, Jakob swoops in. Just a knight in shining armor.
Yeah, exactly right. And all you need is that presence to disengage, and they don't really lose all that much out. There's going to be a mid lane shove, but double summoner spell burn. Still one summoner spell on the side of EDG, and Odoamne is just putting in overtime up here.
Yeah, Q-Max on that cannon, really working on the poke here, but Mouse has gotten tanky enough that he keeps that CS deficit very stable.
Yep, so far he's kept it in the way it is, but he still fell behind quite a lot early on. Now you can see Clearlove making his way up to the top side. A lot of pings for EDG, focusing around this dragon. Odoamne gonna face check for the ward. Clearlove was there, does not hit the cocoon.
The nose on the cannon sniffs that one out. All of a sudden they start up the dragon, and Clearlove's on the wrong side of the map. We've already gone over it. Caitlyn, Ryze, even the cannon going to be able to translate that so well.
The next 3 minutes are incredibly crucial here for H2K. Not only are they challenging dragon, they're getting mid lane turret down. Potential rotation bot, plus a dive with the teleport that's back up for Odoamne. They survive the 4-5 minutes of TP advantage, and they could look for a second tower in the bot lane because they still have Forgiven and Vander winning the 2v2 in terms of pressure. Not CS. They're down CS.
That's okay. It's hard to do against Deft and Mako, but they do get themselves the first brick. Mouse backing Odoamne, throws the ward in, and he's going to stop him for just a second, clearing away the pink ward as he goes. H2K definitely getting what they want here, and the gold lead's growing for them.
Honestly, in terms of pressure, there's just pressure everywhere. Ryu now makes the roam down, has spotted out the Elise, and is going for the kill.
Oh, Cocoon doesn't land. Clearlove's going to have to go Spider form. Ryu's backed away here, and now EDG are wise to this. Tense moment, though. You can see the pings just everywhere the moment Ryu shows face.
Yeah, the wave was evaporated in the bot lane. Deft picked up that blue buff with the tier that he built very late. The late stacking tier. He actually has a lot of wave clear here. Look at it spamming Q every single time on cooldown just to get that wave pushed out. He really does not want to give H2K access to a roam. It may actually be wise for them to switch up the map. Start playing towards top side. Maybe kill Mouse one more time.
I definitely think because they have the quicker shove, I mean, you can just tilt over that wave, get it pushed up nicely. That's where the rotation does come in. Get Odoamne to start stacking up that wave and have a look to see if you can open up the map. Or no, Scout again.
He's got summoners this time, but he is oh so low. Ryu does not have the flash of the ghost, and Scout is forced to use the ladder to get himself out of harm's way. No tower to fall back to. He's having a hard game.
Got to keep running as well, Scout. You can't afford. Ooh,
he's got to back off this.
There. All of a sudden, EDG's bottom lane 2v2 just raw power. Force H2K back.
Powerhouse here. Deft and Mako really using the poke once they have that push, because with the blue buff that they've got, you know, spamming those Qs. But Clearlove and Scout in the mid lane, they're playing under such pressure. It's so hard for them to even get that wave equal, which means Mouse is being isolated in top lane very soon. This has to be a turret kill for EDG to equalize the pressure in the game, because otherwise H2K are just going to overflow.
Yeah, and H2K, they already made the move. They disappear into Fog of War. Odoamne is going to look to respond. They want to defend. They're sending up 2 members out of EDG. They need to start wrestling back control.
They haven't got tower just yet. Odo is actually going to beat them to the punch. He takes that one out, and Mouse was there a little bit too late. EDG finally will respond with their first turret. But H2K have already got one, and they keep the gold the way it was.
What a fantastic early game, though, here. 4,000 gold in the lead at 17 minutes against EDG, a tournament favorite by many analysts and casters, honestly. Maybe not the most favorite to win it all, but definitely top 3 in the running to take the title.
Yeah, they're in the conversation. If we've seen anything, it is the fact that the early game is a place to target on this team. Get the lane shoving up. They will pick for the teamfight phase because that's what the LPL teams do so well. And as long as you can keep this pressure applied, they don't allow themselves back into the game. But right now, that's where it is. H2K, if they make the one mistake against EDG that they made against AHQ, it's over.
Look at this.
Ryu, he's going to get CC chained. In comes Jankos. It's going to be too little, too late. This time, Clearlove will respond with the kill, and Jankos is now going to have to bail out Clearlove on the offensive. The turret goes down in bottom, but EDG pick up a big 2 kills.
2v2, it was enough for Jankos to be present, albeit late, but 2v3, it wasn't enough. Another 2 layers of crowd control got added by Mako in that exchange.
And EDG are masters at taking the maximum. They actually continue to chase through there. They pick up the second kill. However, H2K do strike back. They get a turret in response. And concentrated gold versus global gold, EDG might have come out a little bit ahead of that, but it's still a trade.
But they get map control, and apparently, or they also just get a little bit of confidence here. Having that play work for Scout with a flash, Cocoon, into Bubble, into Silence, into follow-up, double wave. Like, it is incredibly clean. Yes, they lose that bot lane turn, but they would have lost it anyways. And now they could actually move into the red side jungle to get some vision and actually start challenging H2K in the setup phase.
And look at how they're playing around bottom lane one more time. We said this is the area that EDG like to attack. Ult comes out, Ryu's in trouble.
Oh boy, let's see how well the one before is. Now this, we've seen it before. He's gone down. Double TP's popped. Double TP's canceled. EDG have found the weak point to continue to shove onto Ryu. Now they're on the bottom turret.
Only 2 keeps, but they have Spiderlings, which means this turret won't get the full armor bonus, and it could actually go down on this wave. Forgiven, desperate trying to challenge, but he's taking so much damage.
Oh yeah. Okay, EDG, they're backed off for just a moment, but they have found a way to get in, and they've started to close this gold gap. H2K, they need to move faster around the map. EDG just have pulled the trigger.
And that is now a 25 CS lead for Deft. I mean, you cannot compliment the 80 carry from EDG enough. And you have to look at Mako as well. This guy, from being a rookie support last year, came into MSI, crushed that tournament. Disappointing Worlds, as did everyone, but has looked stellar as well now.
Just so impressed with how they took that initial loss in the bot lane. Deft and Mako, they were slightly behind, but he just rushed the Iceborne just to put a band-aid on the problem. And then suddenly, with the late tier and blue buff infusion, he pushed the pedal, and then suddenly he started winning that matchup. Got the push, got the turret pressure.
And as it stands, at that 20-minute mark, H2K, they had a big gap that started to close here. Mouse play with a bit more confidence. Ryu is spotted up in the top side, but there's a big wave pushing against. A lot of members of H2K hanging around in this river, trying to keep the control that they have as Mouse backs away. Ryu on side wave duty.
And now all of a sudden, you kind of have to criticize Ryu for his build, because I agreed that rushing the roller got him in a good spot. However, the Abyssal Scepter wasn't really necessary. He could have gone towards a QSS, had the magic resistance anyway, because it's the AD dealers that actually are chunking him out at the end of these now. It's, you know, you have to get nitpicky, but maybe that second kill doesn't go through if that is the item build that he goes for.
Yeah, maybe a late QSS will still kind of solve it all, but you could definitely avoided that last step if you went for Quicksilver Sash coming out here. EDG have control of the bottom side of the map. They're looking to trade this for a tier 2 tower though, so H2K definitely banking on some of the more worth objectives in terms of gold.
Looks like they should be able to secure this one. Not too many minions left, but they've brought the entire team to play. Minus, of course, Odowanme sitting on that bottom side, so they will be able to clear out tier 2 turret for EDG, picking up the Ocean Drake, and now they're looking to flank.
Both these teams have a very dangerous Baron call though. Percent damage plus Voidlings plus an Ezreal on the side of EDG, and just Machine Gun Rise plus turn potential flank teleport for the cannon here. Baron will be again the main protagonist to decide how this game pulls out.
And you can see how they're jockeying for position around this turret. EDG want the trade. H2K may be looking to fight, although give it up.
It's a bit of a macro mistake, living up, leaving your mid lane tower exposed while you go for a Dragon for tier 2 trade. Not really worth it. EDG is definitely playing the map just a hair better.
And when you see how H2K won the last game, the fact that they were able to play the 1-3-1, because you have a Poppy, that's kind of inevitable. You're going to lose the side lane turrets anyway, but you need to be able to open up the map and look for these deep flanks.
They've definitely been able to do it. H2K clearing out the...
That's bold.
Yep.
The fact that they actually have the stones to go for a 2-man Baron after Karma stole it in the first game. Mental resilience.
It's one thing we definitely got to see out of H2K now. So next Dragon that's going to be spawning, it will be a while. It's the Cloud Drake up, so obviously all eyes will be on this Baron for some time. Scout clearing out the mid lane, and now you can see EDG playing with renewed vigor here.
Yeah, taking it slow, sweeping out the vision. There's a couple of pink wards up on your top left right there. And H2K have been in the jungle. They have Wolf Sprite, so they're relatively safe here. And now Forgiven wants to challenge mid lane push here. Once they get the push here, you can challenge people. Oh,
34 health.
Always so close. These guys are so good at
It's Ezreal's, man.
stealing blue buffs.
They'll steal that time around. Rio doesn't get as much needed buff. Forgiven just keeps on clearing out the mid lane. A lot of EDG members stacked to the top side, but it is just a game of waiting and seeing if you can get a catch up. It's so much vision here invested around this Baron pit and around the jungle around it.
EDG is kind of playing three people on the side lane because they want to challenge Ryu. They don't want to give Ryu a 3v or a 1v1 waller. They really just want to keep him down number-wise, keep him contained in the cage.
Hard to keep him down though. He's clearing those waves away real fast. EDG though stacking 4 members up top.
But look at the wave clear that comes out of Ryu, and I guess they always have that counter initiation because of the ult. So this is a dangerous game that EDG is continuing to play. Now everyone's up towards that top side of the map.
Looks like they may be going for it. Deft, he wanted to push forward. Ace
A lot
of
of
spent.
zone though coming out of Scout with that ultimate.
We're back to 1v1 in the bottom lane too.
Finally QSS picked up by Ryu. And Odoamne, well, he was snowballing early. Obviously that cannon goes into a Zhonya's build, so he doesn't build for raw damage. He goes for sustainability in these team fights because he has to act as like a quasi-tank in the fights.
I think that's what it is. They know that ultimately this is going to come down to team fight, so he can't go for a second item void stuff or something like that to continue to punish the one-on-one. Instead, one more time, Odoamne, after winning his own early game, does the unselfish thing, goes towards team fight play, and it's the right call because if the Poppy gets the flank, Kennen needs to be there to light up the back.
Yeah, definitely just needs to buy time for both Ryu and Forgiven on these champions that can solo win team fights. Just by the sheer amount of damage that they produce.
Winning formula for H2K, and that Infernal Dragon definitely won't hurt their chances either the longer this game goes at 8%. Definitely starts to stack up for them.
With Deft in base, they're looking to maybe attack Poppy in the bot lane, but Mouse is not showing. Red buff really important here for Forgiving as well. They start kiting, and the attention kind of shifts towards Dragon area. H2K, they seem very set on getting these Baron wards down. Definitely practiced a lot on this particular concept.
Yeah, they certainly did, and at this stage of the game, you know, you have to say that they're executing much better, although now Odoamne...
He's in trouble, he has to get out, and that could be a counter Baron here.
Quick flash, gets the knockup. He even spent away. Oh, Mouse knocked him right in the range, or right outside the range of the cocoon. He might get off of this.
That Q connecting is actually really important because it slows down Clearloff. He doesn't want to commit here, and a Baron gets started by H2K. So decisive. EK, no smite.
They do not have a chance to contest this. No smite available. They just need to sink it. They get it. And EDG, we're just too late. H2K beat them to the punch. All they need to do is escape right now, and they do take the short range portal. No chance for EDG to get back into this one.
And all of a sudden, top lane turret being up means that EDG can't chase. H2K, they withstand the gank, they come up huge.
They have patience. They have good Baron vision control. They see somebody do something on the map, and they react with a cross-map play. Not only do they get the Baron control down, there is no karma on the other side of the squads, which means the Baron goes to H2K, and they get out with the presence of mind of Ryu using his ultimate. This is a completely different H2K, and this is actually what we wanted to see today. Massive improvement. But we can't talk enough about how big of a blunder that was from Clearloff to channel a Kennen in the bot lane.
And that's what I want to talk about. However, Clearloff's been a little bit caught here. Will scamper away.
See the momentum just continually shifting. Jankos needs a point-blank spear, but Odo is there, forcing the quick flash, and Clearlove still nearly goes down. Right now, you can see the momentum shift. H2K with Baron buff, 5 members on the bottom. This tower's not going to last, and they can rotate mid easily off of this.
Yeah, because imagine what happened. Even if Odoamne got his ulti off and then his Zhonya's, he would have bought at least 5 seconds of time. That wouldn't be enough for Mouse to make it back to that Baron pit, and that would still be a Baron taken by H2K here. So macro-wise, a major blunder by EDG.
Completely agree. And EDG right now, they seem to want to be playing with a winning side lane. They believe that you have to be able to pressure one point in the map to really be able to open it up, and that means that more often than not, Clearlove in the mid game is going towards Mouse, and it just punishes the team so heavily.
Yeah, Odoamne is stuck in a side lane, can't actually get the tier 2 that usually is there because H2K is so far ahead. So they're just gonna fall back here, look for the dragon. They only want to commit to this tier 2 tower in mid lane if they have flank ulti pressure with Odoamne, but his flash is still down from the earlier exchange, so they're probably just gonna back, build up, and lean on that 6,000 gold advantage that they have got.
Yeah, big swing for this team as EDG were looking to get back into the swing of things themselves. H2K managed to find a big opening, and this is a team that can make some really big plays without actually killing anybody. Well, just gets back, push on the side waves. They got their items, they got their gold well spent. Another QSS this time it's picked up Unforgiven.
And we'll see what they actually get out of Baron buff, because right now when you look at this team, it is so scary. The Caitlyn should be able to siege in. Kennen, although doesn't have a teleport or the flash, still has great flanking potential with the Proto Belt. And you can see that they want to shove up mid, they want to be able to make this work. However, Scout in the side wave, trying to alleviate pressure.
I think H2K just get a map reset and a bigger gold lead. They're not going to get an extra objective here, but they have the chance to push in these waves and get some deep vision and then play around that. And then it's their job to show how good they can be on the map pressure point of view. Can they actually have the necessary macro to push out, or can EDG hold and make a signature pick here later in the game? Because EDG late game, even with a deficit, can turn a single pick into a beautiful team fight and leaves many teams in awe.
And one thing you do have to point out is, Ezreal is so high late game damage if you're able to weave those skill shots away that players like Defs are. Mouse is going to, get back to that unkillable state eventually if they can't close out this game. So this is a great test for H2K. How far have you come in those 4 days of practice? Are you going to be able to close this one out cleanly? Because you could against AHQ to a point, but EDG is a different monster.
We talked about defending the flank. EDG have not been able to find it in. A big part of that has just been H2K really going ham on these wards and getting them where they need to be. They haven't been surprised by too many EDG moves.
Yeah, but they're understanding what they need to do. They need to initiate protocol 1-3-1, put Ryu on a side lane, put Kennen in the other side lane, and then just simply push into waves. And it'll be a stall until the next Dragon or Baron spawns. They're not going to breach the base with sheer split push, but they can choke out EDG, take away their jungle, leave wards everywhere, and just stay in control until the next Baron spawns, or maybe they pick up another Infernal, or they punish EDG for overreaching, because EDG's reaction is going to be making a pick with Clearlove. So as long as they can track the enemy jungler, H2K should be in a good spot.
Yeah, keeping Clearlove out right now is like goal number one. Set up the 1-3-1. Whichever side of the map you want to play towards, make sure that you have that triangle vision set up in the jungle and you're able to rotate sooner, because you do not want to give EDG an opportunity at 30 minutes into the game to pick up even that one kill, because we've seen they rotate into Baron really quickly when that comes available. They're going to be able to shove this one down mid incredibly quickly. So H2K, they need to play it patient. They're doing the right thing right now. They're setting up their side lanes. They're looking towards Dragon in that vision. One misstep can be very costly.
Seems like EDG can always punish. H2K are keeping cautious and on their toes, clearing out the pink wards. Mouse had spotted the Jankos movements. He goes immediately back to the safety of his inner, or rather, front of the base, I should say.
So you can tell which objective they're aiming for by where Kennen is, and they're actually moving on to the top side of the map, which indicates that they're actually going to go for Fire Dragon first, it seems, because they keep their eyes in the bot lane. But it does look like H2K is very confused, because now they're swapping lane assignments again here.
I was going to say, I actually like prioritizing Fire Drake, because we know...
Oh, they're looking for a Rise ultimate on the bot lane, I think, with Poppy. Look at the pinks.
Oh, here we go. They're going to bring Jankos. They're going to bring more than just
so
him.
smart.
And there is nowhere. Mouse is only able to eject Jankos, but it's still a 1v2. The wave comes in, and they heal. They save the life of Mouse.
A genius play followed up by subpar execution here to completely butcher it. They do get the flash out of Mouse here, but it just shows EDG another one of H2K's trump cards here. What could they do once they overextend in the silence? It's exactly that. That's why they weren't going for the 1v1. They were using the global here from the Rise.
And that was a good punish, don't get me wrong, but that also shows that you have to execute against EDG, because you leave the window open even slightly, they will be able to get away. I love the thought process of that, however, because it opens you up to all these clever plays that when you get mid lane shoved, when they go to match it, what can Rise do if you deny Fog of War? He can get you in behind that team. So hopefully this opens up H2K to more smart plays.
Yeah, but it's dangerous to remind your enemy of what your champions do. It's the same way ANX kind of reminded people, hey, Anivia and Poppy, that stuff stuns, but they got so much off it. Right now, they reminded EDG that they have to be careful overextending in these side lanes against the Rise. They kind of threw away that one trump card.
That's the cost of a flash for Mouse and an ult from Mako. I know Summoner's burned on the side of H2K and all that exchange, but it continues to be very tense. Baron is about to respawn. EDG are stacked up top right now.
Yeah, H2K could actually run it down mid here, go for that turret.
I wonder if EDG actually turn on Baron if that's the case, because there's a way to force people off the mid lane push, and that is just start up that objective, and we've seen that EDG do it in the past. I think that H2K right now probably could just shove through and try and punish them super hard for
They're not
a move
aware.
like that.
They don't know exactly where the EDG members are, so they're going back to the Baron dance here. Pink ward spots the ward in the back. It's a good setup though, good sweeps.
And I like this from EDG because you have to be able to drag them back into the river. Caitlyn trap is just so punishing.
Yeah.
I mean, I go back to it. Stixxay really showed us the worth of these traps at MSI when he was able to destroy teams single-handedly with them. So get them out of that siege mode, drag them back through the river, make the Caitlyn reset.
Look what Odorama is doing too. He's playing tag team here. He's going to take over the mid push so they can aggressively challenge the vision. H2K is accelerating their play here, and Mouse is afraid to move too deep in that bot lane. Does give access to EDG, allowing them to group up as 5.
Infernal Drake about to respawn here. Odoamne position prime right now.
Yeah.
They just keep him on it for the time being as EDG just continually pinging out Ryu in the mid lane.
Vision's so important here. Take a look at the side stone. There's one more ward left on each of the support side stones.
They've pinged it out. They know Dragon's happening. Mouse is in there.
Line. Vander, they've got to get here really fast or escape in time. Jankos gets banged against the wall. He's ulted here. Is this one going to be worth? He's going to flash over it. The wave comes, and he waves goodbye. He makes it out with the Infernal.
Yeah, really nice play out of Jankos there. He burns a summoner spell nice and early. He got one out of Scout in response, and that's a second Infernal Dragon picked up one more time for a Rise Caitlyn composition.
Yeah, really big play there. Vander moves in, helps Jankos long enough. No follow-up CC after the ultimate from Malzahar. Mikhails came out and suddenly Jankos can flash out for the Infernal. Such a good trade. There's pressure on both side lanes here. H2K in such a fantastic position right now.
Got wave pushed up in the top side. There's a big one built against them in the bottom, but they are sending Odoamne to deal with it. Right now, H2K having firm control of this Baron pit. They just need to clear out the ward. Jankos, it's going to expire anyway, so they're completely fine with that. And EDG are officially in the dark there.
Deft wants the top lane farm. Actually, they're going to give it over to Mouse. It's an interesting call. He wants the Bork, and Ryu gets chunked out by the Baron.
A little bit of help from Deft there to get that one started, so he's going to have to back off for the time being. EDG trying to reestablish themselves over by this Baron pit. The pink ward's still going to be spotting out any moves they decide to make, but blind in there, they just send a couple of shots flying. Meanwhile, in the bottom side, Odoamne continues to charge down the line.
They were just waiting for Mako to get over there. He has a full sight stone. They were just making sure that they're able to check that the Baron's not being started up. They've already been burnt by it once. Finally, Iceborne Gauntlet picked up for Mouse means that he's a legitimate teamfight threat, especially against Forgiven, because you don't go armor penetration on the Caitlyn. Things are starting to get better for EDG. The problem is they're already good for H2K.
Yeah, they've got the second Infernal, as you mentioned, talking about this in a big damage comp. They've got Ryu just really rolling on forward now. The Void Staff finished and everything. He's going to be able to take out this ward in the pit, prompting EDG once again to respond. But this is what you guys were talking about. Always forcing them to respond to the moves you're making on the map, not letting EDG play the game they want.
Yeah, Mako has to be sparse with these wards. They're a rare commodity. Baron dance-offs. That pink ward is helping him so much.
Oh, they go right on in and they look for Mako. They have enough damage to finish the job. Odoamne gets ulted by Scout, and they are going to have the numbers advantage until it looks like Ryu gets ejected. Odo, he's going to go down now. EDG might just be able to take this fight. Flash is burned on both sides and low health bars, but they've locked up Clear Love, and they've knocked him up right back to Fountain. They're looking for more. H2K with a 2-for-1.
Fantastic move out of H2K. One more time. Rise ulti comes in, and they catch EDG napping, get the pick, and they get a turnaround kill at the very end.
Oh my, it was so close for Odoamne to get a 3-man stun to completely swoop EDG off the map here, but the turnaround was so good. Then Clear minorly overextends, but Ryu has so much damage. People have to be careful around him.
Now, without the jungler available, they're going to go straight back to the Baron buff. EDG do have 3 members still up. See where they can contest.
Well, it's down to 3,000. They've got Mouse. He's pushed back. There's no smite available. They do secure it. Mouse wanted the fight, but Jankos is going in. They've locked up Mouse. They're going to take him down. They just need a bit more damage. Forgiven finishes the job. Jankos a little low, but they finished off Scout. They get the Baron. They get the kills. H2K charging for victory.
And this is the H2K everyone hoped to see because they have such good laning phases. And if they can transition it late with good macro play, this team can be a beast.
H2K has such a high ceiling compared to HQ, and that's why we rated them very often in the second place in this group, and they're showing up here. They managed to go equal and ahead in the laning phase, and this completely threw EDG off guard here. Completely unexpected Rise ulti here. Look at Odoamne, the follow-up is so close to go for a triple stun.
Yeah, it certainly is. He dives in there, nearly gets death. and that's ultimately who takes him down. But then EDG, they have the Rylai's, they have the Iceborne Gauntlet, they want to chase, but they don't calculate Ryze's damage. It's just too damn high.
It's so satisfying to see H2K finally play towards their ceiling and get some improvement in their key elements that kept going wrong, which was the Baron setup, which was the team fighting. They seem very decisive here, and they need to show that they're a macro team that can close on the world stage.
And their late game has certainly looked just oh so much better. 10,000 gold in the lead at the 38-minute mark. They beat AHQ in 41. EDG are certainly going to die a lot harder, but the question becomes, can they close, and how are they going to do it?
And they're carrying the hopes of all European fans right now with the complete capitulation of G2 Esports, and honestly, the Mount Everest that Splice has to climb, winning all 3 games in that group. H2K is the only hope left for Europe.
Well, they're certainly looking like they're up to the task in this particular game. This would be such a massive victory for them after the confidence boost they got from beating AHQ. To take down the team that many consider to be one of the top 2 teams here at Worlds would be huge for them. They wrecked down the mid turret. They look to charge for more with this Baron buff. There are no waves pushing in favor of EDG right now, and H2K, they just need to keep it up and not show any weaknesses.
This is where EDG starts getting real nervous because the siege setup is so potent out of H2K. They've got good 1-3-1 split push. And honestly, if something short of death popping off in a team fight, their back is so far against this wall.
And what impresses me the most is that they're actually using Ryu as a main initiator with that Realm Warp, and they're very much so communicating about what they want to do. Forgiven loves wasting his ulti really early on, but
it's got low enough cooldown for him. EDG aren't going to give up this Elder Drake easy. 15 seconds before it spawns.
But they don't get much benefit from claiming the Elder Dragon. That's the problem. H2K can use this as a bargaining chip in the dance-off. They could do a lot when they get it, but there's only a single Dragon buff on the side of EDG. H2K don't mind using it all the time.
Yeah, I completely agree. And when you have a look at how they're rotating between mid and bottom with a pushing top lane, there's just nothing to lose right now for H2K. They're not taking the risky play. In fact, they're looking for an engage.
Oh, Clear Love, point blank on the Cocoon. He does stop up Jankos, but only Vander gets taken a little bit low after Def sent out the True Shot barrage. The Dragon's been started, but they're not committing to it just yet.
Waiting for the traps here. Not sure if they're on cooldown or Given is waiting for. There's no trap wall.
I think that's a little bit of a mistake. Top lane's still huge. You've got to be a little bit more patient because you know that Mouse is going back to catch that wave. He hasn't shown yet, and all of a sudden you give up mid lane priority to EDG.
Yeah, but they can still posture here and go mid here. Nobody has caught that top wave. H2K showing some faults in decision making, but that's understandable. Not every call has to be perfect. It's how you deal with bad calls which separates you from being a mediocre team and a great team. Every single team here at Worlds will make bad calls at times, and here's another one.
Portal's coming in. They're going to back off, so they do spend the ultimate, but it just scares away EDG right now, and they look like they're moving towards this Dragon once again as a 5-man unit.
An ultimate for a Ghost? I mean, that's a fair trade at this stage of the game. Also gives them back control of that mid lane.
It definitely wasn't a bad call. It was another call.
Yeah.
Definitely not a bad call, because I like the aggression with which H2K is playing here, going for the Realm Warp. But EG's adapting. 10k gold lead still is massive.
They finally learned what that weird blue shimmering circle meant. Of course, Rise not something that's played in China all that much. Although they should have experience against it by now.
By now, definitely.
41 minutes of a Ryu clinic helps out with that one.
Yeah, respect the Realm Warp, that's for sure. Def steps up a little far forward, and you have to just respect this distance that Ryu has. He has his Ghost popped already, but his Flash is going to be off cooldown pretty soon.
Yeah, it takes about 55 minutes to learn a champion. Slightly less to learn how to play against a single ability then.
Maths checks out. I like it.
Works out well. All right, H2K, they've decided to start grouping up here, but they have Odoamne sitting on Fountain, available for that TP. The traps are lined up.
Jankos' Prey Seekers have actually like ruined Scout's day, by the way. He's not been able to get anywhere near them because his shield's just never off cooldown.
Oh, sidestep out of the Ezreal ulti. I love how the way the traps work though. You have 3 traps to block that passage, and then you have 2 more on the right if you want to shut everything off. EDG is so hesitant here, but H2K sharing a little bit of that hesitancy. They're not really committing to the Elder.
It's hard to chew through the Elder Drake, and they don't have any mountains to help them out with it right now. EDG still a force to be reckoned with. They're going to get the ultimate out of Jankos as EDG try to establish control of this Riverside.
The longer this goes for, the worse it is for H2K. They're currently 2 major items pretty much in every roll up. But without 80,000 gold, that's when the lead becomes irrelevant and you're just honestly fighting full power with priority on the map. And right now, H2K have a huge advantage. They need to be able to grab that and ram it down EDG's throat, but a couple of things just haven't come out.
That's pretty graphic.
That's what they need to do. I mean, when you have a look at the composition, this is an all-in comp. Get Odoamne in the backline. He's had teleport. He's had flash available, but they've just misexecuted.
Yeah, let's see if Ryu can ram it down then. He's actually becoming a split pusher. I love seeing Rise players isolated in the lanes because they just have so much pressure. He doesn't have a teleport though, so this could be interesting to see what EDG decide. But because Elder Dragon is such a tough objective to take, you can contest it 4v5, and Yankas can always make it down here.
God, that's what's happening.
Give it up almost.
I mean, they don't lose too much. It's just going to give them the extra burn. And
Wait, look for Cannon. Look for Cannon and a Realm War Frank here, because this could be a big fight here. EDG may not expect the damage that's about to come out.
Oh boy, the party portal looks like it's coming in here, and now the trap is sprung. They get in there. Odoamne getting suppressed. He's gone down, but Mouse, his GA is going to get popped. Vander a little bit too low in this one. It is just a 1-for-1. The steal away. Yanko secures a absolutely massive Elder Drake, and EDG are evaporating on the spot.
It's
goodbye, Mako. Goodbye, everybody. And how you gotta think that is goodbye game.
And Ryu wasn't even in the fight. He took a scenic route alongside someone who's just flashing in just to kill Mako here. What a beautiful flank engage from Odoamne.
What a massive play. H2K get the Elder. They get 4-for-1. They go to the easiest lane to push. It's right up to the top side. Scout is going to have the most ungodly defense if he wants to stop this from going.
25 seconds on most members. This tower is going to melt here. They need to keep some minions alive to get into the turret. Scout so easily caught out. This should be it for H2K.
Yeah, he can't do it. He can't keep them off the turret. Yankos is too tanky. They're going to go for it one more time.
And they're going to go ahead and take him down. That QSS, that's it. The ace from Ryu. The last towers are going to fall. 45 minutes or just shy of it. H2K, they beat AHQ. They beat EDG. These guys are red hot.
The ability to finally pull the trigger on the late game team fight and do it perfectly. Cannon from one side, the rest of the team from the other, gets onto the Ezreal, and you can see it in Clearlove's face. EDG was not expecting to lose today.
But look at the faces of H2K. Very few things have to be said, but the way like they're embracing each other right there, and kind of the looks that they give each other, I feel like this win means so much for the internal stability of the team. We doubted them. They disappointed in week 1, but they come back prepared. They fought back from a Karma stealing a Baron, and right now the second game right after, they take down EDG, group favorites.
Monumental victory for this team. And what a confidence boost. They take down AHQ, they looked crisp, and they corrected the mistakes that they made. And now, against Edward Gaming, of all teams, they're able to do it again.
And I mean, this was an Edward Gaming at full force. They had already won a game today in decisive fashion. They got the draft they were looking for. I said, Ezreal Nami is something this team truly believes in, and it gave up the push, and it lost them the game.
And EDG understand these concepts of winning lanes, roaming, putting pressure on the map. They showed us in game 1 a tutorial how to snowball the game. H2K, they took it to them. They matched them in the laning phase, almost in every lane. Odoamne with the early kill just gave so much momentum for H2K.
And beyond that, I mean, a 3,000 gold lead shouldn't be enough to close out a top 2, top 3 tournament favorite if you're H2K, but they stuck at it. They continue to grow the gold lead. They make the gutsy calls of, you know, taking the Baron when it's showing bottom. Let's go for the big flanking team fight at the end of the game because we believe that we're far enough ahead to be able to do it. And time again, those risks were paid off. I said that they were a team fight that would take like a 95-5. This time, they're taking the 80-20s and they're making them work.
And it's not about just making the correct calls all the time. It's about how you bounce back from realizing that you made some of the wrong calls and being willing to be flexible and adapt within the game. And I think H2K is doing exactly that, and they're growing as a team.
Yep, we're seeing that development. I don't know what they did in the last week, but it certainly worked in spades. Now to dial in on H2K's second straight win of the day, let's send it to Dash in the desk.
Oh, thank you very much, gentlemen. Once again, I mean, things are going crazy here in the group stages at Worlds, but H2K now 2-0 on the day, taking down what was the leader of the group. Deficio, once again, the boys from Europe doing you proud. here on day 2.
Yeah, I'm just kind of happy they show that, you know, European teams can play League of Legends, and G2 has other issues very clearly when they're on stage. H2K have now fixed some of the problems they had from last week. We get to see like a much cleaner team in the way they're playing. Clearly seem to have a lot more focus on how do we actually get these late game objectives, because it's no longer this crazy clown fiesta almost where you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and there's plenty of blame to go around as far as where EDG faltered in this game, but you also have to praise H2K because the discipline that they displayed in this game was not even there last week at all. And it was not only in this game, but also the AHQ game, despite the bad sidestep on the Baron steal. They played these games and transitioned to strong laning phase into a good late game. Yes. And that's why they're 2-0 so far today.
And the only team they have to play left is INTZ. So we're realistically looking at H2K being the first seed out of this groups right now.
Yeah, very much so. Of course, you mentioned that there might be some blame to go to EDG. You know, with that early game, of course, we saw a very strange early kill going to the top lane for Odoamne, which really I mean, that opened that lane up. And if we are going to throw criticisms toward EDG, it's for things like that because they're not giving themselves the opportunity, you know, to get to that mid game at an even point.
Yeah, this is the second game they've picked the Ezreal Nami bottom lane. It's the second game both of their solo lanes then decided to lose by a huge margin. And Mouse, I have to say he decided to do that because he was in a bad situation and he completely got solo killed. And then Clearlove, especially later in the game, made some boneheaded Baron decisions when trying to two-man gank a Kennen while the rest of the team could just move up towards Baron. It was, in some ways, H2K's macro was gifted to them by Clearlove's poor decisions.
Really, in this game here, Mouse played worse than we could even expect. Like, if you play Poppy into Kennen, don't push the lane, because there's nothing for you up there. You're just going to get traded, you're going to get run down, and you're going to die. So that was terrible. Clearlove, you said this earlier, Clement, that he wasn't playing good enough, and you actually highlighted how he was a weakness. Again, he's not doing anything in these games here, and especially in the late game in teamfights on this Elise, he's one of the guys who steps too far forward. You know, he gets caught out quite a few times with that. He doesn't have the impact we expect from a guy that we personally put as the best jungler in the world coming into this tournament. And that is just not good enough. So EDG definitely has some players who need to step up for him to do better. I still think Deft and Mako are fantastic in the bottom lane, but some of these guys on the top side, they need to be much, much better.
And we're talking about continuing to hammer this point for H2K, transitioning strong lanes into strong late game. Let's go ahead and take a look at some team fights that happen throughout the game. First is an Acer replay, the fight where H2K sees control of this game.
And I like this. When you don't have hard engage in your comp, you need like creative ways to start it. And that's like a Ryze TPing in. And at first it looks really good here, but then it's actually Kennen flying in, and the Karma gets knocked away, so there's no shielding now for Kennen. So once he gets CC'd, he does get taken out, but then look at Clearlove. Ryu hides behind the corner, so there's no vision. Clearlove walks in, gets CC'd, goes down, and this actually gives H2K the Baron.
Yeah, it gives them permission to take the Baron because without that opportunity for a Smite steal on the other side, they play this correctly here in order to pick up this Baron once they roll it through here.
They know they can finish it. Obviously, there's no jungler. And honestly, this was all Ryu getting the kill on Clearlove. Hiding behind the corner out of vision, gets the 2-second snare, and now they understand we need to finish it. No Karma to steal it.
Yeah, and you were just saying finish this, finish this, finish this. And to their credit, they actually did maintain damage on it. A fairly easy peel off afterwards as well because they did have the Karma to speed the team up. And this was really the swinging point where they got a huge lead in the game.
I think further down the line, teams are going to be looking to ban out Ryu's Ryze because it's been a monster right now. You win the lane against Westdoor, it's like, okay, it's Westdoor. But you win the game against Scout that convincingly against a counter pick, that really spells a lot of trouble going down further in the tournament for INTZ. So I don't think any Ryze for Ryu anymore.
Absolutely. And of course, EDG still made plenty of good moves to attempt to get back into the game. We had seen some, good Malzahar play around the lack of QSS for Ryu at one point. And then, of course, they make the stab at the Elder Drake. And that's going to be our final replay here. But a big steal coming out from Jankos and a 4-for-1 in favor of H2K to close out the game.
And this was a little scary because I think H2K should have engaged this fight about a second earlier so that the Elder Drake wouldn't have actually had a chance to be taken. Clearlove stays on it, and finally Ryu and Jankos make it in the back. Instant flash smite. Clearlove isn't able to secure it despite having the execute damage on the Elise.
Yeah, Mouse actually did the only good thing he did all game long in this one fight, where he did manage to knock both Jankos and Ryu away from the fight, so it looked pretty bad for H2K. But as soon as they made it back in, and of course with the steal, able to clean the fight. So that was a good Poppy ulti. Sadly for them, losing the Elder Drake, that means you give over the buff. 4 Drakes, I think it was already to H2K, so that's a massive buff they're going to get from that one. and they used it to win the game, and they fully deserve to win this. And I'm so happy to see H2K play much, much better in the late game and actually utilizing having such a good early game and then transition it to winning games.
Yeah, a player of the game going to Oduwamne here, picking up solo kills in lane. Of course, maybe the first one slightly gifted to him from Mouse, but then we saw a lot of attention driven up there, making sure to keep Mouse down. A pretty large CS lead built throughout the game. And on that cannon, he's managing to make some good team fight flanks happen.
Yeah, he made some, obviously the first kill in the game was huge for swinging that lane. 50+ CS advantage on Mouse. So it's not just Mouse sucking when you're down that much CS. The other guy has to be punishing him extremely heavily. And then he was drawing so much attention, you can make the argument that ClearLove went down because he had to stop him, and that's what started H2K to get that first Baron.
All right, so now, of course, looking ahead just slightly, nothing is determined in this group with that win. Technically, every team is still alive. We'll see moving forward how INTZ plays out against AHQ and EDG, but with a seat in the quarterfinals still up in the air, the next match between INTZ versus AHQ, you can't miss it, rather. We're back in just 3.5.
He's Edward in Edward game. Wait, he's the one from the party. He's rich? Yes, he is Edward. Oh my god. You show him how you do it in Poland.
Quick flash burn. It's going to be followed by Jankos. Ryu can't finish. No, he goes deep. He got his first blood. Oh, is he going to go down? He is. That's a trade.
And right now, it's up to ClearLove. Hang on.
Oh, no. The one-on-one. Woo! He's asserting his dominance early this game.
Misses here. That could be a follow-up. Ryu.
Flash. There's a portal. They're going to go right on towards him for the dive. And Mouse is not getting out of this one alive. Right, but Jankos is going in. They've locked up Mouse. They're going to take him down. They just need a bit more damage. Forgiven finishes the job. Jankos a little low, but they finished off Scout. Vander a little bit too low in this one. It is just a 1-for-1. The steal away. Jankos secures a absolutely massive Elder Drake. Yes! 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 H2K, they beat AHQ. They beat EDG. These guys are red hot.
The night lay waste to all we'd given, but honestly, you've gotta know.
Welcome back to the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium. I am Rivington Bislin III, ready for some more Group C action alongside Zach Rusty Pie and Aiden Zyrene Moon. We'll be bringing you the matchup for INTZ Esports versus AHQ, and things are starting to get a little messy in the rankings.
Oh yeah, very interesting, because both of these teams are coming off of losses, and they're trying to look to gain momentum here, because the big thing is those quarterfinal aspirations, they're still alive, but H2K and EDG are very close to locking in their spots.
Yeah, actually very important for both of them. You look towards INTZ, though, and their loss was a little bit more convincing, unfortunately. So perhaps the mentality is a little bit more ready for AHQ on the opposite side.
Absolutely, and INTZ, it's kind of, for the Brazilian team, do or die at this point. A loss here eliminates them from Worlds, so big things have to happen. Pedal to the metal. Here it goes.
Yeah, definitely right. And we have to bring a comparison between both of these teams. You look at one of them, and the mid lane is actually far more important for INTZ. And his role is important strictly because he has to try and keep Westor down, who likes to get around the map and make things happen. If he can keep him in his place in that mid lane, then it might be better for INTZ here, whereas AD carries a bit different on the other side.
Yeah, he definitely has a little bit of an advantage over Macau here, and that's what we're looking for, is who can influence these little upsets, because both teams are actually surprisingly similar to each other and where they have strengths. Yang versus Ziv in the top lane, very stacked top lane there between those two, and then the junglers with Revolta and Mountain, well, whoever gets the early advantage, that's what I'm looking for here, is junglers, top laners, what do they influence in this game?
That's interesting. They have the same biggest strengths when you look at in the top lane, but the middle lane's perhaps an advantage for INTZ if they make it work, but Westor can always go off and is a bit of a wild card in that respect. The bottom lane, you'd always say, unreliable late game, big carry for the team, and you expect big things from him, whereas Macau is the Ashe player who just throws out arrows.
It's going to be crazy. The early game has actually been impressive from INTZ in the games that they have gotten to win it, albeit the one so far. But being able to hold that lead, being able to snowball a little bit is something that you have to do on the world stage, because the other teams will shut you down immediately before you even get there.
Exactly. They actually had a bit of a delay against EDG in terms of that gold was only 4,000 behind for INTZ, and it stayed that way for a very long time. I believe they've gotten 2 of the first turrets in their games, which is actually very good for a team that's playing from behind, but they have still yet to get a first blood in their games and actually start off on the right foot. And first blood, one of your teammates gives that up, you're immediately like, oh, we're playing from a deficit. So INTZ really help.
Comes back to the strengths of INTZ anyway, right? They just want to play the map. No first blood, not a big surprise. They always go for the turrets instead.
Well, there is the focus for Westor. Once again, 2 bans to him, the Tom Kench as well, to keep it away from Albus. And a lot of those top-tier bans from AHQ, if what you would expect, the Nars, Syndra, and Nidalee. The Cow making so much more, or having so much more presence on the world stage now, and it's just becoming the first pick.
Yep, Alistar, very, very popular right now. Very high win rate at the moment. 4 Worlds overall.
Yeah.
And, I mean, this is a champion that has been performing constantly, and it's such a great playmaker. So somebody like Jockster having that, he likes to roam. He likes to actually team up with Revolta and move around the map, so it's a great champion for him.
And this group in particular, we've actually been seeing a lot of Caitlyn's picked with the Alistar. Of course, you can put the traps down on the Pulverize. There's a nice combo there, but it also shores up the weaknesses perhaps of Alistar in laning phase. Doesn't mean you have to go Ignite Thunder Cow. You can actually play more defensive, or you can just get better ganks off if your jungler comes down.
Yeah, and the fact that Caitlyn can play really, really passive, put traps down, and then the Alistar gets to roam, and there isn't really too much of a threat of a dive on her. She's very self-sufficient, is something that allows that combo to work. Don't know if INTZ will pick it up here, though, but it is most likely.
10 seconds left on the clock. They're looking at a Jace and an Elise first pickup, which means Mountain could be going hard to either that mid or top lane if he wants, but we did say might be trouble to that bottom lane. We do see the Caitlyn getting locked in, and it's going to be Yang's Poppy for top.
Yeah, so we see that combo locked in for the bottom lane of INTZ. The Poppy is actually something we've seen more often than not into the Alistar, but because there's already a Jace, we've actually seen quite successful matchups, surprisingly, between the Poppy Jace. The Poppy's just a super tank, one of the more efficient like Alistar is, and you don't need a lot of resources to still do your job type of champion.
That's the big thing, is if you have a top laner that gets a little bit behind, it's okay on Poppy, but Yang has been a constant strength for the side of INTZ, and on this Poppy, I want to see if he teams up with Jockster on the Alistar, and if they're able to start roaming around and creating plays for Brazil.
Playmaking potential in that first pick that Yang grabbed an Alistar, but this Bard lock-in could do the same thing if they can land some sweet tempered fates. 10 seconds left on that. The Jinx is already there, so they have some global ultimate damage to deal out. Will it be followed up by the tempered fate?
Yeah, he's already played the Jinx once, and you were talking about how on hyperscaling carry for the team actually does a lot of that late game damage for them. And on this champion, I see that if he can make it past that laning phase and get to the mid game, then he'd be in a really good spot.
Yeah, the important thing to me here is that they did lock in the Bud with that, so they can effectively be a pick composition now. They've got Elise, they've got something that works with the Elise. Jace, of course, can gate speed you all up if the Bud ultimate connects, and Jinx will just be sitting back safely as everybody stands in front of her doing damage, but they haven't rounded out their team composition just yet.
Yeah, that's the thing for AHQ is disengage. Little bit lacking that right now. They have the poke kind of pick composition going for them. They have good siege potential, but for AHQ, the worry is INTZ is looking at a very tanky squad. The Aurelion Soul, if that does get locked in for Talkers, it was banned against them previously by EDG. It's a very tanky build that comes out with the Alistar and Poppy. You have to worry a little bit about AHQ's mid-game damage if that Jinx gets shut down.
All right, I was waiting. I was going to say, you take away one, the Hecarim's going to be going in by himself, but they switch it back to the Lee Sin for Revolta, and it will be Talkers on Cassiopeia.
I think the matchup between Lee Sin and Elise isn't all that great. Of course, Spiderlings can block your resonating strike. However, you've got an early pressure jungler now. Revolta's going to be able to try and make things happen where Mountain was already a ganking jungler himself. So basically saying we'll meet you in the middle and we will fight you where we meet.
Yeah, and the Lee Sin eventually swaps that matchup over into his favor. Around level 6 is when it turns to him. But the big thing here is that Revolta, it was a champion that was banned against him by EDG. He had his win against EDG on this champion, and he has been loving it. He has a Lee Sin montage from like a year or two ago, and it's been his champion to go to, regardless of like things being banned out. Like Nidalee doesn't matter. He's going to go for it. He's going to try to make those plays and try to shine.
No way.
10 seconds on the hover.
That or Lissandra for him. His other champion is kind of banned out right now.
He's holding on TP, Flash, switch it to Lissandra. We feel the same way. We feel the same way. So it is going to be the list locked in for the mid lane. Westdoor takes that. It is what he played earlier versus H2K, so he'll try his hand once again to see if he can make a mark in the mid lane.
I will say the unfortunate thing, Westdoor hasn't played Fizz in quite a while, so they do give themselves an extra bit of engage now with this composition. It aids the pick from the Elise and the Bard. They've got follow-up, they've got someone who can be in the front line. They don't necessarily have a tank, but they've got a lot of outplay between their champions that can be fake tanks, so to speak.
Exactly. They have a lot of CC, and that can be a little bit of a pseudo tank because they're not doing damage to you in those moments. They have a lot of ways to make themselves invulnerable with the Lissandra ulti and the repel, so you can make people swap targets and kind of delay, and that's what tankiness is all about, is gaining that time. So Zhonya's Hourglass is kind of the same concept as well, just delay your opponents. But right now, INTZ have a little bit of a better composition for just straight up playing League of Legends the way that you normally do, instead of doing something a little fancy like a poker pick composition. Straight up team fights definitely favors the INTZ squad.
That's the way I like it. Mano a mano, with 5 of course, and then you fight each other. Don't forget to head on to Twitter. Let us know who you want to take the victory. Show your support with hashtag ITZWin or hashtag AHQWin. We'll tally those up as we get into game. We're going to be looking at the ADs, the mids. Zyrene will be looking at the jungles as well, and we'll bring it all to you in a beautiful simulcast.
That's right. One big thing we do have to see, though, Riv, is the tank line that comes out of INTZ is actually a really big threat towards AHQ. They want to try and win the game. They've got a lot of carries, but if anyone gets ahead from the Brazilian side in the way of Jockers or Yang, it's going to be pretty rough. And Jock is Jockster as well.
INTZ can really shake things up in the brackets in this group stage. We'll see if they can get the rest of their wins and make the other team sweat it out a little bit.
And looking at the lane matchups, we've been talking a lot about winning lane and losing lane, and what that essentially means is who gets push pressure early, because for the junglers, it's all about, hey, I'm going to go invade the jungle. Does my top laner have a way to push the other top laner in? And does my mid laner have a way to push the other mid laner in so I can invade that side and they could help me and reinforce me faster? When I look across, AHQ actually have a little bit of a push advantage in almost every one of their lanes. I'd actually say that they have a push advantage in every lane if they want it.
They definitely do.
Little love.
Bit of extra gold there for Albus, let's say. 10 for Jockster, still has the bandit himself.
Pick his pockets, why not?
Here we go.
So Macau's just making sure they aren't trying anything tricky as well, getting that ward down.
Pretty badass recall.
Breaking chairs. Why not?
Even better with the logo underneath him.
Thunderlord's cow. We'll see actually how hard they go in lane. Like we said, if you can stay pretty safe on that Alistar, Macau and Jockster shouldn't get out of this lane too poorly.
They have chosen to do the Thunder Cow, as you mentioned, which does mean when you look at the losing lanes that they actually have between mid and top, they have a potentially winning lane with the Caitlyn, the Ignite Alistar, and Revolta being near there. So perhaps we look towards the Lee Sin, who will be starting on the top side of the map, to path his way down towards bottom.
Yeah, you do always have to be a little bit wary, though, with the double teleport from AHQ, making plays on the bottom side, because you would be a little bit late in the reinforcements. And another thing that I actually want to point out here is the start is a little bit different. Revolta starts on his Wolves. He's actually making the adaptation that Clearlove made against him, and then Mountain is actually starting on his red buff. So this may be a little bit of a tell that he might go for an invade, might want to try to go like buffs right into a gank.
Yeah, it looks like a cheat clear from Revolta. So Raptors into red buff, and then perhaps Scuttle control, I think, is a big thing that they're going to look towards. So Mountain and Revolta alike may actually meet at the crab and try and have a smite off for it, as they will both have that smite available. But of course, big camps do come first. So we look at the clear speed.
And you're talking about bot side Scuttle control. Very important when you want to keep your bottom lane safe. It allows you to not have to ward as deep, and maybe only put one ward down. And that's why you can see AHQ actually shoving in rather early. They know they're safe around this time. You don't have to worry too much about a gank until about 3 minutes in.
What's interesting as well is that Tokka's placed a ward near the Raptors. He knows that they're still up and alive, so the Elise is evidently not there. They would assume is now cheat clearing, and they might actually get some better pressure on the bottom side of the map now on the assumption that he is going to be there.
And that was also pinged out by AHQ, so he may even want to avoid that now. Mountain can do whatever he wants. Like you said, picking up this river control, going to be big between an Elise and Lee Sin. Oh, hello.
Yep. So he knows the Scuttle's gone. He knows Mountain's on this side. Right now, Revolta, though, sitting on this bottom side in that tri-brush.
If they find them, remember, it is a Ignite Alistar. Lots of damage can come from that if it connects.
Getting some chimes as he goes around. It'll work.
So they actually have the information that Raptors is actually warded, and also that their blue buff is warded, because the Wolf Spirit was just about to time out, and it showed that Ziv was entering the jungle on the top side. So INTZ have a lot of information right now to work with, and you can see that Revolta is still hanging around that bottom side. There's a lot of great gank assistance here if Jockster wants to blow a flash and start a play off.
Really wants it here.
There it is.
Right onto On. Headbutt pulverize. They could have a good one on this. Exhaust for Revolta. Oh, the journey goes all the way through. Jockster's in a real bad spot now. Rocking a hard place, and it looks like he may just go down. Flash Ignite is out, and there's no chase. They got to go back for the minions.
He absolutely misclicked to go through the magical journey. Had no idea where he was going and almost ends up dying underneath the turret, but Lee Sin's able to be there. Of course, they were the ones putting the gank on. Mountain nowhere nearby, so very good play in the end to survive, but shouldn't have taken that journey.
Not at all. A lot of the times you're right-clicking on the person, go straight in.
Gotta get him.
Big mistake there, but he blows both of his summoner spells, and it's only the exhaust that's returned from AHQ. So summoner spell advantage in the bottom lane, despite them being the ones that got ganked. And Mountain does exactly the right play here. He ends up smiting the Wolves, and he ends up getting the blue buff. So he has full control of this side.
See if On and Elvis play a little bit more aggressive with that Ignite being down. Good combo could still push them out of lane. Level 4 now to 2 level 3s. Elvis doing everything he can to get some Cosmic Bindings locked in there.
Yeah.
So far, so good. 32 to 29. Everything's pretty much even across the board. Just waiting for a little jungler love to a lane once again.
Yeah, of course, this bottom lane 2v2. They've lost the pointers. Actually, he's back in again, Revolta.
There it is, right onto On. Now it's the flash. He takes the resonating strike in, but it's no finish. Can he get the Peacemaker? It's not going to come out. And now the TP comes in. This is going to be actually Westor getting the lockdown on Jockster. Remember, he just used his flash to get out of the last play. The Pulverize save his life. Triumphant Roar. It's not there to heal himself, and they try to turn it around. Everything's been used by AHQ, and they're on the cooldowns, but INTZ cannot rebuttal that.
The teleport out of Westor enough to get it, but Tokka's is even nearby. They may want to dive this one.
They're very low. If you can get the push on the wave, even without your support here as the Caitlyn, you can totally dive this.
They're going to try to keep it just outside minion wave. Locked it there. Perfect. Now they can't dive. No minions to help them. They're right out front. Oh, they still want to kill. Revolta coming in. Beautiful job. Makes it out alive now for Elvis, and they will be able to pick up the 2 kills.
Slow, patient play from INTZ, bringing everybody down here in the end, but very effectively done. Even tanking the turret and still getting out alive is exceptional.
Exactly. And on the top side, AHQ, they start making a play over there, cross-map play, but this was really well played by INTZ. They end up losing Jockster, but what they end up getting afterwards is very important because they don't end up losing anybody to the turret. but it's a cross-map play that you are going to get punished for, and it'll be the first turret going over to AHQ, as you can see in the bottom left side of your screen.
Yeah, it's worth noting that Arn also flashes into 2 of the shrines, so gets a lot of health back. It's the only reason that they live as long as they do, and what looks like was going to be a good thing for AHQ that they survived this long actually comes back to hurt them, because you can see the ward placed at the same time as INTZ looking to pressure aggressively, and Westor getting out alive is the only saving grace in a situation like this.
This is also super good, making sure that the minion wave does not walk all the way up. Talkers has to take aggro, but Volta takes 2 shots, only survives because of his safeguard. And then Yang takes another shot, doesn't end up killing him there, so 2 for 1.
Knocks him into the miasma and steals the kill as well there, the Cassiopeia.
It's a person you wanted on, though, so I definitely agree with that.
All right. Albus, all that action actually leaves Albus with a level 5. They may be able to work off a level 6 ultimate if Joxer doesn't hit that soon. And mid lanes are now at 6. We just saw Elvis with a bit of a roam towards mid. Nothing came of it, but we do see AHQ now trying to spread that vision and get a little bit more out from these plays, because it's starting to get chaotic really early.
It's very chaotic already, very early in the game, and you were talking about it, Rusty. You can see it in the CS discrepancy. On, a little bit ahead of Macau, Talkers a little bit ahead of Westor right now, and this is where these 2 teams need to leverage their advantages because they're so even on the top half of the map.
Yeah, the things that should be happening from having a teleport on the Lissandra, it kind of makes sense that he's behind in CS. However, Talkers has been roaming everywhere also towards the bottom side of the map and has just been doing it, I'd have to say, more efficiently at this point because he still has the CS advantage whilst they're matching in the kills. So a big power play potentially available when Revolta hits 6 in that middle lane.
Playing very patient, trying to play in the mind of Mountain. We saw a lot of pings there to Raptor, and just below Talkers, Revolta stayed mid, thinking, yeah, you might be right, there may be a counter gank here. But so far, it's just breathing room. Who's going to be the next to attack? Blue delivered over to Westor. We may see some action in that mid lane.
And at the bottom, you can see right now, Joxer places his pink ward down. This means that Revolta most likely wants to find a way to this bottom lane, hitting 6. He still has flash. Joxer's has his again. AHQ, they don't have theirs.
Whoa. Albus. On the wrong side of the fence there. That's going to be a TP coming in as well. That is on the top. Ziv is into the fight now. What can he do? Throws down his W. Can he get to the skies?
Oh, so
can he get the kill? He gets in for the auto attack. That's what matters. They're going to try to get out of this one. A beautiful Peacemaker through both AHQ members, but no follow-up as they're just forced to farm it out.
Yeah, but this is good for the top side of the map because Yang, he needs to still shove that turret out because he lost his own earlier.
Great job by Talkers. Pushing Westor out of lane with that blue buff up. Westor's just trying to clear minions so he doesn't have too much trouble at the turret. Yang pushed up to his as well as Ziv teleported out. But you can see with Ziv already having somewhat of a lead, it's not going to hurt him on that teleport.
And speaking of, Yangs is not too far from being available himself. So he's actually done well in this lane between the Poppy and Jace. They're both relatively even, except there's the potential map play available. The Cloud Drake that was started by Mountain had to be stopped because they found the Bard, and so the opportunity still is there if it presents itself for the Brazilian side to be aggressive around it.
That's really cute right there. That ward that Talkers has in that middle of the lane is really useful for seeing which side Westor actually goes to when he starts to roam. But it did spot the little Coco up there, so knows that the Bard was nearby.
Gotta watch out. That's the sneaky Coco. Oh, another attempt at the Cloud Drake. Let's see if they can get it on this one. It's only going to be Joxer coming in. I think he'll be a little late to the party, as INTZ says, all right, we'll take this time to pull our resources.
Yeah, really well timed, actually, making sure they take it as the blue buff spawns. So playing to the tendencies, perhaps, of INTZ. Mountain maybe even reading Revolta means that they get themselves the free objective. Speaking of...
Oh, nice stun.
He has level 6. He can use it if he really needs to get out of this one.
Press it.
Nice dodge, yeah. Looks like he's actually going to go in, bait him for a little bit of extra damage, and they trade on that one. He has to pop it in the end. Thought there was more follow-up, but good choice.
Yeah, he started channeling Ace in the hole, and it got interrupted there just barely, so it went on a small cooldown.
Yeah, and you have to challenge Joxer not using his ultimate until that late. As cancelled recall. It means that he's going to have no health. It was a good dodge of the Jinx ultimate, but you'd assume better safe than sorry. Pop the ulti early, make sure you don't take as much damage as you did, and actually be able to stay in the lane. But instead, he has to go back.
Yeah, INTZ, it looked like they assumed, hey, don't pop it just yet. That would dissuade them from actually chasing you. Because if he pops it as soon as he gets locked up by the Chompers, you probably walk away as AHQ. And this baits them in a little bit further, so Macau returns some damage. But because On is running Warlord's Bloodlust, he's able to get his HP back very quickly.
dodge by Yang, gets himself to safety. He's been playing very, very safe all game. They just need him to get into those late game poppy fights. He's doing a great job of it so far. Falling a little bit behind in CS, but like we said, won't need as many of those resources.
Yeah.
So they have eyes on Mountain. We'll see what Talkers actually goes through here. Great warding by AHQ through this side of the jungle.
Yeah, definitely. Speaking of Mountain, hasn't really been shown too much on the map. Is more just trying to play towards his lanes, maybe let Ziv win harder than he otherwise would. It's good to see him also looking towards that top side. Remember, the threat of Westor's teleport is ever present also, so they can threaten this turret, and if someone tries to match them in 2v2, it's actually not.
At least Yang doesn't feel lonely this game. Two people hanging out in his lane the whole time. Still waiting for big ults. That Tempered Fate in the bot lane. They decided to hold it even when Joxer was super, super low. So could have an explosion down on the bot side. Remember, Westor's 1 kill as well, 1 for Ziv in the top lane. So AHQ is looking pretty good as they move ahead.
Revolta's been up here for so long, but so is Mountain.
Yeah, potentially trying to find the 2v2s, but as you mentioned earlier, Riv, the warding's still quite good from AHQ in all the right places. So they will spot him. Nice headbutt.
Doing quite a bit of damage with those meeps. I'm sure Joxer is not enjoying it. Just waiting for his AD carry to get back to lane. They've been actually pretty back and forth. They're not timed the same, I should say, on their back, so that may be hurting them a little bit.
Yeah, and now On is going to back, probably pick up a pickaxe here or a recurve bow for himself.
Yep.
Start working towards the Runan's Hurricane.
Yeah.
He's going to try to shove it out and get some turret damage.
Also going straight towards the pickaxe instead of completing the Hurricane that you're alluding towards. It means he wants just more physical damage, wants to be auto-attacking more perhaps, has less of an emphasis on actually wave clearing and more on hitting his opponents in the lane. Bard, very fragile champion. Elise also doesn't build a lot of tanky stats, so... Whoa.
Oh.
Hello.
I think he... I don't know if he's trying to kick him over the wall,
to Jockers, it seemed like, yeah. Miasma goes down to the Tri-Brush, he hits it.
Yeah, that was...
Didn't listen to his body.
That was reaching there from Talkers, trying to actually stun him over the wall. And even if he did, he doesn't get much time to actually open up on him. But if he flashes or something, Ziv doesn't have his own for this a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Safe to assume it's off cooldown, perhaps when you're trying to time it in your head in a in-the-moment type of situation. I think it was more so just to save Revolta, who tried to make a highlight reel play, didn't actually need to, and unfortunately doesn't go the way he planned, and then some.
Ooh. And finds a bit of damage down on that bot side. That play would have blown our minds, though, if it did.
Absolutely.
14 minutes coming up. Not too much aggression after our first fights in the bot lane. Things have kind of slowed down. You get this 2v1 in the top for Yang. He's finally able to fight Ziv a bit. All right.
Yep.
Keeper's verdict on it.
Gets the flash so quickly from the snapcast of the Keeper's Verdict and making sure that, Ziv doesn't actually get a poppy in front of him and then gets knocked back. So now they know that flash is on cooldown here. And that matchup in the top lane may not be going the way that AHQ wanted it to for much longer, because it's only a 1.5k gold lead for AHQ, and that's what that turret is.
It would actually be really nice if Yang can get this to the turret. I wonder if Ziv will just try to acceleration gate all the way up here. He may have to teleport in. He'll miss the entire wave. Looks like he will walk it out.
Yeah, really good play from Yang to push it in. And one of the things that we haven't mentioned in this matchup is that if Ziv goes into hammer form, tries to be aggressive, you can't actually dash to the Poppy. So Poppy will win most melee trades. So Jace wants to stay in ranged form, and you can see his mana pool will pretty much be consistently super low because hammer form is how you get it back.
The days of getting a tier.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
those are gone.
They do take that TP, they keep in the top lane. It means a lot to have right now in the game, they feel. Also, with Westdoors being up, they may be deciding to play 1 minute on that Mountain Drake as we see Revolta trying to clear some wards. Instant prison from Westdoors. The follow-up there, he flashes over as Mountain says, here, Westdoor, have this, but he didn't.
Yeah, manages to live. Rocket doesn't connect as well, so good play in the end from Revolta to flash out to safety. But again, pathing aggressively through his own jungle, getting caught out by an Elise and a Lissandra, a pick composition. They should be respecting vision a little bit more.
God, look at this. They're just trying to get this bottom turret, and that's what AHQ have been setting up for a long time. You look at the bottom side of the map, it is just littered with wards because they have been trying to put pressure on this side, whereas Ziv, he just keeps pushing top, even without vision now. And it's a little risky on that top side, but because they found Revolta in the jungle, he can 100% do that. And talking about the Summoner Spell trade and what happened, Westor blew his. So there is a possibility for INTZ to make a play, but at the same time, AHQ going to look for one themselves.
All right, it's going to be the lockdown. Cosmic Binding didn't hit the wall.
Ooh.
Petrifying Gaze right back in the face of AHQ. A little off on the Cosmic Binding.
Yeah, if Talkers actually saved his cleanse for just one little half second later, he would have gotten rid of the exhaust and would have returned a lot of damage there, but he was a little bit too fast. He's too good.
I think AHQ also mind-gamed themselves by getting stunned. You don't often expect the Cassiopeia anymore to just throw the ultimate the second she comes out of that stasis from the Bard. So everyone getting stunned and Tokka's not getting stunned, of course, still having the cleanse. He can kind of just walk away from it.
Well played. For the few times AHQ has been here to poke at the Dragon, looks like INTZ is going to be the one that picks up Mountain. Let's see how they use this if they head to the bot lane. Jocksters and Macau with a nice push on the turret, getting a little bit of extra damage on that as well. Still this Yang getting pushed up by Ziv in the top lane as well. We'll have to see when these teams group who's really going to have more power.
Yeah, I'm looking for Macau's trap setup because it hasn't happened. He's got 4 ranks into it, 3 into his Q, just ranked up as well. So there it is, 5 in the traps now. Very low cooldown on them, so I'm expecting him to start placing them across the lane to start these sieges.
Yeah, he's going to be delayed on that Hurricane as well, that he went for the pickaxe. So Wavecliff's still not an important factor. I'm still expecting a dive from INTZ or something aggressive towards this lane in particular, which again is different to what we're used to seeing from them as they want to get Yang going. Revolta loves to camp that area of the map. Even Tokkers can come down and help, and it's something we are seeing in this game.
Every time they have a chance, HQ is going 100% on being able to ward an area. If he saw Revolta, they said we can go in a little safe. And it gets a little dangerous. Mountains could get out of this one alive, or will I should say, as Westor is going to help him out. Don't know if the ult was necessary, but good guy Westor.
Starting to feel like Cassiopeia is running away with this middle lane, and it's reflected through Jockster even being nearby to take some health away from Mountain. Still a fragile champion running around in that jungle and gets caught out for it. Even the Abyssal Scepter helps a little bit with the cow's damage.
It's actually quite impressive too. Even when we saw Westor get that early blue, it was still Talkers pushing him out of lane, pushing him way back to his turret. He's been doing a very good job. As you say, 190 to 170 in that lane so far. But Westor did pick up that kill earlier on the teleport, so he is still in this with the Proto Belt.
It's actually a pretty good bait here from On because he's faking the back right now, making sure that they try to stop it so he doesn't get a good back timing. But Albus was there waiting just so he could return some damage if On got interrupted, and that's exactly what happened there to Macau.
Yeah, for those who don't actually know the strategy, you can just fake recalling all the time. When you're losing lane, when they're freezing a wave, just pretend you're going back to base, and people instinctively want to push the wave. It just comes back to you.
Yep. And it's back twice in their face, and walk off screen and
act
back.
like you missed the bush. Yeah.
That's my favorite. Just sitting outside the bush. Oh, gotta walk in and do it again. The mind games come into play oh so early in League of Legends. 19 minutes hit the clock.
Double TP bot as they're
Quick
trying to take
walk
this
off
turret.
Tempered Fate and a forward ward that was not clear. Like you said, Zyrene, they're going to go for the turret here. Macau very low, very dead. And that's going to be Unbreakable Will still used. Jockster trying to buy time for the rest of the team. And it looks like mid's going to get a good push here. And Revolta's just farming it out, so it's a time waster. Good job by both sides.
Yep, but now they get the push on the mid side for INTZ. Bot, though, has a Jace in it, does a ton of damage to these turrets with the Hypercharge, being rank 5 already. Smashes the turret, make sure you change forms, and then hit the turret, get that extra burst of damage out.
And speaking of Ziv, all of the pressure that he's had on the top side of the map does mean an answer is difficult from this INTZ side. Yang doesn't use his teleport, doesn't get in and chooses to save it. And so INTZ's resolve and shot calling in that situation was just get the turret, get whatever you can from it, and now get Tokkers.
Glacial Prison goes down.
Yep. Interesting. Got the root out. The cleanse came on the Cocoon, so he won't have it for the next ultimate from Westor, which is up fairly shortly.
Right. Frozen Tomb, not Glacial Prison.
Yeah, Sejuani, I think, is the other one.
Yeah.
It's Frozen Tomb, Glacial
Always
Prison.
get 'em.
They're basically synonyms.
So seeing what happens actually when AHQ can reach these turrets, we saw Ziv there, but they also have on Jinx, so he can be able to just tear these things apart as well. Having Ziv in the side lane has just been able to get them that extra money even earlier out of these turrets, and they're going to start getting those items necessary to win these fights.
Guess one really curious thing about this is how both teams can excel at sieging, but also at countering the siege. So you try and get in against AHQ with the Caitlyn traps, then they can flank you with the Lissandra, or they can poke you out with the Jace. The same thing applies in the opposite direction. direction. So there's a chance that we just get a standoff in the middle lane when both teams decide their best strategy is actually just to siege.
Yeah, and then you can't fall into the, if you're HQ, you can't fall into the we just need to team fight you unless On is rather far ahead and is in a good position, because it's rather hard to team fight against the Poppy, the Alistar, and just this entire team of INTZ that has a lot of ways to displace you and actually mess your team up and move them around.
Yeah, Albus also showing that he's quite a capable bard in this game, has been hitting most of his spells and giving Arn everything that he needs, all of the tools possible to carry this game out.
INTZ as well. Once hitting 9, haven't really backed yet. They've either been forced to stay out in lanes because their trinkets have not been upgraded, which may be why HQ is able to put all these wards around them. Double TP to the bot lane without it being seen. Here we'll see what happens on the top side. Tempered Fate missed, but double flash to get out of that.
Yeah, and Albus has been on top of his game here, especially today. I mean, he was actually the all LMS support.
Yeah.
And it was the first time I believe that he had gotten that this year. Because it was always like Sword Art was a little bit better, and he, I believe, actually swapped roles to become a support fairly long time ago now. So Albus, he's definitely adjusted to the role, and he is very good support.
It's such an unusual dynamic to the norm of these teams also. Mid lane's doing a big part of the carrying as Ziv and Yang, Heli Poppy.
Gets him out right as Mountain comes in.
The first choice is the right one.
This is good, though. You get pressure on the top side. Mountain can't actually kill you. Oh, picks up a 5. 5 gold.
This should actually translate towards damage on the top turret at the very least. We know that Poppy's had control for a lot of this laning phase early, and so it should be a free turret to take like that.
INTZ was like, all right, it's been pushed enough. Get somebody that can clear waves. Talker's up here to clear it. Revolta for some safety. They do have eyes on West Door, but it's not going to stop AHQ from still having the vision to be able to take Dragon. Next, Cloud Drake as well. So Mountain and Cloud for HQ. Or Mountain for INTZ, Cloud for HQ.
A lot of map trade-offs at the moment for both of these teams. No one actually looking for the fight, so to speak. Of course, we know that INTZ want to play the macro style, so it's good to see them being comfortable, but yeah, definitely a lot of anti-fighting.
Yeah, both these teams are quite good at the macro game, and that's something that coming into Worlds, well, these are two regions that people have rather low expectations for, but I don't think it's as warranted anymore because they've both actually shown what they're made of and that they understand how to play League of Legends at a very high level. And they deserve to be here for sure.
Absolutely.
That's an Infernal Drake next.
Oh, I did. Yeah, so that 2 Clouds, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and swap
Infernal Drake switch. That'll be next. AHQ looking poised to be able to take that, at least with their vision now. We'll have to wait and see how it's cleared out in the next 5.5. 39.5 to 37.5. It's not too big of a lead here, and that'll start to get even smaller as the game goes on.
Yeah, you'd have to say at this stage it's still anybody's game. There's no one really in an advantageous position, albeit AHQ having a slight gold edge and perhaps Ziv feeling quite comfortable, one of the big carries of the team, but there's definite answers constantly available.
Well, been waiting for this for a little bit. Talkers uses the cleanse to get out. That may signify another engage here by AHQ if they can find the window to get in. Ziv still with his head onto pushing waves, so he's going to get that done in the mid lane. They always have somebody working off the ball to keep an advantage, even if they're not getting the engage they want. Does Westdoor take the claw? He does! Right over the wall. Talkers goes down. Mega Death Rocket coming through. Revolta just trying to get out, but the shock blast from Ziv. Very nicely done.
And AHQ turn it on. They find that little advantage. They're going to turn straight towards that Baron at 24 minutes, right after steamrolling INTZ.
Remember, they've got the Jace, they've got the Jinx. That's a lot of damage they can put onto this objective, and they're absolutely melting it right now. AHQ find control out of catching INTZ out of position.
And it was Albus, once again, Tempered Fate onto a target that had blown the flash previously, hits Talkers, nothing he can do about it, and then Revolta tries to help his buddy out. Immediately, Ziv takes down the mid turret and helps from the backside.
Yeah, I look forward to the replay as well. Actually, Westdoor playing that quite smartly when he goes over the wall. You'll see it here because he wants to flash the Alistar combo. Instantly flashes and dodges it. Very impressive and cerebral moves from the mid laner of AHQ, which is a pleasure to see.
Yeah, and Talkers at the same time, he threw out his ultimate towards where Westdoor would be, and it ends up having Westdoor flash it instead of using it towards the members that were coming from the front. And now On
gets excited, looking for Revolta. A nice dodge on the cocoon, and Revolta still goes down anyway. Talker's now the next in their eyes as a priority target, and the TP's coming in as well. It's a party in the top lane. Mountain picks up that one, and AHQ is on a roll.
A 4, 1, and 6 for On. He is definitely online on this Jinx and ready to smash some turrets.
Yeah, 5 minutes ago you could have heard a pin drop, but they're still not done AHQ.
I wondered when the fuse was going to be lit. It looked like Albus was the one to throw out the first stick of dynamite, and AHQ had the rest. Now onto the inhibitors and the inhibitor turrets going down. They've opened up the base at 26 minutes, and that's going to be incredibly hard for INTZ to deal with.
And really good play once again. Know how much they can take back away. Reset, still have the Baron buff available to them. Do not give INTZ any opportunities. And just close out as effectively as they possibly can.
Yeah, we were looking at about a 2,000 gold lead for AHQ just minutes ago, and now it's ballooned all the way up to a 10,000 gold lead for themselves. They want to catch H2K. They still want to have that quarterfinal slot for themselves and possibly play at tiebreakers or even just take it.
Setting up vision on the side of INTZ. What could be their next opening? Which direction can they go in as they're getting pushed in on each lane?
Well, INTZ right now, well, they have to actually stall a little bit, farm up. Sadly, it's, it's the thing you say when you're behind, but AHQ have so many ways to force the option and force actually a team fight to come out. This Infernal Drake is up in 1 minute and 30 seconds, and you're probably going to have to give it over to this Jinx, who is now running around, absolutely fed, 3 items completed, getting a little bit more magic resistance just for insurance, and you have to kill on if you want to start these fights off on the right foot if you're INTZ.
Yeah, the real problem to me is they need somebody to be top all the time. So Yang has to go there, doesn't have his teleport. Tokkers doesn't have a teleport, so AHQ can 1-3-1 and slow play. INTZ's best opportunity is to actually just find the fight. That's not going to go right for them here.
Cosmic Binding, Yang gets pulled out of the fight as his team got locked up way behind him. The rest of AHQ became Bass Brothers going in. That's Westor's Zanya's. He still has safety. Ultimate down. Shock Blast onto Talkers, though. Gotta be on your toes as they have poke, they have catch, and they have siege to get into that fight as they dive this now. And On is still there on the backside, getting excited with the rest of the team. They're going to destroy these turrets and then head back for Dragon.
And they have
if they even need it.
There might take
if they even
right
need
here.
it. 28 minutes going on to the Nexus turrets, and it is INTZ out of position, but still trying to fight. Coming off the bases, they sprint right to the kills and possibly their own deaths. AHQ scattering perfectly, not going down, just the red bars blinking, and they may keep themselves alive as they take down INTZ's Nexus. An explosion play to start the mid game, and AHQ takes it.
That's pretty impressive from AHQ. An early game from INTZ that was pretty strong. They looked like they had the ball rolling, and one big moment is all that was needed to define AHQ's game here, and absolutely smashing the end of the game.
You can see, shocked as well. Like we said, you mentioned it, you could have heard a pin drop between 10 and 23 minutes. 3 minutes later, AHQ was taking Baron and then the game.
Yeah, that's all about seizing the moment, also catching someone out of position. It's as simple as removing the cleanse from Tokkers and then re-engaging, knowing that it's not available. And just from that, the Baron, the push towards top lane, very well executed.
Yeah, Albus with the catches, with the Tempered Fate getting 2 flashes, and then opening up the game with the catch on the Talkers as Revolta tried to help him out. And that's actually going to be INTZ no longer being able to make it to the quarterfinals now, where there are 3 teams, I believe, with 3 wins right now, with EDG, H2K, and AHQ.
Love to see this composition coming out from AHQ. They had the ultimates, or I'm sorry, the Shock Blast from Jace on Ziv. Tempered Fates when they actually wanted to get up, and those Shock Blasts did enough damage, and they could have stayed back if they wanted to, or had Westor dive in. They played it perfectly on each way, and the communication was there the whole time.
That's right, they had a pick composition, but the way that they did it was quite elegant. There was a couple of mishaps where Poppy was ulting people away, but all things considered, a very well-rounded game from AHQ.
Yeah, I love the double teleport as well. I think the double TP, Westor played to his strengths there. TP to the bottom with the double teleport that they used. He even used one by himself without the top laner as Ziv was just trying to push an advantage. So I think that was something that really took INTZ off guard. And now, INTZ, even though they can't make the quarterfinals, they still actually came here, took a win off of EDG, and actually showed people what they are made of. And I still think they're going to keep fighting.
Absolutely, they will, without a doubt, keep fighting through this tournament. Now it's time to check in with our analysts for a closer look at that AHQ win.
Thank you very much, Riv. And yes, unfortunately, that spells the end of quarterfinal hopes for INTZ here. But of course, we still have plenty of action to figure out in terms of the top 3 teams fighting for that 1 and 2 positions. HQ keeping their quarterfinal dreams alive with this victory. And although they did manage to get the victory here, I know we had some criticisms towards the team comp that was crafted here, seeming a little disjointed in terms of how they're supposed to win.
Yeah, I feel like it's a bit frustrating being a HQ fan. You look at last year, Westdoor had 2 champions and their comps didn't really mesh together. This year, it's kind of the same problem. There's only Lissandra and Malzahar right now. They have a Poe composition, Lissandra that goes all in, and then a Jinx who cleans up the composition. So at first it was like, how do you make this all work together? And I think Albus is the one that did tie it together with all of his picks. But overall, I still don't think this is a great composition.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think a little bit of everything doesn't work against some of the absolute best teams in the world, and especially once you get late into the game. But this was a very classic AHQ kind of game where Westdoor is on a teleport champion. He loses lane slightly, and then whenever he has a chance to go to, especially the bottom lane, he goes for it. We saw INTZ not really respect it a few times. If you don't put pink wards behind you and you start hitting the tower against double teleport, you're going to get ganked and you're going to die. So it actually worked out in the end for HQ, but I think it's more due to them just being a better team than INTZ than the composition being great.
Yeah, especially because, again, as you mentioned, we had Talkers with full control of that mid lane. You know, Negatron Cloak plus Tier into just Lucidity boots for Lissandra. It kind of looked like that lane was absolutely over, but a couple good double TP plays in the bot lane brought them back into it. Jat, thoughts here?
Yeah, that's the interesting thing about this game, because we can see the reasons in which we don't like AHQ playing Westdoor. He cedes control of the lane over to Talkers, but then we also see the reasons that AHQ like playing Westdoor. He had some sick initiations with Lissandra, especially when he was able to flash that Alistair Q in the middle of the team fight, and was one of the big reasons they were able to win this game so quickly as far as 29 minutes are concerned and stay completely alive in this group, up next as EDG.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Of course, 25-30 into the game was where AHQ was able to secure a 3-0 plus a Baron and a mid turret on the back end of this fight, all starting with Albus.
Yeah, this engage was from so far away. You see the Albus ult go down, and then Lissandra comes in, actually flashes past the Cassiopeia ult, does not get hit, and then you see the Elise Cocoon hitting on the Revolta, does not get the Lee Sin kick to disengage. They get 3 players off that, and Baron, and pretty much end the game pretty soon after.
Yeah, and that was the way their team comp is supposed to work. It's a squishy, hard engage comp, if that's a almost...
It's a thing now.
It's a thing. It's now a thing that AHQ can do, but it worked because Lissandra can go in, basically become a tank. Jay speeds everyone up, shoots a shock blast in, and for once, On does a lot of damage in this game. Ziv did not do the most damage on his team.
Yeah, On got so many early kills, but to go back to your Westdoor point as well, I think the very interesting thing is when he's playing against a mid laner who's not able to destroy him in the laning phase, you can actually play Westdoor. You can put him on Lissandra, who loses almost every single lane matchup anyway. Give him teleport and just say, go top or go bot. Literally just get either Ziv or Ana ahead. That's your only job. I just think it was such a poor call to have it earlier when they play against teams with very good mid laners who can really put you under pressure. And that's also why when against EDG, they swapped him out last week, and they're probably going to do the same here because you can't just come into that game with playing like 1 or 2 champions only.
And that question will be answered in Game 6. Of course, INTZ is playing H2K up next. Before we get to that, though, I want to talk about player of the game. It's going to Albus because, as we mentioned, a disjointed team composition where we weren't really sure how they were going to be able to craft a win. It was all him. Play set up left and right, making the picks to get them the Baron and give them the tools to end up winning the game.
I'm just so proud of this player. He didn't start out as a support. He won LMS first team support twice this year, actually beat out Sword Art, a much more famous name. And he actually only played Bard once in the regular split, but it was fantastic. Everybody started banning against him, and he's able to show down the world stage that he's such a versatile player and works with his communication very well.
And of course, we have some really interesting stuff working out here in terms of the standings. If H2K does get the expected victory against INTZ, they will move to 4-2. EDG and H2K both sit at 3-2 themselves. So then whoever wins that game would move into a tie with H2K. And of course, that's obnoxious. If for whatever reason INTZ beats H2K and H2K drops to 3-3, we could have a situation where if EDG or H2K or AHQ win, we have a tiebreaker for second place. So no matter what today, we will have a tiebreaker. We just don't know if it's going to be for first or second place.
Yeah, let's.
That's a lot of stuff.
I know that was a lot of information.
All agree we don't want H2K in that tiebreaker. That's all we can agree on.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah,
okay.
but H2K is the only team that's guaranteed to get a tiebreaker.
if the other teams lose, they're out.
That's fair.
That's a very good point there. All right, well, INTZ and H2K battle it out after the break, so stay with us.
Getting the lockdown on Joxer. Remember, he just used his flash to get out of the last play. The pulverize save his life. Triumphant roar. It's not there to heal himself. The right out front. Oh, they still want the kill. Revolta coming in. Beautiful job. Makes it out alive now for Elvis, and they will be able to pick up the 2 kills.
可以推二塔，可以推二塔。我比在后面哦。
And now On
gets excited, looking for Revolta. A nice dodge on the cocoon, and Revolta still goes down anyway. Talker's now the next in their eyes as a priority target, and the TP's coming in as well. An explosion play to start the mid game, and AHQ takes it.
I was blinded and I don't see once Let the beat drop. The sun was in front of me the whole time. I couldn't see. Blind, I was blinded, and I don't see. Once again. I can't believe the night lay waste to all we'd given. But honestly, you've gotta know that this ain't living, but we could.
Welcome back to our coverage of the 2016 World Championship. Up next on stage is a rematch between INTZ and H2K. As mentioned before, INTZ is eliminated from quarterfinal contention, and for H2K, masters of their own destiny. If they win here, they are guaranteed into the quarterfinals, and they are guaranteed playing a tiebreaker for the first seed.
Yeah, it's honestly looking very good for H2K because they've been so good today. Worst case, if they lose, if it should happen, they get a tiebreaker for second place against the loser of EDG and AHQ, which is the next game. So no matter what happens, even if you do play like complete garbage, you get at least a second chance.
Well, I also want to gush over H2K a little bit because I feel like today they've converted the potential they've been having for the whole year. Forgiven has been able to play aggressive but passive in the right times. Their soul lanes have been able to get leads, and then they've also been able to transition their lane to the game. So we've done this before. We've said there's a sure thing game. And Worlds has taught us something. If there's ever a sure thing, it's not.
Absolutely, and if we look at yesterday where we were looking at, well, ANX against that G2 roster where G2 hadn't won a game yet, if ANX had closed that one out, they would have secured themselves the first seed. They weren't able to do that. That threw them into that crazy tiebreaker scenario where, of course, they still go to the quarterfinals, but now they're the second seed. So for H2K, it's very much about taking care of business here, but INTZ, they can play spoiler.
I think that if INTZ, a lot rides on Revolta, if he can get a lot of these catching, pushing lanes from H2K, Forgiven loves to push the lane, Ryu loves to do the side lane push. If he gets a Lee Sin and gets a couple kicks and picks off, might do it.
Yeah, I'm looking at INTZ banning out Caitlyn, removing that real comfort pick for Forgiven where he's just perma pushing the lane, and also removing the Rise that Rio's been so good on. Get that early game jungle pick for Revolta. No Skarn or anything. No. Get early game. And literally, you have to win early here, I think, if you're INTZ. Last time, they fell super far behind just from pure laning phase. No kills really until 18 minutes, but they just couldn't keep up in the lanes. We have to see a jungler go crazy in this. Revolta has to do what he did against EDG, and then they can actually still win because H2K is their own worst enemy. If they don't do well early, I can easily see them struggle later on.
All right. Fine. Well, can H2K take care of business and send themselves to the quarterfinals? Let's kick it over to the casters to find out.
Thank you, Dash. We're going to be getting right into this one in just a few seconds. We will see how this pans out. If H2K can keep themselves in the top there, they're going to get a chance either way, but how difficult they're going to make it for themselves.
Yeah, you have to look towards H2K and actually echo what Deficio was saying earlier as well. They need to actually not get pressured out early, continue to win those lanes, play the map how they have been playing in games 1 and 2 from today, because they've looked good.
Yeah, H2K have looked great, actually, keeping the pressure on their enemy. They've had CS advantages. We're talking 20s, 30s at the 10-minute mark, and it just gets worse from there because they get better and better in the laning phase, but as soon as the laning phase ends, it was a little bit chaotic, but today they've shored up a lot of their weaknesses in those team fighting, in those Baron situations.
Very much so, coming out strong in those situations. We are going to see picks and bans going live for INTZ versus H2K. INTZ here, like you said before, Zyrene, going to give it their all. There's no reason not to. These guys have been playing at the top of their level and really making a mark on the world stage. Unfortunately, the teams they have played against were able to kind of figure that out, find out where they were going, and they have been knocked out of that quarterfinal contention. That doesn't mean they will not be giving it their all.
Yeah, of course, we're looking towards Revolta. We do need to see him go absolutely ballistic in this particular game. Try and really give it to H2K. Get perhaps the Lee Sin one more time and try and just carry his absolute hardest. Work with Yang again. Do what worked for you before.
Yeah, because before, they put Yang right now onto a Poppy, and it was not very effective. He's been a star for the team. He's been the best mechanical player in the laning phase, and they've been very open about that. But they weren't playing to him that game. They were abandoning him, playing towards the bottom side of the map, and they were trying to shut down the Jinx, but it didn't happen. But INTZ this game, banning out what has been working for H2K. The Rise for Ryu, he's been very effective on it. One of the most effective Rises I have seen in competitive play so far. And Caitlyn for Forgiven, which he has played 4 times.
You know, a really good way to gauge how good a Rise is by the ultimates that they do. Some people don't even level up the ultimate because it wasn't useful for them, but the creativity that can come from even just using minion waves to your advantage, breaking a freeze perhaps by doing it, shows the level and the capabilities that Rise can have, and Ryu has been exceptional.
Karma knocked out of the competition for this game, and what will be the last ban from H2K? What do they feel is priority to take away or kind of squeeze a champion pool for INTZ? Gnar and Italy already off the board, and it is going to be the Syndra.
Yeah. Been a very effective pick And you know that INTZ would pick it up first, or H2K, you know, if it was left open, they would probably take it for themselves.
Yeah, I
Not
guess
necessarily.
we have to, look towards these first picks here. And
right.
INTZ, do they want to get the early pressure jungle or perhaps take the Elise from Jankos once again? That's the big thing I want to highlight here. We know Revolta's a really capable and strong Lee Sin, but with Nidalee gone, Elise and Rek'Sai are the two standouts that you would imagine they go towards first, and I would expect them to want to take perhaps the Elise from Jankos.
He's been quite effective on it. Be very smart takeaway, but at the same time, champion pools are a little bit pinched here, and Alistar might be something that you would pick for yourself this early on, considering Vander may want that champion, but it is going to be the Elise, like you said.
Taking away from Jankos, I believe that's a good idea. We may see that Alistar get popped in on the other side, though, by H2K. Vander ready to go in on that. We heard the guys on the caster desk and the analyst desk saying it's what H2K needed to get their foot in the door and actually hit these initiations.
Part of me finds it a little bit humorous that INTZ banned the Karma as well. I was expecting H2K to feel a bit of voodoo behind it, stealing the Baron from them. They might have picked it for themselves, so a lot of preference towards that. I'd expect perhaps we move along towards the Rek'Sai in this first rotation for H2K. With that can basically be anything they want. No Caitlyn, though, for Forgiven means we will see something different today.
See what their lock-in is, and Cassiopeia. I believe that Alistar will also be locked in to make the first two pretty easy for themselves.
Yeah, one of the main counters to the Cassiopeia is already taken off the table with the Syndra, and now you can't really pick a Vladimir because it's such a weak matchup for the Vladimir and the Cassiopeia, and it's so hard to scale. She scales alongside you. So INTZ, they may go for something else here up against that Cassiopeia.
Now, they do play both of these champions. I'm not sure what the chances are of us seeing either of them. However, Tockers is a very capable player of both, as well as perhaps the Lissandra, something like that with him.
Is that a Vuvu?
I was like, he's got a Vuvuzela in here?
Vuvuzela. It is the Jace. All right. So throwing out a little bit of that pick comp with some poke damage. Whoever gets caught in the cocoon will most likely be going down. H2K now can sort around this what champions they want to pick to get back into that fight. It might just be going full force on this to not give that poke team time to react.
An uncanny thing that we're seeing from INTZ, whoever they lose to, they play what they lost to. That is legitimately what we're seeing from them. They lost to EDG. They played the same style with similar champions. They lose to AHQ. They're now playing the Elise Jace compositions. They're learning from their defeats.
Problem is, though, is the H2K just beat AHQ as well. So, I don't know if it's going to work too well against H2K. And INTZ, if they're adopting the same composition, it wasn't a very effective composition, but they did take away the Elise, or sorry, the Elise and the Ezreal. The Ezreal out of the equation actually means that Forgiven has to fall all the way down to Sivir, because we've talked about it, he doesn't really play too much Jhin.
Definitely a go button composition once they lock these two in. Everybody wants to run forward, except for really the way Cass is used, but it can still work. Maybe that be that Poppy on the side, or rather Bard.
I'm happy with
for
this.
Jockster. Yeah, take the cheer.
That is a Vuvuzela.
Absolutely.
It just sounds like an epic horn from here.
Calling in the cavalry. What will the cavalry be? Ooh. Don't have that mid laner yet. Aurelion Sol is up.
Oh, people booing the Aurelion Sol?
Don't boo at the stars.
Dragon's great. Yeah, up against the Cassiopeia, it's a rather good matchup. You get a shove advantage early, and you can start roaming. And Talkers, he hovered this before. EDG banned it against him, and it seems like he's been wanting to play this for a while.
It is funny, his playstyle from the Cassiopeia game was more resemblant of an Aurelion Sol style, so it does feel like he might be much more comfortable naturally moving into this next game in the matchup that you mentioned.
Love a lot of follow-up on the Tempered Fate, and if it's a shooting star, it's going to mean even a bigger impact when you have Talkers, I would say Yang coming in on Jace. What's happening on the side for Vander? Vander now selecting for that top lane. What will they decide for Odoam?
Still a lot available. The cannon still stands out. Odoam, they had a fantastic cannon game. He hard carried.
Solo kill in the top lane as well.
Yeah, that's what jumps out to me here is the possibility of having a cannon. Because you don't have an Alistar on the other team, you don't really need a Poppy too much, but you can go for it if it's going to be a Russian composition.
Yeah, I think mostly because they have the Alistar themselves, it's not going to counter. The cannon is free to be picked. They also have a tank from the Alistar and the Olaf. Just something damage is the way to go.
Hovering on that Rumble and locking that Rumble in. So we see the teams for our next matchup. 1-4 INTZ versus
Now we have to highlight H2K's team composition here now it's completed, and what I think it actually excels at is objective control. You have the Rumble equalizer that you can place down. Olaf can run through everything and get towards these objectives, or the backline when you've got a Rumble ultimate blocking them from it. Cassiopeia protects the Sivir, who's a close range AD carry that can stand just behind you, and Alistar can do all of the above.
Yeah, a lot of medium range here for the H2K squad, but they excel at team fighting and zone control. And if you will try to go through some choke points, this team will really punish you for it. So getting two objectives first for INTZ, well, doesn't really help them too much, but coming in later is definitely much worse.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, tell the world about the best moments and memories from Worlds 2016. Open that Twitter app and use the hashtag WorldBigPlays to join in on the discussion. Also, don't forget to vote for your favorite team here, hashtag ITZWin and hashtag H2KWin as we get into game. This one's definitely going to be, we could call it a barn burner.
Yeah.
It hasn't even started yet, but I am ready. These teams are going to ignite the stage, and we're going to get a great matchup. Obviously, H2K wants to run into these fights. It's up to INTZ now to pick up the vision from last game, get themselves an eye on the prize and how to avoid that engage, and then tackle H2K.
Yeah, and H2K, they want to lock in that first seed for themselves. If they win, they will play at least a tiebreaker for it. If they lose, they will at least play a tiebreaker for second. But this is also a big match for INTZ because it is their last game of Worlds.
About to be on the rift. The players poised and ready as they make their way out of the base. Popping out the flares. It won't be the last time. These guys enjoy doing that on their kills and hopefully not being killed. We'll see how they start off the Aurelion Sol in the early game. We saw some cheeky plays from CLG, but nobody's really done that since now it's on the open.
Yeah, we've seen the level 1 solo queue inspired Hu room, where he lost to it once and noticed that it was a fantastic idea. It was, of course, successful. And Aurelion Sol in particular is quite unique in what he can actually do.
Fits in the line with everybody choosing what you got beat by.
Exactly right.
Macau, a little sticky situation, but he walks himself right out of there, walking through the river, wet socks. It's all right.
Oh, this is the worst.
Absolutely is, but absolutely.
Speaking of wet socks, H2K come slinking through.
You can hear it.
Be a wet blanket.
You hear him coming through. It's all sloshy. Looks like Talker's got pushed out of his own jungle, but says, hey, you're going to be warded out, so careful on your roaming, or if you come out to lane, they will be on you. Also got Baker, Olaf. I like it.
Throwing them meat cleavers.
Yep. Got the meat pounder and a big T-bone steak.
Yeah, so we look towards how INTZ are going to play this early game. Just to reiterate the fact, we need Revolta to make some big plays. He's on the champion to do it, and they want to try and actually get some tempo advantages in the jungle as Jocksters.
Oh, that's really good.
Really hurting him.
Yeah.
Woo. So he paid off the blue buff to do a little damage there. Really nice cosmic binding.
Yep, go
Still
back.
going to give him a little bit of hell here. This might allow Macau to fire some damage over. Forgiven's not just farming those waves too quickly. So Jankos grabs blue. Wasn't really that deterred on it.
Oh.
But good warding here. INTZ actually starts off the vision much earlier this game.
Yeah, kicking off the red buff also, so the immediate rotation again. Aurelion Sol's wave clear is fantastic. Can control the middle lane, gives this space to Revolta, so we'll have to see what Jankos does.
This is actually a combined effort from the whole team here because Jockster slowed down Jankos a little bit because he had to walk towards the bush. It's just a game of kind of a little bit of seconds there, and that's all that mattered, and that's what allows him to get away there.
The important thing as well is that they get it and get out. They don't actually fight for anything. Yang's not exactly in a position in his lane to be able to contest anything, so they want this to be a one-on-one affair.
But Revolta's trying to make this really hard. Going to catch two, three.
This is more day one Revolta that we saw from INTZ. Coming through strong.
He's got the red buff too.
Trying to be in the face of opponent. He stole it. You can see the Raptor Camp buff on him. And as you said, Rusty, pushed up. Ryu can't even help him.
That's right. It is going to be the one-on-one affair that Revolta is looking for. This is interesting.
Oh,
because,
my.
My God, they do not like Jankos.
Oh, they're trying to keep Jankos down because he was such a big part of last game for H2K. So despite Odawame getting a lot of solo kills in the top lane for himself, it was a lot of Jankos during that mid game that set them up. And on this Olaf can do one thing as a champion, and that's run straight at you.
Yeah.
When he's behind, he really doesn't have a good pattern to play into, and he's kind of fodder at that point.
And the beauty behind this as well is it's an Alistar Sivir lane. They have no real impact. The best they can do is perhaps wave clear if Forgiven gets control, but the Alistar has none. So Jockster invades at level 1. knows that Vander can't do anything unless he wastes a flash, then continues to go around the map and roam, acts like he's perhaps going for chimes, but really he's finding the Olaf.
In these standard lanes as well, it's not going to be Revolta losing his red either. 3 buff for him. He's going to go down and be a very happy camper.
That's great. Jockster, it's a team effort when you're jungling, goes and checks it just in case because they didn't have enough vision control to know what exactly Olaf was doing. He went for the Gromp, and now they see him on that wolf camp with that ward that was placed earlier.
This is entirely about the Olaf. Yeah, there's nothing else that INTZ are looking for. They want Talkers to be able to rotate, perhaps control mid and roam, but it feels like all of that is coming down to placing vision in the enemy jungle whenever he disappears so that they can get Revolta to make plays. Speaking of.
Jankos not having a good day, feeling pressure, or at least vision everywhere he goes. That vision of him being seen is pressure to Jankos.
They're going to go back.
Raptors are up, they're contested.
Yep.
This is ridiculous.
Oh, caught Ryu with one double.
This is going to really push Ryu out of lane. Exactly what they wanted. They're causing chaos with only a slight bit of play. And now they can just go ahead and do it over and over again. Summoners down on both Ghosts and a Flash.
Well, they actually got all the summoner spells from H2K that were involved, and they didn't have to blow any themselves.
Yeah.
INTZ gets in a very effective trade, and they get the camp on top.
It's almost like when Ryu's not right, it's easier to play against them.
I think you're onto something there.
Well, this though, Jankos, he's been down this entire game, has a lot of pressure on him, but INTZ have pushed up.
You get that mental game where you feel like everything around the map is winning, so you can push up a little bit more, but very fancy feet from the bot lane of INTZ, and they get out of Jankos' first gank, which he almost needed to succeed there.
So Macau still has heal, Joxer still has flash. It was a bit of miscommunication from both sides there, honestly. I don't think Vander wanted the Ezreal because he can dodge your combo and actually get out alive. There was also a more fragile Bard running away. But the decision to do that means that Jankos gets really low, and on the flip side, Joxer doesn't tell Macau that there is a free kill now running towards him, and so the Q's too late. He flashes to safety, and nothing actually happens.
But still, INTZ, you can see up 500 gold because of what's been going on. The mid lane push, Ryu having to back for that tier.
Ooh, spited it. That was Jankos.
The TP though, level 6.
Ultimate goes down, Revolta looks like he's in a bad spot. Repel won't even get him anywhere he wants to be, and that's actually first kill over to Vander with the 3 assists.
Yeah, pounds the ground there. The Alistar doesn't waste his Ignite, but still manages to get the kill because that's just what support seem to be doing at the moment in Worlds. Very good play, though. Good collapse and teleport from Odoamne.
Yeah, it was actually very bad from INTZ to have Revolta there. He got a little bit carried away with the fact that he wants to keep Jankos down because Talkers had just backed. Talkers was in base. You don't have your mid laner shoving up, and you know that even the enemy mid laner at that point is a little bit closer. You can see here, Aurelion Sol in base. Revolta should not be past the river at that point, even if he has Jockster to help him.
He also uses his flash super early to dodge the W out of Ryu, but Ryu's level 5 is Cassiopeia. You save your flash in that situation, use the wall to your advantage, and if you blow the Rumble ultimate, then flash out of it, perhaps over the wall. Maybe you get to safety in that situation, but the brazenness with which he throws his spells to try and survive was a little bit too much, and yeah, overzealous in his advances.
Actually, Odoamne just hitting 6 before that teleport, so you can see INTZ was feeling good. Nobody's ever countering us, nothing's happening until they hit level 6 and we weren't paying attention to that. So they do kind of get the better of themselves. It's like Talker's pushing up the lane, they still have the pressure on H2K, and Jankos still trying to, no, I shouldn't say still trying to get back in, 25 to 23. It's just the buffs he didn't get in the early game that slowed him down a bit.
Yeah, it just felt like the pressure that was there to stop ganks was all they really achieved.
Didn't let it fluster him.
Exactly. He's still going to be strong, still going to be able to do a lot of work, but just didn't get those early ganks.
Yeah, didn't get the opportunity to do so, but Olaf is just such a hard farmer. They were trying to take away his camps after that point. Talkers, it's actually interesting. Didn't go for something like a Catalyst first to start working towards a GLP. Goes straight for the Spectre's Cowl to make sure that he can survive a little bit longer against Ryu and will most likely turn to a Banshee's Veil.
I guess the interesting thing is that he's actively choosing resistances, means he just does not want to die. He may not have pressure to kill Ryu now, but he still has enough pressure to control the minion waves and just wants to survive himself.
Yeah, and it's an Aurelion Sol build that I've seen a few times, but you usually see them go for at least one damage item first. It's a great second buy or third buy because all Aurelion Sol needs to care about is just staying alive and staying present and in a fight. The longer he's alive, the longer he's just going to be dishing out damage from existing.
Yang has to play this very safe. That communication from Ryu to say, hey, Talkers is grabbing blue, might just activate this top lane, but Yang keeping the minions very close to the turret, keeping himself in safety. No trouble there.
Very patient from Jankos at the moment. He has been here for quite a while.
Oh, I don't know if Talkers wanted that one. Dodges the Noxic Blast a little bit, but still taking the Twin Fang. He gets himself out alive, and Jankos finally says, I need to pull the trigger top lane as well. It's been a little too long. We may see Jankos go mid now. Flash goes down for Talkers.
Now, kind of interesting that having the magic resistance first keeps Talkers alive, and on the flip side, Yang has the Hex Drinker, so he was never really going to die to any immediate burst. There's enough to keep himself even within the lane, doesn't actually have to recall. Rumble's ultimate's now down. Cassiopeia's ultimate's now down. This is a good opportunity for the Elise to try and get a gank happening.
Spectral Cowl by actually went into some Swifties, so he can continuously get around the map. Also not die from this AP.
Yeah, you see Swifty boots very frequently from Aurelion Souls. I actually think it's a fantastic buy, especially against a Cassiopeia that'll slow you down on the Miasma. You'll get out a little bit faster. The Olaf, only CC he has is a slow, and then the Rumble on top of it. Plus, right now, you can see he's already started his roam. He's coming over here right now.
Nice job by Vander. Talkers over the wall. They're going to throw down on the hunt. Try to turn on to Talkers. Vander throws Unbreakable Will, and Jankos throws the Ragnarok down right into the middle of the fight. It is Revolta dropping behind them, but he can't choose a target just yet. He does find the spider, but it's going to make it. No! Goes down the spout. Talkers, Jockster, and Macau now running for their lives. Ryu, remember, flash down. No ghost yet, so they're just trying to get the slow. The CC locks him down. The last Twin Fang gets him through the magical journey.
He didn't think he had to flash there. Walks up that last little Fang there from Ryu, gets it, and this is going to give them a lot of pressure on this turret. This might be first turret for H2K.
Yeah, small details actually mean quite a large deal in that last fight. It was a bit messy, and the turret was still standing, so INTZ choosing to dive. Super risky, and speaking of, there's the teleport.
Odoamne as well, channeling his TP, so he'll be there.
Yang, you don't want to be
He stopped his TP, actually. The team says, we have it. It's just going to be Yang. Here comes Macau trying to get a few kills for himself. Vander gets himself to safety as well. Beautiful job by H2K, kind of getting in and out of being INTZ's priority target. No follow-up from the rest of the team. Very low mana across the board. This is up to Forgiven pretty much to auto-attack if he can. May just be able to do that, but gets locked up himself.
Oh, someone next. Who's next?
Jockster says, I'm not done. I want to give you hot cocoa.
This is pretty messy from INTZ.
Everybody's running around with such low mana, and INTZ, Yang completes his teleport, but he's in the middle of so many members, and Talkers, because of the build that he went, he doesn't have something like a Catalyst to restore his mana or give him a larger mana pool, so he's constantly running out.
There's one thing I could admire from the Brazilian side. It's the tenacity to commit to a strategy. This was the call. The call was go. Yang's committed. He does do a lot of damage, but they're just too far away on INTZ because they were stuck under the turret.
Oh my god. And Macau goes forward. He's got nothing left in the tank here. Talker is just spending that mana pool.
Also flashes into the stun as well.
Yep, and that does, and his cocoon goes off at that time too, so he keeps Ryu there, but he doesn't get much else for it. And Jockster, he's still got to be careful though.
Jockster gets burned up a bit, but it is Odoamne that makes it out safely. Now you just said it, Rusty, it's happening still. INTZ continuously looking for the fights. They are not stopping. The pressure on H2K worked in the first few minutes of the game. H2K came back because they had breathing room, and INTZ's tried to shut that down again.
And the response has been completely measured from the European side here. They're not losing any control of the map. They're just playing it out. This is our win condition. Let's execute on it. And they are still getting more and more advantages in this game.
All right.
This might be first turret here for INTZ, and they split it between 4 members though, so it's a little bit for everybody.
Yep. Nice message sent with the Tempered Fate to get Odoamne's flash as well. Not that he's going to need it to use Equalizer.
Of course, the decision was made for Rumble to ult the previous wave. It did take them 1 extra wave, so another 30 seconds on the back of that. Gives time for H2K to try and make some trades, and still they are answering.
Yeah, they're answering very appropriately. Sure, it's not first turret, but they get a turret in response, and they get the Infernal Drake. But up top, this might be a second turret though. Yang pushed Odoamne off, and here comes the rest of INTZ.
It is going to be a slow rotation from Ryu. He's got the long way around to go, or he's going to have to go straight through this vision, and INTZ could turn around on him. Maybe not knowing Vander, Odoamne, and Jankos are there. Ryu's going to have the swipe on the side. Yang will go down first, so Ryu changes his focus. That's going to also be Jankos going down. He doesn't have much farther to go. And H2K collapsed very nicely, and yes, Yang fell in the end.
You have to say one more time, to a fault from INTZ. You admire the strategy, the commitment is definitely there, but they willingly get themselves killed to get the turret. Yeah, I know. The vision was there early, and they still choose to do it.
Not too much of a gold deficit. They are behind, I should say. It's 20.8 to 22.2. Still anybody's game, but it seems like H2K is kind of reading the book that INTZ brought to the table here, seeing right through it. They say, you want to push real hard, we'll just come in behind you each time. Now it's up to INTZ to adapt here mid-game, almost 15 minutes in, 6-0, as they've yet to drop H2K on the map.
Yeah, Cocoon comes out, but it's already too late. They didn't put enough damage out on the turret, and now he'd have to lose 2 members at this point in time. Yeah. Sure, Talkers gets away, but it's still dropping 2 for that turret.
They still had 4 wards in the enemy jungle, watching them slowly make their way up. The Cassiopeia, who doesn't have boots and isn't that high of a level, doesn't exactly sprint at you until she gets there and pops the ghost. So they did it again.
Yeah, and you're talking about sprinting. This composition from H2K, they have the Sivir, and Olaf rushes Righteous Glory here from Jankos. They just want to move faster. They want to initiate and get in on this team composition of INTZ and obliterate them.
Such a perfect buy. A helmet with your helmet. It's exactly what you need to go faster. The 2K gold lead, not really shrinking, but it's not getting any bigger within these last few fights. A nice hammer back as Yang thought he had that fight 1v1, but he says Revolt is here, and now it's for the junglers to duke this out. Yanko looking very healthy, and he's just going to keep those undertows coming to take down Revolta. It's very, very close. He may just try to walk in and get the slowdown, and then the fight heals him up as well with the hot cocoa, and that's going to make anybody feel good.
Yeah, patient play, of course, from Revolta. Unfortunately, H2K are already responding, so the strategy is still there, and they're trying to outthink INTZ, who are trying to create chaos themselves, and it's almost working.
The few times in Worlds we've seen somebody just run in circles until they get somebody else to come.
It's always Elise.
It's always Elise.
Absolutely fantastic. So H2K now somewhat towards the top side to make sure this isn't a wave that'll get pushed too hard. Almost grabbing Boxers with the miasma.
Kind of makes sense that you can't be grounded when you're already flying.
Isn't the whole point? Ground them? But
so see this bot lane once more.
He's on a different axis as well, so he looks like he's above it, but he's really not.
A lot of damage from Yang. Of course, the Flash gets himself killed in the end, but a lot of damage knowing Revolt is here. Both players from the top lane are communicating to one another of their own team, saying that the jungler's coming to help. They're both effectively baiting reactively to how the play starts, and it just works out better in the end for INTZ.
Yeah, really great from Revolta there. He had a red buff, so he throws one of those auto attacks from Elise, the range form, to slow him down, dodges the next axe that's incoming, and waits for Jockster to get in there.
The biggest thing you have to remember is INTZ did it first, so they're always going to get there first, and that is why Jockster is able to react.
Looking for a little bit of that objective control. H2K's team is made primarily around that, so they'll set up vision on the Dragon. Next one's Cloud Drake. They already have an Infernal to their name. Looks like they'll be poised to get this with a few pink wards pushed up to the river. Revolta clearing his jungle out, 67 to 65 as the jungle matchup stays pretty even. And there's only a bit of a lead in mid. The real lead, Yang, actually over Odoamne from clearing the waves that have been coming in.
Exactly, and then in that bottom lane, Macau quite far behind Forgiven now, 30 CS, but the other thing to note is that usually Ezreal's your first back is a tier plus a cull. He neglected the cull, Forgiven did not. So in 34 CS, Forgiven is about to actually have a large boom in gold over Macau.
A bit of a trade now. Vision not necessarily all that near the Drake. A lot of top focus actually from both of these teams. Speaking of top focus, whoopsies.
Stun on stun. Almost got the slow there as well. Vander's in, and Jankos is actually looking to route the backside of this engagement. He will be seen by Jockster. They should be able to slow him down and deter this entire thing. I don't know if they'll be able to save it in the end. Too much team pressure. Get it! He makes his way out.
Barely living, but more of H2K is here, so naturally they have to concede the turret going down. So once again, strong macro plays. They're moving to the right areas. Even if the Brazilian side are ready for it, they seem to just have more of an answer and always get the better end result.
Yeah, they'd have to do something mid right now. Actually pick up Forgiven. It's not going to happen. They're just going to be able to shove this wave in. Vander's going to roam from the top side of the map. 30 seconds on that Cloud Drake, and this is actually a well-timed back from Ryu because he'll pick himself up a little bit of defensive stats with that Giant's belt.
Revolta
didn't even sweep the ward, just walked by it.
Giving a ping to Yang. Yeah, he was just looking to deny the vision on it. Says, I don't need to clear it. Then Odoamne plays it very smart, gets himself out. Has that Haunting guys looking to build up his guard, Seeker's Guard. And H2K still saved that mid turret. There was actually no pressure coming in after we saw Macau pushing out Forgiven on that. It was Vander to come mid lane. So H2K is doing a very good job at getting what they need and then getting back into position to stop INTZ.
Exactly, well-timed push on the top lane so that they can be down at the Drake when it counts the most. They will get the objective uncontested for themselves also. Strong moves once again from H2K. Feels like they've been ramping up today as the games went on. And this is a good form side that shows up in the second week.
In this game, though, they haven't had the same type of lane dominance. Granted, some of these lanes are actually losing lanes for them, but Forgiven is actually a big shining light for them. And this is, well, a time that he's wanted for a very long time. He's wanted to be at Worlds and prove himself because he's always talked the talk, and everybody's like, well, you can't walk the walk, and he's showing that he can. If he makes quarterfinals, that is a big statement for this player in his career.
Pushed off onto Sivir this game. It'll really test what he can help do for the team in a utility role, as well as what we see on his Lucian, his Caitlyn, and his other really high priority champions. 20 minutes into this game, INTZ has made it on the board with a few kills at 7-2 and 3-3 in turrets now. So equaling out a bit of that objective gold around the map. It's been H2K who's been grabbing the Drakes, and INTZ have pretty much had to give those over.
It feels like we're in a similar position this game to the last. However, this is the point where INTZ started to implode a little bit. Feels like the pressure's still there.
They're chasing, but here comes the rest of INTZ. This is actually a trap.
Nice dodge.
Backing out, that's going to be Yang coming in on the top, but Yang goes the other way, trying to find a kill. Shock Blast already to start off, does get some damage onto Ryu. A little bit extra, but he's going to be kind of stuck, has to back in that spot, and H2K is not going to let them out easy.
Yeah, INTZ, they were laying a trap there. They were trying to bait in H2K. H2K took the bait, but I don't think they were expecting the Righteous Glory and the speed that came out, and the fact that they were running them down. Speaking of running them down.
Does he have Righteous Glory?
Gotta go
No,
fast.
he doesn't. It's on cooldown right now, I believe.
Hit him with the meat! That slows him down. Now it's the meat grinder, and they're going to go ahead and hit Macau. It's Vander that's there as well. Like we said, recuperating from an engage, from an attack in their jungle, they're always getting something in their favor on the flip side.
And again, almost deja vu in terms of time in the game. Another implosion from INTZ. They tried to do a strategy, and they're looking for Vander.
Vander puts himself right in the fire, so low, but actually gives himself an out. Jockster now just getting missed by the undertow. A twin fang, one more to get it. Dodges the Noxus blast.
What are you doing?
Yes, goes down. I think he just wanted to give it to the Wolf. Maybe he's like, stop the assists. Stop the assists. So
what a disaster.
Jockster goes down, flash is over, and H2K is all over INTZ's moves.
Again, trying to fight, not setting up for the fights appropriately, just going. It does sometimes work. We saw this through proper setup in the early game where INTZ were doing well, but they hit mid-game, they hit towards their strides with items, and they're just being completely run over every time they start something off.
I was looking back at it because I wanted to know why he fed himself to the wolves. He had 3 seconds left on Magical Journey, so
I think he could have made
he accepted it.
I still think, we will see it, I still think he could have just like hid towards the wall, at least forced Ryu to come towards him.
There's actually a heal there from Forgiven to keep Vander very healthy. And then Ryu is just so speedy right now. Jockster flashes in, doesn't have Magical Journey.
He totally could have lived.
Yeah, he probably could have walked down towards the south side and then thrown out the E.
I think he should have just sat there and pretend to be a wolf. But that's me. 10-2 on the board. Cloud Drake is up next. They seem to all be H2Ks, so I don't know if which one comes next matters at this point. Holy macaroni! Jockster doesn't even get through his portal. Yankos was going so fast he couldn't even put on the brakes. So it's going to be a tempered fate to come out of this. There are ignites to be used by the supports, actually just Jockster's, but he's down, so no ignite there. And they are going on the first inhibitor turret down mid lane, straight up the gut on INTZ.
Waiting on the other side was Yankos for the Bard. Had no choice but to go through that journey. A lot of damage now put onto this middle lane turret, but the safe play from H2K now is being taken.
An H2K Vander on this Alistar. This has been a champion that is so popular right now in week 2 of Worlds because of the playmaking potential, and you think it's going to get taken so early on in the draft, and right now H2K, they're like, yeah, you didn't take it first pick with a whole bunch of junglers up. Complete punish here.
As well, H2K, knowing their limits and knowing that they have a lot of money in the bank, gonna go ahead and spend this. Ryu still looking good on the cast, has had these Rise games, but then switches right back and still performing for the team as well from the mid lane.
Yeah, it feels like a reinvigorated side whenever Ryu's actually performing well. Hasn't had the best year in the EU LCS, but has shown up huge, at least today. Even in the last week at Worlds, has been performing decently well, so good stuff.
Hey man, he wants his chance against Faker again.
That's true.
Zed's not meta, he's got it, let's go.
Maybe for that one game. Maybe that one game. So H2K cleaning up the resources, so INTZ cannot. It doesn't look like there's too many forward wards here that can be used. A lot of them will replace for that last engager on the Magical Journey. You can see down just off the left side of mid. So H2K clearing waves just past river, and we'll probably see that ward line move up as well.
Yeah, that's right. The Baron dance will start out. We have to put our eyes towards INTZ, honestly, and how they actually contest this. H2K are slow in the way they set up for it. They just want to control vision, maybe force you in, use the Olaf and engage onto you. Of course, the Alice are also quite good at that. Cassiopeia very good when you're going towards her. So there's a lot of opportunities for H2K to bait, and it's almost predictable. But speaking of...
Righteous engagement. They're on a Jockster, as that's the Tempered Fate that's been slowing them down on all their engages. Now they can go after the targets they want without being stopped.
That was pretty smooth.
But making their targets blow flash and a lot just to get out of the fight. This gives H2K a very nice position here wherever they want.
You have to give a lot of credit to Revolta for even getting out alive in that situation. That was actually pretty clean from the Elise.
They can run fast, but they can't run through walls. So, Bell's over. Use the bell. Oh, nah, you didn't have to go back.
Unfortunately, he did. They have no vision, no way to actually see if they're doing the Baron.
Yeah, you have to check at that point, especially when it's just Odoamne.
Wow, he's saving mid as well once Baron is going down. Odoamne being a boss right now with that equalizer nicely across all the minions. His team comes up with Baron, and INTZ is none the wiser until everything happens.
It feels like a lot of pressure was actually there onto H2K early, but they find their strengths, hit a stride, and then they just start looking extremely clean, honestly, at this stage.
And this was one of the stages of the game that was the worst for them historically, where this is where they would fumble. The laning phase was something that they always excelled at. And right now, with Jankos, Inoki was camped. Now, right now, H2K in a great position in this game. 26 minutes in with already a 7,000 gold lead and complete control of objectives so far.
Yang trying to get a shock blast in. The things that INTZ is kind of relegated to right now is also hurting them. They're not getting many of their own camps in their own jungle.
So you can see the lack of vision that INTZ have got here. Surprise, I'm super fast Olaf. That is actually pretty scary, of course. Revolta, fancy feet. You will see him use Proto Belt, flash to safety. And speaking of Revolta...
Yeah, my favorite part of that play was he actually turned to the right to dodge the Cassiopeia ultimate, then went back to the left and repelled over.
Want to escape? Play Elise. Apparently this Worlds. Just play Elise. Clock around 27 minutes now, and H2K has not stopped this momentum as they continue to push the ward line up. Now they are living in the top side of INTZ's jungle as they have just base minions to continue to farm, and that means they're sharing a lot of this farm as well.
They are. They're sharing a lot of this farm, but you know who isn't? That guy right there, Forgiven. Forgiven is up 70 CS right now, almost 80. His call already went off. He is up 4,000 gold over Macau. He is absolutely crushing at this game. 3 items, 3 rather expensive items too, to the 2.5 of Macau. And Forgiven is just absolutely taking over this game right now in the Sivir.
I mean, the only breakpoint remaining for H2K is actually level 16. They're all close to that point. They're still able to brute force their way through INTZ's base. Once they get 16, it's even scarier.
Yang trying to run this one back. He has Odoamne in the top side, or the bottom side, I should say, and H2K can do this in a 4-1, not hurting them to keep it that way. Inhibitor may not be this time around, but they are opening up the base everywhere here on INTZ.
And I mean, the availability of strategy also. Use Forgiven Sivir ultimate, run away. It gives you the move speed. If they want to re-engage, they've actually got a Righteous Glory from an Olaf to go back forwards. It's actually very clever at the moment in the way they're using their spells and putting them together well.
Righteous Glory is always a little bit risky to buy because it doesn't have any resistances on it, but it's also very punching. Oh! Okay, so he goes over to the Bard to get through on the Magical Journey. Just so much pressure from this squad. Rather short cooldown as well on the Righteous Glory, but hold on.
This just doesn't feel like a good idea.
Portobello to get into range.
Oh,
Chalker's very low. That's going to be... Oh, he turned around for points to play. You can't push him away. Undertow, he hits him with a big ham across the head. And now they're going to be going on the inhibitors inside the base. It has just been H2K hitting the gas every time they see a member of INTZ.
And Odo's stopping recall.
And he's still going for Odo Omne throughout the fight. The Nexus turrets are dropping here. And H2K are definitely going to try to end it. On the hunt goes down. All they have to do is focus on these Nexus turrets. A good hit coming in from Revolta, but it's not enough. He gets back onto the ground. Forgiven stays alive. Ooh! The boomerang isn't going to take Macau down, but it will start to drop the last Nexus turret. 16-4, 29 minutes in. H2K take down INTZ.
And H2K lock in a quarterfinal spot for themselves.
Very clean stuff from H2K when they hit that mid game. It feels like this team ramps up slowly, but once they hit a point, it just goes off.
And they definitely went off, especially today. There were some questions coming into the day, being, I believe, 1 and 2 from last week as their record. They come through, they bulldoze the competition, 3-0 on the day, taking down EDG, AHQ, and INTZ to lock in a quarterfinal spot. And now they will play a tiebreaker at the end of the day against the winner of the next match to see if they get first.
Between AHQ and EDG is what's coming up next, but it's all about these guys on the screen right here. H2 what? H2K coming out very strong when Europe actually really needed that. Again, coming to Worlds, not being able to present results, but H2K stepping up to the table, and they are.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Bouncing back from a week 1 performance was okay, one of Europe's only wins, but still very strong now.
And it's not just putting up results, it's putting up great results in a group that people had them, maybe second coming out of at best. But they took down EDG today to come to this place, to get this 3-0. And they may have to play a tiebreaker against that squad for first. And that's the thing. Not just producing results, it could be a first place for H2K in the future.
And I'm definitely...
Well-deserved bow.
Absolutely.
Very
proud.
well.
And knowing what is deserved here for INTZ.
And INTZ, well, they came in week 1. Great performance against EDG. They took down the #1 seed from the LPL in a game, and that actually blew this whole group wide open. And you have to think, if you're H2K, you do owe them something there a little bit because they actually took a win off of that team. That could have been 1 win above you.
Very true. Also looking at INTZ in the beginning of this, they were completely thrashing Jankos in the jungle. He couldn't get anywhere he wanted to, so obviously props to him for keeping a very clear head. But that early game from INTZ is actually what got them that win.
Yep.
And what can really just get better in the future.
Yeah, you have to commend them for it. Look at the group that they're against and the different strategies everybody will put onto them. Bottom lane focus of EDG, they still find the win. Top lane focus perhaps from AHQ, still find a win. And then jungle focus this time around from INTZ, and they still get a victory. Very commendable.
Yeah, and INTZ, well, they can go home very proud because not only did they put up another win for the wild card, well, they actually proved that we should stop using that. As a CB LoL representatives, they did Brazil proud.
Yeah, that was very good performance from them. To get a win at all against EDG is ridiculous.
And not only that, it's also those games that happened later on. Well, the teams aren't actually completely crushing them. They hold on. They actually take the fight to you. We saw them invading, being very aggressive onto Jankos. No fear from this squad. And then when they had gold deficits of about 2,000, 4,000, they held on for so long, whereas normally a team that with the level that you would expect from a wildcard team, being like 15th or 16th place in the tournament in most people's power rankings, they hold on for so long and they don't let go.
It is. That's one attribute that I think every team needs is that resiliency. Being able to take a few hits, but still be able to come back. And Rusty, we actually all said it a few times. Wait, they're back in the fight again. They just came back up. They're back in the fight again.
Just keep going.
Yeah, and a lot of times that'll throw a team off guard, and you get what you got out of INTZ versus EDG, and things happen from there. Unfortunately for INTZ, obviously, they've been out. H2K, however, moving on, and it is now time to check in with Shox for an interview with H2K's AD Carry.
Thank you very much, Riv. Congratulations for Given in the quarterfinals. Of course, you're still playing a tiebreaker later. You could still get first place in the group. Walk me through the emotions of the day, starting knowing that you had to win a lot of games to secure it, and in the end, playing fantastically.
I mean, there was no other choice. Like,
we will either win today or we will take the first trip back to our countries respectively for each. I personally didn't expect that we would go 3-0 today, to be honest, but H2K is a really strange team from the fact that on our good day, we can beat the best team in the world, and when our worst day, we can lose from a team that went 0-16 in LCS, let's say, for example. So it doesn't exactly surprise me. Other than that, I think it's good that we qualified for Chicago. I think it was a realistic goal for every player in our team and for our team in general, because we have been one of the most dominant teams in the Korean bootcamp, and in general, I think this is something that everyone from our team deserved one way or another, through hardships or whatever. So pretty much this.
Yeah, and for you personally, you fought so hard to get here. How much do you think you've proven already, and how much can we still expect from Forgiven?
I mean, one side of me wants to speak really cocky, and one other side of me wants to be kinda humble. So I guess I will try to combine both. In my opinion, cocky or not, for 3 years I was the most dominant AD carry in Europe. So I think it was something that had to happen for me to qualify for Worlds. On the other hand, I think I kinda had something to prove, but not in a way that people were circle jerking about it. I mean, for example, today I played against Deft, Make on Clear Left bot lane, so it was really fun to play against that. And I think it will happen again because we play tiebreaker right after. So I think, while I'm not let's say, my biggest pick as a player, I think that I always give my soul and my heart into every game, and I think I have the mechanical power, even if I am 24 years old, let's say, which is an age that not many players keep playing. So I'll try my best for my legacy, let's say, for my team that took me back when they needed me the most, and for my father. So I will try.
You'll try to do your best. Yeah, as you mentioned, you might get another chance to go up against EDG if that tiebreaker happens. Just finally, maybe how important was it? I know that it must have been hard in that first match versus EDG, that it started off on a false note. How important was it for you to win that match specifically?
I mean, if we want to qualify, we had to win that, and this made our life easier. There is possibility we play either HQ or either EDG, depending on their result after. I think our team can be really, really good, but we are kind of held back by, I don't know how to phrase it, but in crucial moments, we kind of tend to slip off a bit, but I kind of have trust on almost everyone on my team. Like, for example, Ryu had a really good tournament. I think, in my opinion, had a really good tournament. Vander, let's say, okay, we forget level 1, had a really good tournament. Our pick man was good, so if we go like this, there is possibility that we can get first seed. And if not, then I guess that we're gonna try hard or die trying from first seed in Chicago. So.
Well, we will see you guys in Chicago no matter what. Is it seed 1 or seed 2? But thank you very much. Congratulations Forgiven and H2K. Dash, take it away.
Thank you, Shox. H2K has qualified for the quarterfinals. However, they will have to play a tiebreaker to determine the first seed against the winner of EDG and AHQ, which is coming up shortly. But I think what is most intriguing there is what Forgiven was saying about they, as a team who at their best could beat anyone, and who at their worst could lose to anybody. And we had exactly that same thought coming into this game. This could be a game where if they let their minds flutter for a bit, INTZ could take it from them and then put them in a situation where they maybe don't make it out of the group.
Exactly, and he also said, when it really matters in the past, they haven't performed that well, and that's where we get down to the losing to 0-16 EU LCS teams. But that didn't happen now. They actually showed up big time. There were some very nice strategies from INTZ early on. We're trying to invade on Jankos, and it could surprise the team, but actually they kept it super, super cool and just outplayed them.
European team on the brink of qualifying for the quarterfinals against a Brazilian team.
There it is.
We were joking. This was for Alliance, so to speak. They made it.
Yes, they did exactly that. I just want to push us forward to player of the game here. It's going to Jankos. It's for that kind of mental fortitude as we talked about. INTZ chose to attack him. If there was going to be a breaking point for H2K, it may have been that and his inability to get off the ground in the jungle early, but he dealt with it very well.
Yeah, early game, he was actually behind 2 camps, just starting from the 3 camp. He got 3 buffed from the enemy Revolta, but then he got the invades back, and he actually made a lot of plays that punished the dives coming in from INTZ, and that really brought H2K back in the game.
All right, well, gentlemen, it's all going to come down to the next game in order to see who H2K is playing for that first seed out of the group. Worlds 2016 continues in 3.5 minutes when HQ Esports takes on Edward Gaming.
Forgiven, do you know where are we going?
To Chicago.
Ultimate goes down. Revolta looks like he's in a bad spot. Repel won't even get him anywhere he wants to be, and that's actually first kill over to Vander. But he can't choose a target just yet. He does find the spider, but it's gonna make it. No, goes down the spout. And Yang goes for there. Ryu's gonna have the swipe on the side. Yang will go down first, so Ryu changes his focus. That's going to also be Jankos going down. He doesn't have much farther to go. Jockster now just getting missed by the undertow. A twin fang, one more to get it. Dodges the Noxus blast.
What are you doing?
Goes down 29 minutes in. H2K take down INTZ.
H2K, H2Y, H2K, H2Y, H2K.
Was it what do you see as you twist the tide of me? All I feel. What do you see? Was it what have you done to me? As the dark energy flows from inside of me, inside of me. I remember the fade in your eyes. I'm lost in space, floating away.
We've got a look here at some League superfans in Hangzhou, China. They're out in force in support of Edward Gaming as the LPL champs head into this critical game versus AHQ. Now welcome back to San Francisco, where we're setting up for our final scheduled match of the day. And it all comes down to this for EDG and AHQ. The winner goes on to Chicago, and the loser, well, they go home. And now important to note off the bat here, EDG has made a substitution. Pawn is coming in for the mid lane. Scout is out. Westdoor is remaining in for AHQ. So gentlemen, with this in mind, down the line, I want to know who you think's walking away with it, and give me some solid reasons why. Clement, let's go.
This obviously was a very tortured decision for me. As an analyst, I do feel like EDG has the edge, and that's the pick I'm going to go with. I think they have... It's really hard for Westdoor to figure out what to play in 2 games, and the familiarity between the teams really benefits EDG. However, I will say, brother teams or not, AHQ is not going to back down. S4, we won the game from 10,000 gold back. We hit a hook, and that led into a Baron. AHQ still has a chance to win this off of their top lane, and my heart feels it, but as an analyst, EDG.
All righty, Deficio, what's it going to be?
I have to go EDG as well. I'm basing this mainly on EDG, in my opinion, having a much stronger early game, and AHQ with Westdoor will have almost no champion pool to pick from in the mid lane. EDG know this team so well. They've played against Westdoor time and time again. They're not going to get surprised about anything. And I think bot lane, you can't pick Jinx versus Deft and Mako. You can't pick Lissandra in the mid lane for Westdoor. So I see 2 lanes winning. Yes, I do see Mouse losing, but EDG knows this. Everyone knows that, and they can play around those 2 lanes and get into mid to late game. And while they can actually still lose it there, I think they're going to be good enough to close it out.
Chat, what's the thinking here?
This is a tough one, and I'm thinking the way Clement is thinking as far as this is an incredibly difficult decision to make. But I'm tired of giving EDG the benefit of the doubt because they were pre-tournament expected to win this group. They haven't shown a good early game in most of their games. Deft and Mako, while they've had good laning phases, haven't been able to carry the games. And Mouse has been more of a liability than anyone else. And I think the mismatch in the top lane between Ziv and Mouse swings this to AHQ, actually. So I'm going to predict AHQ. I thought in my heart that EDG was going to lose to H2K, but I was too scared to make the prediction because I was giving EDG so much credit. I'm done with that right now. I think AHQ's taking it, and EDG's going home.
I do want to challenge the early game point just a little bit, because I actually think EDG, outside of that H2K game, have been doing really well early on. They've been winning most of them, especially with the bottom lane. Deft has the highest CS difference at 10 and 15 minutes in all of Worlds, so I do think EDG has had a much better early game than you give them credit for, but I do agree we also give them a lot of credit because they were supposed to be so good.
Yeah, and they're also the only team to lose to INTZ, and when they fall behind in the early game, they haven't shown an ability to come back.
I mean, I saw Clement, the little fist bump there. that when Jat made the prediction for AHQ, you talked about 2014 AHQ being able to make a stab back into it. How does this squad in this game, in your mind, make a run at taking the game off of EDG?
Well, I don't think EDG as a mentality is that stable right now. I think they have had bad record coming back into games, and they've already lost to H2K today. Also, I don't think Clearlove is that in sync with the team overall. You saw Mouse getting dived a lot of times. Clearlove was not around to help out. I think those are points that really AHQ could exploit, and plus, they're familiar with the team, so Westdoor might have some champions he could play.
But honestly, do we really expect AHQ to do well early on? 2 games against H2K, they lost the early game. 1 game against EDG, they also lost the early game. Why would they suddenly now turn around
EDG
with Westdoor in there?
The early game to
To
HK.
HK, that's right. But my point is, when these 2 guys played each other last, EDG had 0 issues winning early on. Their problem was closing the game, but Deft had a really bad team fight. So I think EDG will have a far superior early game, and I do agree late game it can go wrong, but I don't think it will.
I am all that much more excited for this game because I have a split desk, because it's do or die time for both of these teams. We're ready to get into it, so now it's time to send it over to Riv and the guys.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great banner on the day, and we are about to get into our next game here. We have AHQ versus EDG, and coming out of this game, they got to have something in the tank because you have another game.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. This is a pretty big deal for EDG. I think, honestly, they don't just want to win this one. They want to win a lot and win the next one quite handily. So expect them to come out and just give it everything.
Yeah, I think both teams are going to come at this with everything because the winner of this secures a quarterfinal spot. And it doesn't matter right now if it's first or second. You deal with that in the tiebreaker. But first, you have to win this game. You absolutely have to. So I think they throw everything they have at it. Even if they don't have much left in the tank, you give it everything.
Everything and the kitchen sink, I would imagine, for VDG. And I think it starts with Clearlove personally, because that man looks like he's going to be quite angry.
You said we might hear or see the dark love, as it would be, the dark side of Clearlove coming out in this game. Well, it's also going to be Pawn in the mid lane to switch things up for EDG, so AHQ may have to switch things themselves in this ban phase. Right on the money.
Oh, Jace banned from EDG. Pawn loves that champion in the mid lane, so it's kind of curious that they ban it themselves, considering it has been banned against them. And Rek'Sai is actually something that has been banned against EDG quite frequently, because Clearlove picks that up very quickly.
Bans are going by quite fast. Ken and Jace, and one more. Syndra actually banned out by AHQ, which kind of takes one away from them, but it will be Nidalee to finally get that one out.
They kind of have to, because the fact that it's Westor in the mid lane, he really just plays Malzahar, Lissandra, Twisted Fate, all of which are left up for him right now.
Yeah, I'm expecting perhaps even early Malzahar, not obviously locked in first rotation from AHQ, but from them perhaps in the next one, just because it's up and available for them. Westor perhaps most comfortable. I would like to see the gauntlet thrown here, however, and Twisted Fate to be seen from either of these teams. I know Pawn is actually an outstanding Twisted Fate player himself.
Yeah, this is actually something that I was really interested in as well, because top lane, Mouse, underperformer for EDG here. He has been kind of singled out as the weak spot, whereas Ziv, very strong performer for AHQ. You would think they would ban out the Poppy or the Gnar and try to take that away from EDG, so Mouse has something a little bit safer. But that's not what they've gone with here, and that's what I'm interested in, is what does AHQ pick to play up against whatever Mouse has in that top lane, because you need to leverage that for your team.
Nami will lock in. The Poppy could most likely go to Mouse. We saw him playing that earlier, first the H2K game, but the Pennant was what he was playing against, now banned by EDG, so he might have a little bit easier time there to keep himself safe, present himself in EDG fights towards the mid game.
Yeah, and the Poppy locked in. It's very safe for Mouse. Doesn't matter if he gets behind or not. But the Nami for Mako, they've been doing this a lot. And for some people, it's a little bit strange, because Mako has been a big playmaker for them. So why isn't he picking something like Alistar? It seems like his style has shifted a little bit to keeping Deft safe, making sure they dominate the laning phase. Like Tricio was talking about, 10-15 minutes, CS leader in the league.
I would actually like this locked in from AHQ, whilst they may only be hovering it. Think about how you beat EDG. Kill Deft. Olaf can literally ignore everybody, just go kill Deft.
If he doesn't have his summoner spells up, then it's going to be hard. Deft always on the mark with getting himself, or keeping himself alive, I should say. But if you can put yourself right next to Deft, maybe he can't get away so easily, and it will be the Twisted Fate locked in for Westor. It's finally left up for him. He goes right to it.
The Card Master throws down the gauntlet, picks up the dice, and now let's see what they play into it, because it's a quite early pickup here of the Twisted Fate. When you see the Poppy and have a chance to counter that, it's really interesting.
It was almost expected from AHQ, let's say that much. EDG not banning it indicates that they have a counter pick. Now, I know that's just a hover, but he can actually lock this in. Pawn has played this competitively during the LPL season in a separate tournament. It's a direct counter to Twisted Fate.
Yeah, it does actually load them very heavily with physical damage, though, especially if they go with this lineup that they have hovered right now, but it absolutely dumpsters that Twisted Fate.
Of course, we shouldn't say it, but it's pretty exciting.
Probably not.
Probably going to be the Blood Mage. Vladimir being hovered now. Olaf as well, locked in here for Clearlove. Rek'Sai is not going to be picked up or banned, with at least on the side of AHQ. He wants to be able to go in. So the Olaf is locked, so is that Vladimir. And now we'll see HQ has a chance to round out their composition, just missing that AD carry.
Olaf for Clearlove is an interesting one. It stands out to me. He hasn't had the best pathing at the moment. Clearlove hasn't felt that confident in his team, but he's going to have to rely quite heavily on them when playing the Olaf. Needs to hit the axe and rely that everyone can do damage with him. Otherwise, he's just constantly slowing people. It is good into the Twisted Fate, is good into the Elise, however, and should be capable of getting him out alive, as is the Vladimir when you think about it. Poppy's okay also.
Hopefully absorb a few of those crowd controls, so the team has an easier way in. As Tom Kench pick up here for Albus and do big things in that bot lane. We see a lot of denial from that champ pick. It is going to be, tried and true, bringing it back once again, the Jinx and the Tom Kench, possibly. It's been a while since we saw those two, at least with each other on the Rift here at Worlds, and it's going to be a Gnar lock-in for Albus.
They have the protection with the Tahm Kench for the Jinx.
Yep.
And whatever you pick, it has a bit of a range advantage over unless it's a Caitlyn.
They have the LMS Exodia. Like, that's ridiculous. How did that get through?
It's actually, you're very right.
Twisted Fate. Albus playing Tahm Kench that's been banned from him. What is happening?
EDG gave them a lot of what AHQ wants to play, and these teams are incredibly familiar with each other. There's a lot of ties between the two. Scrim each other regularly, support each other, but EDG, final pick coming through there with the Sivir. Range disadvantage, but he does have the Nami to help back him up during the lane phase.
And again, another way to get out of a Twisted Fate gank, perhaps dodge the Elise Cocoon. They have a lot of tools defensively here, EDG, and to me it feels like they just want to play standard, safe League of Legends, get to a team fight, win that team fight, and just do what they do best. So maybe not the 5 best champions, but the way to play it is there.
15 minutes, no rush. We're good. Just play it out safe. Gentlemen's agreement. 20 seconds left on the clock. As you can see at the top, 3 and 2 for both teams. One will go on to face H2K for that #1 seed out of Group C. So one team has a long road ahead of them as H2K. It's a pretty nice break right now.
And H2K already locking that in. The winner of this joins them and then has to play them for that spot, like you said. And looking at the compositions across the board, he's somebody you have to look at this game. Him and Westor. Can Westor get him online? Deft picks the Sivir. A lot of that is for, hey, I can just shield your gold card 100%, make sure that I'm fine. But On needs to come online because that Vladimir's going to have so much HP, and a Twisted Fate is not enough to get through that.
This is where I look at Albus and say he actually has a really big job ahead of him.
I think everybody does. Join the conversation over on Twitter. Capture your favorite moments from Worlds 2016 and tweet them to us at LoL Esports using the hashtag #WorldsBigPlays. Also, don't forget to vote for your teams. Hashtag AHQWin, hashtag EDGWin to vote for them as they are now going for their final chance at making it to the quarterfinals here at Worlds. We are on the Rift.
Very important game now for both of them. It's do or die. Westor gets his Twisted Fate, but Pawn also has his Vladimir, and it's Pawn playing instead of Scout. So they bring in the big guns, the team fighter, the confidence player as well. This is a big statement from EDG, and they actually just want to stamp the foot down on this middle lane.
Yeah, if they played Scout, it just is more of a roaming style, and that would have matched Westor in a different way. So Pawn is trying to circumvent Westor, and that's what a lot of this is. We talked about Deft with the Spell Shield will be able to actually stop a lot of those ganks that happen from Westor if he just tries to gold card him.
Yeah.
So now Westor has a lot to think about, but he's on a signature champion.
It's like they all have outs and then a giant tidal wave if they really need to use it for Mako. A lot of safety.
Well,
little vision grab here in the early game.
Also at the same time, right? Twisted Fate comes through. If you time the Nami bubble correctly, he's immediately in that CC.
A lot of things become conditional once everybody's ready to fight in this one.
We did just see a little early movement there from EDG. Clearlove being in the bush, but Albus smartly knows, he's recognized what happens now in Worlds. You want to have control of that bush. Don't just face check it. Level 1 Olaf can kill you.
Pings, scarily accurate, although no one working on them.
This is interesting because it looks like because they're double melee, EDG may expect them to start on the camp, and now they're going to be able to see that they put down a ward there, and that Mako is on this side.
He's going to check. The thing is, AHQ are obviously not doing it, as you can see them. They might have the jump.
Checking again, just in case.
Did they do it late?
I don't know.
Are they trying to trick us? They know something we don't. But no, pops out mid lane. They probably can now figure Albus is playing brush control as he also comes out to start with his stacks.
Oh, there's actually more of a stack for the healing there as opposed to for the execute, because it's part of your push to get a push advantage. Is to use that on a higher HP minion.
Yeah, now we look towards Deft and Mako in lane and say they should probably be pushing, get towards that level 2 first, and keep Arn and Albus under turret. The goal of the Tahm Kench and Jinx should actually be to try and match that, get the level 2 at least on time, and not get pushed under the turret. Tahm Kench wants to be moving forwards, or he is losing that lane by himself.
It's almost level 2. Need that one more.
Yeah, that was AHQ falling behind by a minion, and it doesn't look like much is going to come of it as they saw On hitting 2 right after them. Mountain trying to get his hands dirty here as he heads towards the mid lane. Pawn hovering the bottom side though, knowing that's where his jungle pressure is. He's got to be very careful. Walks up to it though, giving Clearlove something to fight with. And he is going to have to queue over to some minions. Mountain gets out safely.
Even Flash, too.
I mean, sanity checking for Clearlove as well. He missed both of his axes at point blank, something that should have connected, so not exactly the best start for an Olaf. It's not a hard thing to miss.
It's actually interesting as well because Mountain showed that he's quite familiar with how the Olaf is going to play because Olaf started on the blue buff and went up and he warded his red buff. And normal jungle routes have you starting on the top side of the map, but the Olaf is very flexible with them. But this does give the top laner Ziv, who's shoved up, a little bit of an advantage in knowing that the Olaf is on this side of the map.
Exactly, so knowing he's at red, he's now gone up to Krugs. They had an opportunity for a second gank mid, but we already said this during Champion Select, how difficult it is to get ganks off against all of EDG's team compositions. These two are really going at it.
It's the level 3. Albus already has everything he needs and gets the flash.
You can see Mako trying to squeeze in there as well and say, maybe we can 2v2 once I get into position, but he got pushed off. Death forced the flash. A lot of aggression from On and Albus. We knew that Jinx Tahm Kench would be big. And Pawn and Westor going at it now, trading blows. Pawn will be able to heal right back up.
But just look at where the minions were there, too. Westor had one on him, and there were 3 or 4 caster minions on Pawn, so definitely takes the brunt of that.
There's boots and 4 pots. So he's going to be perfectly fine. When you look at sustain, the Vladimir not having any potions left now means he needs to show a bit more respect, and Twisted Fate actually has control of that wave.
This is a dangerous place for the bottom lane to be because they have a wave building up that's pushing from AHQ side. And Mountain?
Ooh, forced a ghost because he pooled a little early there from fear.
Definitely worth it.
Pantheon would have been better.
If only you could go back. So Ziv with that ward able to finally push this wave up. It was about that 80% mark where Mouse was like, fine, I get to farm this. With that knowledge of Olaf, it's made it a little bit easier here for Ziv to get a 10-12 CS lead now on top of Mouse.
This is actually really risky from AHQ because they have their bottom wave and their top wave shoving, and they have no wards in the enemy jungle. They have actually no idea where Clearlove has been for the past minute.
This is where he has to think, my ward's gone, am I staying too long? And it looks like it was just to clear out those last few minions.
You can usually see in the way Mouse would play also, he very rarely has somebody in his lane. And so any act of aggression is a pretty big sign.
And I think Ziv just wants to keep this aggression up because Mouse already down 11 CS. It's actually a flat 10 if you count the ones that are in this wave.
He is entirely killable, however, when he hits Mega Enough form. Very difficult to kill him in Mini if you're an Olaf, but in Mega he's quite slow, lumbers about. So that's unlucky, really.
Oh, wow. Max, straight for the Sheen there from Westor. So he's looking for those auto attack trades and trying to whittle down Pawn quite frequently.
That's super weird. You could go Boots first. Boots of Lucidity have the same cooldown reduction, get around the map more and be more effective with your ultimate. The Sheen is a sign of combat, and trying to combat a Vladimir.
I mean,
this is how you go.
This is the time of the game where he has the ability to do so. It gets out of his hands a little bit later on. So see if Westor actually embraces the opportunity that he has.
Also, his level 6 strike may not even be for that mid lane. Maybe he finds something down bottom with an Elvis and On kill. A little far behind there. Dulcet tones of Nami.
Ooh.
Checks it. Oh, gets a spell shield out. Nicely done as well.
Yep, support backs.
1 for 1.
Shouldn't hurt him too bad. Getting a staggered back between Deft and Mako. 45 to 58 CS there, so On has actually been able to put pressure on with Albus as well as get that CS. 6 is for the top lane. May see a teleport coming into play as well once the junglers are ready to assist.
Yeah, still waiting to see an impact actually from either jungler. They've had presence, but that presence hasn't actually amounted to anything in particular. Olaf's still able to free farm.
Yeah, it's actually quite funny too because the vision is just actually rather sparse for AHQ. They actually don't have almost any wards down right now that are in the jungle. That one cleared by Clearlove was the only one on the top side of the entire map.
But the only real area that he's been able to gank, if you look at Clearlove, is going to be that top lane. Still a difficult thing to do when Mouse is having quite a bad time. Twisted Fate always under the turret. The Jinx and Tahm Kench is near impossible to gank as it is.
Yeah, and that's the big thing is if he ganks top, you have to worry about Westor using the ultimate and joining. So the vision that Ziv has, or I guess that he doesn't have, is quite important. He's playing blind, but Westor will always be there to help him.
This is actually a really big power play from EDG. 4 pink wards currently in their inventory. 5 now as they round that out. Big opportunity to present an area of the map that is completely blacked out for AHQ. Could be the Infernal Drake. Always going to be an important one to look towards if you were EDG. Good scaling composition and good damage across the board. As, oops.
double down.
It's all right, yeah.
You know.
Now you have vision. You can see yourself on your side, right? Got to look good. So Mountain just continues to clear. It doesn't look like they're actually going to trigger something off of this. Clearlove makes his way in to see if he can spot out Mountain anywhere in the jungle. Doesn't see him yet, just throws down a ward to make sure this attack should go well.
Yeah, this is actually a very good route from Mountain. Doesn't do anything. Oh, steps on the chompers. And he gets chomped.
Mountain in the bottom. There's the cocoon as well. Mako cannot get out of this. He did throw down the exhaust, but it was not enough.
Yeah, good first blood actually secured by AHQ. Very well timed with the objectives.
Yeah, and they know that the red buff just came up for Olaf for Clearlove on the top side. So this is an Infernal Drake going over to AHQ in a game that could get them to quarters.
Now Ziv even preemptively warding the top side of the map, recognizes Clearlove could be near him, so AHQ on top of this entirely should be free.
Not even requiring the mid laner's presence. First kill goes down in the bottom lane in what we thought would be already going to Deft and Mako in this situation. There's a Ragnarok towards the top side. He could get a nice hop out of this one. He doesn't even need anybody to hop on. Meganose, yeah. Took the words right out of my mouth. Ziv actually wants back in the fight, saying, where are you guys going? You wanted to fight.
Yeah, flash for Ghost there, and that's it. Clearlove still has his Ragnarok available.
We'll see this one more time in the bot.
And this is just great. The way he gets into the brush, the way that they have it pink warded on the tri-brush. So, no, Mountain had actually many ways to get in here. And then he waits.
Yeah, really good traps from Arn, of course. Already one tick of the tongue had been placed onto the Nami, so very easy to get him down. Good use of cooldown timings and baiting from AHQ across the board. Very elegant play.
CS on the top side, 83 to 65. And 70 to 81, so Ponth grabbing that a little bit back for the team. AD carry CS has even back out as Deft is farming his face off. Hopefully not moving too far forward here. He does have Spell Shield to keep himself safe, but he knows his boundaries and backs right off once it's cleared.
And I look back at the play one more time. Really well placed traps there from On, because you want to get brush advantage as a support a lot of the times, and because Mako was up against the wall, he placed it in a line diagonally up so that no matter what happens, Mako, he has to flash immediately, or he has to eat that, and then he ate the entire gank. So really well played there from the Jinx.
Does lead to a Drake. Next one also going to be an Infernal, so...
Yeah,
it's getting spicy. That was even more awkward because he had a gold and didn't get it.
So he gets absolutely nothing for it.
It's about the effort put in. Bottom lane again is going to see Mountain. They are liking the lane gank way more than the gank from the river. They can see the inventories as well of EDG and those pink wards, so they are trying to just circumvent everyone they can.
They're not actually going to sneak into the next
they
bush.
Get level 6 Tom Kench this even. They have a lot of options here. Oh.
I mean, they still have those options available. But I think the decision's not to be. This is actually quite awkward because Olaf's here as he recalled. They have got teleport from Mouse. The chance is there. Not a good decision if they completely go for it, yet they need Pawn to be here. And look at the vision they've got set up on the minimap.
It's like a light bright. They can go wherever they want. Pure vision. This is going to be Mountain coming back in here.
Oh, when he sees this, that's perfect. Dissuades this from happening.
The vision may be used just in a little bit, but that's thwarted for now. Pawn has to go back to mid lane to meet the CS that Westor is pushing into the turret here. And that may even mean Westor clears this and goes somewhere of his own, as EDG may not be ready for that.
Yeah, always going to be possible to have the Twisted Fate disappear, yet to see him utilize that ultimate, and his mana pool is actually quite lacking still. EDG, once again, a lot of wards set up, a lot of pink wards set up, so they just use that vision, stand on the vision till it's time to go. Vlad's coming down, and Olaf's in.
On, trying to get behind the turret, so they click on that, not him. Albus doing what he can. Thick Skin's there to be used. On, back out, fires the ultimate off, and Mako's trying to take him down. He does get the kill. Now they're on to Albus, and EDG is having a party down here as Mountain tries to lock at least one person up. Could Westor come in to help? It looks like he's going to walk it all the way through and just stop the turret from going down.
Yes, be careful.
Couple of small mistakes in tanking the turret, but nobody actually goes down from EDG, so best case scenario is the outcome there. They planned that quite far in advance, and Westor...
Looking for Clearlove.
Finds it, great heal, the bubble goes out, and we'll see if Mountain and Westor can make their way out now. Mouse tries to fight it, but it looks like the team says, not this one.
And a great pick from AHQ to even up the score once again in those kills. But they're still up 1,000 gold, and they get blue buff priority with the jungler being down.
Gets it.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
those spiderlings don't actually take it, so EDG
I
make
thought
a play.
it was gonna be his spiderlings. I was like, oh no.
If that happens, you're like, I apologize.
I
Go straight to my
apologize,
blue.
so sorry.
My blue is yours.
Big play now in the middle lane from AHQ, it looks like. Also get some pressure at least onto it. No teleports or ways to get there, and Mountain's ready to catch Pawn.
Pawn walks up.
Dodge still has the pool if anything goes too crazy. It does not look like he'll use it just yet to kill himself on it. And now Mountain's getting out. Hemoplague is there. This should be an alive Mountain. And it looks like they're going to make it out with Mountain limping away. Very aggressive here when AHQ needs to be, taking that turret to put themselves on the board. Also, first turret of the game, so a bit of a gold boost, and they had to repair what happened down here.
Yeah, and this is interesting because Def takes aggro first. The exhaust comes down, flashes towards Albus so that he can eat him, and that, just barely misses, but Mako was trying to block it anyway. And then they both go down. The top laners were looking for a TP place up top, and Ziv just got out of Mega Gnar, so no possibility of a play there.
Yeah, and being able to block the movements as well from Mountain with the Poppy W stops him from even getting in range of the Olaf or anybody like that. Fortunately, Twisted Fate had his ultimate. Has a lot of cooldown reduction as well being purchased at the moment, so is making some plays.
Nice for Mountain. He's able to pick up a blue for himself at 2-0. He's really going to be a factor once they start getting to these picks, once Westor can start getting himself out of lane. Pawn says, we'll just keep you right here and we'll keep farming back and forth. Gentleman's agreement. They're very close in CS. They're not even really pressuring each other here when they farm.
Speaking of, Pawn's made a conscious decision to go Proto Belt with Merc Treads to actually reduce the stun durations from an Elise and a Twisted Fate, opposed to a Spectre's Cowl or Spirit Visage build. So it's actually quite a smart itemization choice from the Vladimir. Means it's harder to kill him.
Yeah, it's definitely more teamfight oriented as well, and it still packs a punch. That's the big thing here, is that Proto Belt gives him that extra damage, and with this Infernal Drake coming up, it's a great spike to have.
Was the scuttle worth? We'll find out in just a second. Stay tuned, and if he can get to the brush, there's no vision there. Clearlove instantly in the brush to gain vision and keep it. EDG come up with a kill there, and Westor, he's forced to turn tide because one right behind him could be his death. Westor goes down, and Clearlove comes up big.
EDG getting 2 more picks. It's timed well with the Infernal Drake, so absolutely able to make another play for it. 2k down, doesn't matter for EDG.
And they aren't even that low. Han was the only one who took a ton of damage, so heal back, and that's fine, but they can still 3-man this Drake. No problem here. They might try to ultimate it, sees it. Ooh. Picked up by Deft, hit 8 HP.
So Clearlove. Is this the dark Clearlove?
This is actually a happy medium.
Happy medium?
Surprised, yeah.
The in the middle Clearlove, it seems to be working out.
This though.
Picking up those kills, and as well, one of those going to Pawn in the fight. I thought both went to Clearlove, so my mistake.
Yeah, but that's the person you want them on. You want them onto Pawn on that Vladimir, have him scale. He'd be an absolute monster, and he'd be very frustrating to kill, unless your Jinx is
especially when you've had a very level mid game. Nobody's really up to get 2 kills first. Pawn's got to feel very good right now and might even go for that Westor kill. He is hovering down though, so he's not worried about Westor. He's wondering what's going to happen in the bot lane with the team. Do they call him down? Does he catch Westor? As Westor tries to come down, but he gets pinged out on that pixel brush while Ziv takes top.
Yeah, getting that top lane turret for Ziv basically by himself is quite a big deal. Has had a lot of control in this top lane 1v1. Mouse is still relevant though, and this is the thing with picking him Poppy and always giving him a champion that isn't necessarily a carry champion. Poppy can do a lot with the limited resources that Mouse is always getting even when he plays it.
We see the Lich Bane finished here. Lucidity boots for Westor, approaching those turrets or even approaching EDG. He's going to be doing a good chunk of damage.
Yeah, a lot of AHQ wants to split push. They have a setup for a 1-3-1 later on in the game with the Twisted Fate and the Gnar because of these advantages, so they could go for that, but you still have to be careful of the Olaf in the rundown.
One big indicator that a Twisted Fate also wants to start splitting is when they decide to go for a Lich Bane. So choosing it now means that he's stuck mid for the moment, but once he gets his eye and gets the opportunity, he will split immediately.
It does seem like Ziv is going to start pulling out of that top lane. May just go for Krug and keep himself, as Mouse is up there too. They got to match teleports as well, so it may not be good for him to leave that lane. Bot lane is Clear Love just behind Dragon, getting some of those pink wards in. We consistently see EDG coming out of base with, and now AHQ as well as they get a bit of money under their belt. 3K gold lead for them with first turret, another, and control of Infernal Drake. It's going to be a Mountain next, and that would be huge for AHQ to get. One more entry into the jungle. It's like EDG and Clear Love, or EDG with Clear Love, just keep going on journeys. They're not finding much here other than vision on Mountain. It's just in and out, in and out.
Yeah, still trying to control the area at the very least, right? Pressure AHQ, force errors from the opponent.
Yep, right now though, they're actually just forcing the zone to possibly go bottom and get this turret. Mountain's here as well, but it's just both junglers present, and On takes a huge chunk of damage.
Westdoor is creeping on the
TP.
Twisted Fate ultimate. He's going to come in right
got
next.
him.
Oh boy, doesn't have a Zanyas yet. That could be bad news. Bears. Ziv comes up huge though as they focused onto Westdoor, and he gets deft and Mako to go down. That's Albus coming through, tries to get himself in with the Abyssal Voyage, but it's a little too hairy, and they're forced to back out. Snap Judgment by Westdoor. He was heading top and instantly bolted bottom.
And that's going to be the bottom turret on top of it. Ziv in the Mega Gnar, perfectly timed engage from AHQ with the TP from behind.
We have to actually highlight what Mountain did there as well. He flashes and uses the Q before throwing a Cocoon, baits the spell shield out of the Sivir, and there was nothing left for Deft after that point. So really good awareness from AHQ's jungler, working with Westdoor and his signature champion. This is the kind of thing you never want to see when you play against AHQ. Please do watch.
We'll get another look at it right here.
Throws the Q, then the Cocoon. Really well played. Then Deft, well, flashes away because it's what's left, right into the hands of Ziv, who set that up. Has the great combo afterwards. And then Albus, I'm coming, guys!
I can't help but laugh as well that Westdoor tried to stun Olaf as he had his ultimate on. So this sick play from Mountain is just crescendoed by an accident, unfortunately, from Westdoor.
Well, AHQ all together on these plays for sure. Now in a 5K gold lead over EDG here, coming up to 20 minutes in the game. That means we're going to get Baron on the map. So an Infernal Drake for both teams. 3 turrets, though, for AHQ, which means there is a bit of money for EDG to pick up fast. If they do win a few fights, they'll be right back in it.
And talking about picking up money, Deft, he had a huge CSD at 10, 15, 20. Well, On's ahead of him in this game. On has gotten a lot of attention in that bottom lane, and he is actually performing quite well today.
This is the thing we have very rarely seen from EDG. Of course, they went through the entire regular season playing around Deft. He's the big focal point, but Pawn comes in around the time of Worlds, and there is a lot more emphasis from Clear Love in particular, centered around this middle lane. Scout roams. Pawn doesn't necessarily do the same thing. They're trying to get their big team fighter in the Vladimir to be exactly that instead of Deft. So it's actually okay that he is behind in farm. He's still going to be a big Sivir. He will still do a lot of damage as the game goes on, but this is much more about Pawn being a big Vlad.
Seems like they know everything's going to be about this mid and Dragon over the next few, so Albus feels comfortable just to fly towards mid lane and set up some defense.
You were talking about how it's going to be about that next Drake coming up. On gets that top wave. This is going to be unanswered farm from EDG. If they send Deft up there, 30 seconds on that Mountain Drake, that'll be started up immediately. He'd have to rush right back down after picking it up, and the wave has already been thinned out.
They're not fighting him.
I think he already missed his time. Like,
yeah, the wave's mostly bouncing back. He'll make sure that it pushes now for EDG, but coinciding with the Drake, it's going to be completely free for AHQ. EDG's response is not for that. I think they actually want the top outer as a gold bonus instead of the Mountain, which doesn't give you that gold.
Oh, I don't know, because this is an AHQ squad that's built for 1-3-1, that's built for the split push.
Oh, what? Mouse! Keeper's Verdict didn't do anything. He tries the flash. I think he's just a finger fumble Ruski on that one, and he goes down.
He fumbled the whole keyboard there. The flash, the R, it hits nothing. He doesn't even hold it down for an extra second.
Just flash earlier, man.
Is it that easy?
It's just that easy.
Oh. Are you a man or a mouse?
Find out right now, 30-some CS behind. It's not making it easy for him, and being picked out in the jungle like that doesn't actually help EDG to gain any ground. We'll see what down in the top lane during this engagement.
Ziv doesn't really have much of a chance here because he already blew the flash earlier.
Hello, goodbye.
Yeah, this is something we saw and expected earlier.
Mako's still there. Evan
Westdoor?
Westdoor's gonna go down. Oh, the Zanyas comes out. He's still going down. It just looks pretty. Clearlove's gonna pick that up. Mako almost took it with the auto coming out to save his teammate. 1 for 1 in the top side as AHQ get what they've been looking for in the Mountain Drake.
It's perfect, though, because the kill does not go over to Deft, who they're trying to keep down in this game. They're trying to keep on above.
Very true.
And the turret stays alive, because that is what EDG were trying. We already said this earlier. They were looking to trade the objective. The turret's worth gold, and they are about 5k gold behind. So they wanted to close that gap, get some more items before they actually contest the following Drake. Isn't going to work like that, and AHQ actually pull further ahead by Westdoor just throwing himself at them.
Yeah, and Mountain, props to him with that great cocoon right there at the end, because that ended up saving it and making sure that the Zanyas had to be, it could have any little bit of delay in it. And yeah, you just pointed at it for me, where the flash from Deft was still up.
6-6 now. Seems like EDG has picked up a little bit and being able to grab AHQ kills, as well as props to Mountain and Clearlove just being ahead for the team, being something they can look for at 4-1 and 3-1. It's a jungle battle now to really see who can get their team ahead.
I like what Maker's doing here. I'd prefer him to be on something like the Alistar. However, being that Nami does indicate that he wants to get Mikhails, wants to keep people alive from the Twisted Fate. This is a big part of his goal on this champion, is building towards that near immediately. So we'll have it soon. And around the Mikhails point should be when they have 2 items on Def, could be when they start trying to team.
Once we get into the late game, EDG can turn those gold cards and cocoons into very conditional, like you said, with Mikhails and Quicksilver sashes, pools, spell shields. It's going to get only harder for AHQ as they continue on.
Well, it still goes both ways there, because On is just Jinx hyperscales incredibly well. It used to be all about how Sivir could crit with the ricochet. She's received some nerfs. Jinx at the same time. Oh, your rocket crits, it still crits everybody. It's still a large AoE damaging ability, and with Runan's Hurricane on top of it, it's even better. And people have figured out that Jinx build for the past half year.
Is on.
Now looking towards red buff slash top lane as Mouse is up there collecting a wave. Ziv has so much free time because of this pressure AHQ is placing to push on the opposite side of the map, as they did see Mouse top. So good movements from AHQ, starting to set themselves up and slow things down to their pace.
And Mouse is a few seconds late on each one of these, which is going to result in that damage on the turret. He wants to keep the TP, but isn't going back quick enough, it seems. Top really doesn't even go to death once again. A few minions there as it was already pushing out. See if they can recuperate to a fight that they want. All the vision is pushed up for AHQ, so they are seeing clearly what EDG is trying to set up.
This is such an unusual, doesn't feel like normal EDG the way they're playing this out. The communication doesn't feel entirely there, and this is on the cusp of potentially being taken out of Worlds. They are still making these mistakes. They haven't found themselves fully yet, so it feels like they're falling back to what they know. Tried and true late game team fight. Just hope they get there in a good enough shape.
It's very slow for the EDG squad, and they haven't had the same type of advantages that they usually have. They still have to kind of keep Mouse away, and Ziv has been picking up advantages solo against him. That top turret by himself in the laning phase gave AHQ a nice little bump. And the fact that this influence from Mountain across the map has been absolutely huge in at disrupting EDG's flow. They seem to have not been able to get it back just yet on EDG's side.
So have to remember, EDG subbing Pawn in the mid lane for this game. 257 to 217. We're still waiting to see that Pawn impact on this matchup. He's kind of been quiet in the mid lane.
Things are going as expected besides the 2 kills as well for the Vladimir. So Pawn's a monster, honestly. When they get to that next team fight, you'd expect the Vladimir to go absolutely berserk, especially when he gets that level 16 breakpoint, and he is quite highly leveled. So you will actually need to remove him potentially before Deft, who is 0-2-6, isn't having the best game, is overdue for an item purchase as well. And I'm not even sure he has enough money for that item purchase. He's just generally struggling.
Yeah, and he doesn't have much room either, because he'd have to finish that Zeal and then start building towards whatever his second BF sword item is. It looks like he got kind of in between, and now he doesn't even have a slot for a pink ward.
Def sitting on 2,200 gold right now as he's just soaking everything up in the mid lane. Says, Pawn, we have enough already. Let me grab some of this. Go top. fight against On. So really distributing the resources amongst those two, which will most likely be the hard carries come that end game.
That is an LPL thing as well, just going back and buying everything you can to be as slot efficient as possible, and then you realize that you've put yourself in this position where you need that much gold to sit on 2200 and then say, well, I need about 500 more before I can actually shop.
Yeah, the question is, does he get Phantom Dancer or Infinity Edge? Infinity Edge, still no way to buy a pink for it, so...
It's okay, he's close to a Zeal now.
You would hope if you're his teammate, because right now, EDG, they need to be able to contest objectives. Ocean Drake coming up quite shortly, and they've given most of them up to AHQ so far, and EDG haven't even gotten the turret yet.
Hard to think of watching EDG's first game of the day, 34-50 against INTZ. Looked very clean, very methodical. They're very tempered right now, giving the respect to AHQ that they deserve because of that early game and because of that 6,000 gold lead. However, doesn't mean EDG is going to stop anywhere anytime soon. Moving now as a group of 4, they're going to try to make things happen.
That's really good from AHQ. AHQ put their Jinx in the top lane, and immediately EDG is like, oh, well, you're going to lose your middle turret, possibly the Ocean Drake on top of it. So they ward up the Baron, they put a pink ward in it. I don't know if they actually see that ward all the way in the back. Yeah, they do. Okay, so they're going to clear it out and try to get pressure here. So now EDG can't go to that bottom side of the map and get that Ocean Drake because there's pressure on this Baron, and On will continue to push that top.
Yeah, the back and forth that actually comes out of both of these teams. It's a dance cross map, however. It's not actually a Baron dance. They're not all in the river there. It's rotating from mid down and from mid up based off where the opponents are. So AHQ controlling the Baron area. EDG have control with pinks of the Drake area, but you can't concede the Baron, so they can't start.
Oh, Deft!
Oh, Mountain hiding.
Oh! Mount gets him solo!
Absolutely amazing. On was spot on with the Eagle Eye shot, but Mountain doing a work, as you say, solo, and will stay in the jungle just to give EDG something else to think about. They don't have wards to see him.
And that opens up the map. You can't go past that area. He was trying to go top to get the wave that On was pushing, and immediately punished by this Elise. That is now 5-1-1. Mountain does so much damage. He was not expecting it.
Insane stuff. Deft usually very, very quick to any reaction. Didn't even get his flash off there. Went down in the fight. And Mountain is
doing Baron.
They get everything.
They're going to get it. This is not going to be
clear left.
No, clear left is close, but Baron already goes down. They want the resulting fight. It's going to be Elvis saving On, spitting him back out to the backside, and now On can start to fire on EDG. But do they choose to get out as Westdoor goes down? EDG now turns their sight to the top side of the river, where it could be Ziv next. On forced to flash, and it looks like they will continue the chase.
Oh, On's trying to back in the back.
There's going to be the TP. That was the Baron back, rather, coming in. I thought something was flying in through a ward, but no TPs to be used on this fight. And Han tries to come through, gets the kill into On finally. Elvis doing everything he can to save his team, but now left under the turret, alone with just about the same amount of health, as it looks like they will both be falling very soon.
Now there is still the Baron available. Ziv has got it, the only remaining member. This was a fight without depth, basically. He's just pushing the middle lane. EDG turn up the tempo and respond to what AHQ throw at them. Really good response. But that was incredibly clutch because it had to happen.
Exactly, it had to happen because AHQ got the kill onto Deft, they got the top tier 2, they got the Baron, and they got the bottom tier 2. If you didn't answer that, that is a 10k gold advantage for yourself on AHQ side. They get it, and then they decide, well, we still have to fight this because they are just charging straight at them.
And we said this in Champions, like the Tahm Kench is just so important at keeping the carries alive, being able to eat On twice through these fights to ensure that he's actually able to survive and get things done is the difference between a clean ace potentially and only 4 of them dying and having the Baron buff. But this fight, standing next to walls, choosing to recall, perhaps a cheat recall with the Baron empowered buff, doesn't get them what they actually needed, unfortunately, for AHQ.
If they had just gotten out sooner and maybe just sacked Westdoor and possibly Ziv or Mountain at that point, then 3 members get away. But they try to get greedy. They think they can take the fight with the gold advantage that they have, but they give up even more.
Ziv gets some damage on the turret when he can with his Baron minions. AHQ, they don't seem to hesitate after that play. Still going in, making sure the deep wards stay, and still getting the lanes pushed.
One big win is that Westdoor doesn't have the Baron buff, so this actually helps EDG a lot. At least he will still push waves, Westdoor. He will still absolutely chunk the turret when he hits them. But to actually push it, to have waves that'll stay alive and be more sturdy is not a thing anymore, so people can answer him one-on-one.
Yep. Like you said, it had to happen. They had to get that many members off because Ziv with it, sure, he can split push, but now he doesn't have teleport, so it's much riskier to actually split push at this point in time. Whereas Westor, if he had been able to actually keep it on himself, or anybody on the rest of the team of AHQ were able to, then they could have activated the 1-3-1, the 4-1 a lot better. Wow, top.
Fair enough.
He's just saying hello, goodbye. A little pressure on the mid turret. EDG is forced to react to both of the plays, and they lose mid. Now we'll push down and try to get their own push. You can see him pinging on that second tier. They want the minion wave right behind them to be what they need, but this is definitely going to slow them down.
And for what it's worth, the Baron actually hasn't amounted to too much for AHQ. They do get a turret naturally, but yeah, exactly right. The gold from them dying prior to when they got the buff is amounted in really nothing big.
A little bit longer on that Baron buff. Do they choose to use it here? Mostly just giving EDG a scare. They know to back off and let it wear out. And they're going to try to get the last few touches on this mid turret down if they stay here. A lot of wards behind them right now. Good thing Ziv does not have teleport.
Yeah, that's actually a massive amount of wards behind them. Unfortunately for AHQ, if EDG keep them here, they're only good for a flank. That's now 7 flanking wards opposed to any actual relevant ones. So AHQ either want to reset the map to make sure the wards are being utilized, or reset those wards, go back, upgrade your Sightstone once again, refresh it, and place things again.
And we talk about how he's not able to use it. He's got 20 seconds on his teleport right there. You can see in the bottom left side of your screen. So Ziv does have the possibility of making a play in the future, but Mountain's caught.
Sending a message with the on the hunt, but like you said, Mountain caught. It looked like they just wanted the turret and found a spider in the end. They're going to drop Mountain and the turret, deciding to stay here as well. They spread the vision across. They can just go from lane to lane.
Yeah, catching AHQ recalling once again. They might be going for some damage onto this turret. EDG turning up the tempo.
Trying to play and expect the unexpected
Ziv could jump
strategy.
in. Looking for the plays.
Oh, he gets bounced out by Mouse. Beautiful job, and the team's going to have time to run Tidal Wave to disengage. They don't even have to use anything else here, and EDG get out unscathed.
Beat him all lane doesn't actually matter, right? Mouse just needs to do the one important thing that he's there to do, and that is stop the Narc from going in and engaging. That was super clutch. Make sure that nobody from EDG goes down. They get to reset. The storm is calmed. We go once more.
It would have been a double bounce into possibly a flash to close it out and get the proper positioning there onto EDG. But nobody blows summoner spells to get away. Except, I guess, Pawn there. And then Mouse, steadfast presence. Stand on your 80 carry, Peel.
Pawn's job gets a little bit harder. Mortal Reminder now finished for On. Gonna have to be careful about his positioning. On will definitely be the priority target coming into these fights as long as Westor is dead. 7-11. 64,000 right now. What'd you say? 65 to 59. A lot of people thought this game would go in favor of EDG the way they came out today, but AHQ making a statement game here.
Yeah, I think we're waiting on one last item spike from EDG. They may have a gold deficit of a substantial amount, but hitting breakpoints is still a pretty big spike for this team. Vladimir Deathcap finished Last Whisper for the Sivir. They will still match the scaling damage that comes out of their opposition of Westor and Arn. This is going to be a massive late game team fight where either team could tip the balance in one hit.
I think On might be going for a QSS here, which I don't fully agree with because he has a Tom Kench on his team. It's a Tom Kench's job to build a QSS at that point, and there isn't much on the EDG side.
I'd go Hex Drinker.
They're actually going to do anything. So if he's going for it, but it's a Null Magic Mantle now. Or a Negatron Cloak. Yeah, so it's Negatron Cloak.
Could be anything.
It could be anything. It's going to Abyssal Scepter. No. It looks like it's most likely going towards something like a QSS.
Mouse pushed off of the top of bottom lane, if you will. He's going to give him a little bit of hell here. Ziv not even getting shots on the turret. He's just trying to be a nuisance as the team gets mid pushed up. They try to clean up all these lanes and deny EDG the resources. Blue's not really anything EDG needs right now, but it's definitely going to help Westor continue to keep these lanes pushed. Dragon will be up in 40 seconds. He's going to get some vision on them.
And it is going to be an Elder, and Baron is already live, so you'd expect priority to be towards the Baron pit opposed to the Elder. but last time we saw a Vladimir in a game with an Elder Dragon up. We also saw him sneak that Elder Dragon basically by himself. Thank you, ANX.
He's still fighting it. Is he still? He's still.
Yeah.
That was an interesting moment altogether.
They're hitting Baron.
He's still fighting it. Let's go. Baron here.
Yeah, just
EDG.
tanking it. That's very risky.
A slow clear love waltzing in, which means AHQ will know
Mouse.
they need to get over. TP over to the blue side.
That's really
Out to top to
risky.
bottom.
AHQ are going to actually push the bottom side of the map. They're going to have Ziv try to get this turret, or at least do some damage to it.
EDG have to go. The teleport's in and it's
Oh, they're going into the pit. Here comes Ziv.
I mean, even if you just lose Mountain on the attempt for the Baron, but EDG peels off. Tidal Wave goes out. Pretty tanky Ziv and Mountain there to take the brunt of it. AHQ on the outside of this fight, and the Rockets are shredding. EDG, it's on and Albus. They don't want to enter the brush, but now it gets scary since EDG only has to focus on.
And they can't do Baron because Arn is still here.
Yep.
They'd lose too many resistances and he would be able to get a basically pentakill immediately. So respect Recall. They are very lucky they forced the teleport out of Ziv because AHQ should have just pushed bottom outright and got the inhibitor and just baited the Baron, but they couldn't see how low it was. And now EDG are back on it.
They're going back to it because they had actually recovered enough HP in that time. And it's just going to be 2 on 5 in the Baron pit. Traps not actually sectioning them off completely.
On's ultimate not up, can't even fire for it, and EDG, not really on the back foot, but definitely not in the lead, are the first to grab Baron.
And in that team fight, there was a crucial moment. Ziv decides not to flash into EDG, but instead flash away in a moment that looked like a little bit of desperation and not going for the back line, and then he uses his Gnar to actually fling them away. And we're going to see it again right here, because this is the bait, the setup. They're trying to get that teleport out, so you have to go back on that Baron. TPs to this ward right in front of them. Albus gets knocked out. Mountain's in trouble. Ziv does not flash forward there and shove them into the wall.
And that was fantastic placement by EDG. You said yourself, Zyrene, they're in the pit, but that's what the bait they wanted. On the hunt, immediately out of the pit, and AHQ is expecting to be able to pinch them in.
And you saw how low everybody got on the side of EDG. You just need one get excited for On to start snowballing through that fight. If he got one, he's probably getting 3 or more at that point, and he just needed a little more CC from Ziv. That's all he needed.
This was a big moment for EDG, having the Baron buff and a big cluster of minions. Hard to actually utilize them when a Jinx with static shiv exists, but if they can just keep enough melee minions there to get the Sivir attacking turrets fall down, gold gaps close completely, and EDG put themselves in the driver's seat for what feels like the first time.
Yeah. Pawn becoming the strongest unit on the board now, not something we see all the time. 5-0 and 5. Right along Clear Love at 5-1 and 8. They're trying to push now on the front steps of AHQ's base, and they are going to do everything they can. On should be able to clear these quite easily. They just got to keep him safe.
Pawn, of course, super tanky, so disregard any damage that he takes. Actually look towards Depth as the person they want to poke down. Doesn't have any lifesteal because he's gone towards the Hex Drinker to survive the burst that comes out of both Elise and Twisted Fate. So it's a smart call, but he's relying on his Warlord's Bloodlust.
So we're looking at the order of Deft to Pawn if AHQ get a good engage. What is it for EDG on AHQ? What is EDG looking for in that engage? Wait a minute, maybe they found it. On the hunt, straight to the middle.
Oh, 2!
Keeper's Verdict pops 2 back to the fountain. The belt goes forward for Pawn. Pulls his pants back up, and he's going to get out of this one.
Yeah, able to do this without the Mega Nub, but Ziv's still looking aggressively. If he gets 3 stacks off, he's super quick.
They can't even do damage to Clear Love right now. Mountain going after the tankiest people and putting himself on the front line. He goes down immediately. Then they're taking out the tanks. It should be the Squishies falling first, but EDG doesn't have to choose. Everyone is killable at this point for EDG, and Albus now trying to run out the clock on this one, but it's 50, 60-second death timers, and it looks like EDG is here to stay.
This looks like EDG have actually secured it. They come up clutch when it matters most. They're just waiting on minions. We'll see if they can actually finish this one off.
This is when you're screaming at the top of your lungs, move minions, come on! Where are you? 17-7, and it might be more kills for On to pick up now that he has a Guardian Angel. It's gonna take a bit more focus. Bot and Hib's gonna go down. This is going to stretch AHQ so thin on the next engage for EDG. They should be able to wipe right through, and they may not even wait to do it.
They're gonna get this inhibitor. They're gonna put some damage on Twib. Mouse comes back through, and there's 5 seconds on Mountain now. But the rest of AHQ, they still have a decent amount of time left on them, but it's smart by EDG because there still exists that ultimate from the Tahm Kench, the Abyssal Voyage, and also Westor with the gate. They could actually flank them, but EDG respect that and back off.
Of course, better safe than sorry this time around. If they had minions, it actually could have been completely just GG.
Yeah.
But that doesn't happen, so they play it safe, get everything they can from this scenario. The minions they prepared earlier, there's still the Elder Drake. Westor just altered to clear minions to increase the tempo so they can't push things in as quickly to give them time to stop the Elder from going down.
And this might come down to an Elder Dragon fight if EDG decide to pick it, because the two inhibitors that are down right now for AHQ will constantly push minions into their base, and that's the safest objective for EDG to go for, unless they want to just brute force down the middle and try to split.
There's the swing right there, the Baron fight, dipping it back down,
but
giving it to EDG.
And AHQ, no, quarterfinals may have just slipped through their fingers there. They could almost taste it, and now they have to make a hero play to get back into this, whether it's On or Ziv with a Gnar. Something has to happen for AHQ, whereas EDG, they don't have to make that ballsy play. They can actually just walk this out with those super minions that are pouring down the lanes.
It's actually very clever from Mako, has a Guardian Angel so he can use the Mikhails on other people or have 2 lives. They've built themselves up to this moment, EDG. They've hit the big breaking points in items, but they still have to deal with a massive Jinx who has a GA of his own.
And imagine what would have happened if they didn't take down Westor on that first Baron attempt, and he had a side lane to push with Baroned up minions. Would that be EDG's base down already? Because that stopped a lot of AHQ's momentum.
With comps that have this many carries, it very well could be one deciding factor every single time.
Going into the top turret now. The inhibitor is the last one to fall. On the Hunt has been used for each one to send a message that we are here to fight. And they're continuing to go through. Ziv's popped out on the Mega Gnar, so that's just a timer they have to wait on. And a very nice looking fight could follow up right after.
Yeah, just let the Mega Gnar die down. The second he goes mini, EDG should advance.
Yeah, and in the bottom side, Super Minion's already pushing in. That's 3 inhibitors for EDG.
It's all just zaps and boomerangs. They don't even want to get that close to EDG. They're hoping EDG makes a mistake, but I believe there are none to make here at this point in the game. They would have to run into the fountain. They're so far ahead in their positioning. And right now, the items made.
They've got the chokehold. They just need to be patient. Don't make a mistake. Don't slip up and get caught out of position by a Twisted Fate stun.
Exactly.
Or an Elise Cocoon or even Mega Gnar. He's about to get back to that. Let the minions do the bulk of the work as they push in and just complement them. Or Elder Dragon.
Or Elder Dragon.
Well, also Baron in about
Everybody take a
25 seconds. If you can get that Baron as EDG, just buff up all of these double super minion waves, it would be incredibly difficult for AHQ to deal with it. And if they fight you in those minion waves, they do so much damage.
Yeah, Twisted Fate will spot him. So very good timing in terms of minion control here from EDG. It'd be very hard if they defend this. They can't.
Trying to set up something towards the top side, or at least the bushwhack. Ooh. They say go for Baron. The minions are pushed out quite far. We'll see if they can tempt it, or see if they can just buy EDG's time to make them wait a little bit longer.
So the thing is, inhibitors are about to be back available in mid and in bottom. So the Baron's an easier way for them to access those inhibitors one more time, so they can buff the regular minion waves. They've got the Elder Dragon. AHQ cannot fight
Westor, way too far forward with Mountain.
The turn just like last time. Mouse gets Westor over the wall and follows. Now onto Mountain. He'll fall next after Azanya wears out as they are trying to take down Elvis through the thick skin. He also uses Face the Mountain to keep alive, but we see Westor going down to death after that flash engage from practically everybody on EDG. Mako's the only one with his flash up.
And EDG, they have that Elder Dragon. They're going to start pushing into the base. They have some waves. They're going to try to put themselves in quarters right now.
Looking at this last inhibitor, they say, no, let's just go for the turret. There are enough super minions.
Oh, yeah, spell
Zip
shield.
tries to kick them out to the side. Mouse now moving himself in. They're trying to get ahead on the turrets. EDG was looking 6,000 gold down in the middle of the game. And now EDG will take on H2K for first seed out of Group C to the quarterfinals.
And the #1 seed from the LPL secures quarters, and they say victory or nothing.
could not have made it harder for themselves, mind you, Zyrene. That was a tough game. They were on the back foot for the entirety of that until the 40-minute mark. But still, late-game team fighting the LPL special, they do come through clutch.
I was going to say, the swap to pawn. Scout roam a little bit more. No, we need somebody to hang out in the mid lane, become a gigantic factor, and then let them have it.
I think the most important point in this game was that Baron fight, because so much went over to AHQ. They actually jumped up to a 10,000 gold lead for a moment. And then EDG executed perfectly. They took advantage of the fact that AHQ had an advantage and wanted to fight, and they took it to them. They played those mid-game team fights like you were saying, Rusty, and they come out on top and punch their ticket to Chicago.
And we saw this champion select being one of AHQ's best drafts considered for the players that they could bring to the table here.
Yeah, it definitely was. It's very surprising to see EDG beat what I called the Exodia composition. And honestly, that it still rings true. Westor gets his Twisted Fate. Ziv with a hyper carry that can also be an engage tool. There was a lot of positives to see from AHQ. They even had the early game, just not in the end.
And AHQ can't do what they did before and make it out of groups and make it to quarters. But EDG, once again, sigh of relief, because they were expected to go 6-0 in this group. People saw it. They were like, oh, you have a wild card here. Oh, you have these other teams in here. You should probably be able to dominate them. A little bit shaky, but they still come out near the top. And are they 1 or 2? We'll have to find out.
I mean, it's crazy to consider that they were the #1 seed from the LPL that 3-0'd RNG and almost missed quarterfinals at Worlds. That's absurd.
So now with EDG qualified for quarterfinals, we're going to send it back to the desk for a little bit of analysis.
Thank you very much, Riv. And what a game there to conclude what is our scheduled matches, and to think we still have one more to decide.
And you
who's
predicted
gonna be
HQ.
first.
Yeah,
Why would I predict HQ?
Yeah.
I should have listened to Officio because of EDG's strong early game that they were going to be able to come through.
Absolutely, absolutely. But no, I mean, I think what I love about this is exactly that. We identified so many of the different ways that AHQ could get ahead, and a lot of those things did play out. And a few fights that we will take a look at in a little bit, going one way or the other, could have spelled the end of it all for EDG.
Yeah, and Pawn is like an anime hero. He sits on the bench, he recovers from injury, and just when they need him, after everyone is dead, he comes in and just zones them off of Baron. What was he, like 8-0-8 or something at the end of that game? Superhuman performance from Pawn, and he saves EDG's season.
But so many surprises in this game. TF was left open where it really matters. And I'm like, okay, they have something prepared like Fizz or Pantheon or something to counter the TF. Vladimir. I'm like, oh, okay, so you don't want to kill him early game or anything? You're just going to let Westor actually be aggressive and try and play the map. Ziv gets his split push out top lane. It actually looked really, really good, and I thought EDG would do much better early game, but then after the draft, it was very clear they couldn't really do anything early game with Vlad and Poppy having to scale.
Yeah, I mean, we had a situation where Ziv was just hammering on the top lane. Then we saw him take down the turret solo at one point with about a 50 CS lead, and that's exactly what you want, a split push presence from him on that Gnar. And then Westor on the TF should, you know, ideally be able to affect the side lanes and come in for ganks.
This is actually one of the first times I've seen Westor take down the opponent mid-turret first. And also, if you look at, like, TF is a huge pick for him. 46% of bans went to TF in the regular season. People did not want him to get in that champion. And they actually had a really well composition to finish off the game if they got the Baron buff. They have long range and the enemy has to run into them. They were really, really close. And I feel like HQ has to walk away from this feeling pretty frustrated.
And I do want to dive into our first replay 18 minutes into the game. This is for AHQ, a 2-for-0 with a great TP from Ziv down to the bot lane.
Yeah, you just saw Vladimir in the mid lane, so why on earth is EDG pushing a tower against a Twisted Fate and a top laner with teleport? You're literally asking the other team to just use 2 globals to kill you in the bottom lane.
Mountain had a gorgeous play there, by the way, to flash, break the spell shield with Q, and then stun Death, and that only set up Ziv's amazing Gnar ultimate against the wall. This was super crisp from HQ until the end there. Just
Yeah, he's baiting, he's going to flash out. But the crazy thing to me is EDG is the team in the LPL who plays a ton of globals. They are the team who used globals to beat RNG and just camp bot lane with globals in the final. And yet when they play against Twisted Fate, they're like, what can you do? Can you TP bot lane if my mid lane is sitting mid? Probably not. And then they go for that push, and you're like, you almost deserve to lose basing on a play like that because you just allowed the TF to do exactly what he wants to do. And this was one of the main reasons they fell so far behind early.
Right, and with that being behind, of course, we looked at AHQ continuing to grow their lead, and then they make the stab at Baron. 30 minutes into the game, a good move towards it. They do secure it, but the fight that unveils on the back end of it spells disaster.
The turning point in the game right here.
Yeah, like they got deft first, and then they're coming in, they're staying for the fight. Actually, if you see Westor's position, he gets picked off in the fight very early and can't go in to do more damage. Vladimir Pon himself is holding down 3 people from AHQ, and AHQ just can't get out of the area fast enough. If they keep their parent on 3 people, just walk away from this fight. And why are you TVing here? No!
I mean, honestly, this is inexcusable to me. Yeah. When you realize that 1 or 2 of your members are going down on one side of a fight, and the other 3, Ziv, Ann, and Albus, have the option at that time to completely bail out, preserve more than 1 Baron buff, so you can at least then use Ziv in one lane and 2 Baron buffs in another to make pushes beyond that point. But they were relegated to a single Baron buff at the end of that fight, only on Ziv, and at that point, you don't have the kind of map pressure you need to continue pushing your lead.
No, and you also handed over more gold to the enemy Vladimir, who was the big carry. In fact, you saw him in this team fight just sitting in the backline. Westor, I think his flank was not good enough right there. He tries to go in with the back, he gets caught instantly. There's such a big difference between Twisted Fate and Vladimir in these late game team fights, especially when Twisted Fate can't really gold card anyone. Vlad was gonna pull and spell shield from Sivir is so hard.
And I also don't think like AHQ ever played a fight the way they wanted to. They needed to disengage the pool from Vladimir, then either at least Cocoon or gold card. And when a Sivir was down, like in that Baron fight, no Sivir in that fight, you can actually focus that because you'd be able to withstand the initial burst. But they didn't do that. They ate the Jinx, and they weren't able to chain any CC off it. They couldn't get the auto attacks, and it was a really poorly played fight by AHQ, but it was the turning point for EDG, and it's the reason they're in the quarterfinals.
And then, of course, from there, EDG felt they had a foothold into the game. That's going to take us to the fight that sent EDG to the knockout round, presented to you by Acer.
And by Clement Chu. What do you think, Clement, right here?
Well, I think that, this is a fight that they could take. It looks like a winning fight. The TP was kind of late, but Mount actually has a very poor positioning choice right here. Gets caught out, and then we see Mount get knocked into a wall again. He's basically dead. Westor flashes in, can't get the damage off.
But he flashes into melee range. On was sitting so far in the back of this fight with both summoner spells up, and people got so low in that fight. If HQ plays these fights a little bit better, obviously
could have won it.
Best team fighting team in this game by far. So you can see the gold swing, and that's just because HQ wasn't playing team fights well.
And it's easy again to look at someone like Westor and just look at the 2 mid laners and what they're doing in these late game fights. If his TF is actually also focusing on peeling for his AD carry, it's much easier for Arn to pick the right targets. And if anyone ever gets onto Arn, Time Kench will just eat him. But here late game, we talked about how hard it was for TF to actually lock down a target. Mikhail's as well, we're going to be built obviously on the support. So if you do stun someone, Mikhail's from Mako will come in and just stop someone from dying. And really, it just was impossible, I feel, almost for HQ to win late game. And they're going to look at this game and they're going to be so angry because they had it.
Yeah, I feel like there were multiple adjustments that probably could have been made to get them through that mid-game a little bit smoother and drive it home for a victory. Ultimately, that's not the case. And the player of the game on the other side of the coin is going to be Pon. Jat, you already mentioned this guy off the bench comes in and saves the world's run for EDG.
He's a superhero, 7-0-9. Westor was unable to do effectiveness in team fights. Even when their AD carry was dead, Pon was winning the fights for them. He was basically their front line because Mouse was having a poor game, and he did absolutely everything they needed him to do. The sub-in worked exactly right, and after this performance, I'd be very surprised to see Scout again.
All right, well, EDG has a little bit of time to gear up to face off against H2K, vying for that first seed here in Group C. Of course, blue side has been selected by H2K, so on the other side of this break, we're going to get into what exactly we think might make or break that matchup. But H2K and EDG are on to the next round. Stick around because when we come back, they'll fight it out for the first seed in Group C.
Thick Skin's there to be used on, back out, fires the ultimate off, and Mako's trying to take him down. He does get the kill. Clearlove instantly in the brush to gain vision and keep it. EDG come up with a kill there in Westor. Mako's still there. Evan Westor's gonna go down. Oh, the Zanyas comes out. He's still going down. It just looks pretty. but EDG doesn't have to choose. Everyone is killable at this point for EDG, and Albus now trying to run out the clock on this one, but it's 50, 60-second death timers, and it looks like EDG is here to stay.
And the #1 seed from the LPL secures quarters, and they say victory or nothing.
While we leave, don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve.
Welcome back. Group C's destiny is nearly decided. We have 2 more qualified teams locked in for top 8, and we're playing 1 game to decide which of them go into that knockout round as the top seed from Group C. So just as we did with the last section, guys, I'm going to go down the line with predictions. I want to know who you think is going to come away with the win and why.
Well, surprise, I'm actually going to go with H2K. I've been around Officio for a while. I think I'm going to drink the Kool-Aid, but honestly, I don't think EDG has been looking that good. And if you look at their ban pick phase, they banned 2 top laners last game, and they also had the Syndra ban. Like, HQ is not going to ban. Like, H2K knows how to play Syndra. So they have a lot on their plate they have to go through, and I don't think their strengths, Nami Ezreal, has really worked for them so far.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably going to get kind of boring because I'm on H2K as well now.
All right.
I'm going kind of with the hot hand today. They've been playing so well. I think the pick and ban phase for EDG right now is fairly predictable. Like, Mouse is going towards that Poppy so quickly. Nami for Mako, even though he hasn't been able to be as successful in lane as he wants to be. And then outside the lane, he actually hasn't been that useful. So I predicted an H2K win. I wonder if they're going to ban Poppy, though. Not because Mouse is going to be great on it in the laning phase, but to try and push him on something else and see if he can actually be less useful in late game fight, because he's been doing okay once he gets out of lane.
All right, Jat, similar thinking?
Yeah, I was not on EDG's bandwagon last game. I actually think they should have lost the game to HQ. I think H2K will win this one. But with that being said, just to balance the analysis a little bit, EDG no longer have a huge amount of pressure on their shoulders. They know they're going to be in the quarterfinals, and they have time to fix their issues. Plus, they do have a lot of momentum from the mid and late game that they just played. So I'm picking H2K, but I don't necessarily think that it's a sure thing, even though we have a 3-0 prediction.
Yeah, I think it's important to highlight that the last time these two guys played, yes, H2K won the game, but we came down to like Elder Dragon fights where Jankos had to steal the Elder Drake, and then they won the following team fight. So it wasn't a stomp by H2K by any means, but I do think they have a really strong early game to go from. And EDG, you know, I thought they were going to be better early on. They haven't actually been.
How do we feel about the Ryu versus Pawn matchup? Because earlier today, we saw Ryu, who's been performing fantastically at this tournament in general, but today in particular against Scout. Well, now he's got to swap things up and adjust to, well, a fantastic performance that we just saw from Pawn.
That's exactly what I want to talk about, because Ryu is playing some of the best League of Legends I've ever seen him play, and Pawn just saved EDG's season. So I do give the edge to Ryu right now, even though it's just been 2 Rise games, because I haven't seen him making mistakes, and I've seen him apply a lot of mid lane pressure. Pawn applied team fight pressure, but not necessarily the mid lane pressure that Ryu was giving, so I give Ryu a slight edge right now in that matchup.
All right, well, there's our thinking from our analysts. It's time now for the teams to decide who's going to get the first seed out of Group C. Let's kick it back to our casters to start this tiebreaker.
Thank you very much, Dash, and we are almost ready to jump into this tiebreaker. I can see the players getting in the lobby right now. Deft and Forgiven are talking to each other. Hello, Mr. Deft. Hello, Mr. Forgiven. You don't talk to the enemy. It's about to go down. We're going to have to see this game. EDG versus H2K going for the first seed out of Group C. Both teams are making it to quarterfinals regardless, but it's got to feel good to get that win again.
Yeah, absolutely. EDG a bit of momentum, and this is more so about redemption above all else. You said it yourself, Zarian, victory or nothing. That is the LPL slogan. EDG's is speak with results. So they definitely want to win this here. It's about that redemption, about getting victory against the team that just took them out earlier.
Exactly, and I also think that the #1 seed in all the groups went up in value when Albus Nox Luna got the 2nd seed, because people are still waiting for them to kind of turn back into a pumpkin, and it's still a wild card team, and these are teams in groups that, you know, maybe they scrim them, and from what I've been hearing, you know, Albus Nox Luna, they don't always perform too well unless they're on stage, so they definitely want that #1 spot.
See, H2K will ban out first versus EDG. We just saw a pretty stellar game as they subbed in Pawn versus AHQ. It was a very slow game as we expected in the beginning, and then just took off for EDG once they got to those objectives with their composition. Tom Kench and Gnar off the table, so those playmakers will not be seen here.
Yeah, the Tom Kench ban, really good to get rid of that from Mako. It actually enables clear love a lot, and the synergy between EDG whenever Tom Kench is present is actually very noteworthy.
Ooh, and the Alistar ban as well. 2 supports targeted at Mako, taking away the playmaking ability from that guy. He still played the Nami, though.
Yeah,
he still played it well.
Nami.
But the thing is that when he's on a playmaker and a melee support like one of these two, he absolutely decimates the game rather early on. About 10, 15 minutes, starts roaming.
We spoke about this in the break. My advice to EDG would be to play the Alistar, actually get Mako being a playmaker one more time, because when he is the one calling the shots going forward, EDG looks like an entirely different beast.
See what they can push him down to this time. H2K is going to be banning out that Rise. Definitely don't want Pawn on it either.
Yeah, exactly. Pawn is the Rise player of EDG. He plays it so much, and Ryu, we know he plays it. We saw him play some of the best Rise games that we've ever seen, and EDG, though, still don't want to risk that going over to them.
A little sad. I do miss the Realm Warp plays, but gone for another game. Final ban from EDG. What do they feel is priority? Syndra is still there to be taken out, and it's going to be a Cannon. Releasing that Syndra up.
But you still have to be really hesitant as H2K to pick Syndra, because Vladimir was just played by Pawn.
And played well. So this is going to be an interesting decision here from H2K. Note that the Rumble is still present.
Yeah.
There's going to be options available in that top lane. We'll see if Mouse actually has a preference to the Poppy, which he has been playing a lot, or if he goes to the Rumble that has worked for EDG earlier today.
You gotta remember, Pawn's the guy who knows that one pick kind of counter his Morgana to the Faker. Will he pull out this game? Maybe he felt fine playing against that Syndra because he does have something. Even though Vladimir, as we said, works. But maybe it is something different.
He does play Fizz.
Yeah. Get him back on.
Fizz is actually quite a good champion against Syndra.
Yep. You can do a lot of denial.
You get shoved in early and lose all of your pressure, but eventually you take over, and that's kind of how Vladimir plays against it right now, except has great team fighting. You can see
Sin be locked in. Little flavor hover here for Clear Love. They're letting the time run out.
It might be the Lee Sin for Clear Love, though.
Oh, that's manly.
And it is going to be the Lee Sin for
What
Clear
a
Love.
brute. He's going hard on the Lee Sin. Nami gets picked up as well. Mako feels like he wants that support before it is taken if by Vander. He's going to go for another Nami game. We'll see how this plays out.
It is a tiebreaker game. They have qualified for the quarterfinals. It's only seeding that they're getting, but this is still a really aggressive decision from Clearlove going towards this with Rek'Sai available, a champion he has excelled on. He still has the option of the Elise. There are a million champions available to Clearlove, but he wants the early aggression of Lee.
I also feel like because the Lee Sin is picked, stock and Poppy rises even more for H2K. Rumble is on the table, yes, but Poppy, to stop the Lee Sin from getting in and kicking back crucial targets like the Syndra or even getting on them, and denying it from Mouse at the same time, with Gnar also taken away.
Karma banned out quite a bit along with Caitlyn, but they may be picked up here both. That'll be support and AD carry. H2K talks it out. They waste down to that 2-second mark, and that's great because you only give 1 minute now to the opposing team to think and pick.
And this combination in the bottom lane for Forgiven and Vander, it's actually their most played of the tournament so far, with about 4 or 5 now on Caitlyn, and 3 and 4 for Vander.
Don't forget, of course, the plethora of champions that Pawn can play. Quick to pick things up, a master of most of them. He's not the kind of player that is just good at anything.
And then
He's great at it all.
he locks in Twisted Fate, right?
Well, kind of, but it is global pressure here.
Aurelion Soul.
Aurelion Soul for Pawn against the Syndra. It is quite a good matchup because you build so much HP as Aurelion Soul that Syndra actually almost never realistically, past 20 minutes, has a way to burst you out. She's going to need a lot of assistance to do so.
You can go Spectre's Cow, you can go Catalyst and then Spectre's Cow. It doesn't really matter. Pawn has build paths to deal with the 1v1, so you look towards the 2v2, something yet to actually be locked in by H2K. If they want to kill that Aurelion Soul, they will need a little bit more crowd control than they currently have. I'd say Elise.
It's true. Their jungler has fallen quite a bit down in the pick order.
Olaf
wouldn't be able to stop that Aurelion Soul in his tracks.
Yeah.
Olaf would be quite good into Jhin and Aurelion.
It wouldn't be awful either. You run straight at them, you can't be peeled away. It's kind of good against Lee Sin, and you have a Karma on your team.
This is basically what EDG just did. Get a guy that can go to the back line. Clearlove was on that Olaf. Now it's going to go over to Jankos for this game. And we have Vander pulling out the Rumble for Odomne.
Ooh. Yeah, see, I was waiting for this to happen. They red side pick for EDG. Mouse wants a comfort champion so that he can deal with the matchup, perhaps get more done. Knowing there's a Rumble gives the option of Aurelia.
I still feel like he goes with the Poppy, though, because Mouse, he has been a weak point for this squad, and the Poppy pattern just suits him way better in the late game because Aurelia requires you to actually get a small edge over your opponent, whether it's a kill or anything along those lines.
You give him a carry champion or something comfortable, he has been quite good on them. It's more of a confidence thing for Mouse above all else. The Poppy's a safe bet. He will always still be relevant, but if you get the Aurelia going, he can smash everyone.
We'll be back to the boy who broke time. Echo pick for the top lane. Haven't seen that since week 1, really. What will they decide? It is going to be a lock-in of Echo over for Mouse. The teams have been formulated. What are we feeling for that side of EDG?
Yeah, EDG have gone a little bit scattered with their team composition. You'd call it almost pick, but it's very hard to say that. They've just got a Jhin to help with all of the frontline damage, and that's exactly what it is. It's more about just putting frontline damage down and making sure Def stays alive at the back to keep everything going. Pawn just wants to survive as well. Honestly, what EDG have put together is prolonged, consistent damage in a fight. They don't want to just burst and be done. They want to meet you and just keep you there.
It's a little bit harder for them to engage fights, though, especially compared to H2K, who now have a Karma on their side, and that's going to allow them to possibly speed away. But H2K as well have a lot of in-fight damage, and it's mostly sieging, though. That's what I think H2K would go for here is siege composition-wise, lay down Caitlyn traps, try to pick somebody underneath the turret with the Syndra, and group up as 4 and possibly have your Rumble there as well.
I think a lot of this comes down to who gets ahead early, because a Caitlyn Syndra that's ahead is disgustingly powerful at sieging objectives, whereas if EDG do, their individual champions can do enough work themselves to get across the line.
Especially playing against somebody like Forgiven who wants to be up in your face with that Caitlyn. If he feels like he has a lead, he will push that and just make you feel terrible.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a lane-focused player. They always have good CS values. It's a scary thing for EDG here.
Very true. We're about to head into game. Hashtag H2K win. Hashtag EDG win. As they try to make their way to the quarterfinals as first seed. As we said before, both are already going. But who's going to be able to sit at the top of the group on the way there? H2K versus EDG about to be on the Rift. And we're about to get this tiebreaker underway.
Big moment for both of these teams as they come out of spawn.
The story of proving themselves for EDG, as well as a bit of H2K and Forgiven is there.
And H2K, oh, they made quarters. They did what they weren't able to do last year when they showed up at Worlds. And now they're kind of the pride of Europe right now, with G2 falling down and not making it out, with Splice being 0-3 right now and having to win every single game tomorrow to even have a chance of advancing.
Big moment.
And H2K, you know, they did lock it in already, but being #1 still is a big statement, especially when people right now are kind of questioning the strength of Europe, seeing that their #1 team was just completely destroyed.
Let's go back to fundamentals. They're competitive players. They want to win.
Yeah.
You don't just put them on the Rift
especially
to
Forgiven.
not try. Exactly. They'll give it everything.
It's also been a very long day for these players, as mostly in the second half was their games as well. We just saw H2K on that break, so they're coming up fresh here. EDG, the momentum of last win. We'll see how that collides as this one begins in the laning phase.
Speaking of laning phase, we do have to highlight how the bottom 2v2 will go naturally. Some stars of the team are going to be down there, but Karma Caitlyn, super oppressive, pushes really hard, controls minions incredibly well. If they can get EDG under the turret, basically they just suffer, they run Mako out of mana, and then they win the lane from there. So it's potentially Clearlove's presence, Pawn's presence even on the Aurelion Soul after he does this in lane at level 1.
Yep, level 1 Aurelion Soul gets complete control of the wave. All you want to do is shove it in, and now go to the enemy Raptors and pick those up.
Ryu probably should not have fought him at level 1 for a
pretty much pick up one. Oh, he messed it up.
You'll still get him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Take him a little bit
you usually
longer
just
here.
get one.
Ryu's lane resetting since he cleared that out, so not too much trouble losing minions. They're 4 to 5, so both missed a few on that first wave in the aggression. And once again, right back to it. Ryu just on the outside of that stun.
So one of the reasons people go towards those Raptors to steal just the one is it gives you the immediate level 2. However, because it reset, you had to go back a second time to get it. Ryu was already level 2 at the exact same time, so no big advantage actually gained this time around for the Aurelion Soul by moving there.
Yeah, it's really cheeky. You can pull it, get it. Some people will even start it.
I also think Ryu started W to try and steal them. We saw him throw a minion over at him to try and take it away, Which is why he's absolutely losing the lane super hard at level 1 from what we saw.
Nice stun.
Oh, beautiful pushback. Also took a little bit of minion damage there. Ghost from both. Yanko's coming in. Could it be a flash? Yes. Pawn summoners down. Ryu wasted Ghost.
Yep. Ghost as well from Yankos. So they trade 2 for 2 in summoner spells, but lower cooldowns on the 2 ghosts from H2K.
Here's the initial point of concern that we highlighted. Stuck under the turret means they're going to be losing a lot of health.
And Clearlove actually went for a clear that puts him on the top side. They saw him. Yankos has this blue. If he wants it, I guess he gets spotted out.
They don't know where Clearlove is.
Yeah. Oh, he didn't show on that ward. Nope. He went for the scuttle. And that is actually in Clearlove's favor now.
Yeah, got himself to safety. That means Odoamne doesn't have that information. Ryu,
a
little window shopping, almost gets him killed, and this could be an attack here on the top side. Odoamne is going to see Clearlove behind him. No kick just yet, just the cripple, and they cannot get any more damage through as he slaloms through his minion wave. Once again, Pawn up really far, and Yankos is able to punish.
Really good move, actually, by Yankos to be in here. It means the Pawn can't reset the wave and recall for free. He has to come in and catch this, which means all of his potions are now about to be burned, and he has to deal with a fresh recall from Ryu on that Syndra. So there's actually a disadvantage where he wants to clear this one and just recall immediately.
Well, it's hard. It's a cannon minion wave, so it actually gives another extra second or two to this. Because you can see right there, all of them are cleared out, but that's the last one. There's a lot of effective HP in that way.
Rip.
Yep. Never lucky. Almost got all of them there. Ryu not quite at that break point.
33-19 in this bottom lane for Forgiven. He has been absolutely doing damage, perfect damage, and great CSing here on Deft.
And we've talked about how H2K are so lane dominant right now. They are absolutely just running away. So far, it's already a 600 gold advantage for themselves.
Yeah, but they've conceded their advantage in the lane. They're backing away. They're showing some respect. Once again, missing on the map is Clearlove, and Pawn occasionally will go MIA himself, as you can see. So whenever they go missing, they have to respect. This gives an opportunity to catch up a little bit at least for Deft, but so far so good for H2K.
Pawn not playing to the side
of
Vision.
He doesn't have sums.
Yeah, it does not have sums, and he also plays this pink ward side, so H2K knows this is safe. Could they get into range?
Oh, he just did.
That's going to be Ghost, not up yet for Jankos, and he cannot finish the kill as Clearlove is just in the pocket of Pawn.
What a fancy man.
Yeah.
Those feet.
What? Aurelion Soul kind of glides too, so.
I mean, floating feet. They still dodged a lot of things, so very well done from Pawn to ensure that he stays alive there. A lot of axes, unfortunately, missing, but they were duped.
Yeah, and the interesting thing too is Jankos' Ghost is up already because he has the mastery of Insight in the Resolve tree. So there's this actually small gap here where his is up, Pawn's is not. And I don't know if he actually took that into consideration, because if it was a little bit later on that gank, would have had a summoner spell advantage for it.
Ooh, Mouse backing right on a ward. Give a little free time to Odo Omne. He can position the wave the way he wants. Looks like they're actually going to reset as it reaches the turret anyways. 6 minutes on the clock. Pawn's gotten quite a bit of attention in mid here. They're really trying to get Ryu going, or at least Jankos as well.
Well, he can't stick around too long because Ryu's going to hit 6.
And it's going to be... No, does not get it. Clearlove's there once again. And Unleashed Power cannot get the kill.
It was so close. Ryu also has Flash on top of it, and that would have been huge. That would have been first blood and the blue going over to Ryu. But one orb short, one auto attack short, and the stun from Pawn. This guy's living by the skin of his teeth.
And just like that, he gets Boots of Swiftness. So he'll come back to lane extremely quickly, and what was potentially the kill, potentially a big snowball for Ryu and an advantage in lane, almost entirely nullified. It would have been 2 winning lanes. Now it's just a farm advantage in top and bottom.
Blue back over to Ryu. Back and right to mid lane. May lose a few CS to Pawn here, giving Pawn the chance to roam, but usually just one to farm in the mid lane and keep things steady. Not too much action across the rest of the map. We haven't seen Mouse getting attacked yet by last H2K's game. Jankos was already in that top lane trying to help Odo Omne. So a bit of style switch here as they continue to focus Pawn. We'll see now what EPG has for top lane in store.
Yeah, very quick Aurelion Soul. They're on a pink ward, so they have no idea where EPG are until now.
Boop. Odo Omne keeping his wards up. Keeping himself safe.
Olaf's about to find him as well.
Oh, doesn't have Flash.
He says
More Ghost.
Ooh. Gets the Ragnarok on. Gonna probably force the flash. It's not even up yet. Oh, it's like 0.5 seconds flash from coming up. Jankos chooses correctly.
Very big play from H2K's jungler. Spots the Aurelion Soul through the vision, and that's actually laziness from Pawn to go through an area where he didn't know if it was cleared or not. So it actually goes down.
Could have just went right back behind Baron.
With Clearlove, go with him. It's safe, right?
We've seen a few mid laners make that mistake in this tournament. Takes the unsafe route. Down bottom, though, they've had this shove the whole time.
Now, Olaf does not have his ultimate, does not have his ghost. They're relying on a lot of damage, but ideally, they actually want to have TPs to get in and zone them away from the turret, not to kill them under the turret. That would be far too risky.
Chunk him. Like Ryu's even trying to cut off what may happen here behind the turret. Pawn's coming
too long.
in as well. Pawn's going to see Ryu. He already used Scatter, so he doesn't have a stun. They're going to turn onto Ryu for a flash out. That should win that. And a call, a curtain call rather, does get him down. It's the Nami ultimate coming through, keeping H2K in position for more damage from Pawn and making Deft's ultimate that much easier.
Well, Odo Omne does stay on the top side, though, and he clears out that top minion wave. But EDG, we've seen this before. Clearlove immediately goes for the red, starts taking whatever he can from the jungle.
This is a really back and forth game so far.
Oh, Jankos gets the CS.
He gets it going for the red to pull it out.
That's actually really nice from Clearlove to blow that ultimate out of Yankos, just by scaring him into using it. That was the threat of the kick. Of course, having a level advantage and the red buff means that Lee Sin would have outright won the 1v1. Mouse was also nearby. This is quite cheeky, though. Mouse time recalled instead of helping. So
TP. And no TP. I was wondering when Oda Omne was going to use his. That objective control throws the equalizer out immediately, but it's not clean enough in the choke. Clearlove gets away. They're forced to leave Mako as he's chopped up, turned into sushi, and a second kill coming in for H2K.
But this also stops the Infernal and gets it to H2K's side because everybody's backing right now on the side of EDG, save for Mouse, who's just running back to lane. So that's a nice Infernal.
But again, if you're going to start the Infernal Drake, don't have your Echo recall. That's a needless risk. You're losing an extra member that doesn't have teleport to get in and help your team. So this is very well done from H2K to capitalize, but that was a mistake they capitalized upon from EDG.
And Mako, yep, no flash available. The equalizer from Oda Omne maybe could have been placed better, but it doesn't matter because Lee Sin would have gotten away anyway.
Clearlove also had kick. He might have been able to try and save.
Ah, yeah.
If you want to.
Yeah. See ya.
Forgiven
Over the wall.
Forgiven again. Call as soon as he can. He'll get back to lane and start charging that one up. Likes his little extra burst of gold once it's full, and usually stays in lane long enough to fight it out and CS it out.
They're looking for a play onto the mid lane here. Mouse is already on his way. Pawn gets the slow.
Voice of Light into the curtain call. Whoa, Mouse coming out of nowhere as well. One more shot. 3:20 on the marker. 26 seconds for Ryu. And there the Yankos now. Tries to get in with the resonating kick, and Pawn will go down to an execution.
Wow. That was really crisp from EDG, funnily enough. Pawn may be the one that tanks the turret. That's the only unfortunate outcome as a result of this. The Jhin from the flank, able to slow them down. The ultimate from the Aurelion Soul, also to slow, ensuring that Mouse gets the stun, and EDG are turning up the tempo.
It's a very beautiful trident attack from EDG from 3 directions coming on to Ryu, gets the stun. We're gonna watch that one more time.
This is actually so crispy to watch. See, the first blow connects. Ryu
so close.
Gets stunned. There's nothing Ryu could have done in this situation besides just keep running instead of turning to do damage, but he had Yankos nearby, miscommunications happen.
Mouse was so quick to set that up as well. Remember, he backed for that dragon. Oh, he may go down here. Nice parallel conversion stun.
He might have to back completely. He doesn't have his ultimate anymore.
He pushed that top wave and instantly came for that mid lane gank. EDG was ready to pull the trigger whether minions were there or not. And that's what they need to do against H2K. Now trying their own fight. Pawn just uses a quick ability to get out.
Yeah, so this is actually a lot of damage that goes onto that top lane turret. Remember, no turret has been taken, so there is no first brick to be seen just yet. Oda Omne can get this low enough, Yankos can come up and they can simply just make a pressure play. However, he wants to make another one on the other side of the map.
He could actually just straight up get it here, especially if he ulties the next wave.
Yeah, the
I think it's enough.
So top turret's gonna fall. One more shot. He's trying to get the minions cleared, but doesn't want to waste any more time. And turret number 2 is going to go down in favor of bot lanes, H2K.
That's 650 gold over to Oda Omne since he gets solo turret gold. And he's 1,600, 1,700 gold ahead of Mouse already in the game.
Very scary point on Summoner's Rift for EDG. They've got the Lee Sin that hasn't really gotten a whole lot done just yet. The Aurelion Soul's trying his hardest, but there's been a lot of pressure onto him, and Deft and Mako aren't outright winning the lane. The pressure from Caitlyn Karma is too much.
Yeah, they can't deal with it despite having a sustained lane. And it's really interesting as well because Deft, he goes for the crit build on Jhin, low CDR for all of the picks with the Essence Reaver, instead of going for an armor penetration build against a team that's not going to build a lot of armor on almost anybody here, including Yankos, who's been favoring the Righteous Glory over it. But that allows Forgiven to go for a Cull, which then gives him a larger bonus later on in the game and a passable laning phase, despite buying an item that doesn't give him too much in stats.
I've been really curious so far. The necessity almost to go Essence Reaver for Deft has been curious. I agree with you, armor penetration could be infinitely more useful. Even just having the Ghost Blade for move speed, get away from the Olaf, maybe dodge an axe from it.
And you talk about EDG's style of having a late game team fight. It's definitely a better late game team fighting build, and it has a lot of CDR in it for constant picks. So he's playing towards the style of his team and the one that he prefers.
Also just playing towards Pawn, it feels like. A lot of their eggs are inside this middle lane basket.
Shows in the composition as well. Everything firing forward down a straight line. Nami ultimate, Pawn flying through with the stun, as well as Deft having curtain call. All of that layered, what becomes crowd control. It's going to be very tough to get out of if H2K finds himself in a long channel. 15 minutes coming up on the clock right now. No more movements here from H2K just yet towards the bottom lane. We've seen Jankos there a few times. He is clearing Krugs. Doesn't have much else to clear, so he may just try to go for a gank, but it's already warded out by a deep EDG ward. They pinged on Jankos.
And you feel like there's a necessity for EDG to actually get things done at this point in the game. They're starting to fall further behind from just the farm values, one of the big strengths H2K has always had. They've always struggled when it hits the middle points of the game, H2K, and that's the opportunity EDG should have, but they've shored up that weakness today, and this is a really tough clenching position.
It's actually really interesting as well because I feel as though the Righteous Glory on the Olaf helps them circumvent some of those problems by just having constant team fights. Speaking of team fights, oh, not enough.
Unleashed power is not enough. He's going to have to back off as well. Ultimate from Jankos. Ghost from Ryu. Flash Ghost from Pawn.
And the teleport from Mouse.
Teleport from Mouse.
That's the big one used there because Mouse, a little bit too, I guess, trigger happy on that one because the fight was not going to happen there.
Yeah, that's actually a lot used. The problem here is that Caitlyn Syndra can just sit in this middle lane now, siege it up. And EDG's only response is either fight or flight, and they ideally want to fight, but they can't because so much was burnt earlier. So eventually you'd feel like H2K can whittle down this turret, chip away at it, and take it out. And that's just another small advantage that they gain playing their own style of League of Legends.
Yeah, Forgiven, he doesn't have max traps just yet. He's level 9 and he only has 3 points in it. Went for 4 into the Peacemaker. Aw, Pawn.
It's a bit awkward.
He finds something he does not want behind door number 1. Voice of Light goes out. He's only got a bit more follow-up damage, but the follow-up death is for sure. H2K picks up another kill, and we're tied at 3-3.
How often do you find a Karma flanking to force you into situations like that? This is a little bit unusual from EDG. They're not setting up for the Drake. They get caught out of position when it's available, which means wards are going to be placed in the area, and that's just caught sleeping once again.
Yeah, and right now, Mouse has to shove out the top side, back, maybe head towards the mid or the Drake. They're going to lose this middle tower as Forgiven starts setting up those traps. Hitting level 10, now he has 4 ranks in it.
And this all happens from a couple of minutes ago. They get rid of the flashing ghost from the Aurelion Soul. They can go and kill him. They can't actually do anything in this middle lane, and Mouse doesn't have the teleport. So you expect the Ocean Drake to be free and the mid turret to actually get a lot more damage onto it because of what happened about 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, especially now because Mouse is topside. He's clearing the wave that was shoved into him. The Ocean Drake should probably go over for free here to H2K, and that's really good for this team composition that wants to siege, keep you underneath your turrets, constantly poke you.
Dragon turret or turret dragon. Looks like they decided dragon first. We saw a Pawn going down to the bottom to clear that out. And we'll see just how this one played out.
Of course, can't see the Syndra.
Yep.
Suddenly stunned. Realizes he made a big mistake by not going up the river, but he didn't really know which way to go, so it was a 50-50.
Give it your best shot.
It's so hard to play as Aurelion Soul when you've lost your outer turrets, when you've lost your tier 1s. And they're in danger of losing their middle one because he will constantly shove. He wants to keep applying pressure onto the other side of the map. But when you have your turrets down, well, I mean, you don't always get that option. He's trying to pick up some CS and stay in tow with Ryu, but it costs him his life there because he's trying to shove it out.
Definitely, as I think Rusty said earlier in composition, it's kind of a strewn, or kind of a pulled together composition for EDG. Not really everything that can synergize, and when they're apart, it's really easy to take.
Yeah, it's a little Frankenstein-y.
There's a good word.
A little bit of everything.
My tongue was just tied, couldn't do it. 30K right now, 30.5 to 26.6 for EDG. We did see them fall behind in a similar fashion last game and then explode once Pawn got going.
This is interesting.
We're not seeing that this time.
So Ryu's in a side lane split pushing. They don't have any necessity to be on the top side of the map, even though Baron's close to being available. He can still 1v1 Pawn reasonably successfully, has the items to still burst him out, and this gives a lot of availability in the middle lane, knowing that Pawn isn't there. That's a big amount of their wave clear gone.
I was gonna say, almost seeing if H2K waited for that turret to make it a dive, but they said, we'll take it down, just needs a few more shots. And there's going to be Baron coming up in 1 minute, so the better we can get our wards forward, the better and easier that's gonna be.
The one thing I like about H2K's playstyle also is that it forces you to make a play, or they will just slowly take everything that you own. You have to try and fight them, and if you don't, eventually you feel pressured into needing to do it. And that's where you start to make those mistakes, and so far, so good for them.
And the other thing on top of that is H2K, sure, they force you to make a play, but it also has to be a play in unison. Because if one person or 3 people want to make a play and the whole team isn't on the same page, something like a Righteous Glory is incredibly punishing against that, because you get those members, you get in contact with them before your team is ready to reinforce. And that's what H2K have been preying on all day today, is the tendency of the enemy team to want to fight, but some of those members are a little bit lagging behind, and H2K to take the fight to them first.
Ryu takes blue, also will clear top.
Give him 13.
Yep, nice timing on the waves. Shouldn't lose too many on that. Actually gets the first one and loses number 2.
This is a pretty good time in the game, honestly, for EDG, albeit at a deficit, to try and find a pick or a fight. Nice items across the board, GLP as well. Good example of how the Aurelian Soul can contribute to bursting somebody.
Seems like they are just kind of getting to moving those pink wards forward a little bit. You see one in mid, just up top side there. The most of them are still in their own jungle, kind of telling of how the early game went for this. EDG is saying H2K needs to stay out. We need to stop the snowball they have. So we'll ward up, and then we'll take the fight they want us to take. Mid lane has the numbers. I don't know if EDG is going to be the first one to pull the trigger, though. We do have Ryu coming down. Vision's there to keep him safe, as Death did the rest go down back to the bottom, maybe to fund that.
Mouse is getting obliterated right now. He's going to have to ulti.
Just ult now.
Pulls back. Almost even here, but I don't know if he can stand toe-to-toe with Odoamne still. He's waiting for Clear Love. Going to have to be a pretty good dodge on this one, but flashes it out. Clear Love still happy with that.
Have we seen this from EDG? Clear Love gets a little bit hypey and has to go towards bottom, and look what happens when you go to the other side of the map.
Yeah, they try to make a top-side play and answer with a cross-map play. Of course, they don't actually get a pick. The flash comes out from Mako, and it looks like Pawn also blows summoners too.
But the thing is, they can make this play again and again. They know that Clear Love's bottom. They already had vision on the Baron. This is why you can't go bottom at that time, where it coincides with H2K getting either a free pick or a Baron.
Clear Love, he can get safeguard, gets himself out. Ragnarok is used as well. H2K going pretty hard on this with just a small stun. Couldn't lay on any more crowd control there. Both goes for Jankos and Ryu. That means that Ryu may be a target next fight.
The window has closed for all of the Baron baiting. They can still utilize Ryu, as you're seeing, to try and make picks, but Mako's been able to recall, reassess, and replace the wards that have been taken from H2K.
And H2K says, no, thank you for the new wards. Instantly heading in, double teaming, making sure they get as many as possible. There you go. There's your prize. Pink on pink. Get a little bit more gold back. Looks like it's going to be the bushwhack for H2K. They may actually find Mako coming up here. Oh, Clear Love with the Sixth Sense. Able to just throw out a Sonic Wave, keeping his team safe.
I was looking at item builds. It was actually quite interesting because Forgiven goes for a Kerchies Shard instead of going for the Crit Cloak for himself to go towards an Infinity Edge or something like that. And this is just instant gratification in terms of damage and great sieging potential as well. So he's looking for instant power spike, trying to catch somebody out, help with the Cinder damage, blow them up. But it does delay him on his next item if it is that Infinity Edge.
I'm just curious. It's like going Hextech Revolver first instead of the other part of the GLP build. A Catalyst also infinitely handy, but you want to auto attack for 75 extra damage. Could be surprising when you do that with Thunderlords.
Yeah, it's like, I need it now. I need that now to help myself.
The problem here is that H2K actually keep baiting that they're going to do the Baron. They're never actually doing it. That's why the Sixth Sense is a lot easier to replicate here from Clear Lovers. Drake is kicked off.
A Scrying Orb left up, just got hit by Jankos. They're going to get vision here as the team moves in. Kirk Call slows things down. They're on to Vander to start off.
Ryu in the
Chrono
pit.
break back from Mouse. Ryu's flash is up. He could be safe. He should just try to fight as much as he can and then get out. EDG still going to chase, though. Jankos, very possible kill, but Odoamne comes in, and he is going to stop that one right in his tracks. Equalizer's still up, choosing if they want to use it.
There is some ridiculous damage coming out of Odoamne. They could have actually turned around, maybe looked for the fight, but opting to not do it, given they took the Drake, the objective will do. slow, calm play from these.
We haven't looked up to that top lane lately. 229 to
184,
and it looks like they want to take that 1 kill away from him. He won't throw down the equalizer. Parallel Convergence takes him down at stun, and then it's going to be the kill for On.
Yeah, not a very good placement on that ultimate from Odoamne. And then he overheats as well, so no possibility of getting out of that, shielding or slowing or anything along those lines, but it's a good pickup from EDG.
And the thing is, they do this when there is no Baron as a threat. So H2K being on the bottom side of the map, they obviously want to go for the Drake. This actually gives a way in for EDG to try and find these fights. And problem number one, they probably should have just dropped the equalizer here and tried to work around Ryu before he had to flash over.
Yeah, Ryu also, he actually got cut off from going out to the right of the pit. You ask, why did he go in? Well, it was because to the right of the pit, Mouse had his W coming in, the Parallel Convergence, and that's what ended up stunning Vander and catching him. So if Ryu went off to the right side, he would have had to flash then, or he would have been just stunned and probably killed.
3 Drakes now for H2K, 2 Oceans, 1 Infernal. We'll see if they continue to have the confidence as before. There goes Vander right back into the jungle to put some wards down. Be very careful as he's by himself, walking over a captive audience. Looks like Mako's going to have eyes on that ward as well.
And this is actually a really interesting point in the game because H2K haven't taken over the game enough so that they're scot-free. And so H2K, in order to make it to the first seed, they have to actually conquer some of their demons. What's been actually looming over their entire season of Baron baits, doing them appropriately, closing out, getting tier 2 turrets, even with a siege composition, it has been difficult for them, so they have to play it right if they want that number 1.
They have gotten it together a little bit more today in that respect, but this is still EDG who just won a late game fight. They have momentum in that respect, and you can tell they're comfortable just going back to that point. When you hit late game, Lee Sin only needs 1 kick. If he's the focal point, maybe he gets a Guardian Angel towards the end or is a super tank.
Right.
Aurelion Sol will be the one killing everybody after that. They can still team fight. They're comfortable being there. H2K have to actually meet them and say that they can do this.
This is actually really cool from Ryu. Because he has 2 Ocean Drakes, you can just keep throwing balls in that bush forever. He's always just going to regen that. So he's never actually punished for doing that.
And they'll look for Pawn because he's the one collecting all of the sideways farm.
Very big here. Whew.
He was pinged.
Great.
Careful.
Great choice.
They were immediately like, remember last time you walked the wrong way? But I don't know if it'll matter here, because if he can still land a stun on him, he's holding the ball.
He knows that there's somebody nearby, but he doesn't want the cannon. And I'm surprised he didn't go for the cannon. Everyone goes for the cannon.
Very calm.
Oh, they even pinged him too.
Knows what's going on. If you think somebody's in the bush, somebody is in the bush. Don't go. That's the mentality he's playing with. He's also pinging around. They're saying, wait, I'm going to try to clear this. Make sure you got eyes on me if we have an extended fight. But luckily, H2K has backed off from that position. Pawn waited just enough time.
Yeah, he's quite large going towards the Ryla's Crystal Scepter. Once that is there, you'd have to think EDG are capable of team fighting. We already saw how much damage Depth did in the middle lane when he hit Forgiven with the crit. He's only going to get stronger. This is getting close, mounting to that point where both teams will be comfortable team fighting.
And that's the thing as well, is you have to be comfortable team fighting if you're H2K as well, because I talked about how they need to siege to end the game. In some people's minds, you can perfect siege every single time, and then you'll never be engaged on, and there'll never be a team fight, right? Well, some people, some games, and against some teams, you have to take the risk, because if you siege, they will try to fight you. You can't be like, okay, we only siege when they can't fight us. That never happens.
Welcome to the LPL.
I know. The LPL will fight you. They will fight you every time.
Well, we'll see if it stays true here.
Isn't it great?
Yeah. It's very paralyzing. It's very paralyzing for more calculated teams, for teams that are constantly saying like, okay, we'll run them around their map, we'll set up here, and then they'll be a little bit late to coming in. It's like, if they want to catch that minion wave. And LPL is like, well, screw the minion wave, let's go for the fight.
I know it's like a buzzword to say it creates chaos, but think of it like tennis where you force an error.
Yes.
Same thing applies. You make mistakes from H2K by suddenly being somewhere they don't expect, and they just freak out, press their Olaf ult.
H2K has had the red brush with their name on it. Haven't been able to get any engages out of it, though. They haven't been very, very close, but I think EDG's very well aware that they're going to be in each brush they don't have warded.
And that's very high feed from Jankos. He had no right actually engaging there, no team backing him, so that's the ultimate burn, and that is actually a big deal because they can keep him away from death for the moment. So this is a a time of respite once again for EDG, where they can sit back, farm, get those big items, and try one more time.
Going after every attack that they can. As soon as they saw Clear Love there, they wanted another stun. Now
Oh,
going for a
Mako.
target. That should be enough. Unleash power on the Mako. He didn't kill him. Oh, Tidal Wave goes back. Ryu gets one more auto attack out, but the fight will continue. Curtain calls a little off in the distance. Good shield from Vander. Pawn going up. Odo coming in. Gonna toast him down. And it looks like Riankos is now coming through with the Ghost on, trying to get
Those
where
paint
he can,
traps are
and it
huge.
looks like Deft will go down on this one. Captive Audience keeps him alive. Vander goes over the wall. Deft dodging everything he can. Odo now getting turned down by Mouse. He may be able to clean up that kill. Deft now 3v1,
so
looking
good.
for Odo as he comes out of the Zanyas. Cannot get the pop down with the scrap shield on, and a double kill for Odo Omne.
Massive from H2K is all you can really say. They
ace.
go and they make it work incredibly well.
Clean ace, except for Ryu going down because he tried to get that pick at the start. He tries to open up on Mako. He gets exhausted, so he has to spend more time, more resources right there. You'd be like, oh, I could get away, but has to get in there. Clear Love kicks him back, and the TP flank from Odo, they don't respect that. Pawn gets hit by it. Yankos is on him, and he has to get out of there, but he's being chased down by this Rumble that is perfectly overheated there.
And there is just so much used by EDG to secure Ryu at all, and he was massively out of position. So Def not being there, just using his ultimate is ultimately the downfall of this fight.
And Odo Omne just does so much damage there. Punches Clear Love in the face, has the Flame Spitter going. Def tries to turn it around to get something back.
Wow. Mouse's parallel convergence there was pretty spot on, seeing that could have been a flash over that wall.
And that ace popping up behind Forgiven. Let's go. Baron onto H2K. During that replay, they took it up 8,000 gold.
That was the question. Can they bait it? Is it going to be their death if they do? This time, they don't have to. It's not the scenario. H2K is able to pick it up. 30 minutes on the clock now. They're also going to head to the bottom to pick up third Ocean Drake of the game.
And that's pretty absurd. 3 Ocean Drake means their sustain is through the roof, honestly. They're
Pretty
set up for success at this stage. H2K with all of the tools that they need to actually push towards the base of EDG and start trying to break it.
It is pretty insane. The #1 seed from the LPL. It's H2K. Coming out #2. They didn't make the finals of the summer split for Europe. There are a lot of questions about this squad, but they're getting it together. Their lane phase has been carrying them to those mid games, and they've had time and time again to shore up that weakness. And it's looking like their team fighting is getting that much better every game of this tournament.
That is what teams have to look at, is the laning phase for H2K. Every time coming out on top, Odo Omne, 301 to 250 in that CS as well.
Oh yeah, every lane has an advantage right now in terms of CS for H2K, and it's Forgiven versus Deft. And Forgiven, they draft a winning lane for him. They draft this combo that was even banned against them earlier today to try and deny the Caitlyn.
It must feel good to be able to get Caitlyn as well, seeing it banned so many times. Forgiven wants to make a mark on Worlds. He gets a champion he can do so with. Coming into our 7th game of the day.
I mean, what would it do for his legacy to get out #1 seed?
He said he could do it. Said he's felt like the top 80 carry for the past 3 seasons, more than that, possibly. And now he gets a chance to show at level 16, final ultimate there. This could be that ace in the hole, then to scout of the week, and maybe those catches they've been looking for.
And Forgiven, he said he's been the best AD carry for a long time now. And EDG said their motto is speak with results. Forgiven, this may be the day that he has spoken and he's getting the results that he has talked about.
That's absolutely right. EDG definitely on the back foot. The gold is outrageous. And it feels like they are playing more desperately. You can see the movements of them. Horn using his E forwards all the time.
This
clear.
Nope. Love going low. Remember, there's 2 Guardian Angels on the side of EDG. H2K has to choose correctly in these fights. It's going to be very extended.
This is dangerous. Rumble can win the game with a single equalizer at this point, and they are pressuring this bottom lane turret.
And this is exactly what this composition is built to do. Traps across the entrance to the base. And then the Syndra looking for picks, looking for the setup, and then the Rumble can always help engage or counter engage.
Backing off to get a little breathing room here for H2K, but also for EDG as H2K steals the resources up in the jungle and starts setting up an entire line of vision.
And this is the thing, it's been a slow push in that bottom lane. They do have a minion wave stacking up top. They did have mid working now, but it's taken them too long to actually get to this point. So the Baron buff's running out. There's nothing really left for them in the way of sieging as effectively. They're actually relying on a good Syndra stun to be followed up by potentially a dive. And now that there are Guardian Angels being purchased by all of EDG, they're actually very much prepared for that and will meet you if you dive them.
Randuin's finished quite a bit ago there for Clear Love as he knows he's jumping right into the fights, throws himself Arsal the Chain Vest and Negatron Cloak.
This is that point in the game where one Lee Sin kick can actually determine the outcome of the game if he hits the right target.
He's not even worried about that pink ward slot. He wants to fight. More fight stats. We'll fight with pink wards. 4 dragons to H2K. Elder could be absolutely gigantic for them if it's something they can pressure. Mostly be that bait for EDG to pull them out of their base.
I feel as though if the Elder comes up, it's already been a long enough time that EDG are rather close to catching up in items. We're hitting those points where people are getting to that 6th slot, where if you look at the build from both Deft and Forgiven, as soon as Deft has that final item starting to come into the works, like he has one more to build, but then Forgiven's sitting on a piece until he has a large chunk of gold to complete.
I agree, but this is also a really good opportunity. If EDG walk towards H2K, they're actually walking into an equalizer, into Caitlyn traps and Syndra stun. That is a domain that you do not wish to enter willingly. So the Elder Dragon's a good place. The Baron's also a good opportunity for H2K to start with control, place the traps, and actually just start the Baron this time instead of baiting it 6 times over.
Yeah, you have to start it. You have to go after it. Clear Love, maybe he steals, but right now EDG being down 11k gold, now it's desperation. Now you're going to be giving up the Elder Dragon or the Baron, possibly both, and then you might have to roll over. But EDG, they love to take fights, but with 11k deficit, could be
very tough. Jankos as well, nearing 3,700 HP. It's about 700 more than Mouse is. It's going to take a lot to bring down the Viking in this matchup. His build has made him pretty beefy. EDG sitting back. Like we said, it's all about waiting for errors now, but it would be more impressive, obviously, to somebody find that and put the engage in.
And EDG already have 3 Guardian Angels, so if they do make an error, they have time to actually reinforce. They have a lot of effective health and a lot of time on this map. So H2K would have to deal with that as well, having no Guardian Angels themselves.
Yeah, the 11k that it was, now about 12, is actually not that big of a gold league. It doesn't actually... I know it looks large, but it doesn't feel like that if you're EDG, because they spike with GAs. They do live more than once. They can team fight more consistently, and that is what their team comp actually wants to do. They want to be consistently hurting you with the Aurelion Soul and just whittle you down.
Oh, Odoamne caught out. He already has his splashdown.
The wards have been set up by EDG for the past 5-6 minutes. Odo walks over one, 60 seconds on the death clock. He used everything to try and get out, and we just had H2K engaging on the top side, so they are now very on the back foot.
And Odoamne even used his equalizer there, so if he has to TP into the next fight, maybe it's not up by then. It'll be about 10 seconds off of his death timer.
I just don't know if EDG can actually do anything. Their health values are far too low. The Caitlyn could run away with the entire game if they look for a fight here.
Oh, what?
Oh, that's
the
his Guardian Angel.
Perfect bait needs to happen here.
When he comes back up, if he gets ulted by Syndra.
Scrying Orb in. She had the balls on the ground but did not unleash, and it looks like they will have to back off on this one. Good focus by Ryu to make sure he got a priority target.
I mean, 2 summoner spells available for Ryu. That was a lot of respect for no particular reason.
Mouse just playing a game of just that, cat and mouse, as he goes in and out with the chrono break. He's out of mana though, so forced to go back now as EDG push their limits a little bit to show H2K they're not afraid.
That's a win for EDG though, or sorry, for H2K, because they delay until Odoamne is back up. Teleport comes through. Doesn't have the equalizer just yet.
This is going to be Clear Love's up 50-50 with Baron at 2700 HP. Clear Love steals the Baron, and he safeguards out. There's no chase from H2K, and smiles across the face of EDG as they pull themselves even closer back in this game.
Say thank you to your captain, EDG, because he keeps you in this game for another couple of minutes. Lee Sin with the execute. Massive play from a big-time player.
They went for the 50-50 H2K. Don't even need to hang around the Baron buff at all with the gold advantage they have. They could continue to siege
Right.
up. They could do anything but that, and it would be better.
We were talking about it before. A bit of history repeats itself for H2K at the Baron objective. Whether it's the time to go, whether it's the time to wait, and EDG was ready for that time to go.
Yeah, absolutely right. And now the, I'm not going to say last-ditch effort, but next step when EDG have Baron is to actually bait at the Elder, stop them from pushing waves, stop them from resetting the map, and force them to be somewhere that doesn't involve minions, so the Baron buff isn't as effective. But Zareen, we see this again.
Where are we at here?
Yep, Ryu. He's the only one who could really stop anything with a Scatter the Weak. But, oh, so close.
Simultaneous smites as well. Oh, hey.
Uses,
went
uses
back
the
and then
chrono break
uses
to
it.
get back. Yep. 4 seconds to do it.
Yeah, wanted to stay on the map near the Elder Dragon. That was more important to him.
But considering all of the outer turrets except bottom are standing, EDG have decided to attack the innermost area of H2K.
Wow. Yeah, they're just pushing this up. Giant minion wave for themselves. A lot of damage on this turret, and EDG start getting some back after that Baron steal. Clearlove put him back in the game.
Now it's entirely flipped. We saw H2K on this side, other side of the map, putting wards across, pushing
perfect.
back. Equalizer comes out of nowhere from Moto Omne. That wasn't even a TP in, but it is up, and they do need to fight. Mouse is going to be the next one in the eyes of H2K. Ryu wants to get forward and stop the rest of them, layering the crowd control, and then the follow-up. Double kill for Jankos. Chrono break for Mouse on the other side, but he's just watching his team go down at this point as he cannot get there to help. Will H2K turn on Elder Drake as they have already taunted it, but the chase is still there from Vander. He could be in trouble if Mouse makes it over the wall with a phase dive.
Well, he's trying to stop Clearlove. So Clearlove can't go for another steal, so they secure it for themselves. Elder Dragon.
He's still in
EDG.
trouble. Clearlove's still
H2K.
completely done.
Vander doing what he can. He's saying, guys, I found it. Ali oxen free. H2K is running it now. Clearlove, no Guardian Angel up this time. And Vander picks up the chase kill.
Against the Baron buffed up EDG, they still get the fight. They get the Elder Dragon for themselves and all of the momentum in this game again.
It was the perfect timing by H2K to start that off because Pawn had backed. Pawn was in the base, and they pulled the trigger. They blew everything to try and get into that fight, and it worked out. Now they have that Elder Dragon. They can start pushing down inhibitors and cracking the base.
It looked like EDG was about to do this to H2K's base just a few minutes ago. This game is so back and forth on a knife's edge, and EDG with an inhibitor down, still in it. Let's take a look at this fight.
Baron backed from Pawn. Pawn is running out of the base. That's when Jankos pulls the trigger. Odoamne throws down the equalizer for the slow, and then the Righteous Glory comes out on top of it, so Mako goes down incredibly quickly.
Rio even flashing aggressively here to ensure that Def dies. Good stun, making sure he places 2 orbs and that he will be locked down. So even through the Maw of Malmortia smacks him. Good plays across the board from H2K. A big Rumble ultimate and Undertow to make sure they were super slowed.
Yeah, it was that small window too where Pawn wasn't there, and they took advantage of it because if they wait 1, 2, even 3 seconds later, Pawn you saw was almost at that fight. He was right on the edge of Whistle Light, could possibly change that chase.
Super minions to deal with. They tried to do that early in the mid lane, so there's no more pressure of minions down mid. 4 Drakes to that Elder Drake right now, and 3 of them being Ocean. H2K can hang out for quite a while in these attacks. Right now, it's just been Jankos going off. Previously in the last game, Jankos was counter-jungled so hard in the early game, but he has been keeping his head throughout all these plays time and time again and really coming up big for the team. 3-1-3 now, and a big facilitator with that Righteous Glory the team can follow.
Yeah, absolutely right. Now Mouse on the opposite side of the map looking to control the one wave that they actually have for themselves. But this is all about Odoamne on the top side. The equalizer can kill everybody from EDG. And they're playing the vision game. There's no Baron to look towards, so it is actually telegraphed from where the European side will be.
And just the chunk out there. Now Forgiven needs to set up the traps. He's going to go with the diagonal angle so that they have to be on the bottom right side. And then H2K can siege from the top left. Keep your Caitlyn up against that top wall, and you'll get it. Here comes Mouse. Not quite a flank ward, but it's on the side. But here comes Clearlove looking for a side flank
Yeah.
And swept it.
This is so risky from EDG though, because H2K can collapse on them or the turret and just force it to be done now.
Oh, they're going after Deft!
Jankos is trying to figure out if there are people behind him, which means nobody can get in past Jankos. Now they're trailing him. Deft already down. That's a lot of the damage that EDG can provide. One more Harpoon just missing from Odo Omne onto Pawn. That would have been his Guardian Angel. But now H2K on the Nexus turrets. They do have to be wary of the damage that can still be put out here. Clear Love to make something happen, but no. They swarm the members of EDG. Odo Omne trying to focus Clear Love in the back so he can't disrupt the fight. Mouse onto Forgiven, but he pulls back on the Chrono Break, and Forgiven's open to fire away on Phelan. They have the targets they need in their eyes. Pawn doing damage with the stars as he falls for Pawn. And Forgiven's coming up huge. Those are 2 kills from Pawn. He's going to push Mako back.
That was monstrous.
He spawns into it. Forgiven's the last one left. Mako's there to do what he can, but it's so mismatched, it probably won't be it. Forgiven alive. The triple kill for Forgiven. And it looks like H2K will seal the deal. Your first seed from Group C going to the quarterfinals.
How's that for your legacy? Ends the game, the first seed.
I feel like he did that ult on purpose as well. That was incredible.
That was so good. That was so good. Channeling the ultimate in front of a Guardian Angel person onto somebody behind them. So smooth.
How many chances do you get to do that? That timing that's incredible. Yeah. Absolutely incredible. Icing on the cake. They didn't even hesitate. They said, this is the chance. Do not let EDG back in. Those Nexus turrets are ours, and so is the Nexus.
You have to feel bad for whoever gets EDG as a second seed in the quarterfinals.
EDG are definitely going to be upset with that result. But H2K came into this. Some people even had them third, not making it out. And Europe has been suffering as a whole with seeing G2 not perform well. Splice 0-3, and H2K started the day 1-2. It was against almost all odds that they come up this high and get the #1 seed. It took some upsets, but they were the ones who were in control of their destiny. 3-0, 4-0 on the day for Europe.
Look at those smiles. The lift of an immense amount of pressure from the shoulders of H2K now can refocus and see what's ahead of them. They had to plan for almost every match today and then another one with a subbed in Pawn.
Yeah.
Things changed and they adapted beautifully.
Hard to say which H2K will show up. They're often an inconsistent team, but this was the best of H2K that we have seen in quite a while. Shoring up weaknesses they had even during the split.
And as you said, whoever gets EDG as well, not an easy match. That easily could have gone either way in any given day. If they played again, could have been EDG that wins.
And in before Rocks versus EDG quarterfinal. And then Albus Nox versus H2K. Well,
who knows what's going to happen in that situation, right? That is absurd.
Yeah. It's going to be absolutely crazy. Seeing what happened here in Group C, expect the unexpected for all the rest of the groups. We still have more league to go here in week 2. Incredibly crazy to see all the predictions kind of just out the window. No pick'ems. Don't even worry about pick'ems anymore. Let's not talk about that. But to see H2K be the team to do it, like you guys said, from a region that was struggling coming into Worlds, finding those international wins, and H2K, people were saying, maybe, it could be, but now they're first seed in Group C.
We did see a couple of moments there from H2K where they really had the same problems they had throughout the EULCS, the mid-game jitters almost to just do the Baron. I guess they were a little bit too frightened, and rightly so, given that Clearlove stole one of them away. However, they could have perhaps accelerated that game further. They just didn't do it. Took it really calm and slow and opened themselves to risks and let the opposition scale just that little bit more.
Yeah, and that's what I think is kind of plaguing them a little bit, is they're trying to do things absolutely perfectly, but there is always risk in League of Legends. If I'm playing it by the book perfectly, there is still like a 30% chance that I mess up that siege or somebody comes from behind, but they weren't willing to take even those small risks for a very long time, and they tried to just kind of make sure that everything was going right. Then they actually punished mistakes and tried to do that instead, but EDG was not a team that was making many mistakes during those periods in time.
The thing I love is when you get to a World, you find out everybody's by the book is completely different.
Yes. Yeah.
And you're just like, okay, now some people are kind of switching to that chapter. They like their book, you know, and people start playing Rise or people start playing Alistar, and everybody just kind of starts to combine their books. It is absolutely amazing. I do want to take a moment and bring up Forgiven's player cam in the last play here. how elated he was going through this. Obviously focusing, making sure he's got
Number
it.
one.
Number one. He knows what's going on. He had just taken down Mako. And look at that. Headphones off early. We got it. It's like the team was out there and he hit a home run right as he steps on home plate. Everybody's there.
Couldn't ask for more.
Nope.
If he doesn't play that play the way he did, there's a possibility he gets turned around, and then that's all of H2K dead.
There was a bit of, they hesitated, but they didn't. And they said, actually, let's kill the guys before we kill the Nexus. It does have to happen. But what an amazing game. It's been a pleasure to cast all of them today. And now we're going to have to send it over to Shox, who is standing by to interview the victors of Group C.
Yeah, definitely so with Ottowamna and Jankos here from HK after securing first place in the group. Maybe Ottowamna, you first. Let's talk about expectations coming into the day. Jankos had said, well, we definitely want to get to quarters, but this exceeds a lot of the fans' expectations. And how do you guys look at the fact that you even got first place in this group?
Well, when groups got drawn, we were like, either us or AHQ is going to get through, and we expected EDG to go through. I mean, I don't mean that we would think they were just going to beat us super hard or whatever, but it was a realistic prediction. But coming into this week, we kind of hoped for second, just to beat AHQ and then keep going game after game. But I don't know, like today we all played really well. Like I don't think we played this well in a really long time, and I didn't really expect to get first place, but once we got into the games against EDG, we realized that they're kind of like just easy games, so we just went with that.
Oh, it's BM. Yeah, but it did seem that once that you found a way to beat EDG, you could just now do it 2 times in a row. How important was that mentally?
Well, I think it's mostly that we figured them out as a team, so we knew how to pick and ban against them, and because of it, we just, I know it was, well, it wasn't super easy, but you know, it was very close games actually, but I think we played good against them. And the mental boost is actually insane here because I won against Clear Love, so I'm happy boy.
We can see that. A word maybe for Ryu today. He had some fantastic games. You had a fantastic game here in the end as well. But you guys are always talking so much about Prawley. What exactly did he do in the break that you guys recapped and had a much better mid to late game here?
I mean, he motivated us, he made pick and ban for us, yada yada, and stuff like that. So, no joke, he did good. Like, his pick and ban, I think, today was really good, but I think all of us together as a unit, we played really well today.
I think the most important thing is that H2K promised us ice creams in Chicago, so there's like big boost to our power.
Yeah. One question maybe about that. What does Prawley say when you have a 50-50 Baron and you definitely can't have it stolen, Jankos? What's the strat?
I mean, well, I stole the Elder Drake from Clear Love, you know, so
yeah,
then I didn't want him to be sad, so I just gave him the Baron. No,
all right.
he was really close. I misplayed a bit. Like, I have a lot of damage as well on Nashor, and I shouldn't get, like, he shouldn't be able to steal it, but he did, so well played, you know?
Yeah, you guys made it first place in the group. That puts you in a really good position going in the quarters. The weight of the European hope is on your shoulders. Jankos, you said you could go to quarters. You're now in quarters, and you could get a very, very favorable draw. So what do you both think are the realistic goals here?
I mean, depending on our quarters, I think if we play like we did today, I think we can get through quarters and into semifinals and maybe even more. It just depends on what H2K shows up. Like if it goes like in the first week of Worlds and we just play like so bad, then I don't really have any expectations. But if we play like we did today, I think we can go at least through semifinals.
I think H2K said that in New York we get pizza, so I think we can win, for sure.
All right, do it for the pizza. H2 what?
H2K.
Yes.
Oh
H2K.
my God! All right. All right. Well, that's it. H2K first place in the group at the end of day 2 here. Dash, wrap it all up.
Thank you very much, Shox. And I will say, from personal experience, New York pizza is worth winning for. So they have it right in terms of motivation for the players.
Good.
But H2K, a 4-0 day to get the first seed in the group. Starting at 1 and 2, you know, a lot of us were looking at, all right, well, EDG, again, still that expected #1 seed, and then H2K is going to have to do a lot of work just to surpass AHQ, and they blow everyone's expectations out of the water.
Isn't that both the fantastic thing and the most annoying thing about H2K is that you can't really predict this coming into the day. You can say, yeah, I think they can be better than AHQ, you know, they can get that second seed, but they also have to win a potential tiebreaker then. And they just show up big time, and EDG doesn't show up at all. Honestly, I was so disappointed with the draft and with the play in-game. Clearlove Lee Sin, like, what is that? It didn't work at all.
He stole Baron.
He did steal Baron, great. He stole Baron.
Right, that was the saving grace, or what just extended the game, at least for a bit of time, but ultimately H2K still come out on top. I mean, looking at the picks and bans here this time around, again, Ryu not shaken, having to go up against Pawn, because that's what kind of the lane that we were focused on a little bit. And then, of course, Odoamne securing the Rumble into an Echo. Been a while since we've seen that. Thoughts on Mouse's Echo?
Yeah, the Echo, it seemed like they wanted it in the team fights, but they really could never find a champion that Mouse was effective on. I actually thought they'd go for Aurelia because then at least he's winning the lane. And Deficio kept talking to me during the game, and I agree with him. When is that team composition for EDG supposed to power spike? Because I don't see any moment in the game where it's superior to what H2K has right there. We've seen good Aurelion Soul comps with Aurelion Soul and a hyper carry. But if you put him with the Jhin, there's just not a way of formulating a team fight where you can actually have the right type of peel. And I loved H2K's draft, but I really hated EDG's draft.
What are your thoughts on this matchup here, Clement?
Well, actually, I think that if you look at H2K's draft, they have such good sieging comp, but they put Odoamne on the side lane for so long. They could have finished that game a lot earlier. Overall, I feel happy for H2K, but I feel a lot worried for them too. It kind of feels like a center dunking on a point guard. He's not winning because he's of ball handling. He's winning because he's taller. And that's basically how they won their game. Like, they just crushed the lanes. Macro-wise, not so sure.
They crushed in lanes by an absurd amount in almost all of those games. That's the most impressive thing. When they're talking about everyone played well, they're absolutely right. And it's to a point that I don't think anyone has ever gone 4-0 on the last day of a group, because that requires you had a poor week one and then undefeated enough to get a tiebreaker. But 4-0, I don't know when the next time we're going to see that is.
And I think also, like, it's really hard to say, oh, H2K, you know, they need something here and there, and I'm sure they do, but so does almost every other team at Worlds so far. I think SKT, before they play Flash Wolves, where the team were, like, playing pretty well, you know? Then they play Flash Wolves, and Faker gets ganked 5 times in mid and dies, and, like, ugh, SKT actually also makes a lot of mistakes. So every team at Worlds so far have issues. Strong laning phase in this meta, though, that will push you quite far.
Well, that's why I think Odoamne's answer there is not unreasonable, in that, hey, if we actually play as well as we did today in quarterfinals, there's no reason why we can't go to semis. Then who knows, even further than that. I do want to take a look at our one replay for this game, 30 minutes in. This is where H2K really did seize control of the game.
Yeah, and they've been kind of baiting around Baron for such a long time, and they finally find a pick. Good exhaust comes in the end, and actually a fine kick from Clearlove, and that means Mako does die, but he gets, of course, a Syndra down as well. But then this fight here, well, that's where Aurelion Soul really adds 0 value.
Yeah, and Odoamne had terrific position off the teleport right there, and Deft was late to the fight, and you could see EDG was not actually synchronizing Deft kind of behind the Aurelion Soul, and they weren't able to set up proper fight lines. Echo was diving way in the back. Mouse and Clearlove really played the end of this fight poorly. They couldn't quite get Odoamne, and even though we see them chasing down Deft, Mouse actually re-engages Forgiven down on the bot side and ends up completing the ace. So really, everyone on H2K was individually performing on such a high level today.
Yeah, of course, that gold graph does show a couple dips, and that's where we were throwing a little bit of criticism towards H2K, in that maybe a few more things they could have cleaned up.
Yeah.
But ultimately, again, in terms of improvements from week 1 to week 2 for this team, it's just astronomical.
It is insane, and it's simply... instead of making the big mistakes they made in week 1, where they still won the laning phase, but then in the mid game, they would like go for a push on a tower and get caught out, or they would start a Baron and then not really know what to do, fight or go for the Baron itself and lose the fight right after, and then they would actually lose the game from it. We just saw a much better team, no level 1 phase checks against EDG, and then we actually got to see Vander and Forgiven beat Deft and Mako in that 2v2 lane. Pretty easily, honestly.
That's the other thing. I'd really love to go back and watch the very beginning of that lane, because we looked down there and it was 11 CS to 1 at one point in that. So they won some type of early trade exceptionally well. And the Caitlyn is going to be something people have to contest away from Forgiven, because he's getting more and more comfortable pushing up safely on that champion.
All right, player of the game here, though, going to Odoamne on that Rumble. We saw a couple really key ultimates putting out the damage, particularly down near that Elder Dragon when both Mako and Clearlove were caught out.
Yeah.
And like, he actually took 2 bans from EDG. Like, this is a team where H2K, you can't have any weak lanes or they're going to run you over. And Odoamne played this game really, really well. I think his teleports were really on point, and his ultimates too. They really cut the zones out very perfectly.
Yeah, and I think Odoamne shows that he adds way more value than someone like Mouse. I know that's not a big compliment right now because Mouse is playing so poorly, but EDG has to ban the enemy top laner and still pick something that
loses lane.
Mouse maybe can survive on. Yeah, he will lose lane, but have some value later. and there's still something like Rumble available. He picks a Rumble and he carries on it. Mouse runs around on Echo and does absolutely nothing.
All right, so the win for H2K, putting them in the first seed, and EDG going to slot in at number 2. Jat, I want to take a step back now with 2 groups entirely completed here and talk about expectation versus reality coming into this tournament. We had a lot of regional expectations about LCK and LPL probably going to be the most dominant regions coming in. And hey, look, all of a sudden we've got, yes, of course, Rox Tigers and EDG making it through, but not in as dominant fashion as expected. And then H2K and Albus Nox showing up big.
Yeah, both Rox and EDG played a group stage game that if they lost, they would have been out of the tournament. And that's unthinkable considering they were actually 1 and 2 in most power rankings. And we had all these preconceived notions as far as the regional strength coming in. I'm not willing to write Korea off yet because Rox has been notorious for being slow starters or having trouble under pressure. But the Chinese teams, especially a couple years in a row now, not being able to perform on a high level. And it seems like there's just this mess of regionalism going on below Korea right now. And we really don't know what to expect except on a team-by-team basis.
Yeah, because it's kind of funny. I think we all did this coming into the tournament. We looked at EDG dominating in the LPL, and we were like, okay, this team is really good. They're beating some very good teams in the LPL as well. So we're going to put them a tier above some of the top NA teams, top EU teams, top LMS teams. But they've shown right now they don't deserve to be a tier above, honestly. So the LPL top teams, they're equal with everyone else except for the Koreans. And that's because we have SKT and Rox Tigers, not because of Samsung. And that's why I feel like right now, there is no region that is super dominant where you look at like 6 teams in that region, you go like, these 6 are much better than everyone else. I actually think it's super even across the board, but the top teams in Korea are still better than the rest.
All right, well, with all of our games rather completed on the day, Group C has been decided. H2K and EDG have emerged victorious and will advance to the knockout stage. INTZ and AHQ have been eliminated from Worlds 2016. Now, though, we have a roster update affecting Sunday's Group B play. Imaze Road has been suspended for his team's first game Sunday due to verbally abusive behavior in ranked games over the last few weeks. For full details, you can find the official ruling on lolesports.com. Now, tomorrow's schedule, we're back a little earlier, so tune in at 1 p.m. Pacific as Group D goes into battle to decide the next 2 quarterfinalists to emerge from the group stage. We kick off the day with Samsung Galaxy going head-to-head with TSM. Group D teams will play all of their remaining games tomorrow, and ties will be decided in best-of-1 tiebreakers immediately following the final scheduled match of the day. Gentlemen, before we say goodbye to our audience, looking at these teams tomorrow, this was already a tight group coming in, but I think the last 2 days have proved that we can't necessarily know what's going to happen. What are your thoughts? What are the key matchups that you're looking for?
Ooh. It's all about who shows up on the day. That's the thing. It is the most stressful group, which is insane to say considering we had tiebreakers for first place and an elimination game happen in both of these first 2 games. But that would have been the group where I expect to see a tiebreaker coming out. And I think Splyce is the team that can upset a lot of these people, because if you drop 1 game to Splyce, it's likely that can just drop you out of the tiebreaker scenarios. So every team has to be completely on their game in all 3 of their games tomorrow.
I'm really looking at RNG because I think, again, they have so much potential in the way they're playing, but they make so many of these mistakes they don't have to, and they gamble a lot both in pick and ban phase, but also in-game. I think RNG, if they play like, if they have like an H2K run from today, they can look super, super dominant, secure that first seed. But I think the coolest thing about the group is this is the only one where if you are H2K, now we talked about it before, if you look at like potential second seeds you can face, it's really only the Group D teams you're somewhat afraid of if it's like RNG, TSM, or Samsung, because it's Albus Nox Luna from one group. It's going to be either Flash Rules or C9, I think, from Group B. And I think H2K on a good day can definitely take down those guys. So they're going to look at this group and say, whoever gets second seed here can really challenge everyone else.
All right, what about you for Clement? Final thoughts on Group D playing tomorrow?
Well, I think it's like, personally, I really want RNG to show up, and piggybacking on Deficio's point, I actually think they will. I think the H2K story shows that if you have strong laners to begin with, actually the macro bane isn't that big of an issue. You can fix it up over the weekend, and H2K has shown that so far. So I just want to see like the bot lane there from Uzi just dominate like Forgiven did today.
All right, a small preview of what's to come tomorrow. That's time for us to call tonight, but stay right here because QuickShot, Clement, and Spawn will be back to recap all the day's action on Worlds tonight. Now for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow. Welcome to the World's 2016 Group Stage live from the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium in San Francisco, California. by the time we're done today. 2 more teams will be on their way to Chicago.
He's trying for more, but Scout is just wrecking through the team. Clear level of ball. Scout will pick up the Quadra. Can he get the final?
Chase. I will.
I'm thinking. And they party portal in, looking for on, and they cut off HQ.
They have the damage to get it done.
Oh, he got it! Are you kidding me? Somebody blocks that counter Q. How can you let him do that? That's impossible. Vander a little bit too low in this one. It is just a 1 for 1. The steal away. Here goes Shakir's. They absolutely fast him out of Drake. I got them. I'm in.
I'm dead.
What is it that we are not doing on stage, Mr. Vanderovic?
Face check.
I will give you $10 if you face check.
Really?
Yeah.
H2K take down INTZ.
And H2K lock in a quarterfinal spot for themselves. And the #1 seed from the LPL secures quarters, and they say victory or nothing.
Def now 3v1, looking for Odo as he comes out of the Zanyas. Nice. He's gonna be Clear Luck's up 50-50 with Baron at point. Clear Luck steals the Baron. Doing damage with the stars. He falls for one. And Forgiven's coming up huge. H2K will seal the deal. Your first seed from Group C going to the quarterfinals.
damage to get it done.
Oh! He got it! Are you kidding me? Somebody blocks that counter Q. How can you let her do that? That's impossible.
Vander a little bit too low in this one. It is just a one for one. The steal away. Yanko secures a absolutely massive Elder Drake. Yes! 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 H2K, they beat AHQ. They beat EDG. These guys are red hot.
Good evening and welcome to another edition of Worlds Tonight. I'm Trevor Quickshot Henry, joined by Clement Chu and Jake Spawn Tabiri. And we just closed the book on Group C here at the 2016 World Championship. And for the first time in 2 weeks, I'm happy to be EU over LMS and LPL right now.
Wow, just wow, Trevor. I thought we were going to come together, celebrate both of our teams getting out, and you dropped that on me.
Yeah, I had to drop you down because coming into the day it was EDG and AHQ. They held a 1-win lead over the other teams in the group, but after 7 games, because we had a tiebreaker, a whole lot has changed. Europe's H2K, they ran the table. They picked up the only flawless week so far at Worlds 2016. They earned a 4-game winning streak, matched only by Albus, Nox, Luna. In doing so, they secured themselves a spot in the quarterfinals along with the LPL's Edward Gaming. Let's take a look at how the two squads advanced before I hear from my analysts exactly what they think. H2K's streak began in Game 2 of the day where they faced and defeated AHQ. What do you think of that, Clement?
Well, this game, I really think the main hero is Ryu. He won the mid lane so hard. AHQ from the ban pick phase, they got in their own heads a little bit. They banned out the Karma, the Rise completely blindsided them. And then there were these Baron fights which H2K just ran over H2K from. And look at the Baron steal right here. Like, H2K never changed. You could have played good League of Legends instead, but 50-50s are what the fans are really waiting for. Albus gets a great steal there. Isn't enough to close the game in. H2K has the far superior later game team fighting composition. They run into the HQ base right there and end the game.
Yeah, it worked in their favor. After that, they went toe-to-toe with EDG and Spawn. Talk to me about what went wrong for Edward Gaming in this one.
Yeah, everything looked great for EDG in game number 1, and then game number 2 happens in the laning phase from H2K is one more time just at its pinnacle, but better yet, they have fixed a lot of their macro problems. So their setup around Baron buff are much better. They have a great call around Elder Drake. They actually duck into the pit here with Yankos, who is having a career day, in my opinion. Steal this one away and then torch the entirety of the EDG lineup in a 4v5. And really, as an EDG fan, you have to say, we have some excuses to pull out. We really don't this time around. Honestly, Odawamne is just dominating top lane, and Yankos' jungle performance was stellar.
Yeah, it really showed up. By the time we got towards the end of the day, H2K had booked their ticket to the quarterfinals, and there was just one quarterfinal spot left up for grabs. The pressure was on both AHQ and Edward Gaming in a simple do-or-die rematch for the final ticket to Chicago. Clement.
The game actually starts out pretty well from here. You see H2K pushing too far, and they get caught and punished by the global composition. They let Westdoor get Twisted Fate. But then the game after the Baron fight actually played out very poorly and didn't get enough damage off. They got the Baron, but they didn't back out soon enough, and Pond got a ton of kills. And this is really inexcusable because they could have actually backed off. EDG is back in the game. Again, another Baron team fight. Westdoor has really bad positioning, flashes and gets killed instantly, and is already at 6 items, but isn't enough to save the fight back. This is, again, the same thing. Mouse is actually really ahead. Like, he was behind in the laning phase, but he's still able to find uses on his Poppy.
Phenomenal comeback for EDG means they go to the quarterfinals. Now we're fighting for seeds. After 6 games, it means play one more. What happened in this one, Spawn?
Yeah, well, this one was actually a pretty much repeat because that laning phase got better from H2K. Bottom lane absolutely crushes. Top lane one more time, Odawamne is going nuts, and Clear Love gets dismantled by Yankos in the jungle. I mean, this one, apart from a Baron steal, was nearly picture perfect out of H2K, and definitely deserving of that seed 1 because on the day, they were the best team.
They were the best team indeed, and with that win, H2K took the #1 spot in Group C. They will join Edward Gaming in next week's knockout stage. The 2 teams to fall out was Brazil's INTZ and the LMS's AHQ. They're going to be heading home, and Clement, I was under the impression AHQ was the stronger of the two LMS teams. Is this a shock to you that they drop out of the group stage?
Of course it was. I don't think that they expected to fall to H2K that hard. I also don't think they would show up so good against EDG. I think this hurts the region quite a little bit. They really were expected to be the better team right now, and now all our hopes are on Flash Wolves.
Yeah, I think when you have a look at Arm's performance in particular, I mean, lowest damage apart from the Tom Kench in the game with a 6-item Jinx, he would have wanted much more out of his World campaign, but it wasn't to be. They still have to hold their head high because they took a lot of good teams to very close games, just couldn't get it done.
Unfortunately, that is what matters, and that means they will not go to Chicago. Two more teams will set their eyes on the quarterfinals as Group D gets back on stage tomorrow, starting with Korea's Samsung Galaxy and North America's TSM. Then we'll see Splice taking on Royal Never Give Up, followed by more games to close out the second round robin. One of those games will start a little bit earlier. Let's talk a little bit about some of the teams and the matchups that you're excited to see, Spawn.
Yeah, you have to look at RNG because if they can have a similar performance to H2K, things look good for them. However, TSM's still the favorite to get out of this group. Their individual players are still very strong and their team play looked pretty immaculate.
I have to concur with that. I think tomorrow the last game is going to be the most important. RNG at TSM at the bottom of the game. These two teams are likely the teams to make it out. Who's going to get first seed is going to be decided last.
I love seeing that last game in the day, arguably the most important. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important to note that the action hits your browsers tomorrow at 1 p.m. local time. That is 3 hours earlier than today. Don't be late. Check out lolesports.com for the full schedule in your local time zone. For now, we're going to stick around and talk a little bit over the teams that have advanced from Group C. So if you are watching in client, hit up youtube.com/LOL esports for the full-length version of Worlds Tonight. And full-length version of Worlds Tonight, engage! Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a European host, and after 6 days of combat, we have something to talk about as a region, because undefeated week for H2K. They went 3-0 in the regular schedule games. Because Europe loves their ties, they added an extra one. They won that as well. What happened to EDG in the tiebreaker?
Honestly, it wasn't even the tiebreaker. When you have a look at EDG's performance today, you really have to shake your head because Mouse is being exposed. Scout didn't have the same impact roaming around the map. And I don't know if Clearlove's sick or something's happened to him because the man is playing really poorly.
Is it Dark Love, right? Light Love if he's playing well, Dark Love if he's playing bad. Is it the other way around?
So generally it's Light Clearlove if he's farming heavy, Dark Clearlove if he wants to kill you. We've been seeing a lot of Dark Clearlove lately.
Clearlove.
Yeah, this is just weird, like
okay, so
TBQ style Clearlove.
We've spoken about the teams that have lost. Why was H2K winning games?
H2K, they were just winning games from the lane. They have double-digit CS leads at 10 minutes, 20 minutes every single game, every single lane. You look at the AHQ game and the EDG game, it's actually super hard to come back from that.
I think they actually found initiation in surprising spots as well. I want to take a look at Ryu's Rise because this guy was able to, you know, light up multiple members and they were using his ulti to get into very unique situations that only Rise can do. It set up 1-3-1 split push and it was an initiation tool when teams should have been able to disengage. So hats off to Ryu being able to put his team on his back. And once he got them started, the rest of the team followed suit, but it really did start with that man.
It's exciting to see Ryu playing a champion like Rise to that level because Exile from the European LCS really showed up in playoffs on that champion. Talking about players who did show up, EDG, ups and downs in terms of their group stage. I think Pawn, he went super mode, superhero against AHQ. How did he bounce back on that Vladimir?
Well, I think he just got to the point in teamfights where he could zone out the entire AHQ backline. They didn't have enough damage to deal with them. And in the Baron fights, he was just picking up so many kills. I really think that he will be starting for EDG further down the line. The comfortable issue is like no longer on Scout's side. They probably will see more of him.
Yeah, and you know, whilst ANX have Jesus on their side, League of Legends Jesus there in Lacrit, we have Goku because this guy, every single time he comes in, it's like he's been defeated once and then just swoops back into battle and is able to pick up victories. He's been doing it his whole career, and honestly, it was impressive to watch him play today, but it still wasn't enough.
It wasn't? How bad is Mouse? Like, how much of a liability is Mouse when, you know, like, the first 3 games of the day, not great. The last game against H2K and some of his pop, you know, there were some serviceable moments, but, like, on a scale of bad to not good. He's right there. Like there is, there's no
he certainly
positive.
is. So let's break it down a little bit. EDG right now believe that the way you have to win League of Legends is 4-1 split, which means that Mouse has to be ahead. And that puts an enormous amount of pressure on someone that is going to be 1v1ing or 1v2ing a lane because Clearlove doesn't get up there. So their playstyle is kind of counterintuitive already in itself. Then you throw in the champion pool issues. This guy was playing pretty much pure tanks, and now they're expecting him to be on carries and AP mages, and it's just not working out. Mouse is bad, but the rest of EDG is making him look very, very poor.
We've known for a long time, H2K are a team that either show up and play well or don't, right? That's like a fact. EDG not showing up is a bit of a surprise. Can they get it together in the bracket stage?
Well, I think they can, but they have to figure out how to ban pick for Mouse, because piggybacking on that point, they're banning 2 champions, top lane champions in the red side, and also Nidalee as well. That leaves no counter picks for them to ban out specific compositions. So I'm kind of worried about that.
And when you have a look at it, I mean, EDG now pulls Rocks or SKT probably, or TSM RNG probably. And all of those guys have very serviceable top lanes. I mean, there's a guy called Smeb running around, there's a guy called Duke running around, and, you know, Looper or Haunter, both very, very good up there in the top lane. So this is an absolute nightmare. They wanted to get out first seed, maybe draw Albus Nox and, you know, coast their ways into that top 4. Now they have to go through kicking and screaming. And if you're a coaching staff, if you're a Deft or a Pawn that have been playing pretty serviceable into that last game, that's frustrating. And now you have 4 days or like a week to just sit on that frustration, stew on it, and hopefully they get better.
2 days to have nightmares because the group draw will take place on Sunday. We'll find out exactly who their opponents will be. Then we're going to see, obviously, H2K and EDG. Next week in Chicago, they're going to be joining CIS and Korea, who already have representatives in the quarterfinals. We talked a lot about today's group. I want to look forward to tomorrow. Group D will be taking to the stage TSM, Samsung Galaxy, Royal, Never Give Up, and Splice. Who is advancing and who is going home? I'm going to take one off the table for you. I don't think Splice is advancing, right? So let's make this a 3-horse race because Splice have to play Spoiler. They had competitive games, but the teams they're playing Spoiler 2 is obviously TSM, Samsung Galaxy, and Royal Never Give Up.
Personally, for me, I feel like RNG is going to be the first seed coming out of the group. They did have some macro issues against Samsung Galaxy, but I think overall they have the strongest players out of the group. I think TSM, who's a close contender, is also going to come out, but they do need to fix their macro game. They win early by having Svenskeren on Lee Sin and creating these giant holes in the enemy lineup, but if they don't get that early lead, like you see when they ban out the Elise, they ban out the Lee Sin, he's actually not that effective.
Yeah, this is a really tough one for me because so much of it is now on the day play. And when I have a look at the schedule, I think it favors RNG because you have a look at TSM, they pull Samsung Galaxy. So one of those teams is going to be quite upset after an initial loss. RNG, however, gets the top-loaded group. They go up against Splice first, and then they slowly get harder, Samsung Galaxy, into TSM. So I think that RNG will make it out. I think that will be second seed, and I think TSM will actually have a really good day tomorrow. So I'm expecting those 2 teams to come out ahead.
Just for interest's sake, how accurate have your predictions been on the analyst desk throughout the course of the last 2 weeks?
Analyst desk, I've been good.
Okay.
Backstage in the room, I have been atrocious. True to Spawn form, I am very bad at predicting things.
So give me your top 2 teams who's advancing, just the names, and then we're going to move on.
All right, so straight to camera, I'm going to say that in the number 1 seed, it will be North America's TSM. Number 2 seed, it will be the LPL's RNG.
For the number 1 seed, I think it's going to be the LPL's RNG. For the second seed, I think it's going to be North America's TSM.
And that means Samsung Galaxy and Splice are not on the cards here for our Worlds Tonight analyst. Closing thoughts, Spawn?
Yeah, let me tell you why they're not going to be. Their bottom lane, to me, is so, like, if you're talking about janky setups, Core JJ versus Wraith and Ruler running around in that bottom lane is a huge concern for me right now with the class of the bottom lanes in that group. So I really do think that if they shore up that one weakness, they do have a chance, but I just don't think you're going to be able to do it. You can't swap players, and we've seen that today come up very, very big.
Yeah, Splice and Samsung Galaxy, will they play Spoiler to these 2 gentlemen? You guys will have to tune in tomorrow and find out. That does it here for Worlds Tonight. Thank you very much for joining us. We will see you back tomorrow as the fight for the Summoners Cup continues 3 hours earlier.
None around the Baron Pit. They have the damage to get it done.
Are you kidding me? Somebody blocks that counter-Q. How can you let her do that? That's impossible.
Vander a little bit too low in this one. It is just a 1 for 1. The steal away. Yanko secures a absolutely massive Elder Drake. Yes! 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 H2K, they beat AHQ. They beat EDG. These guys are red hot.